The noise was coming from the doorway. The handle on the door lock was turning slowly. Chen Luo walked to the sofa directly opposite the door and sat down, watching the door with a leisurely air. With a crisp click, the door was pushed open. A man peeked out from the doorway, his gaze meeting Chen Luo's in the middle of the living room. The man was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen Luo to still be awake, but he reacted quickly, silently stepping forward, opening the door and rushing towards Chen Luo. At the same time, 4 more men rushed in through the door, and the last one closed the door behind him. Chen Luo stood up casually, looked at the first man who rushed over, pulled out a dagger from behind him and stabbed him. Chen Luo moved slightly, appearing behind the man like lightning, and then kicked out with his foot. The next moment, the man screamed and his body flew 5 or 6 meters into the air, then flew over the living room and balcony, drawing an arc as he fell directly from the 10th floor. Chen Luo was stunned, and the remaining 4 men were also dumbfounded. Is this even human? He kicked someone 7 or 8 meters away with one kick. What kind of power is that? Chen Luo had only intended to kick him to the ground, and that was it. Based on his usual estimation, he used all his strength. But to everyone's surprise, his enhanced power was so terrifying that he actually kicked a grown man flying. Bang! A heavy thud came from outside, so loud that they could hear it clearly even on the 10th floor. The 4 thugs looked at each other in disbelief, none of them able to believe what they were seeing. What just happened too fast. Before they could even make a move, they saw Chen Luo suddenly appear in front of his accomplice, and then his companion was sent flying. The remaining 4 felt a chill run down their spines. They were not unfamiliar with fighting, nor were they unfamiliar with killing and death, but what they were witnessing was beyond their comprehension. Their companions were undoubtedly dead. Watch out! This is a tough one. The 4 men exchanged glances and subtly formed a circle, slowly encircling and closing in on Chen Luo. Without a word, the man on the left raised a dagger and stabbed at Chen Luo's stomach. His movements were swift and ruthless, and the attack was completely unexpected and extremely cunning. Chen Luo was still in a brief state of shock at having committed murder, but he quickly realized the danger before him. He looked over again, and these people were moving as slowly as snails, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Chen Luo calmly reached out, grabbed the man's blade, and plunged it into the man's heart. Before the man could even scream, Chen Luo sprang up and kicked him in the back. The man screamed and flew through the air, crashing down the balcony. Before the remaining 3 could react, Chen Luo moved again, leaping behind the 2 men with lightning speed, grabbing their collars and slamming them together forcefully. Bang! The 2 people were slammed together by the terrifying power attached to Chen Luo's hand and were immediately knocked unconscious. Chen Luo grabbed one in each hand, swung them outwards with all his might, and threw them out onto the balcony. With a whoosh, the 2 people were sent flying over the balcony railing, soaring high into the sky and disappearing into the dark night. Chen Luo has lived here for over 20 years, so he naturally knows what's downstairs from his apartment. There's an open parking lot downstairs, and hardly anyone passes by. It's 3 a.m., so there's even less chance of anyone being there. There's absolutely no need to worry about anyone getting hurt. The last person looked at Chen Luo in utter terror, and without any hesitation, turned and fled towards the door. At this moment, he was completely terrified by Chen Luo's horror and ruthlessness. But as soon as he reached the door, he felt a tremendous force surge towards him, and his body was involuntarily lifted into the air. The man screamed loudly, and like the previous ones, flew over the balcony and plummeted to the ground. After dealing with the 5 people, Chen Luo calmly turned off all the lights and returned to his bedroom to lie down on the bed. If Chen Luo had any emotional fluctuations at this moment, It would be his astonishment at his body's current abilities. After several modifications to his divine genes, his strength and speed had reached an incredibly exaggerated level. The force of that kick was enough to send a 151-60-pound adult man flying nearly 10 meters, almost like being hit by a speeding car. He estimated that the force was at least a ton. Looks like I'll have to practice controlling my strength in the future. Chen Luo lay on the bed for a moment and suddenly felt that his current state was a bit strange. Apart from being somewhat shocked after accidentally killing the first person, the decision to kill the other 4 people together happened in a very short period of time. Moreover, after that, when Chen Luo killed the remaining 4 people, he didn't feel any emotional fluctuation at all, as if he had just stepped on a few ants. Chen Luo didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, because he didn't experience the nausea or disgust that people were told he would feel after killing someone. In Chen Luo's view, this group of people came to kill him, so he should be prepared to be killed. As for the origins of this group, Chen Luo didn't even need to think to guess that it was undoubtedly Yan Tingsheng. Before you leave, let me see you off. Chen Luo sneered inwardly and quickly fell asleep again. As dawn broke, Chen Luo woke up, drew back the curtains, washed up, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. Bathed in the warm morning light, Chen Luo strolled along the paths of the residential area, politely greeting the neighbors he encountered along the way. The neighbors naturally responded with smiles and were very enthusiastic. Chen Luo walked all the way to the entrance of the residential area, only to find several policemen wearing peaked caps, talking to the residents of the area, asking questions while taking notes in their notebooks. Chen Luo? Just as Chen Luo was feeling a bit confused, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned his head and saw a man in a police uniform looking at him. Chen Luo recognized the policeman and couldn't help but smile in surprise. So it's Officer Wu. The policeman who called out to him was Wu Hunyuan, the middle-aged police officer he had met at the police station a few days earlier. You were wearing a hat earlier, so I didn't recognize you. Did you call me for something? Wu Hunyuan narrowed his eyes and sized him up before asking in a low voice, "Do you live here?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly replied nonchalantly, "I'm in apartment 1003 of Building 7. What's wrong?" "Oh, Building 7, Room 1003. Wu Hunyuan stared at Chen Luo for a while, and seeing that his expression was normal, there was nothing unusual, he asked again, "When you were sleeping at home last night, did you hear any strange noises?" Chen Luo had regained his composure by now and shook his head, saying, "No, I went to bed very early yesterday, before 11 o'clock. What kind of strange noise are you referring to? For example, the sound of equipment such as helicopters or cranes." Chen Luo looked puzzled and said, "I don't know about that. I didn't hear about a helicopter, but if something like a crane came in, the security cameras at the entrance should have captured it, right? The community's surveillance cameras have all been vandalized, so they didn't capture anything." Wu Hunyuan paused for a moment, then asked, "Well, have you ever heard any sounds of fighting or screaming?" Chen Luo pretended to ponder for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, Officer Wu, is something wrong?" Wu Hunyuan shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just happened to see someone I know, so I asked." "Since you didn't hear anything, then forget it. Okay, then I'll be going now." Chen Luo waved, glanced in the direction of the parking lot, and then said goodbye to Wu Hunyuan. The parking lot has been blocked off. Police have set up a cordon at the entrance, with several officers guarding it, while a group of residents from the community are watching from the outside. The onlookers were chattering amongst themselves, and when someone asked the police officers what had happened inside, The officers remained expressionless and silent. Chen Luo knew exactly what was going on, but he acted as if nothing had happened and went out of the community to buy breakfast. Several police officers watched Chen Luo's figure disappear through the door. Another officer, whose shoulder insignia showed 2 bars and 2 stars, asked Wu Haoyan, "Captain Wu, is there something going on with this guy?" Wu Haoyan shook his head. "No, I just ran into an acquaintance who lives here, and I asked him a couple of questions. Captain Liang, did your criminal investigation team investigate the scene? Did you find anything?" Team leader Liang said with a strange expression. "The forensic and technical investigations are still ongoing, and the specific conclusions are not yet available. However, I just went to the parking lot and took a look. Of the 5 people, only 1 died instantly from a stab wound to the heart, while the other 4 fell to their deaths from a height. But their bodies were at least 20 meters away from the nearest tall building. If someone had thrown them from a building, it would be impossible for them to be thrown that far. That's why I suspect that someone threw them from a helicopter or a large crane." Wu Haoyan's expression was strange. "I just asked around from house to house. Around 3 or 4 in the morning last night, some people did hear screams and crashes, but they only heard them vaguely and then fell asleep. No one heard the sound of a helicopter." After pondering for a while, Captain Liang said, "That's strange indeed. I really can't think of any other possibility besides using these large tools. Sigh, this is a real headache. 5 lives, such a big case. The municipal bureau will probably set up a special task force, and it might even be registered at the provincial department. Right now, all we can do is assist here." At this moment, inside Yan's gold shop, Yan Tingsheng's face was ashen, his gaze fixed on the man in front of him, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "You're saying that Cat Boy and the others are dead?" "Yes. I just received a call from the city police station saying they died in an accident and that they found ID cards on them. They asked me to come to the station to identify the bodies." Yan Tingsheng's face was tense, and every word he uttered seemed to be spat out from between his teeth. "Which kid did it?" The young man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Judging from that kid's skills and the location of their deaths, it should be him. Gangzi, go check the body first and find out what happened while you're at it." "Yes, Uncle Yan." In the afternoon, Gangzi rushed back. "Uncle Yan, it's Mao Zai and the others. But the situation is a bit strange." Yan Tingsheng said impatiently, "Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me." Seeing Yan Tingsheng's gloomy expression, Gangzi hurriedly said, "The branch's criminal investigation and forensic examinations have concluded that they died from falling from a height, except for Mao Zai, who was stabbed in the heart with a dagger. He died from a fall from a great height?" Yan Tingsheng was taken aback. "What's so strange about that?" "What's strange is the location where they fell. The place where they died was 20 meters from the nearest building. Throwing someone weighing over 100 pounds that far is something a normal person simply couldn't do." Yan Tingsheng narrowed his eyes. "Can't a normal person do that?" "Go and call those people from Lingnan over here." Gangzi's expression changed slightly. "Uncle Yan, the police are investigating their deaths right now. Why don't we lay low for a while?" Yan Tingsheng said calmly. "I have my own plans." "Have them go to Hongyu Garden tonight." Gangzi hesitated, but seeing Yan Tingsheng's expression, he knew there was no way to persuade him. "Yes, Uncle Yan." After Gangzi left, Yan Tingsheng raised his teacup to drink tea, but when he got to his lips, he realized the cup was empty. When he put down the teacup, the bottom of the teacup collided with the table, making a crisp cluck 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 sound. Only then did Yan Tingsheng realize that his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Yan Tingsheng's hands trembled as he felt his mouth dry. He picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup of tea, then, ignoring the heat, gulped it down. After a long while, Yan Tingsheng's hands finally stopped trembling, and a chill inexplicably rose in his heart. Without any warning or indication, he struck without mercy against those who offended him, killing 5 people in an instant, in a way that was completely inexplicable. How did they manage to do that? Could there really be a Superman in this world? It's not difficult to get rid of the people you sent, but why did the other side choose the more complicated and unbelievable method instead of the easier one? Don't they know that doing this will attract more attention from the police? No, they couldn't possibly not know. Those who possess such power, whoever they may be, are not fools. Does that mean they know I was the one behind this? Will they continue to retaliate against me? The thought had barely formed in Yan Tingsheng's mind when he quickly came to the conclusion. Yes, definitely. Since the other party killed those 5 henchmen in such an extremely arrogant way, they have undoubtedly shown their fangs and will definitely come knocking on his door to kill him in the next moment. Therefore, the Lingnan people he summoned were not there to continue taking revenge on Chen Luo, but to protect themselves. However, such shameful words could not be said in front of one's subordinates. Yan Tingsheng originally thought that Chen Luo was just a person with no background who had acquired a windfall from somewhere, but he never expected that the other party had such a terrifying power behind him. Yan Tingsheng had already begun to consider whether or not to flee. By this time, Chen Luo had already contacted a real estate agent. After offering to sell the house at 20% below market price, the agent called that evening, saying someone wanted to view the property. Chen Luo did not return to the Western fantasy world at this time. He planned to start the public beta after Sheng Tang and Lai Chengyang died of old age. Before that, he could use some time to quickly finish dealing with the house matter. This real estate agent was extremely efficient. He brought 3 people to see the house that very evening. The first buyer thought the house was a bit old. After all, it had been owned for almost 30 years, so he took a look and left. The second person looked at the property and thought the age of the building was acceptable, but asked if the price could be lowered further, which Chen Luo naturally refused outright. The third buyer was a property speculator, a very decisive person. Upon seeing Chen Luo's calm and outstanding demeanor, he simply asked Chen Luo why he was selling the house. When Chen Luo replied that he was planning to buy a new house, the other party immediately said that the deal was done. The two signed a contract. The other party paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan, and the next day they went to the Housing Management Bureau to complete the transfer procedures. The buyer paid the remaining 2.5 million yuan, and the whole process only took 2 days. Chen Luo didn't need to worry about the rest. The buyer could simply collect the new property certificate when the time came. Chen Luo didn't take any of the furniture, just packed a few clothes, and went straight to a hotel near Hongyu Garden to stay. Next, Chen Luo rented a car and went to Yan's gold shop. He glanced at Yan Tingsheng from afar, locked onto his aura with his mental power, and then found a place to wait quietly. They waited until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Under the protection of a group of tall, burly men who looked like bodyguards, Yan Tingsheng got into a black Audi and left the gold shop. Chen Luo immediately drove after them and soon discovered that they had gotten onto the highway and were speeding towards Luoqing. Chen Luo sneered inwardly, knowing that Yan Tingsheng had sensed something was wrong and was preparing to run away. Chen Luo followed calmly for a while, but when the car's speed exceeded 120 and continued to accelerate, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he realized that he might have been discovered. Chen Luo's expression turned cold, and he immediately stepped on the gas, the car speed suddenly soaring to 150. Just as Chen Luo was about to approach Yan Tingsheng's Odi, a white sword light suddenly appeared in his hand, followed by a blue lightning bolt that enveloped the white sword light. Two beams of light, blue and white, intertwined and instantly illuminated the carriage. Yan Tingsheng was sitting in the back seat of the Audi and looked back when he saw the scene of the blue and white light bursting forth. The blue and white light clearly illuminated the cold smile on Chen Luo's face. Just then, Yan Tingsheng was shocked to find that Chen Luo's hand was sticking out of the car window. A white light, about the size of a palm, appeared in his hand, surrounded by fine blue light, making it look extremely mystical. Before Yan Tingsheng could figure out what the white light was, Chen Luo waved his hand lightly, and the blue and white light shot out, flying directly towards the Audi's fuel tank. Upon seeing this, Yan Tingsheng immediately realized something. He turned around and frantically yelled at the driver, "Speed up! Speed up!" Before the driver could figure out what was happening, upon hearing Yan Tingsheng's order, he instinctively stepped on the gas, and the speed soared to nearly 180 km/h. At this moment, Yan Tingsheng noticed that Chen Luo suddenly began to slow down, and the distance between the two vehicles was getting larger and larger. Just as they were about to disappear from sight, he suddenly heard the car shake violently, followed by a burst of flames and a huge impact. Boom! The Audi suddenly exploded in the distance, scattering debris across the highway. Fortunately, it was nearly midnight, and there were only Chen Luo and Yan Tingsheng's vehicles on the highway, so a chain collision was avoided. Chen Luo slowed down, walked through the debris, and then drove away. The entire vehicle was blown to smithereens. It would be a miracle if the people inside were still alive. Chen Luo made a U-turn at the next exit, quickly returned to the hotel, packed his luggage, and returned the car as soon as it was light the next day before heading to the airport. Chen Luo opened a book called The 100 Most Beautiful Places in the World in the taxi and randomly flipped to a page. Himalayas. Upon seeing the open page of the book, Chen Luo immediately took out his phone and began booking the nearest flight to Lhasa. Chen Luo's choice of destination was very simple. He would just flip to whichever page he was on and go there, very casually. When we arrived at the airport, it was almost time to board. A few hours later, Chen Luo landed at Lhasa Airport, checked into a hotel, and found himself in the Western fantasy world. 3 days have passed in reality, while 300 years have passed in the Western fantasy world. Since the end of the Second Epic War, both the human and orc races have been severely weakened and have entered a long period of recuperation. 20 years later, Shang Tang launched a war against the orcs, vowing to reclaim the Judgment Sword. At this time, Lei Chengyang was very old and his lifespan was about to end. However, under the pressure of Shang Tang's powerful personal strengths, many bloodline warriors have grown up among the orcs in the past 20 years, and some have broken through to the first rank, and even begun to try to break through to the second rank. When these bloodline warriors, who broke through to the first tier, transformed again, their combat power increased dramatically. When they joined forces, they were no longer afraid of Shang Tang. In addition, Cain took advantage of Shang Tang's absence to cause trouble in human territory, making Shang Tang's rear unstable, and in the end, the matter could only be dropped. Tang did not give up his idea of reclaiming the judgment, but before he could launch a second war, new troubles arose. Alexander's crushing defeat of the vampire clan during the Second Epic War was witnessed by the palace guards and attendants, and the incident was widely publicized after the war. The Church of Light and Alexander's reputation, like that of the Knights of Glory, were soaring, and more believers joined the Church of Light. After recovering from his injuries, Shang Tang was determined to eliminate the threat of the Church of Light completely. Cain caused trouble again at this time, so Shang Tang had no choice but to put aside the Church of Light and focus on dealing with the problems caused by the vampires. However, only elite soldiers like the Knights of Honor or bloodline warriors can deal with vampires, and their numbers are far outnumbered by the speed at which Cain creates them. Having no other option, Shang Tang had to ask the Church of Light to intervene. This creates a paradox. The more vampires the Church of Light punishes, the higher their prestige becomes, and the more people join the Church of Light, the stronger they become, making it increasingly difficult for Shang Tang to deal with the Church of Light. After 20 years of development, the Church of Light is now much stronger than it used to be. During the Second Epic War, there were only 200 white-robed monks. Now, Alexander has broken through to the next level, mastered more divine arts of light, and the number of white-robed cultivators he has trained has increased 20 times, reaching as many as 4,000. Alexander also established the Order of the Judgment Knights, a special order dedicated to punishing vampires. They were not only skilled in combat and killing techniques, but also capable of using divine magic, making them a powerful military organization on par with the Knights of Glory. Although Alexander had become the first pope of the Church of Light, he held the great might-minded founding monarch, Tang, in the highest esteem and always regarded himself as a subject, never showing any disrespect or arrogance. For a time, Shang Tang could not find a reason to take action against the Church of Light, and could only watch as the Church of Light grew stronger day by day, gradually becoming too powerful to control. As time went by, Tang of Shang discovered that not only commoners had begun to believe in the Church of Light, but even ministers and concubines and princes in the royal palace had come to believe in the Church of Light. At the same time, calls within the country for the Church of Light to become the state religion are growing stronger. Tang realized he could no longer wait and had to eliminate the Church of Light as soon as possible. Otherwise, divine authority would eventually overpower royal authority. Just then, news arrived from the orcs that Lei Chengyang had passed away peacefully. The orcs were grieving and their morale was low, making it the perfect opportunity to seize the judgment. Tang of Shang had to choose between destroying the Church of Light and using the Sword of Judgment. In fact, he hesitated for only a second before choosing to once again gather his army to attack the orcs. Over the decades since Lei Chengyang became the Beast King, he has made indelible contributions to the strength of the beastmen and has won the sincere support of all races. After his death, the tribal kings of various tribes personally led their elite troops to Luo City to pay their respects, leaving the defenses of various regions vulnerable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the human army advanced unstoppably, reaching the city of Luo in just 1 month. This was the first time in history that a large human army had reached the outskirts of the orc capital. The grandeur of Luo City amazed the human race, yet left them helpless. Looking at the city wall that was hundreds of meters high, Shang Tang couldn't think of any way to fill it. Even if he risked his life to fill it, he still couldn't reach the city. Tang of Shang launched a probing attack, but ended up leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses and retreating in disarray. The orcs, grieving and indignant at Shang Tang's attack, united as never before. Even Russ, a warrior of the Bearman bloodline, broke through to the second tier under this stimulus. The orcs quickly elected Ruth as their new Beast King, who then led them in a large-scale counterattack. With the presence of someone capable of directly confronting Shang Tang on the battlefield, and the orcs now wielding the Judgment Sword, the battlefield situation instantly reversed. In a direct confrontation, Shang Tang was defeated by Ruth wielding the Judgment, and the human army also suffered heavy losses in the city of Kuro, which was attacked from both inside and outside by orcs who came from all over the country. In the end, it was only through the desperate rearguard action of the Knights of Glory that Shang Tang was able to escape back to human territory with his remaining tens of thousands of troops. The prestige of Shang Tang suffered a heavy blow, but at this time he shifted his target to the Church of Light. The following year, Tang of Shang declared the creation god religion, previously established by Han Fei, as the state religion, and the Church of Light as a heretical cult that worshipped false gods. He also ordered people to spread rumors about the Church of Light, such as the practice of sacrificing human organs, drinking human blood, and incest, which were all unacceptable to secular society. Shang Tang launched a 3-year nationwide campaign to eradicate the religion. Soldiers destroyed churches of the Church of Light in various places, arrested local bishops, and executed them without trial. Alexander, of course, would not sit idly by and wait for his doom. He declared that Tang of Shang was possessed by a demon and would surely be purified by the radiance of the goddess of light. Thus began the struggle between the Shang dynasty and the Church of Light for royal and divine power. The Church of Light has deeply penetrated the hearts of the people over the past few decades, and their white-robed monks often use healing spells to save the poor and needy, so they have a very broad base. Even with a powerful army, Shang Tang could not completely wipe out the Church of Light. This directly led to the struggle lasting for 20 years, known in history as the 20 Years' War. It wasn't until Alexander broke through to the second tier that the Church of Light was able to counterattack instead of remaining passively on the defensive. Shang Tang knew that the Church of Light had gained momentum, and that if he were to forcefully eliminate them, it would only severely weaken the human race and give the orcs an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Without the protection of the Light God's magic from the white-robed monks of the Church of Light and the Knights of Judgment, vampires began to run rampant again. Public discontent led to a continuous decline in Tang's prestige, forcing him to negotiate with Alexander. In the 131st year of the Shang dynasty, after 6 months of repeated bargaining, Tang of Shang issued an edict in the capital city of the Shang dynasty to tolerate the Church of Light. This edict declared the freedom of belief in the Church of Light within the territory of the Great Shang dynasty, returned the confiscated church property, and recognized the legal status of the Church of Light. It is historically known as the Emperor's Edict. The imperial edict marked a turning point in the history of the Church of Light, signifying the Shang dynasty's shift from a policy of suppression to one of utilization and transforming it from a persecuted underground religion into a recognized religion. In return, the Church of Light must suppress vampires immediately upon their appearance. From then on, the two sides established a clear division of power. Tang of Shang did not interfere in the internal affairs of the church, and the church was strictly prohibited from acquiring political power through its influence. Royal power and divine power did not interfere with each other. A century passed in the blink of an eye, and Shang Tang ultimately failed to break through the third level and died of old age. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel quite sorry when he saw this. Shang Tang had ultimately fallen into the same situation as Han Fei. Han Fei was obsessed with power and neglected his own strength, ultimately attempting to be saved by a god. While Tang of Shang was initially considered wise and powerful, the emergence of the Church of Light made him fear that his authority would be threatened, and he became embroiled in a power struggle from which he could not extricate himself. Shang Tang also knew that improving his own power was the core, but he was obsessed with the power of the Judgment Sword, wanting to make himself invincible through the judgment. That's why he was so attached to that divine weapon and launched wars again and again. However, Shang Tang's life was quite remarkable. Starting from obtaining divine blood, he rose against all odds to become the founding monarch of a new dynasty. Although his actions in the latter half of his life were not so glorious, his merits outweighed his demerits, and he was at least much better than Han Fei back then. After Tang of Shang died, the entire human race mourned him, and the memorial activities lasted for a whole month. A huge bronze statue of him, 50 meters high, was cast outside the palace square, so that future generations could admire the heroic figure of the founding monarch. Even the Church of Light, which had always been at odds with Shang Tang, declared him to be the Holy Spirit, and that he had not died, but had ascended to bliss and returned to the divine kingdom, under the goddess of light. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo immediately kicked Cain, the only surviving player, out of the game and posted an update announcement on the forum. The public beta version 0.3 of Second Life will officially launch in 10 days. The update content is as follows. 1. To prevent certain players from acting recklessly and affecting the game balance, a species pool will be opened in the starting village. All players must complete the creation of a species in the species pool only after the system determines that the species is valuable and will not affect the game balance can players enter the game. At the same time, species that have already been created cannot be created again. Second, to give players who cannot create valuable species the opportunity to enter the game, a live-action version of the PUBG game map will be opened. Each session will involve 10,000 players, who cannot team up and can only have one winner. The player who ultimately wins will gain direct access to the game. 3. Elf, Troll, Goblin, and Dwarf are available as initial selectable races. IV. Players entering the Western fantasy world must not reveal any information about the real world. Violators will be immediately eliminated and permanently disqualified from the game. Fifth, to ensure the physical and mental health of players, the time-flow ratio will be adjusted to 1 day to 1 year, so players no longer need to test their bladder capacity. VI. The progenitors of elves, trolls, goblins, and dwarves will simultaneously qualify for a Marvel Universe customized life. The Marvel Universe will open in 3 days. Players who have received the reward, please be prepared, as the offer will not be available after that time. 7. Each player has only 1 life. Upon death, the player will be forcibly logged out and must wait 1 week before being able to log into the game. 8. Add more as you think of. That's all for now. The update log on the forum immediately caused a sensation. It caused a sensation not just on forums, but across the entire internet, even overshadowing Lei Chengyang, Sense Time, and Cain, who had once been trending on social media. Second Life has become a viral sensation online due to its series of events, and has even gained immense popularity overseas. It can be said that it has become one of the most anticipated online games in the world. Moreover, the events that happen in the show frequently make it to the trending topics, and now Lei Chengyang, Han Fei, Shang Tang, and Cain are just as famous as A-list celebrities in real life. However, apart from Lei Chengyang revealing his identity, everyone else is keeping a low profile, seemingly not wanting to become famous, and has not taken the initiative to expose their identities. This has shown many people a new way to become famous. If you play Second Life well, you may become a star and gain both fame and fortune. Lei Chengyang is the best example. If he hadn't become famous in the game, how could his 2 companies have seen consecutive limit-up days and his net worth have nearly increased by half? Needless to say, celebrities and streamers have been eagerly awaiting the game's release. Putting aside its popularity, the exaggerated time flow ratio alone is captivating, guaranteeing an extra lifetime for everyone. Anyone would want to play it. Most ordinary people have much simpler ideas. They just want to play this game with 100% realism and experience a real second life. So when the news of the public beta broke, it quickly became international headline news. Not only were domestic players excited, but even overseas players began to look forward to it, hoping that Second Life would open overseas servers. However, the update quickly excited all the eager players, and heated discussions broke out on the forums. Simba, at start with a kun, ha ha ha, some players are talking about you. And Emperor, right? As clever as I am, I guess that the dog official would target you again. You can't play Ant anymore. I'm so beautiful I can't die. The Ant Emperor can't play as an ant, but he can play something else and wreak havoc on game companies. Mei Chuaniku, I've waited so long and today has finally come. I've dreamt for so long and my dream has finally come true. I just want to sing a song. The open beta is finally here. The leader of the Women's Sorrow Alliance. Don't you guys think a real-life PUBG game would truly exciting? 10,000 people. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Anyone who plays Yasuo is an idiot. Yeah, it's a real-life PUBG game. This game company really knows how to play. It's a real treat for us PUBG players. Playing PUBG and having a second life at the same time. What could be more awesome than this? Get lost. I strongly demand a live-action version of League of Legends with a challenger rank system. The most annoying commenter ever, but the time flow rate is adjusted way too low, reduced by 100 times. That means even less game time. And what's with the week you have to die to log back in? You damn officials, are you even making any money? The forum quickly began to criticize the updated content, but the vast majority of people were excited and expectant, discussing which VR device was the best. Chen Luo landed in the Extraordinary Academy. 300 years had passed, and the place was covered in dust and cobwebs. What left him speechless was that the place had become a griffin den. The original 10 griffins had multiplied into hundreds, occupying every corner of the Extraordinary Academy. When the griffins saw Chen Luo in the air, they didn't attack him. Instead, they curiously flew around him, seemingly sizing up this unfamiliar species. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. He had originally been thinking about how to send the admission notices, but now he didn't need to think about it anymore. He could just let these griffins pick them up. Anyway, there are only 300 students in total, and some may not even come. This flock of griffins is definitely enough. With a thought, Chen Luo issued a command directly into the minds of the 300 adult griffins, granting them the ability to speak the languages of their respective races, before calmly saying, "Go." The 300 griffins instantly understood Chen Luo's identity. Without any hesitation, they quickly spread their wings and flew into the sky, heading towards the path Chen Luo had left in their minds. Chen Luo looked at the messy, Extraordinary Academy, shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, restored the Extraordinary Academy to its original state. The remaining griffins have been moved to another part of the island as their new home. It will take at least 10 days to half a month for those students to arrive at the Extraordinary Academy, which is just enough time to prepare the cultivation system of the Western fantasy world. Although he had established a ranking system, he did not leave behind a cultivation system, so both the natives and the Shang people could only fumble around blindly, and their strength improved very slowly. Chen Luo flew to a tall tower and began to ponder what kind of cultivation system to prepare. Without much consideration, he quickly determined the cultivation system. A Western fantasy world would naturally include magicians, followed by warriors, sorcerers, assassins, thieves, and so on. After thinking it over, Chen Luo decided to start with mages and warriors first, and not to rush into the cultivation systems of other professions. Once Chen Luo made his decision, he began to establish a complete magic system. After all, there were plenty of magic settings in Western fantasy novels and games in reality, so he could just use them directly. First are the elements of fire, water, earth, wind, and darkness. As Chen Luo spoke, sensing the rapid generation of these elements in the Western fantasy world, he thought for a moment and continued. Adding the mutated wood, lightning, and ice elements will complete it. In fact, the element of light has existed for a long time. It is the power emitted when using divine magic of light. However, it was not concentrated enough at the time, and only people with a light physique and a heart of light, like Alexander, could sense it and then cultivate and use it. Just after Chen Luo generated these elements in the Western fantasy world, all the cultivators of the Church of Light inexplicably felt that their cultivation speed had increased, and the power of their divine spells of light was also much stronger, showing a qualitative improvement over before. Thank you, Your Majesty the Goddess of Light, for your grace. The city of Gallus has been designated as the Holy City of the Church of Light. Pope Alexander I is leading all the clergy of the Church of Light in prayer before the statues of the Goddess of Light and the Angel of Judgment Lophis in the Lophis Cathedral, the tallest building complex in the city. Alexander was over 200 years old at this time. After the death of Tang of Shang, he had unparalleled influence in both the church and the Shang dynasty. Even the newly enthroned king treated him with great respect. However, Alexander always adhered to the constraints of the decree of the emperor, devoted himself to serving God, never interfered in secular affairs, and strictly prohibited any member of the church from using believers to gain political influence. Alexander, who was already on the verge of death, sensed an immense amount of light element enveloping the world, which allowed him to break through his nearly 100-year-old second-tier cultivation level without a sound, doubling his lifespan to 400 years. Alexander believed it was a blessing from the Goddess of Light for his many years of preaching, so he summoned all the clergy for an annual pilgrimage. At the same time, Alexander believed that after receiving the affirmation of the Goddess of Light, he was determined to make the Church of Light the only religion of mankind, and that other beliefs must be purified. Chen Luo was unaware that his unintentional act had triggered a major religious reshuffle within the human realm, and that even the creator god cult, which worshipped him, was wiped out in this catastrophe. However, Chen Luo didn't care even if he knew. He was currently focused on copying and pasting. The constitution you are born with determines which type of magic you are suited to cultivate. The chance of awakening a magician's talent is, well, 1 in 10,000. For the mutated type, it's 1 in 100,000. A mage should still maintain his dignity. The cultivation method involves meditating to awaken one's spiritual power, then using that power to perceive various elements, and finally arranging and manipulating them in a specific way to create magic. Okay, next comes the magic incantation, which manipulates the arrangement of magical elements. After the magic is formed, you use your mental power to control the movement of the elements to achieve the goal of controlling the magic. Magic levels are directly divided into 5 tiers, with the highest being God-level magic, whose power is equivalent to their tier. In addition to magic, there are also magic circles and magic barriers, which are also classified according to magic level. Support supportive magic potions, magic crystals that amplify magic power, materials for crafting magical items, and so on. As Chen Luo muttered to himself, these things quietly blended into the Western fantasy world. After pondering for a moment and feeling that it was about time, Chen Luo suddenly waved his hand, and countless books about magic were automatically generated in a tall tower in the extraordinary Academy. The Meditation Practice Manual. Basic Theory of Magic, Magical Geometry, Magical Potions and Elixirs. These books cover everything from the most basic theories to the highest level divine magic, densely packed according to power levels, stretching from the first floor of the magic tower all the way to the 29th floor, totaling hundreds of thousands of volumes. Let's leave the mage system as it is for now, and set up the warrior's training system. Chen Luo thought about it and realized that now that there were bloodline warriors, their physical qualities and talents were more suitable for becoming warriors than ordinary people. However, their fighting ability is unique to their own bloodline and is not universally applicable. We must establish another warrior system to give ordinary people the possibility of becoming extraordinary. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo began to set up the warrior's training system. Warriors cultivate their physical bodies and possess powerful combat skills, which are the opposite of magic. When they advance to the third tier, they can possess Battle Ki. Battle Ki is a warrior's advanced skill, which is directly related to vitality. Only warriors who have mastered the mysteries of Battle Ki can use it. Later on, you can switch to Knight or Berserker. Knights can switch to Paladin at Tier 6, and you can switch to Dragon Knight by making a pact with a dragon. Berserkers pursue ultimate power, using themselves as a vessel to forge the strongest body. At rank 6, they can transform into rune saints, inscribing runes of heaven and earth. Each new rune inscribed grants a significant boost to their power and the special effects of that rune, such as increased magic power and enhanced resistances. After Chen Luo finished setting up the systems for the two professions, he added training books for warriors to another tower, but there were far fewer than magic books, only tens of thousands of them. Meanwhile, the 300 griffins had already flown to the other 3 continents and were heading towards their respective targets. In the Great Shang Dynasty, in the Rodney Earl's mansion in Dangxi City, it was winter, and heavy snow was falling outside. A skinny boy was struggling to carry a wooden barrel that was almost as big as himself. The wooden bucket was filled with water, and the boy's weak strength was clearly insufficient to lift it. He had to put the bucket down every few steps and rest for a while before he could lift it again. The boy was about 14 or 15 years old, dressed in rags, with frostbite on much of his exposed skin. He was shivering from the cold, but he still gritted his teeth and carried the wooden bucket toward the kitchen. Just as he was about to enter the kitchen, a foot suddenly stuck out. Caught off guard, the boy tripped and fell heavily to the ground, where he lay for a long time before getting up. The icy water in the wooden tub quickly soaked the boy's entire body, making him shudder and prompting him to hurriedly try to get up. But at that moment, the foot that had tripped him stepped out again and stomped heavily on his palm. The boy's face turned bright red. He opened his mouth in pain, wanting to scream, but he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. The boy endured the excruciating pain and looked up at a boy of similar age. Billy, the Earl of Rodney's youngest son and his half-brother, is 1 year younger than him. However, the two were treated very differently. Billy was dressed in gorgeous clothes, wearing an expensive and warm bearskin coat, and was followed by several servants with fawning expressions. Although Billy saw that the boy looked pained, he stared at him with a very cold gaze, as if he were looking at a dead man. Billy felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily took a step back. But he quickly realized what was happening and, enraged, stomped on the boy's head, burying his face deep into the icy water. "Oomph! You bastard, how dare you look at me like that?" Billy glared angrily at the boy, his face contorted with rage, and shouted at the servants behind him, "Beat him!" "Yes, young master!" Any hesitation, the servants swarmed forward and began punching and kicking the boy. The boy neither struggled nor resisted, nor did he beg for mercy. He simply endured it silently. The more he did this, the angrier Billy became. He shoved the servants aside and took matters into his own hands, kicking the boy hard in the stomach several times. The boy curled up in a ball, almost fainting from the pain, but still didn't make a sound. A nameless rage rose within Billy, and he became increasingly violent. He sensed only contempt from the boy's silent reaction, not any fear. "You dare glare at me!" Billy shouted, exhausted from hitting him. "Keep hitting him! Keep hitting him until he screams." Seeing Billy's furious outburst, the servants dared not delay and immediately rushed forward to beat the boy again. They hit harder and harder, as if afraid Billy wouldn't be satisfied. The boy was as if his body didn't belong to him at all, and he just let them beat him. Before long, the boy was covered in bruises and blood, but from beginning to end, the boy never uttered a single cry. His eyes remained firm and filled with icy coldness. "Young Master Billy, if you hit him any more, he'll die. If this bastard dies, so be it. The Earl won't blame you, but he'll still get a scolding. Would you mind letting it go today?" A servant approached Billy with a beaming smile and said something. Billy's expression changed, and he pointed at the boy angrily. "You just wait. You'll regret this." Billy uttered a harsh remark and turned to leave with his gang of lackeys. Without saying a word, the boy struggled to his feet and began cleaning the wounds and bloodstains on his body. The kitchen servants seemed to be used to this scene and ignored it. "The water tank isn't full yet. If it's not filled today, there will be no food to eat." The fat kitchen manager spat and slowly strolled out. After cleaning his wounds, the boy silently picked up the wooden bucket, without even changing his wet clothes, and limped out of the yard to fetch water. In the days that followed, once Billy and the other boys had recovered from their injuries, they came to cause him trouble again, and without exception, they verbally humiliated him and beat him severely. But the result was always the same. No matter how hard they hit him, even when the boy was completely unable to get up, they never got him to give in and beg for mercy. And every time they got tired and were about to leave, the boy would slowly get up and quietly watch Billy. That calm and composed gaze suddenly sent a chill down Billy's spine from the deepest part of his heart. From that moment on, Billy began having nightmares, each time being jolted awake by the boy's cold gaze. But the more this happened, the more Billy wanted to banish this nightmare. One day, after another brutal beating in the Earl's mansion courtyard, the boy was covered in blood, but he smiled and looked at Billy. Billy finally lost his temper and roared at the servants, "Grab him!" The servants dared not disobey and immediately stepped forward to seize the boy. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Billy pulled out a dagger from behind his back and snarled at the boy, "Die!" The boy's expression changed slightly. He tried to break free from the servant's restraints, but his body was too weak and he couldn't break free no matter what he did. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the boy, a huge shadow loomed over the sky, and everyone present felt a chilling aura above their heads. Billy paused in his movements, his neck stiffening as he looked up. A colossal beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion appeared in the sky. It was 5 or 6 meters tall, and its golden feathers shone brightly in the sunlight. Billy felt a chill run down his spine, and under the aura of the apex predator, his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Not only him, but everyone in the Earl's mansion sensed the unusual movement in the sky. Earl Rodney was also shocked to see the strange beast in the sky. He quickly ordered all the guards in the manor to be gathered and rushed towards the manor. With a swoop, the griffin plummeted from the sky and landed lightly in the courtyard. Seeing a griffin up close reveals its even more terrifying presence. Its sharp claws and piercing, weapon-like eyes are so oppressive that it's hard to breathe. Billy, come here. Rodney arrived with hundreds of soldiers. When he saw the giant beast land right next to his son, he was startled and shouted in alarm. Billy was so frightened that his legs went weak and he could no longer run. In the end, he was only able to run to Earl Rodney in a disheveled state with the help of the two equally trembling servants. Billy was almost crying. He ran over and grabbed Rodney's arm, his body trembling slightly. Rodney gently patted Billy on the back, softly offering a few words of comfort, then turned and shouted, "Archers, prepare!" The soldiers looked grim. Some were even pale, for none of them had ever seen such a terrifying beast. But upon hearing Rodney's command, they had no choice but to assume a fighting stance, and the archers began to draw their bows and aim at the griffins. The griffin didn't even glance at them. It slowly walked up to the boy who had been abandoned, looked down at him, and asked, "Are you Chris Rodney?" Upon hearing the griffin speak in human language, everyone present gaped open, thinking they were hallucinating. Chris remained remarkably calm. He looked at the ferocious beast before him and slowly said, "I am Chris, but I have now changed to my mother's surname. My name is Chris Sull." The griffin's eyes flashed, and it said impatiently, "No matter what your last name is, this acceptance letter is yours." The griffin raised a claw and handed a sealed parchment scroll to Chris, urging him on. "Hurry up and finish reading it, then decide whether you want to come with me. I haven't seen my lovely daughter for half a month. My God, she's only a month old and she can't even see her father. Do you know how cruel that is? I'll only give you 5 minutes. No, 1 minute to think it over." Chris was stunned for a moment. Although he couldn't understand what was happening, he carefully took the parchment and began to read it. "Hello, Mr. Chris Rodney. Congratulations. You have been accepted into the Extraordinary Academy. If you wish, please tell the messenger, and it will take you to the Extraordinary Academy to begin a legendary journey." The admission notice, though only a few lines long, exudes a grand and imposing aura. Chris quickly finished reading, a strange light appearing in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately asked, "Can we leave now, in less than a minute?" The griffin snorted, stretched out its huge claws and grabbed Chris, then casually tossed him onto its back, saying, "Hold on tight." Chris hurriedly reached out and grabbed the feathers on the griffin's back, then glanced in the direction of Earl Rodney. Seeing that the other party was indifferent and kept staring at the griffin without even glancing at him, his expression also returned to indifference. "I'm ready. Let's go." The griffin slowly flapped its huge wings and then carried Chris into the sky. After the griffin soared into the sky, it moved at an incredible speed and disappeared from Lord Rodney's mansion in the blink of an eye. Earl Rodney watched Chris being led away, a shadow unconsciously appearing in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. This phenomenon of griffins descending from the sky occurred not only in the human and orc territories of the continent of Yani, but also simultaneously in the dwarf territories of the continent of Ice and Snow and the elven territories of the continent of Alvin. Every race reacted strongly to these ferocious beasts, but the goblins and trolls reacted the most, because they wanted to kill and eat the griffins. At this moment, The griffin was comparable to a third-tier powerhouse. The trolls and goblins had brought this upon themselves, and as a result, they died a gruesome death. In the end, all the griffins simply assumed that these two ugly races had chosen to give up, and without even sending them a notification, they turned around and flew back to the Extraordinary Academy. So when all the griffins that had flown out returned, they only brought back 101 students, 1/3 of the original number. Although Chen Luo was somewhat surprised, he didn't take it seriously, since he had expected from the beginning that not many people would come. However, when he didn't see a single goblin or troll, Chen Luo felt something was off. He didn't ask the griffin that went to pick them up. He simply retraced the process and understood what was going on. Chen Luo chuckled. These goblins and trolls were quite a handful, and he had no intention of sending any more griffins over. This may be their fate. At this moment, all the griffins landed on the open space in the middle of the Extraordinary Academy. Except for the 7 magnificent griffins that flew up to the 7 towers, the rest flew to the new habitat that Chen Luo had assigned to them. Among the 101 students were both men and women, mostly between the ages of 15 and 18. 1/3 were humans, another third were orcs, and the last third were elves and dwarves. As soon as they disembarked, they marked out a spot according to their respective groups. Humans and orcs have been mortal enemies for thousands of years. Upon seeing each other for the first time, they naturally huddled together and adopted a cautious defensive posture. The elves and dwarves were seeing these two races for the first time, and seeing their nervous expressions, they looked over with curiosity. While humans and orcs were wary of each other, they were also observing dwarves and elves. The dwarves all had long beards, and their short, stocky appearance looked somewhat comical, but the elves' appearance stunned all the humans and orcs. Their exquisite, flawless faces, soft, pointed ears, and silver hair flowing smoothly over their shoulders, along with their angelic appearance and flawless white skin, made others feel somewhat ashamed of themselves. The elf seemed to radiate a dazzling light, causing everyone to momentarily lose their senses and find it hard to believe that such a beautiful creature existed in the world. After a long while, they finally looked away from the elf's beautiful face and began to examine their surroundings. Looking at the magnificent Extraordinary Academy, they all showed amazement, clearly shocked by the massive complex. Just then, a voice rang out, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Welcome, new students of the Extraordinary Academy. My name is Lofus, and I am the dean of this Extraordinary Academy, as well as your mentor from now on. The students present were all stunned, because they only heard the voice but did not see Chen Luo's figure. Moreover, the sound was very peculiar. Elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs could all clearly understand its meaning, as if it were the language of their own race. Soon, the elves with the talent of eagle eyes were the first to notice something, and they all looked up at the sky. Seeing the elves' reaction, the people of the other 3 races couldn't help but look over as well. Upon seeing this, they were all stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. A man dressed in a white robe with long black hair was walking down from the sky. Although there was nothing in the void, as he walked down, it was as if an invisible staircase appeared, allowing him to descend step by step. My God! He can fly! Is he a god? Wow, how did he do that? That's amazing! The students from all 4 races exclaimed in surprise. Extraordinary powers in this world have not yet been fully revealed. Apart from birds and flying magical beasts, no human or other race has ever been able to fly into the sky, so they were all extremely shocked. Do you think flying is a remarkable ability? Chen Luo slowly stepped onto the ground. Looking at the group of students who were marveling at the scene, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "Of course, Instructor Lofus isn't flying the realm of the gods," an elven girl said, raising her hand. Chen Luo laughed. "Then I'll teach you your first lesson. Flying isn't as difficult as you imagine, nor is it the domain of gods. It only requires a little magic." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and all the students present suddenly felt their bodies fly upwards uncontrollably. Everyone gasped in surprise and began to dance and gesticulate wildly in the air. "Take a deep breath, calm down, and maintain your balance." Chen Luo's voice rang in everyone's ears. His voice seemed to have a magical power, inexplicably easing the panic in people's hearts. They began to adjust their posture in mid-air one by one, and quickly regained their balance. Chen Luo also took to the air, flying in front of the more than 100 students, and then continued flying forward. Flying only requires mastering wind attribute magic, which allows you to control elemental power and give you the ability to fly. The Hunyuan trainees were astonished to find that as Chen Luo flew forward, their bodies uncontrollably followed him. As they flew further and further, the trainees' initial shock turned into amazement. Although they had experienced the feeling of flying on the griffins that had come before, it was nothing compared to the intuitive feeling of flying themselves. Soon, they realized they had arrived at an extraordinary place. Most of those who agreed to follow the griffin were dissatisfied with the status quo and wanted to change it, like Chris. He was now staring intently at Chen Luo flying ahead, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. He knew that his life might undergo earth-shattering changes, and all of this was clearly due to the mysterious man ahead. These students came from diverse backgrounds, including aristocratic illegitimate sons like Chris, the daughters of artists, ordinary commoners, and even slaves of the orc race. The races with similar social status are elves and dwarves. They are both long-lived races with relatively small populations. Although they have some social class divisions, they are not as rigidly hierarchical as humans and orcs. Chen Luo led the students on a tour of the entire extraordinary academy from the air, gave a general introduction to the functional areas, and then continued to show them around the island. After Chen Luo's transformation, the island has become a picturesque place, comparable to the forests of the elves. It is filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, green mountains and clear waters, a veritable paradise on earth. The elves were fine, since their homes were similar to this place. But the dwarf, orc, and human students were seeing such a beautiful place for the first time, and they were all mesmerized, feeling as if they had arrived in paradise. Now that you've seen the environment where you'll be living, let's see what you'll be facing after graduation. Chen Luo led all the students towards the endless sea. As they got closer to the extraordinary academy, a huge head suddenly emerged from the sea and opened its blood-red maw to bite the students in the sky. All the trainees were stunned, their bodies frozen in midair, unsure of how to react. Fortunately, the monster's gaping maw only reached below their feet, just short of biting them. Even so, it still terrified the more than 100 trainees. The contrast is too great. 1 second it's paradise, and the next second you encounter such a huge and terrifying monster. The monster missed its attack and fell back into the sea, but then a huge tail burst through the water, creating a massive wave that crashed down on the group in the sky. The tail was at least 30 or 40 meters long and thick, with silver scales that shimmered almost blindingly in the sunlight. As the tail hurtled towards them with a loud whooshing sound, many of the more timid girls screamed. They instinctively tried to run away, but found that their bodies were completely out of their control in the air. At this moment, Chen Luo waved his hand, and everyone quickly rose nearly 10 meters into the air, dodging the extremely fierce attack. The surging seawater shot skyward, soaking everyone except Chen Luo. As the trainees wiped the seawater off their faces, they suddenly felt their bodies stiffen, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying creature. They couldn't help but look down into the sea, and there before them appeared a gigantic head covered in silver scales, a head that was at least 10 times larger than that of a strong orc. Its fangs and sharp teeth, along with its pair of vertical pupils that revealed ruthlessness and a devouring desire, stared intently at everyone in the sky. The next moment, the sea monster opened its mouth and spewed out dozens of wind blades, which surged towards them madly. Each of these wind blades was about 2 or 3 meters long, and the sound of them tearing through the air was like the hissing of a chainsaw. Even a fool would know what would happen if he were hit by these wind blades. Chen Luo kept an eye on the reactions of these 100+ people. Faced with the sky full of wind blades, their reactions were all similar, their faces filled with fear, apprehension, and helplessness. They were just teenagers, and had never experienced anything so terrible, so their fear was understandable. However, 4 of them were surprisingly calm, which made Chen Luo look at them with new respect. These 4 people happened to come from 4 different races: Chris from the human race, Vit from the dwarf race, Irelia from the elf race, and Gorn from the orc race. Chen Luo observed them secretly for a while and found that their heartbeats and expressions only fluctuated slightly, without any significant emotional fluctuations. Especially Chris, the ragged, wounded human boy, whose gaze never left Chen Luo, making Chen Luo seem like his first love. After observing for a moment, Chen Luo casually waved his hand, and the wind blade swirled back, instantly slicing the monster, which hadn't even had time to react, into countless pieces. Crimson blood instantly stained the sea red. Just as the students breathed a sigh of relief and marveled at Chen Luo's power, the sea seemed to boil over as more than a dozen, even larger magical beasts surged forward and began to devour the flesh and blood of the slain magical beast. In just a few minutes, the monster was completely devoured, leaving not even a bone behind. The trainees felt their scalps tingle and their mouths go dry. They desperately wanted to leave this dangerous place. Although most of them lived at the bottom of society, they led relatively peaceful and stable lives. They had never seen such a terrifying magical beast before, which was completely different from what they had imagined before coming to the academy. Chen Luo was still silently observing the reactions of the 4 people. Although their expressions were not very pleasant, they still maintained a calm demeanor. Chen Luo silently memorized the names of the 4 people, then smiled faintly and said, "You should have noticed by now that there are not only many powerful magical beasts here, but also all around the island where the Extraordinary Academy is located." After the trainees had processed the news, he continued, "Does anyone remember what I just said?" Chris's eyes flashed, and he suddenly asked, "Professor Lofus, when you mentioned the situation we'll face after graduation, were you referring to these magical beasts?" As Chris spoke, Chen Luo automatically converted his words into a mental frequency, ensuring that all the students of all races present could understand him. The human students were all right, since they were hearing the human language. However, the students from the other 3 races were all stunned, not understanding how they could suddenly understand the human language. However, compared to the terrifying monsters they saw before them, suddenly hearing the human language didn't seem so strange anymore. Chen Luo laughed. "That's right, these magical beasts are what you will face when you graduate. After graduation, no griffins will escort you back. Instead, you will have to rely on your own abilities to return to your respective kingdoms. Only if you leave alive will I acknowledge you as students of the Extraordinary Academy." If you die, no one in this world will remember you. All the trainees, including Chris, had a change in expression. Although they were seeing these magical beasts for the first time, their enormous size, ferocious appearance, and ability to unleash magic made them impossible for ordinary people to deal with. Even a second-tier expert might not be a match for them. Moreover, since they arrived by griffin, they naturally knew how far it was from here to their own country. Even a magical beast like a griffin, which has the ability to ride the wind, took a full week to fly there, and it had to stop and rest on a small island before finally reaching the island where the Extraordinary Academy is located. Based on this situation, after graduation, they will first need to possess the flying ability of a griffin, and secondly, they will need to have the strength to deal with magical beasts on their own. Keep in mind that this is less than a kilometer from the island. If we continue forward, how many powerful sea monsters will there be? This means, if you can't defeat these monsters by graduation, you'll be stuck on this island for the rest of your life. All the trainees realized this, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. Chen Luo naturally noticed this, and immediately waved his hand, flying towards the Extraordinary Academy. When they returned to the central plaza of the Extraordinary Academy, Chen Luo said calmly, "Then I believe you are now clear about your situation. You only have 10 years. After 10 years, regardless of whether you have the strength to face those magical beasts, you will be forcibly expelled from this island." Seeing that the students' expressions were beginning to calm down, Chen Luo smiled and said, "Of course, if you feel you are ready to graduate, you can leave early. It all depends on your abilities. Now, everyone go to the lobby on the first floor of the first academy. Your names are on the table there, and your study materials are also placed on the table." Chen Luo paused for a moment and then continued, "The textbooks are written in the common language of the mainland. If you don't understand the common language, you can ask the griffins for help. As for whether they can teach you, that depends on your own abilities. Oh, right. The learning materials I sent you include basic meditation methods for mages, as well as methods for cultivating magic power and analysis of mental power, and methods for physical training and cultivation system knowledge for warriors. These are all introductory cultivation methods for you. After you learn the common language, you will practice it on your own. The canteen will be open for half an hour each morning, noon, and evening. No food will be provided after that time. Finally, a word of caution. Those who fail to enter the academy within 2 months will be expelled directly from the Extraordinary Academy. No griffins will escort you back. You'll be left to fend for yourself on the island." As Chen Luo finished speaking, his figure slowly floated up and flew towards a tall tower. "Well then, see you in 2 months. After Chen Luo left, all the trainees were in an uproar, and most of them had unease written all over their faces. The pressure was immense. First, they had to learn a language within 2 months, and then complete the introductory training during that time. If they failed, they would be ruthlessly expelled from the Extraordinary Academy. It was as if they were being forced to learn by the threat of death. Chris reacted differently from most people. His eyes gleamed with a strange light, and he took the lead in running towards the direction of the first academy. Vitter, Irelia, and Gozen quickly realized what was happening and immediately followed suit. 2 months is neither a long nor a short time. However, none of them had ever been exposed to supernatural powers before, and they had no idea how difficult it was to get started, so they had to make the most of every second. The remaining people, seeing this, suddenly realized that instead of anxiously worrying about their fate, they should fight back with all their might. Having witnessed Chen Luo's miraculous power, it would be self-deception for them not to yearn for it. So whether it's for survival or for superhuman power, they need to hurry. All the students rushed to the lobby on the first floor of the first academy, which was like a small theater, spacious and comfortable, surrounding the podium. In front of the podium were rows of seats, each with a wooden plaque bearing the name of the person in question, written in the script of their respective ethnic group. For example, Chris's name is written in human script, which is not recognized by people of other races. Moreover, the name is different, so even fellow human students will not take the wrong one. Soon, everyone received their own set of study materials. When they eagerly opened it, they found that the contents were indeed written in a script they did not recognize, just as Chen Luo had said. So all the students rushed out again, clutching their books, to find the griffins on the 7 towers. Chen Luo watched the busy students from a tall tower in the middle and couldn't help but laugh. The common language in mainland China isn't difficult. With a little effort, you can learn it within a month. As for the initial training, Chen Luo wasn't worried. These people's talents had all been screened by him, and if they couldn't get started within 2 months, they wouldn't be able to receive an acceptance letter. Therefore, Chen Luo chose to use high-pressure methods to force them to grow. If they still haven't mastered the basics after 2 months, then it's only because they haven't tried hard enough. In that case, Chen Luo will keep his word and expel these people from the extraordinary academy, and their lives and deaths will be none of his concern. However, Chen Luo paid special attention to the progress of the 4 teenagers. Chris was clever. Instead of going to the griffins in the tower, he left the extraordinary academy and went to the new griffin colony on the island, where he found the griffin that had brought him there, Macmillan. The two, one human and one beast, had spent half a month together on their journey and had developed a certain relationship, so Chris quickly reached a deal with Macmillan. Chris is responsible for taking care of Macmillan's son and daughter, including feeding them, playing with them, and cleaning their nest. After the baby griffin fell asleep at night, Macmillan taught Chris the common language of the continent. Chris had been doing hard labor at Lord Rodney's mansion and was bullied every day, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. Chris suffered bullying since childhood and has an insatiable thirst for knowledge and power. He keenly realized that the Academy of Extraordinary Talents was the only chance to change his destiny, so he studied with Macmillan with an almost insatiable thirst for knowledge. Aside from eating and sleeping, Chris spent almost all his time memorizing and studying the grammar and characters of the common language of the continent. Later, in order to save time, he only slept 3 hours a day and spent the rest of his time learning languages with Macmillan. With such intense study, Chris was able to recognize all the characters in Introduction to Meditation in just 1 week. In contrast to Chris, the elf girl Irelia is much simpler. While the appearance of elves may be attractive to other races, magical beasts like griffins naturally wouldn't find it appealing. However, the elves' love of nature and their innocent charm easily won Irelia the friendship of a griffin, who even agreed to teach the common language of the other elven continents together. Wit, true to his dwarven nature, honestly and straightforwardly approached a griffin and asked to learn common tongue, promising to remember its kindness and do his best to fulfill any request the griffin might make in the future. However, his way of speaking was direct and without any preamble, which made it feel almost like a command, leading the griffin, who was unfamiliar with the dwarf's character, to think that this guy had come to provoke them. The griffin was also quite a character. It casually said that it would teach Vit the continental language if he jumped off the cliff outside the Extraordinary Academy. As a result, Wit actually turned around, left the Extraordinary Academy, ran to the edge of the cliff, and jumped. Fortunately, the griffin reacted quickly and swooped down to catch him. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death or swallowed by the monsters in the sea. The griffin was convinced and immediately began teaching the Viter continent language as previously agreed. As for Gozen, he got a great deal because he was a lion man. Although lion men and griffins are two different species, they share certain genes and have a natural affinity. So, on the way to pick up Gozen, the two became very close partners. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Everyone has their own destiny. Let's see how these four will grow up to be. It's already at tier 3. Chen Luo suddenly let out a soft from the top of the tower, his tone filled with surprise and a strong sense of joy. Analyzing the Alexander gene. Analyzing. Human race, a primary life form, has not yet evolved to the peak of this race, has unlocked the third-order gene lock, and can currently produce 1% divine genes. Evaluation. Ordinary. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Sure enough, he had not raised Alexander in vain. In just a few hundred years, which is only a few days in the real world, Alexander had already unlocked the third-order gene lock. If a few more Alexanders like him were born, he would be able to unlock the first-order genetic lock in reality. Chen Luo looked down at the students from various races below, his eyes immediately burning with fervor, just like an old farmer seeing leeks ready to be harvested. Aside from humans, he has not yet fused with the genes of the other 3 races. Once they advance in rank, they will provide him with a large amount of divine genes. The 101 students in the Extraordinary Academy felt a chill run down their spines for no apparent reason, as if they were being targeted by something ominous, but the feeling came and went quickly. They thought they were hallucinating and quickly focused on learning the language and getting started with basic training. With a thought, Chen Luo restored the time flow of the Western fantasy world to normal before returning to reality. He cannot fuse genes in the Western fantasy world because he is a god there. No matter how many genes he fuses, they will only be overwritten and will not help him in reality. Fusion genes. This fusion was much less painful than the previous ones. Chen Luo knew that the body modification had already been completed at the beginning. The current divine genes were only enhancing the body's qualities. Unless another qualitative change occurred, the process would not be as painful as before. As a strong feeling of hunger struck, he immediately picked up the hotel phone and called room service, ordering enough food for 7 or 8 people. While waiting for his meal, Chen Luo stretched out his right palm, and a sword beam twice as long as before immediately appeared in his hand. He stared at the sword light and used his mental power to control it as it slowly flew out, swirling around the room. After experimenting for a while and feeling that he could control it freely, Chen Luo recalled the sword light to his hand. Then, countless fine blue lightning bolts exploded, gradually enveloping the white sword light. The blue and white light instantly illuminated half the room, creating an extremely mystical effect. Although Chen Luo had drawn the curtains, the light was so intense that people outside the hotel looked over in surprise. However, the blue-white light came and went quickly, and then the room returned to calm, making those who saw it think they were hallucinating. When the hotel waiter pushed the food cart over, he saw that there was only one person. His expression was a little strange, but he didn't ask any questions. He just politely put down the food and left. Chen Luo devoured all the food in front of him like a whirlwind, took out the book Genesis, turned to the page about the Western fantasy world, and summoned the Hunyuan brush to write the 2 words. Divine Kingdom on the crease. The next moment, Chen Luo felt as if he had lost 2 years of his life. He sighed, feeling a pang of regret, but the place couldn't be left unbuilt. The Western fantasy world has already established a ranking system and a cultivation system. Sooner or later, gods will appear. It's impossible for someone to become a god and then still be playing with mortals in the mortal realm. This would not only diminish the dignity of the gods, but also severely disrupt the balance of the world. Therefore, a place that can accommodate the gods must be created, and this divine kingdom is the place that Chen Luo prepared for the gods in the future. With a thought, Chen Luo appeared in the vast universe of the Western fantasy world, where a white halo appeared on the plain wall of the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo floated into the white halo and began to examine this newly born divine kingdom. The bright sunshine spilled into the divine realm, its soft and warm light feeling cozy on people, making them feel lazy and wanting nothing more than to find a place to take a good nap. Amidst layers of white clouds, a colossal temple complex suspended in the sky appeared, its silhouette faintly visible. Centered around a towering temple nearly 500 meters high, the buildings radiate outwards, forming a magnificent and imposing architectural complex. What's even more astonishing is that the temple radiates a holy light, attracting anyone who sees it at first glance. The temple complex is the only architectural marvel in this world, and its absolute core. Chen Luo moved and appeared in front of the floating temple. With his normal human body, he appeared extremely small in front of the towering temple, as if the difference between an ant and a human was enormous. Chen Luo was somewhat unaccustomed to this feeling. With a thought, he instantly transformed into a giant 100 meters tall. When he sensed that the temple had grown to about the same size as a normal temple in a Western fantasy world, he immediately stepped inside. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge fountain plaza, where the spring water, exuding a strong sense of life, rushes to the top and then falls into the pool below. Surrounding the gushing water are 4 colossal sculptures, each over 100 meters tall. These sculptures depict an angel with 6 pairs of wings, an orc wielding a battle axe, an elf holding a staff, and a dwarf holding a storm hammer. If you look closely, the dwarf's image is actually that of Chen Luo, the dwarf god Aoli, and the angel is that of Chen Luo, the angel of judgment Lophis. Chen Luo glanced at it, then continued walking along the smooth, mirror-like marble floor toward the main temple ahead. Chen Luo climbed the steps, passed through the heavy golden gate, and entered the main temple, a tall hall whose top could not be seen. Golden stone slabs were laid on the ground, and gemstones were inlaid in the dome, emitting a soft, colorful light. Beautiful murals and sacred symbols could be seen on the walls of the hall. At the very center of this temple are 5 magnificent thrones, one of which sits atop a high platform, while the other 4 surround it, forming a semicircle. Each of these divine thrones was tens of meters tall, just enough to accommodate Chen Luo's current height of 100 meters. Chen Luo stepped onto the high platform, turned around, and sat down on the throne. The divine kingdom is a virtual material world built on the foundation of divine fire. It is a spiritual world, yet it transcends the realm of material things that exist within the spiritual world. Originally, the formless soul can be reborn into a physical body in the kingdom of God. Therefore, the gods can guide the souls of devout believers after death to the kingdom of God, allowing them to truly ascend to eternal bliss. The divine kingdom is also part of the rules of the Western fantasy world. Once a god gathers the power of faith, ignites the divine fire, and condenses the divine spark, they can break through the plane barrier and enter the divine kingdom. The statues outside the main temple will naturally disappear. Chen Luo glanced at the empty temple and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed a bit too desolate. These remaining 4 positions are the thrones he left for the gods to be born in the future for humans, orcs, dwarves, and elves. Of course, each race may give birth to more than one god, or there may be gods from other races. Chen Luo will add god positions as appropriate. After the divine kingdom was completed, Chen Luo disappeared again and returned to the extraordinary academy, where he began to pay attention to the growth of the students he had raised. Now that the 2-month period had ended, Chen Luo quickly reviewed the students' learning progress over this period. During Chen Luo's absence, all the students learned the common language of the mainland through various methods and began to study the basics of cultivation. Students with high talent, like Chris, had already mastered the basics and started learning other foundational courses in the library. Among them, the most talented are the elves. Their racial talents include natural affinity and elemental affinity, which allow them to easily enter a meditative state and sense various elements. Irelia, in particular, completed the basics of meditation on the same day. She fully learned the common language of the continent, awakened her spiritual power, and sensed the wind element, leaving the other races utterly astonished. But after that, Irelia stopped spending time cultivating and instead leisurely wandered around the extraordinary academy, even going sightseeing outside the academy. Chen Luo wasn't surprised. That's just the nature of the elves. They have long lifespans and enough patience to do anything perfectly. If Chen Luo hadn't set a time limit at the beginning, the elves would probably have spent decades slowly learning the common language of the continent, reaching a level similar to their native language, and then leisurely practicing meditation. It's okay if you can't get the hang of it yet. There's plenty of time, and you'll gradually improve. Irelia completed the beginner training in just 1 month, and her meditation was several times more effective than that of ordinary people, so she didn't need to put much effort into it since she had plenty of time. Next up was Chris, who learned Common Tongue within a week, but it took him a full 2 weeks to get the hang of meditation. Compared to Irelia's languidness, Chris can only be described as insane. For Chris, who desperately craved knowledge and power, the extraordinary academy was simply paradise. Upon seeing the vast collection of books in the magic tower, he excitedly plunged in and began to absorb knowledge with great eagerness. As Chris read more and more books, he discovered more and more of the wonder and vastness of the magical world. The fundamentals of magic alone are subdivided into disciplines such as magical philosophy, mathematics, mental power analysis, dimensional worlds, material science, spatial geometry, and life analysis. Moreover, as one's knowledge deepens, these disciplines become even more specialized, and the learning process can span an entire magical career. Chris felt that even if he became a first-tier or even second-tier mage and had a lifespan of 200 years, he might not be able to fully master the basic magic courses on the first floor of the magic tower. Another month passed quietly. Chris spent almost every day studying various theoretical knowledge, and he began to use meditation to replace sleep. He even ate only 1 meal a day, morning and evening, and had his close relatives bring the food to him at the magic tower. Chris practically lived in the magic tower, and gradually he started to smell bad without even realizing it. His manic state made Chris's name known to people of all races, including humans and the other 3 races. From then on, he had another nickname, Magic Madman. But the more Chris learned, the more confused he became, because much of the content seemed contradictory to him. Amidst the massive, chaotic, and complex information, Chris felt like his brain was about to explode. He desperately wanted to see his mentor, Lofus, to resolve his doubts. During this period, Chen Luo spent most of his time in the Divine Kingdom, gradually perfecting its rules and layout, and was not at the Extraordinary Academy at all. But Chris didn't know that Chen Luo had always lived in the Magic Tower in the very center. Whenever Chris went to the central tower to look for Chen Luo, filled with all sorts of questions, he discovered even more amazing things. Every time Chris entered the first floor of the magic tower, he would find himself back at the entrance after taking only a few steps. After trying several times with the same result, Chris realized that it was a magic circle he had seen in his basic magic class. Chris was increasingly eager to see Chen Luo. Although the magic circle blocked his view, it didn't stop him from shouting Chen Luo's name loudly from below the tower. The dwarf and the lion man Gorn were chosen as warriors by Chen Luo. They were not the only ones. Most of the other dwarves and orcs could only choose to be warriors, and only a handful of those with the talent of awakened spiritual power could be mages. There's nothing that can be done about it. Dwarves and orcs are born warriors. Although some can awaken their spiritual power and cultivate magic, it's far less efficient than being a warrior. After learning the common language of the continent, Hunyuan Pen began to study the elementary body tempering manual left behind by Chen Luo, which recorded the basic methods of tempering the physical body. The so-called body tempering is to continuously refine one's physical body, gradually strengthening it, and eventually, from the outside in, when the muscles, bones, and marrow in the body are strengthened to a certain level, the seed of battle, Kai, will be generated. The effects of the elementary body tempering technique are not very significant. At most, it can improve physical fitness and physique by about 20%. However, this effect, when applied to dwarves and orcs, who are already physically very strong, results in a qualitative leap. Hunyuan Pen already possessed extremely high talent, and with the added racial bonus, they completed the introductory training of the body tempering technique in just 3 weeks. The other dwarves and orcs weren't much worse off. The latest they arrived was within a month and a half. Seeing that everyone had completed the entrance test within 2 months, Chen Luo immediately issued a statement. All students must assemble in the lobby on the first floor of the first academy within 5 minutes to prepare for your second class. Anyone who is late will be expelled from the extraordinary academy. Chen Luo's voice rang in everyone's ears, even waking up those who were sleeping. Hearing Chen Luo's words, everyone was startled. They hadn't expected the academy's rules to be so strict, with even being late resulting in expulsion. The students dared not slack off. Some had just woken up and hadn't even had time to wash up. They rushed towards the first academy wearing only their pajamas and slippers. In less than 5 minutes, all Hunyuan trainees had arrived, and not a single person was late. Chen Luo appeared on the stage, scanned all the students, and found that 2 months had passed, and everyone's mental state had improved to varying degrees. Moreover, the students looked at them with longing in their eyes. After experiencing the introductory training, they became increasingly aware of how terrifying the extraordinary academy was. The books inside those 2 magic towers alone are something that no race or nation in the world could possess. Therefore, they not only had a strong desire for power, but also had countless speculations about Chen Luo's identity. Gods? But why would gods accept mortals as students? And what is the significance of that? A reclusive sage? Since they've already chosen to live in seclusion, why bother recruiting students all over the world? They discussed it countless times in private, but they still couldn't guess what Chen Luo's background was, and in the end they could only conclude that he was a mysterious figure. After all, the Western fantasy world is too vast. Humans and orcs haven't even fully explored their own continent, Yani. If they hadn't come to the Extraordinary Academy, they wouldn't even know about the existence of dwarves and elves. Furthermore, through their interactions with the griffins, they learned about intelligent races such as trolls and goblins. The world is vast and full of wonders. Since they couldn't guess, They might as well ask Chen Luo himself, so most of the people present wanted to ask this question. Chen Luo stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he said, "Good, everyone has completed the entrance test. Now, let's begin our first formal lesson." I see a thirst for power in your eyes, so for our first lesson, we'll talk about what power is. Let me ask you a question first. Who possesses the greatest power in this world? The students below looked at each other in confusion, and soon Irelia raised her hand and said, "Instructor Lofus, I think it is a god," Chen Luo laughed. So, the second question is, where did the gods come from? The trainees were stunned, unsure how to answer, or perhaps too afraid to answer. Since their birth, elves, orcs, and humans have been associated with legends of a creator god, while dwarves are required to worship the storm god, Auli. From a young age, each of them was taught that the world is ruled by gods who are all-knowing and all-powerful, and that they should revere the gods. No one has ever thought about the question of where gods come from, because for mortals, having such a thought in their minds is blasphemy against the gods. Seeing the deathly silence in the hall, with no one speaking, Chen Luo shook his head and said, "I am very disappointed. In your understanding, gods are the most powerful, but you dare not think about why gods are so powerful. So even if you obtain power from me, you will only be subordinate to the gods and will never be able to surpass them." Chen Luo's words were like a bomb dropped into the hall, leaving everyone's minds buzzing and speechless with their mouths agape. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. Chen Luo's meaning was clear. They could obtain power beyond that of the gods from him. Is this person in front of me a madman? Or a demon? How dare you utter such treasonous words? While everyone stared in stunned disbelief, Wit stood up angrily and shouted, "Mentor Lofus, while I acknowledge your strength, I do not agree with your statement. You blaspheming the gods." Mentor Lofus, I don't agree with your statement either. I don't agree either. Seeing the students getting excited, Chen Luo laughed. You don't agree? Since you have such a firm belief in God, why doesn't anyone dare to answer me where the gods came from? The students below the stage fell silent instantly. The question seemed like a dead end. If the gods are omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipotent, then who created them? Since you can't answer that, then I'll tell you how the gods came to be. Chen Luo stretched out his right hand and waved it gently. Everyone felt like they were flying, but strangely, they were still sitting on their stools and hadn't moved. Soon, someone noticed the problem. They were indeed sitting in their original positions, but the entire hall was constantly flying upwards. In the blink of an eye, the extraordinary academy was right beneath their feet and began to shrink rapidly. Finally, the huge island also shrank continuously until the entire endless sea, and even the whole world, shrank rapidly before their eyes, and then they found themselves in a pitch-black void. There was nothing here but endless darkness and deathly silence. The only source of light was a blazing fireball in the distance. Everyone was shocked. They looked around and found that apart from their classmates and the tables and chairs in front of them, there was nothing else. That's our world. That's the sun. Sun! The students gasped in unison, looking down at the Western fantasy world and the distant sun. What you see now is the planet you live on. All living beings are prisoners of this world, including gods and me. Chen Luo's words once again left all the students speechless for a long time. They actually lived on a giant sphere, and even the gods were bound to this world. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and other emotions surfaced in the minds of all the trainees, who found it hard to accept this fact. But they saw the whole process of flying here clearly, and it didn't seem fake at all. When Chen Luo was explaining things to them, He was also sorting out his thoughts over this period of time. He didn't know what might threaten his life in the next 3 years, but Chen Luo had already decided on his direction. No matter what the threat, as long as one is strong enough, one can be fearless of any threat. Therefore, Chen Luo began to think about ways to become stronger. Although he was invincible in the Western fantasy world, if he could only stay here for the rest of his life, he would eventually get bored. He did not want to be bound to this world. Chen Luo also has countless questions in his mind. He wants to know what lies beyond the universe, whether the Western fantasy world and Earth are in the same universe, or even the same dimension. The universe is so vast. Even if he is invincible in a Western fantasy world, on Earth he is only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. He is afraid of bullets, can get hurt, and of course, can die. Rather than staying in a Western fantasy world as a god, Chen Luo would rather explore this vast and boundless universe and find out where the end of evolution really is. He wanted to know exactly where his future self had gotten, that he was able to send the Hunyuan brush from the future into his present. Besides training these students and harvesting divine genes in the future, another reason Chen Luo established the Extraordinary Academy was to gather the wisdom of the world's most talented people and jointly open up a new path of evolution. Therefore, Chen Luo now wants to broaden their horizons and let them know that the universe is vast. Now you should understand that the gods are nothing more than prisoners of the world who are stronger than you. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and everyone's vision blurred, and they were back in the bright and sunny hall. Everyone was still in shock and processing the information they had just received. Clearly, no one had expected the truth of the world to be like this. Master Lofus, are you a god? After a brief silence, Gozan suddenly raised his hand and asked in a trembling voice. Chen Luo smiled and said, I am not a god, I am just an explorer of this world. But the power you've displayed should only be possible for a god, right? Before Chen Luo could answer, Chris suddenly spoke up. The power that Instructor Lofus used just now was not divine power. If I'm not mistaken, it was a very powerful mental magic that caused illusions in our minds. And we were in the hall the whole time, without moving an inch. Chen Luo couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh, nodding at Chris and saying, You're quite good. You were able to deduce the truth of the matter with just a little knowledge in your mind. The entire audience erupted in an uproar. They hadn't realized it was an illusion, which meant they had only seen what Chen Luo wanted them to see. So, what you just showed us was real? Chen Luo smiled faintly. Whether it's true or false, it's up to you to explore. Starting from your own perspective, you can only see a small part of what's in front of you, which means your achievements are limited. I have shown you the truth of the world and told you what the highest point looks like. How you walk the path after that is up to you. Every student in the audience looked thoughtful. The knowledge they had received today was so impactful, it was like a spiritual baptism that it would take them a long time to process. Just then, Chris raised his hand again. Mentor Lofus, please tell us what power really is. Chen Luo nodded slightly. Then let me give you an example. Many of you have awakened your spiritual powers through meditation. Spiritual power is a type of power. Through spiritual power, you can cultivate magic power and control elements to use magic. Above magic lies the power of laws. For example, if you use fire magic and encounter someone who can control the laws of fire, your fire magic will have extremely limited effect on them, and they might even exploit it. Therefore, the ultimate goal of all power is to master the power of laws. However, the power of laws is extremely strong, and mortal bodies cannot withstand it. One must transform one's body into a demigod. Through the divine body, One gathers the power of faith, ignites the divine fire, solidifies the divine position, invokes the descent of divinity, and ultimately ascends to the divine kingdom. Everyone present was jolted awake, feeling a chill run from their feet, all the way to their brains, their bodies so cold they couldn't move, trembling and not knowing what to do. What did they hear? What Chen Luo said was the method to become a god. But Chen Luo clearly said that he was not a god, so how did he know the method to become a god? All the trainees present felt their mouths go dry and stood there dumbfounded for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Chen Luo stopped there, knowing that the impact today had been too great for the students, and that even if he continued lecturing, none of them would be able to concentrate. That concludes today's lesson. We will begin a new lesson here at the same time tomorrow. After finishing his sentence, Chen Luo ignored the students' reactions and immediately flew outside. Chen Luo could have easily used teleportation, but since he said he wasn't a god, he had to demonstrate the strength befitting someone who wasn't a god. All the trainees still looked terrified. Chen Luo's words kept echoing in their minds, refusing to leave. They can actually become gods? It turns out that Chen Luo's initial statement about surpassing the gods was not arrogance, but rather that he genuinely had a method. This completely overturned the education they received from childhood. Chen Luo flew to the top of the tower and then disappeared from the Western fantasy world. He was about to start preparing the map for the public beta of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This map is simpler than the Marvel Universe. It's just an island, and it'll probably only take him 3 to 5 days of his lifespan at most. Chen Luo returned to reality, took out the Hunyuan brush, and wrote the words PUBG map on the crease. Soon, Chen Luo sensed that a new secondary plane had been created on the plane wall. With a thought, Chen Luo generated 10,000 identical island maps within that secondary plane. 10,000 island maps can support 100 million players simultaneously. Even if that's not enough, players can just queue up. Chen Luo used PUBG to eliminate most of the players. During the closed beta, with only 10,000 players, they caused trouble everywhere, keeping him extremely busy. If people are allowed in without any restrictions, they will definitely ruin the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo had seen a trending topic before. All VR devices were sold out, and this wasn't just in China, but globally. Today, the entire VR device industry chain, from manufacturers to distributors, is extremely grateful to the mysterious Second Life game company. If they could find out where the company is located, they would probably be sending a group of people to deliver banners to them. Now, there are even queues to pre-order VR devices, with the longest wait being 10 days to half a month. All of this stems from Chen Luo's announcement of the public beta. Chen Luo doesn't need any other data to support his judgment. Just from this, he knows that the number of users during the public beta test will not be less than 100 million. After the vampire rampage of the Second Epic War, the total human population was only about 20 million. It took more than 200 years of development to barely break 200 million. Chen Luo could already imagine the consequences of hundreds of millions of players flooding in. Even if they were all ordinary people when they were born, the sheer number of people would be overwhelming. Moreover, the players are known as the Fourth Calamity, and they think of this as just a game. How could they possibly control themselves and not act recklessly? They might just destroy the world that Chen Luo has worked so hard to build in an instant. Therefore, Chen Luo specifically added a 1-week login restriction after death. Otherwise, their infinite resurrection would have a huge impact on the Western fantasy world. 7 days later, players will have to start over. 7 years will have passed in the Western fantasy world. By the time they readjust, the native population of the Western fantasy world will have grown considerably, at least reaching a balance. Chen Luo originally wanted to continue the closed beta test, but ultimately gave up due to time constraints. Second Life is now incredibly popular, attracting hundreds of millions of players. Those who truly possess creative talent will definitely try creating species in the beginner village first, and only if that doesn't work will they play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. With the screening mechanism of PUBG, at most only 10,000 to 20,000 players can enter, thus keeping the risk within a controllable range. After setting up the map for PUBG, Chen Luo began to construct the species pool. The so-called species pool is actually where players create species on the login screen and then put them into a map. The only difference from before is that players can communicate on this map. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. One person's ideas are ultimately limited. If we can bring these creative players together to exchange ideas, we might be able to spark new ideas and create something even more valuable. Chen Luo first created 3 new continents on the vast ocean of the Northern Hemisphere. Before naming them, he generated a new subplane specifically for use as a species pool. Once valuable beings are born, they will be sent to the 3 newly formed continents, as well as the Roman continent, which has no intelligent species to date. After Chen Luo felt that it was about time, he returned to the Extraordinary Academy in the Western fantasy world. The next morning, Chen Luo appeared in the hall on time. Among you are mages and warriors. After today, you will be divided into 2 classes, and I will teach you the skills of your respective classes. Chen Luo paused here, then asked, "Next, I will teach you something that can be used in both of your professions, potions." This is a discipline that uses various precious materials to concoct magical potions that can modify your skin, muscles, internal organs, and bones. In addition to making your bodies stronger, it can also allow mages to store more magic power and warriors to have enhanced recovery abilities. Now, follow the recipe and method I've written down for the modified potion to the laboratory of the Second Academy to prepare the potion. All the materials are in the laboratory. You are free to use them and experiment until you create the perfect modified potion. You only have 1 day. Anyone who fails to produce the finished product within the time limit will be expelled from the Extraordinary Academy. Furthermore, from now on, if I set a deadline and you fail to complete it according to my requirements, I will not repeat the consequences. You should all understand that. After saying these words, Chen Luo floated away. The students were taken aback at first, but then they quickly realized what was happening. They grabbed their pens and copied down the modified potion formula from the blackboard, and then sprinted towards the Second Academy's laboratory. Chen Luo has written out the steps and the proportions of each material. The experiment also includes a cabinet indicating the storage of the medicinal materials. Anyone who isn't an idiot can make the modified potion by following the recipe. This was actually the first perk Chen Luo gave to these trainees, but he didn't want them to feel too relaxed, so he made them do it themselves. In fact, it took these students only half a day to prepare the modified potion, not a whole day. Chen Luo appeared in the laboratory at this moment. Seeing the excited expressions on the students' faces, he smiled and said, "Then, everyone should take the modified potion they prepared." The trainees were stunned, looking at the potions in their hands with some hesitation, because although they had made them according to the recipe, the potions were all different colors, and not everyone's were the same. This inevitably made them a little uneasy, unsure of who had made the correct version, and worried about potential side effects if they had made the wrong one. Chen Luo said calmly, "If you don't even believe in what you made yourself, how can you believe that you can go further on the path of pursuing power? If you're not even willing to take this little risk, I advise you to get out of the Extraordinary Academy as soon as possible. All the trainees tensed up. This was the first time Chen Luo had spoken in such a stern tone, making their hearts skip a beat. When Chris heard this, he didn't even think twice. He immediately tilted his head back and poured the bright blue liquid from the test tube into his mouth. Seeing his actions, the remaining trainees did not hesitate any longer, gritted their teeth, and began to drink the modified potion in their hands. Soon, everyone drank the modified potion. The next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their abdomen, as if a knife was cutting into them. Everyone clutched their stomachs and squatted down in pain. Some of the girls with less endurance couldn't help but cry out in pain, but the pain only intensified, and some were already curled up on the ground. Just when they were in excruciating pain and thought they were about to die, a cool sensation came from their abdomens and quickly spread throughout their bodies, and all the pain vanished. Then a feeling of complete comfort washed over them, and the furrowed brows on their faces instantly relaxed. They were almost ready to cry out in pleasure when all the trainees recovered to their original physical condition. They were not only full of strength, but also seemed to have inexhaustible energy. The orcs and dwarves saw the most significant improvements, with some even experiencing a sudden increase in size and a doubling of muscle strength. They vaguely felt that they were about to reach the threshold of the first tier. The mages changed the least. They could feel their physical abilities had improved, but not as much as the warriors. To their surprise, their mental strength seemed to have increased dramatically, allowing them to sense elemental power more quickly and effectively. Chen Luo observed the changes in their bodies and suddenly smiled, saying, "The purity of the potion will vary depending on the different proportions you use to prepare it, and naturally, the effects will also differ slightly." Are you satisfied with the effects on your bodies? Satisfy. Master Lophus, can I continue taking the modified potion? Yes, this potion is amazing. Seeing how excited the trainees were, having witnessed the wonders of the modified potion, they naturally wanted to take more to continue modifying their bodies. Of course, the basic modified potion can be taken a maximum of 2 times, but Chen Luo paused here, a playful smile on his face. Everything has a price, and everything is priced. You may not know the value of the materials used in the modified potion, so let me tell you now, the price to make one modified potion is about 10,000 gold coins, not including the materials you wasted in the experiment. The students present gasped in surprise. Gold is now the universal currency for all races. For example, the current living standards of humans and orcs are such that 1 gold coin is enough for an average family of 5 to live on for a month. 10,000 gold coins is a number that most people present would never even dare to dream of. Looking at the smile on Chen Luo's face, the trainees simultaneously felt a sense of unease. Professor Lophus, we're not going to have to pay for this, are we? Wit raised his hand and asked timidly. Instead of answering, Chen Luo asked, "If you're not going to pay for it, am I supposed to? What is our relationship? Why should I impart extraordinary power to you and provide you with cultivation resources for free? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Please remember this as a truth." Seeing the students staring in disbelief, they were speechless for a moment, because what Chen Luo said made sense. Being able to study in this magical place was already a blessing from the goddess of fortune. What reason did they have to ask Chen Luo to provide knowledge and free cultivation resources at the same time? In addition, all your food and lodging expenses over the past 10 years, including tuition fees and anything of value that you consume, will be calculated in gold coins. Chris's eyes widened, and he suddenly raised his hand, saying, "Professor Lofus, this amount of money is too large. None of us here can afford the gold coins for the modified potion you mentioned." Chen Luo said calmly, "This money will be included in your bills, and you don't need to repay it now until you graduate. After graduation, you will have 3 years to earn enough gold coins to pay off this debt. If you couldn't even earn your tuition back then, such good-for-nothings didn't deserve to be students of the extraordinary academy. At that time, not only will all the power I gained from here be taken back, but the money owed to me will also have to be repaid. Believe me, you definitely don't want me chasing you for debts." All the students gaped, not only because of the exorbitant fee, but also because of the consequences Chen Luo mentioned. If they couldn't repay the debt, they would not only have to reclaim all the power they had gained, but they would also still have to repay the debt. Is Chen Luo chasing me for debt? As soon as the idea came to them, they decisively gave it up, deciding that they should focus on learning new skills and making money. Now, no one is clamoring for another dose of the modified potion to drink for fun. Just kidding, we haven't even gotten our first 10,000 gold coins yet. That concludes today's lesson. Starting tomorrow, there will be 1 class per week, mages in the morning and warriors in the afternoon. The rest of the time will be for self-study. There will be a competition every month, and the top 3 will receive gold coins as a reward, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources. At the same time, a bottom-ranking elimination system will be implemented. If you are in the bottom 3 for 3 consecutive months, you will be expelled from the academy. All the trainees were startled and quickly understood the significance of the competition. This strategy aligns with Chen Luo's consistent high-pressure policy, where everyone must maintain their efforts or face elimination. The more resources the top 3 acquire, the stronger they become, allowing them to achieve higher rankings in the next competition, thus creating a situation where the strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. Chen Luo wasn't worried at all. He never intended for all Hunyuan students to become gods or anything like that. He just wanted to use this method to select the stronger ones. The vast majority of these trainees' role was simply to provide Chen Luo with some divine genes when he became a first or second-tier cultivator. If even 1 or 2 of them could touch the threshold of divinity, Chen Luo would feel that his time spent nurturing them had not been in vain. After saying that, Chen Luo returned to the tower where he lived, and his thoughts instantly enveloped several continents, focusing on the development of all intelligent races. Now, nearly 300 years have passed, and the situation on the 3 continents has undergone new changes. Whether it's the elves of the Alvin continent, the dwarves of the ice and snow continent, or the human and orc populations, all are experiencing rapid growth. In particular, the human and orc populations have increased tenfold, exceeding 200 million each. With the population explosion, they began to explore uncharted territories to support even more people. Although they have been expanding, the 2 races have maintained a delicate balance, with only small-scale conflicts and frictions, and no large-scale wars have broken out. Humans were wary of the Judgment Sword, while orcs feared Alexander, the only 3rd-tier powerhouse on the continent. After experiencing the 2 previous epic wars, both races knew the cruelty of war and dared not start another war lightly. Instead, they entered a golden age of development and expansion for all. This was also an era that produced many heroes. To encourage people within the country to explore new territories, both the Shang dynasty and the orcs offered generous rewards to the pioneers. The newly developed territories will belong to the settlers. Once a settlement is established, they can be knighted. If they continue to expand into new territories and turn the settlement into a town, they will be ennobled as new nobles and enjoy a 20-year tax exemption. This means that both nobles and commoners had the opportunity to rise in social class, and even slaves had the opportunity to gain freedom as long as they contributed to the expansion of territory. Moreover, after gaining freedom, former slaves could choose to continue expanding into new territories, become nobles, and thus change their fate. As the saying goes, a great reward will surely bring forth brave men, and such high rewards quickly sparked a nationwide wave of pioneering spirit. As the territories of humans and orcs gradually expanded, they began to spread from the central part of the continent of Yani in all directions, and soon occupied half of the continent. As they expanded their territories, both races rapidly improved their agricultural techniques, their handicrafts flourished, and large quantities of metal coins were issued. Along with the rise of trade between humans and orcs, they created a great deal of wealth. The overall living standards of humans and orcs have greatly improved, but the gap between the rich and the poor and the class divisions have become increasingly serious. As their lives became increasingly affluent, the aristocracy began to pay attention to the arts in order to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. They were willing to spend a lot of money to support talented artists, so a large number of artists began to emerge, such as painters, sculptors, musicians, and even musical instruments unique to the continent of Yani. At the same time, the basic necessities of life, such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation, have begun to undergo profound changes as productivity has increased. Previously, both humans and orcs were concerned with having enough to eat and wear. Now that these are no longer problems, they have begun to pay attention to the taste of food and whether the style of clothing conforms to the aesthetics of the general public. Following this, a large number of chefs appeared, as well as tailors who designed clothes specifically for the nobility. The nobles began to live a life of luxury, clearly distinguishing themselves from the common people. As humans and orcs continued to expand, settlements appeared along the coastline on the edge of the continent. Over time, small fishing villages began to develop into towns and eventually into large port cities. From initially building small boats for fishing in coastal waters, over the next century, they developed the ability to build large ships and open up inland and maritime trade. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the world. He hadn't interfered with the development of humans and orcs, and after losing the influence of those players, the development level of the continent of Yani was still very fast, almost reaching the level of late medieval Europe. However, the development of these continents was too smooth, allowing these intelligent races to expand too easily. Although there is nothing wrong with that, the monsters in the ocean are too powerful now. Apart from dragons, there are no species on land or in the sky that can rival them. Species without natural predators can easily become dominant, leading to ecological imbalance. After pondering for a while, Chen Luo decided to start creating magical beasts on land and in the sky to complete the magical beast ecosystem of the Western fantasy world. With a casual wave of his hand, he found a new territory for the griffins on the continent of Yani and sent all the griffins there, except for the guard tower. What kind of land-based magical beasts should I add? Chen Luo thought for a moment, then stopped thinking. There were plenty in novels and games anyway, so he could just copy and paste them in. Earth Bear, Hydra Cerberus, Dark Wolf. Chen Luo created over 100 different land-based magical beasts, ranging from low-level to high-level, and scattered them across the 4 continents. Then they started creating flying magical beasts, such as hurricane eagles, thunderbirds, frost giant eagles, and more than 100 others, which they casually tossed onto the 4 continents. To ensure the development of intelligent races on the continent, Chen Luo only created 10 pairs of each type of magical beast on the other 3 continents besides Roman continent, just enough to guarantee the continuation of their races. Moreover, Chen Luo placed them in remote, undeveloped areas, so they would not come into contact with these intelligent races on the continent in the short term. The intelligent races are still too weak compared to these magical beasts. By the time their extraordinary powers have grown, these magical beasts should have already multiplied. Only when Warcraft rises and the extraordinary power of intelligent races emerges will it become a truly magnificent and diverse Western fantasy world. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 years, Chen Luo has given a fixed class to mages and warriors every week, and the rest of the time they can cultivate on their own. If the students encounter anything they don't understand, they can go to the tower to ask him for advice. Chen Luo stopped running around. The development of the Western fantasy world was now on track, and there was nothing for him to worry about before players entered. He only needs to keep an eye on these precious crops in front of him, wait for them to ripen, and then harvest them. So Chen Luo spent his days leisurely, planting flowers and tending to plants in the extraordinary academy, which made the academy surrounded by greenery, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, adding to its charm. For the past 3 years, there has been a major competition every month, keeping the trainees constantly on edge, because no one wants to be eliminated. As a result, they all trained with all their might. Aside from eating and sleeping, they rarely had time to rest, and even the usually carefree elves were forced to work extremely hard. But whenever the elves of Irelia saw Chen Luo, spending his days either leisurely swaying in a hammock in the tower or watering flowers and tending to plants, their resentment was palpable. However, under such intense training, all the students made rapid progress. By the 3rd year, everyone had broken through to the 1st level, and so far, no one has been eliminated. The fastest progress has been made among the 4 teenagers that Chen Luo initially favored. Chris has exceptional magical talent, and he has awakened a fire-type talent with extremely high offensive power. He is also very hardworking, so his strength improves faster than everyone else's. This improvement is not just about magical strength, but also includes magical knowledge and thinking ability. In the monthly competition, Chris was invincible with his mastery of fireballs, ranking in the top 7 or 8 out of 10 times. Among all the mage apprentices, only Irelia, who possessed elemental affinity, was able to suppress him after advancing to the 1st tier and awakening her 3 elemental talents. The remaining elves were no match for Chris. It wasn't that the other elves weren't working hard, but rather that Chris worked even harder, to the point of calculating time down to the second. Chris set strict time limits for himself, limiting his showers to no more than 200 seconds, his meals to no more than 300 seconds, and his toilet breaks to a specific number of seconds, depending on whether he needed to urinate or defecate, squeezing every last drop of time into his schedule. What surprised Chen Luo the most was that Chris, through continuous research and learning, had improved the somewhat crude fireball spell, making it shorter in casting time, less mana-consuming, and more destructive. This is what others mean when they say that geniuses aren't scary. What's scary is someone who is more talented than you and works even harder. Although Chris is not yet a match for Irelia due to his racial advantages, this gap is narrowing over time. As for warriors like Wit and Gorn, they were basically easy prey for mages before they learned battle aura at the 3rd tier. Although they possess extremely high talent, their lack of battle aura makes them very vulnerable to magic. They can only rely on their powerful physical reflexes and speed to dodge, and then quickly close in to defeat the mages. Wit and Gorn could easily deal with ordinary mage apprentices, but they were helpless against Irelia and Chris, whose spells had short casting speeds and incredibly high power. Take Chris, for example. Often, just as they dodged one fireball, 5 or 6 fireballs would come crashing down on their faces, leaving them battered and bruised as they were forced off the competition field. Moreover, this gap becomes even more pronounced as all apprentices advance to the second rank. As a result, warriors always came in last place during the competition, which greatly reduced the pressure on the mage apprentices, and some of them felt they could relax a bit. Seeing that situation was not right, Chen Luo immediately created a sprint skill for the warriors, which would give them a short burst of speed. This made the mage apprentices, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tense up again. At this time, Chen Luo also fused with the first-tier genes of orcs, dwarves, and elves, and once again obtained 0.15% of divine genes, which enhanced his physical attributes to a certain extent, but no fundamental changes occurred. As time went by, spring turned to autumn, and through continuous effort and learning, the apprentices spent another 7 years at the Extraordinary Academy, finally reaching the moment of their graduation. Everyone, assemble in the square. As Chen Luo's voice rang out in the Extraordinary Academy, all the students, whether they were eating, sleeping, or cultivating, immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed toward the central square of the Extraordinary Academy. Over the past 10 years, they have come to know Chen Luo's temperament very well. Once he says to assemble, you must arrive within 5 minutes, or there will be only one outcome. That is what is known as the Dean's catchphrase, expel him from the Extraordinary Academy. Although no one has been expelled from the Extraordinary Academy so far, everyone knows that's because no one has broken the rules. Once someone does, Chen Luo will show no mercy. Some mage apprentices even cast wind manipulation spells on themselves, making their bodies feel light, as if they had no weight. They could float several meters away with just a tap on the ground, and in an instant, they would rush more than 10 meters away. The soldiers activated their sprint skill, and with explosive speed, they quickly rushed to the central square. After all the students gathered in the square, Chen Luo slowly flew down from his tower. Upon seeing him appear, all the students bowed in unison. Chen Luo glanced at the people present and couldn't help but laugh. After 10 years of intense training without a single day of rest, each of the 101 trainees has undergone a dramatic transformation. First, the childishness on their faces disappeared, and they went from teenagers to young adults, but the only exception was the elves. 10 years is nothing more than a year for humans and orcs. Time has not left many marks on them. Now, each of them exudes immense confidence, and their eyes gleam with wisdom. That was due to the vast knowledge he had acquired over the past 10 years from studying the Magic Tower and the Warrior Tower, coupled with the spiritual energy he gained from breaking through to the second tier. Chen Luo suddenly sighed. I'm very disappointed. In 10 years, not a single person has been eliminated. All the trainees present were stunned at first, then reacted at the same time and burst into laughter. But then Chen Luo's next words sent a chill down many people's spines. Actually, I know that some of you have deliberately let people go overboard over the years, allowing those who would have been eliminated to stay. Over the past decade, there have been about 7 or 8 people who consistently ranked last, but in their third competition against others, they always managed to win that crucial match, thus avoiding elimination. Chen Luo knew this was unavoidable. After 10 years together, he had developed feelings for even a dog. Even the mortal enemies, humans and orcs, have become friends. Not to mention that they live together in a relatively unpolluted environment, these teenagers are much more innocent. They knew that those who were eliminated would only face certain death, so they were willing to take the risk to keep them on the job. Moreover, they did not discuss it beforehand. It was all a spontaneous act by the people competing against them. Those who were originally going to be eliminated also had extremely high self-esteem. After being saved, they worked even harder and did not fall into the same situation again in the following competitions. Seeing that some of them were starting to look nervous, Chen Luo smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since I didn't pursue this before, I naturally won't now. I won't deny the friendship between you classmates. I just hope you won't regret it." All the trainees were stunned at the same time, not knowing what Chen Luo meant. "Do you remember when you first arrived at the Extraordinary Academy 10 years ago? I told you what you would face after graduation." The students simultaneously recalled the events of that day and then realized that Chen Luo was referring to how to leave the Extraordinary Academy. "4 large ships have been prepared for you at the seaside, each heading to the territory of your 4 races. You will encounter many magical beasts along the way. Perhaps those you protect will become a burden, or perhaps they will help you. In any case, it is all your own choice. Since you have made your choice, you must bear the consequences." The trainees had different expressions, but none of them showed any regret or anything like that on their faces. Chen Luo naturally noticed their expressions. He smiled and suddenly waved his hand, saying, "Then now accept your bills for the past 10 years. Sheets of parchment flew out from the tower behind Chen Luo and landed precisely in everyone's hands. The students all looked puzzled, but none of them hesitated. They immediately reached out and took the parchment scroll to check how much money they owed Chen Luo. Everyone who saw the numbers instantly turned into a sour face, because the figures recorded on these parchment scrolls range from a minimum of 200,000 gold coins to as high as 1,000,000. However, none of them felt they couldn't earn these gold coins, because the weakest among them had reached the 2nd tier, and Chris's 4 most talented apprentices had even touched the threshold of the 3rd tier. They believe that wherever they go, they will definitely be at the top of the pyramid. Even if they do nothing, just by selling the knowledge they've learned, they'll become highly sought-after items, easily fetching gold coins. Now that you've all received the bills, you should know why I've gathered you here. You've graduated. It's time to earn gold coins to pay off your debts." The students present burst into laughter again, and some of them started shouting, "Instructor Lofus, you've been in the academy the whole time, and you have nowhere to spend your money. What do you need so many gold coins for?" Chen Luo smiled slightly. "Gold coins are indeed meaningless to me, but I just want you to remember a truth. Do you remember that saying? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Everyone laughed and shouted in unison, "That's right. Take this as a truth and keep it in mind. You will thank me in the future." Chen Luo laughed. "Remember, you only have 3 years. Now you can leave by boat." Everyone present fell silent. They felt a pang of reluctance to part. When they arrived, they were just ignorant teenagers. Now they have become powerful mages and warriors. Over the past 10 years, they have become accustomed to the rhythm and life here, and to their classmates. Suddenly being able to leave has left them all in a daze, unable to believe it's real. Over the years, they had longed to return to their hometown, but when the day finally came, they found it hard to leave. The Extraordinary Academy, like its name, was a place beyond the mundane, a temple of knowledge, and the place that nurtured them. The trainees are located on 3 different continents, separated by thousands of miles, and it will be very difficult for them to meet again in the future. "Professor Lofus, may I stay at the Extraordinary Academy to continue my studies?" Chris suddenly raised his hand and asked. The trainees present were all stunned, Clearly, none of them had expected Chris to have this idea. Chen Luo shook his head. Although you now possess a certain level of strength, you lack the experience of the human world. Simply focusing on cultivation is not conducive to your growth. Only by experiencing the joys and sorrows of life can you go further on the path of pursuing truth and power. And I know, Chris, you still have many unfulfilled wishes. Go and fulfill them first. If you ever want to come back, the doors of the Extraordinary Academy will always be open to you. Chris fell silent. His classmates all knew about his background, so it wasn't surprising that Chen Luo would know as well. Master Lofus, I'll go back first and then come back to continue serving you. Chen Luo smiled but didn't take it seriously. Chris's words showed that he was still too young and that they hadn't been exposed to the outside world for too long, where many temptations awaited them. It's a real question how many of these students will remember the Extraordinary Academy after they leave. Oh, right. Since we're on the topic, I'll give you another special treatment. Chen Luo smiled and continued, 10 years from now, the Extraordinary Academy will recruit students again, with only 100 spots available. Each of you can recommend one person. As for how to come to the Academy, there won't be any griffins to pick you up anymore. You'll have to come on your own merits. There are no restrictions on how you come. As long as you can get here alive, you can become a second-generation apprentice of the Extraordinary Academy. The students were all taken aback. This method of selecting disciples was indeed Chen Luo's consistent style. Congratulations to everyone present on your successful graduation. Just as Chen Luo was speaking, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, and a chilling aura swept over. All the trainees looked up in astonishment and saw a colossal creature, over 100 meters tall, appear in the sky. It had a ferocious face, sharp fangs, and its entire body was covered in golden scales. Its wingspan was nearly tens of meters, blocking out the entire sky. Its enormous head looked down, and the head alone was 5 or 6 meters tall. Is that a dragon? It's a legendary dragon. It's a golden dragon. Some of the orc trainees cried out in disbelief, clearly recognizing the creature that had flown in. The dragon brawl once inflicted heavy losses on the orcs, and they will certainly not forget this terrifying creature. The golden dragon Leorius slowly descended from the sky, its enormous body finally appearing before the students. Its body, over 100 meters tall, occupied half the square, resembling a castle, making ordinary people appear exceptionally small in comparison. Except for Chen Luo, everyone felt a chill run through their bodies, trembled slightly under the dragon's might, and didn't even have the strength to lift their feet. The difference in strength is too great. The strength of an adult dragon is comparable to that of a 7th-tier epic expert. How could their current 2nd-tier strength possibly contend with it? Chen Luo frowned. Dragon Island, where the Golden Dragon was located, was not far from the Extraordinary Academy. Leorius had passed through here once when he went out hunting, but after sensing his presence from afar, he immediately fled. If it didn't dare to go forward then, why did it suddenly come over today? Leorius crawled down cautiously and carefully placed a giant golden egg, the size of a basketball, from under his claws at Chen Luo's feet. Great Creator, we have been breeding on Dragon Island in accordance with your will, and 5 young dragons have already been born. But this offspring, we have been incubating for 100 years, and there has been no sign of it being born. Recently, I have sensed that its life force is dying out. I have to offend your majesty and beg you to save its life. Leorius spoke in dragon language, which the students present could not understand at all, but they could see the humble posture of the golden dragon. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The dragon was actually prostrating itself at the feet of Instructor Lofus, and it seemed to be terrified of him. How is that possible? Chen Luo was puzzled by this. Normally, a dragon egg would hatch in 2 to 3 years, but this dragon egg had taken 100 years to hatch. Chen Luo waved his hand and pulled the golden dragon egg into his hand. He examined it for a moment and quickly figured out what was going on. The young dragon inside was indeed dying because a wisp of law power was constantly eroding its life force. Chen Luo exclaimed in surprise. Interesting, a wisp of the law of time has actually been born. Chen Luo was genuinely surprised. It was the first time he had ever seen a creature born with the power of laws. Could it be that I made some mistake when I created them, causing their offspring to mutate? Or is it that the dragon's genes are so powerful that they can enable its offspring to possess the power of laws? Chen Luo frowned and pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure it out for the time being, so he simply gave up thinking about it. He decided to keep the dragon egg with him and study it carefully. Those born with the power of laws are the best candidates for deity. Your offspring has been corrupted by the power of the laws. Its body is too fragile to withstand such immense power. Keep it, and I will grant it new life, making it a god among the dragons. Lirius's enormous dragon eyes gleamed with excitement. It had only wanted to save its offspring, but the great creator had unexpectedly decided to make it a god. Thank you for your blessings, great creator. Go, and do not forget your mission. As you wish. Lirius took one last look at the dragon egg in Chen Luo's hand, spread his wings, and soared into the sky, flying towards Dragon Island. At this moment, all the trainees felt as if they had collapsed, and their whole bodies were covered in cold sweat. The way they looked at Chen Luo changed subtly again. Although they couldn't understand dragon language, everyone could see the trembling expression on Lirius's face. That golden dragon was afraid of Chen Luo. These students were already in awe of Chen Luo's mysterious and powerful abilities, and during their 10 years as students, they were deeply impressed. The longer they spent with him, the broader their horizons and the stronger their abilities became, but they increasingly felt that Chen Luo was unfathomable. No matter how hard they tried to imagine, they couldn't fathom what level of power Chen Luo was. If Chen Luo were a deity, no one would doubt it. But Chen Luo said he wasn't a god, and they had no reason to doubt him, because he had no reason to deceive them. Do gods deceive mortals? If they are truly gods, why go through all the trouble of nurturing them? Wouldn't it be more convenient to simply bestow power upon them? Privately, many people are still discussing what kind of existence Chen Luo is, but no matter how much they think about it, they can't figure it out, and they can't even determine what race he is. If Chen Luo looks like a human, his ageless appearance, godlike strength, and the endless books in his magic and warrior towers are things that no human could possibly possess. They didn't know his origins or how strong he was, but his imposing power and profound knowledge captivated them, so they always held Chen Luo in awe and boundless respect. Now even the giant dragon was prostrating at Chen Luo's feet, which not only shocked them, but also gave them a new understanding of his strength. He must be at least an 8th-order mythical expert, otherwise how could the dragon be like this? Chen Luo's attention was focused on the dragon egg. He reached out and touched the egg, and the weak life force of the baby dragon inside became more vigorous. He could even hear the baby dragon's heartbeat. After Chen Luo felt that it had recovered, he suddenly remembered that these immature crops in front of him should be sent away, so that they could go out into the world to experience life. With their current strength, these students could easily stir up a storm if they returned to the Western fantasy world. By the time they mature into mature fruits, extraordinary power should have spread throughout the Western fantasy world. All right, I won't waste any more time. It's time for you to get going. 10 years have passed, and you must be eager to return to your hometown. I wish you a safe journey. You've finally completed your studies, so please don't die on the way. Chen Luo smiled and glanced at everyone. He saw that their eyes were a little red, and they were bowing to him. He waved his hand and flew up to the top of the tower. Goodbye, Instructor Lofus. Mentor, I will come back to see you. Mentor Lofus, if you get bored here, you can visit my hometown. My people will definitely give you a warm welcome. Even after Chen Luo flew to the top of the tower, all the students were still shouting goodbye in his direction. Chen Luo sighed, waved to them with his back turned, and went to the living room on the top floor of the tower. Humans are not plants or trees. How can they be without feelings? Having spent 10 years together, Chen Luo had developed some affection for these trainees. Just then, a crisp, cracking sound rang out. Chen Luo snapped out of his daze and looked at the golden dragon egg in his hand. In that instant, the golden dragon egg shattered, and a young golden dragon appeared in his palm. The golden dragon opened its beautiful eyes and curiously surveyed its surroundings. After a while, it looked at Chen Luo in front of it, then tilted its head and looked at him for a moment, as if trying to figure out who the person in front of it was. Upon seeing Chen Luo, it looked him over, let out a low cry, and then flapped its wings and took flight. Your name will be Osiris. Chen Luo looked at the golden baby dragon that was affectionately coming up to lick him, and immediately smiled and gave it a name. In the common language of Western fantasy worlds, Osiris means master of time. Although Osiris didn't know who Chen Luo was, its instincts told it that it had to please the being in front of it, so it immediately went up to him and tried to be cute. Chen Luo reached out and hugged Osiris, casually injecting a burst of power to continue modifying its body. Then he walked to the window of the room and looked out at the distant sea. Osiris let out a soft moan of comfort, then felt a wave of drowsiness wash over it. It immediately found a comfortable position in Chen Luo's arms, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. At the seaside, all the trainees boarded 4 ships according to their race. To their surprise, there were no crew members on these ships. Once everyone had boarded, the large ship slowly began to move and set sail for the open sea. Students of different races waved goodbye and invited each other to visit their hometowns. Just then, a cry of an eagle suddenly rang out in the sky, and a griffin flew out from the tower and headed towards the orcs' large ship. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. That griffin was the same one that had gone to pick up Gozen, and it seemed to have gone to say goodbye. Chen Luo gave these griffins plenty of freedom, allowing them to do whatever they wanted without any worries. Chen Luo smiled and sent a thought through him, saying, "Go with Gozen. We don't need your protection here anymore." The griffin stopped abruptly in midair, glanced back at Chen Luo, and bowed its head slightly. "Thank you for your kindness." With a flip, the griffin swiftly flew forward. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the large ship and swooped down to tackle Gozen, who was looking on with a mixture of surprise and astonishment, to the ground. "Zakari! What brings you here? Did you come to see me off?" The griffin named Zakari exclaimed excitedly. "Great creator! Great Dean, let me follow you to the Orcish territory." "Really?" Gozen shouted excitedly, hugging Zakari's neck tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. "Thank you, Mentor Lofus." After his initial excitement subsided, Gozen immediately opened his mouth and shouted at the extraordinary academy. The other orc trainees were incredibly envious. Griffins possess the ability to control the wind, are born with the ability to use wind magic, and reach 3rd-tier strength upon adulthood, making them even stronger than they are now. Gorn is about to break through to the third tier. Once he awakens his battle aura, the two combined will make him an opponent for the orcs, except for the Beast King, who wields the Judgment Sword. Looking at the excited Gozen, Chen Luo thought for a moment and then used his mind to instruct the remaining 6 griffins. You are all free now. You can choose to go to the mainland with these students, or to the Griffin colony, or stay here. It's up to you. The remaining 6 griffins were stunned. They quickly bowed in unison toward Chen Luo's tower and made their choices. Some chose to follow familiar students, while others chose to go to the Griffin territory. In the blink of an eye, only Chen Luo and the sleeping Osiris remained at the Extraordinary Academy. Chen Luo smiled, not at all surprised. After all, although the scenery at the Extraordinary Academy was beautiful, it would be very deserted and boring without the students. It would be better to go out and see the world with the trainees, or go back to my own tribe. It's better than dying here. Chen Luo glanced at Osiris in his arms. Dragons are a uniquely gifted race. They can become stronger simply by sleeping. As their power increases and they age, they automatically acquire inherited memories, enabling them to use dragon language magic and surpass the vast majority of species in the Western fantasy world. Although Osiris's body was modified by Chen Luo, he was still a newborn and his strength and intelligence were too weak. He needed time to grow so that he could better bear the laws of time. Chen Luo placed Osiris on the bed and casually created a new divine throne in the divine kingdom, waiting for the little guy in front of him to grow up, and then that divine throne would be his. With a thought, Chen Luo returned to the real world and began to fuse the second-tier genes of orcs, elves, and dwarves. Chen Luo determined that these 3 second-tier individuals could only reach this level for life. As for Chris and the other 3, even if they advanced to the 3rd tier, Chen Luo would not merge with them for the time being. Chen Luo's expectations for them went far beyond the 3rd rank. According to his calculations, barring any mishaps, all 4 of them had a chance to break through to the 5th rank. With the fusion of the 3 second-order genes, Chen Luo obtained another 1.5% of the divine descendant genes. Including the previous ones, the total divine descendant genes reached 3.9%, and he was only 1 step away from unlocking the first-order gene lock. After Chen Luo felt his physical fitness improve further, he walked to the mirror in the room and took a look at himself. He was stunned by what he saw. His body is lean where it should be lean, and muscular where it should be muscular, presenting a perfect streamlined shape. What's even more astonishing is that his skin is exactly like that of a newborn baby, fair and tender with a healthy blush. His eyes became soft and lively, full of life, and his features were so delicate that he looked like a handsome man who had stepped out of a painting. If Chen Luo was handsome before, now he's practically defying the heavens. Chen Luo was speechless. Although the person in the mirror was basically himself, it was as if his appearance had been edited countless times on a computer using photo editing software, making him look flawless. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe that the person in the mirror was himself. He suddenly remembered that when fusing elf genes, the Hunyuan brush had given a hint that fusing elf genes had a chance of granting one the appearance of an elf. Chen Luo was speechless. No wonder the face in the mirror looked somewhat familiar. It was about 80 or 90% similar to the elves in the Western fantasy world. The only difference was that it didn't have pointed ears. Chen Luo suddenly felt as if he had been transported to another world. This feeling was always very strong when he returned to reality. Now that he had accidentally changed his face, his sense of alienation from reality was even more severe. Chen Luo quickly realized a problem. His current appearance was completely different from that on his ID card. Anyone who looked at his ID card would not think it was the same person. This means that while it won't affect his ability to take high-speed trains, it will cause problems with taking airplanes, staying in hotels, and traveling abroad, forcing him to abandon his dream of traveling around the world. It seems he has to completely abandon his current identity and adopt a new one. Then he'll have a vast and open world, and nothing will be able to restrain him anymore. Moreover, this also has an advantage. It completely severs ties with the past Chen Luo, so even if someone comes looking for him, no one will be able to connect him with his present self. Anyway, my parents are gone. I've long since cut off contact with those relatives, and most of my friends and classmates are just casual acquaintances, so there's nothing to miss. Chen Luo stroked his chin, pondering how to create a fake identity. After a moment, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and his figure quickly disappeared from the real world and arrived in the Marvel world. Physical objects cannot be taken out of the secondary plane, but knowledge is not subject to this restriction. This was the conclusion Chen Luo reached when he first came to steal the Iron Man suit. After learning English in the Marvel universe, he returned to reality only to find that his English skills hadn't disappeared. Chen Luo didn't think it was that important at the time, so he didn't take it seriously, but now he can use this ability. With a thought, Chen Luo first learned all the languages on Earth, then began to copy all knowledge about computer technology, and then imprinted the skills of all the top hackers in the Marvel universe into his mind before returning to the real world. Chen Luo originally intended to directly copy Jarvis's core code so that he could create this super artificial intelligence in reality. However, based on the computer science knowledge he had just acquired, Chen Luo knew that even with Jarvis's core code, many super servers would be needed to load and run it, which was something he couldn't even consider given his current financial resources and energy. The Marvel universe is set in the same way as Earth, with no major differences except for the superpowers. The technology that Chen Luo replicated is also applicable on Earth, and is even superior. After all, the overall technological level of the Marvel universe is much more advanced than that of Earth, such as the arc reactor, space carriers, and cloaking devices. Chen Luo turned on the computer in the hotel room and started typing rapidly. Soon, the computer interface changed from a traditional operating system to a black screen. The interface was blank except for a browser icon, so Chen Luo immediately reached out and clicked on the browser. The interface instantly refreshed to display a complex and lengthy URL, and then automatically redirected to a new webpage. The entire computer screen went black, with countless emerald green flames dancing and rapidly outlining the login panel. Chen Luo laughed, and his fingers flew across the keyboard, the information on the computer screen flowing down like a waterfall. In just a few minutes, Chen Luo cracked the website and logged in. This website, called Night Whisperer, is the world's largest dark web trading platform. The dark web, as the name suggests, is a network that is hidden in the dark and cannot be seen. Most ordinary people use networks that are accessible to any user, such as news and advertising pages, video websites, microblogs, and search engines. These are all surface-level data. The rest of the network data resides in the dark web, which requires specific permissions to access and is completely inaccessible to ordinary people. This has led to the dark web becoming, as its name suggests, a dark parallel world. The widespread leaks and buying and selling of personal information, frequently reported in the news, are just the tip of the iceberg here. In that world, drugs, arms dealing, identity fraud, and a whole host of other things prohibited by law could be found, making it fertile ground for crime. Chen Luo quickly typed identity fraud into the search engine of the Night Whisperer website. Countless messages appeared instantly, but they were all in English, and you couldn't understand them at all if you didn't understand English. Chen Luo clicked on the first search result. The web page detailed the basic steps for creating a fake identity, and it was quite similar to the Taobao interface. Chen Luo glanced through it, and then clicked to contact the other party. A chat window quickly popped up on the screen. Please state your nationality, name, gender, and age directly. Chen Luo was taken aback. He hadn't expected the people here to be so direct, getting straight to the point without a single wasted word. Chen Luo thought for a moment and quickly typed a message into the chat box. I need 4 identities: American, British, Korean, and Australian. My first name will be Lofus, and my last name can be anything. I am male and 22 years old. Chen Luo chose these 4 countries because they come from 4 different continents and all have a large Chinese population, making them ideal for concealing one's identity. As for South Koreans, they are of Asian descent, so there shouldn't be any problem for them if they speak Korean. 1 unit costs $100,000 and is traded in equivalent Bitcoin. It will take a week to process. Chen Luo naturally didn't haggle. To him, money was now no different from worthless paper. Can provide photos and an address for receiving documents, and pay half of deposit to the website administrator first. No problem. The dark web black market operates similarly to Taobao. To ensure the security of buyer transactions, sellers need to pay a certain deposit if they want to sell items on it. When a user pays to purchase a product, the money is transferred to the website administrator's account. If the buyer confirms that the goods are in good condition, the payment is then transferred to the merchant. Moreover, whatever you buy, it can only be purchased using Bitcoin, a virtual currency that is untraceable. Half of the deposit is about 1.4 million RMB. Chen Luo currently has about 5 million RMB on hand, so there's no problem. He first used RMB to buy Bitcoin worth 1.4 million, which was immediately transferred to the administrator's account. Then he took a high-resolution photo of himself and the hotel's address with his mobile phone and sent it over. When the other party received the photo, they suddenly sent a message. Are you sure you want to use this photo? We will not be responsible for any problems caused by the photo being too different from the person in the photo. Chen Luo smiled, knowing that the other party probably thought the photo was photoshopped. That's not something you need to worry about. Okay, it will arrive within a week. Upon receiving the reply, Chen Luo quickly logged out of the Night Whisperer platform and shut down his computer. Chen Luo shut down his computer and didn't return to the Western fantasy world. After all, he had been there for more than 10 years, and now he needed to adjust to real life. We've already agreed to travel the world, and the destination is the Himalayas, so we can't just end up staying in hotels. Chen Luo packed his luggage and immediately left the room to check out at the front desk. But along the way, everyone, from the hotel staff to other hotel guests, was looking at him. Moreover, regardless of gender or age, any normal human being would stare at him, and some even secretly took photos with their phones. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, Chen Luo once again became the focus of everyone's attention. He's unbelievably handsome. Why is it that even though I'm seeing a man, the phrase stunningly beautiful keeps popping into my head? Could it be a celebrity? She's so elegant. Those eyes are so captivating. Oh no, I think I'm in love. There were still many guests in the lobby. When they saw Chen Luo's appearance, they were all stunned and dumbfounded for a moment. Soon, a burst of whispers broke out. However, Chen Luo's 5 senses have been enhanced. They thought they were speaking very quietly, but the words entered his ears with perfect clarity. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. Although he felt that he had become more handsome, He did not expect that he had reached such a terrifying level in other people's eyes. When Chen Luo arrived at the hotel front desk to check out, the two receptionists stared at him for a full minute before finally starting to slowly process his checkout at his urging. While they were doing their business, they kept glancing at him and trying to get information out of him. Chen Luo gave a few perfunctory replies, then suddenly remembered the matter of the fake identity and asked, "I have a package with the hotel front desk address filled in. Could you please keep a copy for me when you receive it?" "I'll be back in a week." "Of course, no problem." The receptionist's eyes lit up, and she immediately followed up. "Mr. Chen, could you leave me your phone number? I'll call you when I receive the package." When Chen Luo saw that both women were staring at him expectantly, he dared not give them his number. He coughed lightly. "There's no need to go to all that trouble. I'll definitely be back in a week." "Oh, I see." The receptionist looked disappointed, but didn't ask any further questions. Although I was very reluctant, the checkout process was eventually completed. As Chen Luo turned to leave, one of the girls who had been whispering in the lobby approached him and struck up a conversation. "Young man, are you here for tourism?" A rather pretty girl came up to him and asked confidently. "Sorry, I'm not interested in women who are uglier than me." After finishing his sentence, Chen Luo left the bewildered girl behind, grabbed his suitcase, and strode away. There are special tour groups from Lhasa to Mount Everest Base Camp. Chen Luo didn't join a tour group. With his current appearance, he would be a problem wherever he went. Moreover, he had many secrets and could enter the Western fantasy world at any time, so he first bought sunglasses and a mask, then rented a car and drove there himself. The distance from Lhasa to Everest Base Camp is over 700 kilometers, and it takes about 10 hours to drive there. By the time Chen Luo arrived, it was already completely dark. Because a border pass is required to go to the Mount Everest Base Camp, Chen Luo simply cannot obtain one. His current appearance on his ID card is too different from his current appearance, making it impossible for him to get one. Chen Luo found a place to park far outside the base camp, put on a mountaineering mask, got out of the car, and walked towards the distant mountains. If an ordinary person saw Chen Luo's current attire, they would probably be shocked. The Everest Base Camp is at an altitude of 5,200 meters. It's okay during the day, but the temperature drops below zero at night, so normal people would have to wear down jackets. Chen Luo was only wearing a thin tracksuit and sneakers, yet he seemed completely oblivious to the cold as he quickly ran off into the distance. Chen Luo's body has been modified by the divine genes to an extremely exaggerated level. Now he runs as fast as the wind, covering a distance of 100 meters in less than 5 seconds, which is twice as fast as those world champions. Moreover, Chen Luo didn't feel tired at all while maintaining such a fast speed. After running for more than 20 minutes, Chen Luo arrived at a mountain range below the Mount Everest Base Camp and began to climb the mountain by hand, or rather, to free climb. Because Chen Luo had no mountaineering equipment at all, he was prepared from the beginning to climb to the top of Mount Everest by himself. Besides being a childhood dream of Chen Luo, the most important reason for this was that he wanted to see just how strong his current physical abilities really were. Moreover, Chen Luo is not afraid of encountering danger. If he really loses his grip and falls, he can enter the Western fantasy world at any time. When it comes out again, although it will still be falling, most of the impact will have been mitigated. When he lands on the ground and then enters the Western fantasy world again, the impact will be similar to that of jumping from the spot. Chen Luo looked up at the mountaintop, reached out and grabbed a protruding rock above him. With a sudden burst of strength from his feet, he leaped up to a height of 3 meters. Then, he reached out again and grabbed another protruding rock above him to stabilize his body. Then Chen Luo began to leap upwards continuously, disappearing from his spot in the blink of an eye. The straight-line distance between Everest Base Camp and the summit of Everest is about 19 kilometers, and even with professional training, it takes about a month to get there. However, the vertical distance is different. It's only a little over 3,600 meters, so the time required will be much shorter. Time flies, and soon it was dawn. Meanwhile, Zhang Heixang, who had just passed Camp 3 at 7,500 meters on Mount Everest, felt tormented and longed to go back, but was also extremely unwilling to give up. Climbing Mount Everest is not about rushing to the summit in one go, but about doing acclimatization climbs in stages. There are 5 camps on Mount Everest. In addition to the base camp, there is Camp 1 at 5,900 meters, Camp 2 at 6,400 meters, Camp 3 at 7,500 meters, and Camp 4 at 7,950 meters. When Zhang Heixang set off, there were originally 21 people in the team, all of whom were experienced mountaineers. However, when they arrived at Camp 3, 10 people were already experiencing severe physical discomfort, confusion, and fever, and they didn't even know where they were. Can't even reach Camp 4. Zhang Heixang gave a helpless, bitter smile, glancing at the majestic, snow-capped mountains ahead, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Zhang Heixang sighed. Given the current situation, he couldn't risk his teammates' lives, so he had no choice but to ask the climbing company's safety consultant to escort his companions down the mountain first. Zhang Heixang asked the remaining teammates for their opinions. Some were willing to continue, while others had already given up. They were at an altitude of 7,500 meters, where the oxygen level was only 1/3 that at sea level. Even though they wore oxygen masks while sleeping at night, they could not suppress the discomfort in their bodies. Zhang Heixang's physical condition was actually very poor. His diarrhea had been getting worse these past few days. His rhinitis was making him feel like he was dying in his sleep, and his memory and reaction time were also declining. He even doubted whether he would be able to live a normal life if he went back. After a few hours of rest, Zhang Heixang, along with the remaining 3 teammates who were willing to continue, set off again. Ahead of them lay the Khumbu Glacier. The Khumbu Glacier, known as the Terrifying Glacier by Everest climbers, experiences several ice avalanches every day and has hundreds of crevasses covered by ice and snow. Once you fall in, your body is never found. 30% of those who perish on the way to the summit die here, and to get from Camp 3 to Camp 4, one must cross the Khumbu Glacier. Every path here was forged step by step with the lives of countless mountaineers, and corpses buried in the snow and icefalls can be seen everywhere. Some of them can hardly be called paths. They require experienced people to carefully nail ropes together and slowly climb across near 90 cliff faces. When Zhang Heixang and the others saw these corpses, their minds were filled with mixed emotions. Since they had chosen the path of conquering nature, they had to either succeed or become a part of nature. After sighing, Zhang Heixang and the others continued to carefully tread along the edge of the mountain path. But just then, amidst the howling of the cold wind, he suddenly heard strange noises coming from below. That was the sound of sand and gravel colliding with the rock layers. Zhang Heixang was startled. Could it be that an ice avalanche was about to occur? Zhang Heixang instinctively looked down, and then his eyes widened. However, his eyes were red and swollen due to long-term sleep deprivation, and his vision was somewhat blurry, but he seemed to see a figure far below. Below! A figure! Zhang Heixang felt a chill run down his spine. He was currently on the edge of the glacier, with a sheer cliff below. How could there possibly be anyone there? Hai Xiang, am I seeing things? Someone's rushing up from below. His teammates shouted loudly at Zhang Haixiang in front of them, their voices filled with astonishment and disbelief. It really is a person. He climbed up here with his bare hands. Now, Zhang Haixiang was certain that he wasn't imagining things. Someone really was climbing the cliff face with their bare hands. Shocked, Zhang Haixiang suddenly slipped and stepped into a crevasse in the glacier, where he became stuck. Drawing on his extensive mountaineering experience, Zhang Haixiang quickly lay down in a direction perpendicular to the glacier's slope to increase his contact area with the ground. Falling into a glacier crevasse is a common occurrence for mountaineers. If they get stuck inside and don't react in time, they will fall in and die. This time, Zhang Haixiang was particularly unlucky. He fell exceptionally deep, with both legs sinking completely into the water. The teammates behind were all shocked when they saw this, but they didn't dare to move. If they went over there, they would not only fail to save Zhang Haixiang, but it might also trigger an ice avalanche, causing everyone to die. Hai Xiang, catch him! Seeing that Zhang Haixiang was about to fall, one of his companions knew they couldn't wait any longer, so he quickly stretched out his ice axe, hoping Zhang Haixiang could grab it. Zhang Haixiang's heart sank. When he saw the ice axe, he reached out and grabbed it, only to hear a cracking sound beneath his feet, a clear sound of glacier breaking apart. Zhang Haixiang was shocked, his heart sank to the bottom. He gave a bitter smile, knowing that holding onto the ice axe at this moment would only endanger his companions, and even the remaining two might not be spared. He immediately released the ice axe and let himself fall into the glacier crevasse. His companion gasped in shock, but could only watch helplessly as Zhang Haixiang fell. Just when they thought Zhang Haixiang was doomed, the figure who had been free climbing suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Haixiang's arm. Everyone was stunned. In the midst of the critical situation, they had all forgotten that there was still someone below. Only then did they realize that there was another person lying on the cliff. That person was only wearing a thin tracksuit, and on his feet were even sneakers. The three people were dumbfounded and completely stunned, thinking they were hallucinating due to lack of oxygen. Climbing Mount Everest without oxygen tanks or hiking trails, directly free climbing, climbing rocks in sneakers instead of wearing warm hiking gear. It is known that the temperature drops by 6 degrees Celsius for every 1,000 meters increase in altitude. They measured the temperature when they set off from the third camp, and it was 30 degrees Celsius. Let alone this temperature, at 20 degrees Celsius, wet clothes will freeze in about 2 minutes, and wet hair will freeze into a milky white color in 1 minute. At 30 degrees Celsius, even spitting might not last a second before turning into an ice cube upon landing. If a normal person were to wear the same thin clothing as the person on the cliff, they would be unable to maintain a normal body temperature. Within 5 minutes, the rapid loss of heat would lead to respiratory and heart rate depression, ultimately causing symptoms such as shivering, confusion, and cardiopulmonary failure. If the clothing lasted more than an hour, the person would freeze to death. This unreasonable situation is one thing, but to make matters worse, he didn't bring an oxygen tank. This is Mount Everest, at an altitude of 7,500 meters, where the oxygen content is less than 1/3 of that at ground level. Even if you do nothing here, your body will feel dizzy and weak due to lack of oxygen. No normal human being can survive at this altitude without an oxygen tank. Moreover, that person was free climbing, which would consume even more oxygen. Even more outrageous were those sneakers. At this altitude, most of the rock walls are covered with glaciers, and even if there are exposed rocks, it is impossible to attach your body to them without professional hiking boots. But that person simply ignored all of that and caught Zhang Hexang without showing any sign of strain. Is that still a normal human being? The three climbers on the glacier were speechless with shock for a long time, and the same thought simultaneously came to mind. I'll lift you up, and you'll lie on my back, understand? Zhang Hexang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The man in front of him was wearing a mountaineering mask, so he couldn't see his face clearly. The only thing he could tell was his voice. When the man asked again, he hurriedly nodded repeatedly. A white light appeared on Chen Luo's right hand, instantly piercing through the ice and grabbing the rock inside. After stabilizing his body, Chen Luo slowly lifted Zhang Hexang up with one hand and placed him behind his back. After Zhang Hexang climbed onto Chen Luo's back, he finally spoke, still shaken, repeatedly saying, "Thank you. Thank you." He originally thought he was going to die, but he never expected to survive in such a desperate situation. "There's nowhere to stand down here. I'll take you up with me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hexang was terrified. Chen Luo clearly meant to carry him to the top of Mount Everest. But it seems Zhang Hexang had no other choice. It's impossible for him to disagree and let Chen Luo abandon him. Next, Zhang Hexang's heart was like it was on a roller coaster, so thrilling that he felt like his heart was about to burst, because Chen Luo's rock climbing wasn't normal at all. Every time he climbed a certain distance, he would suddenly exert force with his feet, causing him to jump 3 or 4 meters high, and then accurately grab the rock above him, stabilizing himself in midair. Then, this cycle is repeated. Zhang Hexang was terrified, fearing that Chen Luo wouldn't be able to catch him, resulting in the deaths of both him and his unborn child. In fact, Chen Luo seemed to have eyes in the sky, always able to accurately know how many meters above there were rocks to grab onto. Moreover, even if Chen Luo saw a mountain path to take, he would ignore it if it wasn't the shortest route. He would then insert his hands precisely into the crevices of the rocks and continue flying upwards without stopping. Zhang Hexang finally understood that Chen Luo was no ordinary person. He was practically a superman. Zhang Hexang himself weighs 160 pounds, and with the mountaineering equipment and oxygen tank he's carrying, he weighs at least 300 pounds. In other words, Chen Luo, carrying a weight of 300 jin, approximately 150 catties, could still jump 3 or 4 meters high using only the strength of his legs, while simultaneously using his hands to support the force of his fall. Can this person still be considered a normal human being? Zhang Hexang was so shocked that he remained speechless for a long time. If someone had told him about Superman before today, he would have definitely scoffed at it. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but believe it. His 3 companions were equally stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. So, they all took out their cameras and phones and started filming and recording videos. They can climb Mount Everest again, but such a scene may be one they will never see again in their lifetime. They could even imagine the sensation this image would cause if it were circulated. As Chen Luo continued to accelerate, the summit of Mount Everest soon came into view. At this moment, Chen Luo's speed increased again, and he began a rapid sprint. Zhang Hexang was so excited that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He was not excited because he was finally going to reach the top, but because the Superman in front of him had not only saved his life, but also led him to complete such an incredible summit. Under Zhang Hexang's expectant gaze, a man wearing no cold weather clothing, no oxygen tank, and only sneakers successfully leaped to the top of Mount Everest, which is 8,048 meters above sea level. As Chen Luo carried him into the sky and plummeted towards the mountain peak below, Zhang Haixiang looked at the countless mountains and ever-changing clouds beside the peak, feeling as if the whole world was beneath his feet. No, it should be under Chen Luo's feet. Chen Luo landed on the ground and put Zhang Haixiang down. He stood on the mountaintop and looked around, a feeling of exhilaration welling up in his heart. It took him nearly 18 hours, with only a short rest of about 3 hours on a cliff, before he finally made it up the mountain. Although it was a bit strenuous, I eventually made it to the top. During this process, Chen Luo gained a more intuitive understanding of his current physical condition. Whether it's strength, nerve reaction ability, or speed, he seems to surpass the average person by at least 10 times. They are not afraid of such an extremely cold environment at all, and are not even affected by the lack of oxygen. At this rate, once he unlocks the first-order gene lock, Chen Luo feels he might actually become a real-life Superman. However, after sighing, Chen Luo quickly turned his attention to the scenery at the top of the mountain. The azure sky, snow-capped mountains, and sea of clouds, the crystal-clear white and blue, the highest point, is always so pristine and breathtaking, the colors so pure that they make one's soul tremble. Under the golden sunlight, the snow-capped mountains were filled with a sacred glow. No matter which direction Chen Luo looked from, the scenery he saw made him feel a deep sense of purity. No wonder so many people want to climb to the top. Besides experiencing the thrill of conquest, there's also the mesmerizing view from above. Thank you for saving my life and taking me to the top of the mountain. Zhang Haixiang came to his senses and was about to step forward to thank Chen Luo. But at that moment, Zhang Haixiang's eyes widened in utter shock. Because Chen Luo was sprinting forward, leaping up and jumping at least 7 or 8 meters before plummeting straight down into the abyss they had come from. Zhang Haixiang cried out in alarm and hurriedly looked down the cliff. That's a height of 848 meters. Even if Chen Luo were a Superman, he would be smashed to pieces if he fell straight down like that. Zhang Haixiang felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. Did Chen Luo climb to the top of the mountain just to jump off and commit suicide? Just as Zhang Haixiang was still trying to figure it out, Chen Luo had already disappeared from his sight. Chen Luo plummeted from the mountaintop, and just as he felt he was about to crash into the mountainside or glacier, he returned to the Western fantasy world. At this point, almost 2 days had passed in reality, and 200 years had already passed in the Western fantasy world. When Chen Luo returned to the Extraordinary Academy, Osiris was still asleep, except that his size had changed from the size of a basketball to the size of an adult mongrel dog. Because they were always in the real world, the matter of the Extraordinary Academy resuming its enrollment was delayed. However, Chen Luo didn't take it seriously. He figured it was fine if it was delayed. He could deal with it when he had time. Therefore, when Chen Luo checked out of the hotel, he set up a magic circle outside the Extraordinary Academy to prevent outsiders from seeing the existence of this island. When the students recommended by the first batch of trainees arrived 10 years later, after going through countless hardships, they were all dumbfounded to find that there was nothing in this sea area. No one doubted the words of the first batch of students, because 10 years later, the first batch of students from the Extraordinary Academy had become prominent figures on the continent. Moreover, the people recommended are all their own relatives and nephews, so they have no reason to deceive their own family. These excited trainees who came to register all went back with long faces. After hearing the reports from those who returned, many of the first batch of trainees couldn't believe it, and more than a dozen trainees even came to confirm it in person. When they couldn't find the Extraordinary Academy, Everyone felt a void in their hearts, as if something important had suddenly been missing. However, although they could no longer find the extraordinary academy, none of them were worried about Chen Luo. In this world, perhaps only gods can threaten the dean. Chen Luo was about to return to reality after returning to the Western fantasy world when he suddenly let out a soft exclamation because he sensed someone breaking the magic circle. Chen Luo's figure vanished instantly, reappearing on the endless sea. On the sea, an elf stood on a large ship, holding a magic wand inlaid with magic crystals and rapidly chanting magic spells. Behind him stood 6 elven men and women, though they appeared to be much younger than him. A dazzling blue light burst forth from the staff and shot towards the magic circle in front of it. Immediately afterwards, a ripple appeared on the empty sea ahead, and the extraordinary academy within it appeared and disappeared quickly. The elf's eyes lit up with joy, and just as he was about to continue casting his spell, a voice suddenly came from the sky. "Noel, it seems you haven't wasted these 200 years, as you were able to detect the magic circle I set up." This elf was one of the 101 students back then. Noel looked up in surprise at Chen Luo slowly descending from the sky, his face immediately filled with a smile. "Professor Lofus, it's been 200 years, and you haven't changed at all." Chen Luo smiled and said, "You look much more weathered." The 6 elves behind Noel stared wide-eyed at Chen Luo upon hearing his words. "The person in front of me, who looks ordinary and has no magical energy fluctuations, is actually Her Majesty the Queen and the Grand Elder's teacher." Chen Luo was using the appearance he had when he first met this group of trainees. He had an ordinary appearance and didn't deliberately exude any special aura. Apart from his ability to fly, he seemed like an ordinary person. The elves have too many things to worry about right now, so this is how it is. Noel smiled, not really caring about his age. For an elf, being over 200 years old is merely their youth. "You didn't come here to see me, did you?" Noel's expression turned serious. "Teacher, I've come to seek your help." Before Nor could speak, Chen Luo had already figured out what had happened to the elves over the years with a thought. Since Chen Luo transformed into the creator god and resolved the crisis for the elf race, Diana, the Grand Elder of the Elf Council, led the elf race away from the Dal Forest in search of a new home, in order to revitalize the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is the spiritual pillar of the elven race, and Diana prioritized the safety of the Tree of Life in choosing her new home. After wandering for half a year, Diana finally found a new place suitable for elves to live in, the Moon Forest. Not only is the environment here similar to that of the Dar Forest, but more importantly, its location is safe and secluded, making it difficult for ordinary people to find. It is very suitable for the life tree, which needs a safe growing environment. As the Tree of Life gradually grew, the elf race also entered a phase of rapid development. With the elven race no longer facing external threats, Diana also became aware of the elven population's low birth rate and began to vigorously encourage them to reproduce, even going so far as to enact laws. Under Diana's oppressive policies, the elven population began to grow steadily, reaching over 500,000 by the time of the epic war between the 3 races. However, new problems arose as a result. The population increased tenfold, but resources did not increase. The Moon Forest could normally support 20,000 elves, but the arrival of 500,000 elves has caused the Moon Forest's resources to be rapidly depleted. What troubled Diana even more was that the elves were all vegetarians, eating fruits, grains, and some edible plants, which further exacerbated the ecological imbalance in the Moon Forest. Diana had no choice but to ask the elves to try hunting animals for meat. This immediately caused a huge uproar, sparking strong backlash and protests. Elves are naturally close to nature, and the animals in the forest are like friends to them. Even carnivores are very friendly to the elves. Moreover, vegetarianism is a tradition of the elves that has been passed down for thousands of years and is deeply ingrained in their very being. It cannot be changed overnight. Diana had no choice but to set an example by starting to eat meat herself. As a result, when Diana ate only one piece of rabbit meat under the watchful eyes of many elves, she immediately vomited profusely and could not eat a second piece. Diana's attempt failed, and voices began to emerge among the elves seeking a new home. Diana, however, overruled everyone's objections and rejected the idea, because the Tree of Life was located there, and the elven race had to protect it. However, as time went by, and many of the elves began to go hungry, Diana was no longer able to suppress the unrest. Of these 500,000 plus elves, only a little over 10,000 were born from the Tree of Life. The rest were newly born elves. Although they knew that their parents were born from the Tree of Life, they were far less devout than the others, and were not willing to sacrifice their lives for the Tree of Life. Moreover, after the Tree of Life grew in the Moon Forest, it not only lost Qi Wenwen's consciousness, but also lost the ability to give birth to new spirits. Therefore, the newborn elves do not feel the same way about the Tree of Life as the first generation of elves, who revered it as a god and a mother. The Elven Council of Elders was embroiled in one fierce argument after another, splitting into two factions, one insisting on protecting the Tree of Life forever and never leaving it. The other group advocated exploring the outside world and finding a new home. Diana initially held the upper hand with her absolute authority and the conservatives, but as more and more elves went hungry, the radicals gradually began to dominate the mainstream opinion. Internal conflicts began to emerge, and fierce disputes broke out among the elves, almost leading to the use of force. To avoid triggering a civil war, Diana had no choice but to agree to the proposal to find a new home, which marked the beginning of the division within the elven race. From that time on, the elven race split into four, with the conservative faction led by Diana and 100,000 elves holding fast to the Moon Forest. The other three groups were all radicals, each leading hundreds of thousands of elves out of the Moon Forest and establishing different cities on the continent of Alvin. However, the cities built by the elves were not very large, accounting for less than 1% of the vast continent of Alvin. Their combined population is still less than that of a large human or orc city, and scattered across the continent, they are even less significant. However, because of this split, the elven race ultimately did not engage in civil war, and they once again entered an era of rapid development of city-states. Although the Moon Forest has lessened its survival pressure due to the departure of most of the elves, its original resources have long been exhausted, forcing it to tighten its belt and wait for the ecosystem to regain its balance. Feeling threatened by this democracy to the Tree of Life, Diana dissolved the Elven Council at this time. Her branch of the elves became the Moon Kingdom, and she was the first elven queen. Diana was the first elf born from the Tree of Life, and she held great authority among the elves. With all the opponents gone, the remaining elves were her supporters and naturally had no objections. Just when the Moon Elf was in the most distressed time, the griffin sent by Chen Luo to deliver the admission notice arrived. Irelia was Diana's daughter. When she saw the griffin speak human language, Diana almost immediately sent all the chosen elves with the griffin to the Academy of Extraordinary Elves. When Irelia and Noel returned to the Moonwood Kingdom, all the elves were amazed by the power of magic. Moreover, Irelia brought back not only magic and warrior skills, but also a wealth of knowledge from the Extraordinary Academy about art, agriculture, architecture, metallurgy, and other aspects of Human and Orc kingdoms. These were all collected and compiled by Chen Luo when he saw the humans and orcs entering the Great Expansion era, and he placed them in another tall tower. When Irelia and Noel saw these books, they were immediately shocked. They had never imagined that such knowledge existed in the world. The reason why the elven race has not developed a mature civilization is because it lacks these systematic elements. Without advanced farming techniques, they couldn't feed a larger population. Without knowledge of metallurgy, they couldn't forge weapons to defend their homeland. Irelia and Noel's horizons had long been broadened by Chen Luo, and they immediately realized the importance of these things. So, in their spare time, they spent almost all their time inside this tower of knowledge copying books. Among the elven students, there were 3 other groups of students who had established city-state civilizations. When they saw the 2 of them frantically immersing themselves in the tower of knowledge every day, it immediately aroused their intense curiosity. Soon, when they entered the tower and saw this knowledge, they also realized its importance. Thus, in addition to Chris's title of Magic Madman, all the elven students also became book-copying madmen. When graduating, the elves brought with them mostly handwritten books. Those that were truly impossible to carry, the elves memorized by rote. When the elven students took these books back, they had a huge impact on the elven race, who loved art and aesthetics. These students, having completed their studies, established their own academies and began recruiting students from their clans to teach them magic and warrior skills. It was precisely because of this knowledge that the elven race ushered in a new era, entering a new era of comprehensive development from extraordinary power to productivity and art upon returning to the Moon Forest. Irelia immediately connected with the Tree of Life, with whom she had previously been unable to communicate through her spiritual power. This caused the Tree of Life to release powerful life energy, restoring life to the previously barren land of the Moon Forest. In a short period of time, a large number of fruit trees and edible plants grew, and ripe fruits were produced within a single day. After resolving the Moon Elf food crisis, Irelia began to establish an academy to teach magic and knowledge. The increase in productivity meant that the elves no longer had to worry about food, leading to rapid population growth and a fundamental improvement in their overall strength. The racial traits of elves give many of them the talent to become mages from birth. Although there are differences in aptitude, generally speaking, at least 3 or 4 out of 10 elves can become mages. Even if the remaining people cannot become mages, they can still become excellent archers, thanks to their eagle eye talent. Later, Irelia combined the magician and the archer to create a new profession, the magic archer. The archer combines the physical attacks of a warrior with the magical attacks of a mage, making it the most powerful class on the continent of Alvin, while the Moon Elf has become the most powerful of the 4 elves. Time flies. More than 200 years have passed since Irelia and the other elven students returned to the continent of Alvin. The population of the 4 branches of the elves has increased by about 10 times, reaching a total population of 5 million. The 3 branches of the elven race also transitioned from the city-state era to the kingdom era, developing a social system different from that of the Moon Elves. The Moon Elf Kingdom has always adhered to its ancient traditions, guarding the Tree of Life and rarely leaving the Moon Forest. At this time, the population of the Moon Elf Kingdom had reached nearly 1 million, but the problem of food shortages was no longer a concern. Besides the production technology brought back by Irelia, the Tree of Life had also fully matured over hundreds of years. It began to radiate a powerful vitality, affecting all the plants in the Moon Forest. Trees, grasses, and even animals began to grow vigorously, causing the area of the moon forest to expand more than 20 times. That's when the problem arose. 200 years ago, the magical beasts that Chen Luo raised on the continent of Alvin had been steadily increasing in number after 200 years of breeding, and they gradually began to leave their original territories and spread to the entire continent of Alvin. The life energy emitted by the Tree of Life was so strong that it was as attractive as a pearl in the night for some creatures, especially flying magical beasts. They prefer to nest and reproduce in places with abundant vitality, which not only makes their offspring stronger, but also makes their own bodies stronger under the nourishment of life. In addition to flying monsters, many land monsters were also attracted, so the moon elves had to face attacks from monsters in the sky and on the ground every day. Although the moon elves' strength was vastly different from when they were first born, these magical beasts were still formidable. They are fewer in number than elves, but each one is very strong, with the weakest being at least second tier and the strongest even reaching fourth tier. Second and third tiers are not a problem. After all, the elven race has produced quite a few second-tier powerhouses, but only the elven's only fourth-tier powerhouse, Irelia, can deal with fourth-tier magical beasts. The moon elves found themselves fighting on both the ground and in the sky, and just then, the trolls and goblins came to cause trouble. Hundreds of years ago, after the elves left the Dao forest, the trolls and goblins started fighting again for resources, and the original alliance was instantly destroyed. With their naturally strong bodies and voodoo, the trolls were no match for the goblins, and were suppressed from the very beginning. In less than 10 years, the goblins became slaves of the trolls, forced to mine Garcia ore in volcanic craters. Garcia ore was a mineral used by trolls in voodoo rituals to amplify the power of voodoo. After becoming the dominant power in the region, they began to expand outwards and eventually discovered the vast kingdom of the Moon Forest. The two races have been mortal enemies for hundreds of years, so they naturally started fighting without any preamble, and the trolls were completely overwhelmed. The Moon Elves have a population of over 1 million, of which nearly 200,000 are mages. Excluding about 100,000 magic apprentices, there are 90,000 first-tier mages, and over 10,000 second-tier mages. Even without using any other spells, if these mages stood together and each cast a fireball, the sight would be spectacular enough to terrify anyone. Therefore, in their first battle with the Moon Elves, the trolls were utterly routed, losing over 100,000 corpses, and fled the Moon Forest in a sorry state. However, the trolls did not give up. After witnessing the power of magic, they immediately coveted it and decided to obtain this power at any cost. It doesn't matter if we can't beat them now. They have plenty of men. After 200 years of development, the number of trolls has reached tens of millions, and when combined with the goblins, whose reproductive capacity is even more astonishing, their numbers exceed those of the Moon Elves by more than 30 times. The Moon Elves used numbers to fight the monsters, and now the trolls are using numbers to fight them. If it weren't for the fact that the Moon Elves now possess a large number of mages and archers, they would probably have been overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the trolls long ago. Faced with so many enemies, Irelia, who had just succeeded to the throne, was overwhelmed every day, busy putting out fires everywhere, but still lost large areas of territory one after another. Seeing her people suffering heavy casualties and the enemy closing in, Irelia thought of Chen Luo. Although she already knew that the extraordinary academy had disappeared, she still held onto a sliver of hope and sent Noel to search for him. Chen Luo knew what had happened, but he still patiently listened to Noel recount the story. After all, Noel had said that he was not a god. I understand. You've traveled so far, you must be tired. Go to the academy and rest for a while before we talk. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo sent all the elves on the ship flying, rapidly heading towards the extraordinary academy ahead. Noel's face lit up with joy. Since Chen Luo had said so, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. The 6 young elves exclaimed in unison. Before they knew what had happened, they were already flying up, and some of them were even tumbling several times in the air. Seeing this, Noel felt embarrassed and turned around to scold. "Didn't I teach you all to always stay calm no matter what happens?" The elves were scolded until their faces turned red, but they dared not argue back. They hurriedly adjusted their posture and stabilized themselves in the air. Chen Luo turned around and glanced at him with a half-smile. Noel's face flushed slightly because he knew what Chen Luo was laughing at. When Noel first arrived, his reaction to this situation wasn't much better than that of these young people. After Chen Luo led them to the Extraordinary Academy, he pondered for a moment before saying, "This problem is easy to solve, but I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Noel was overjoyed and said, "Teacher, thank you so much. Please tell me your conditions, and I will do my best to fulfill them." Chen Luo smiled, but then looked at the elves behind him. "Did you bring them here to join the Extraordinary Academy?" Noel nodded repeatedly. "I knew I couldn't hide it from the teacher. They are the most talented of the moon elves. Their tribe is currently only fighting against monsters and trolls, which is very unsafe. That's why Irelia asked me to bring them here. Firstly, to protect their safety, and secondly, because she hopes the teacher can teach them." Chen Luo had long realized that these 6 elves were exceptionally talented, no less so than Irelia had been, which explained why she had sent them here. Irelia was probably thinking that if the moon elves couldn't hold on any longer, these 6 elves would be their last hope. "My conditions are simple. I've been busy exploring more worlds lately, which has delayed the recruitment of students for the Extraordinary Academy. I will take care of the trouble with the moon elves, but you will stay and take charge of the Extraordinary Academy. You will also be responsible for teaching those 6 students. In addition, I will grant you higher-level access to the Magic Tower and the Warrior Tower." Noel was stunned. He had never expected Chen Luo to make such a request. Chen Luo clearly intended for him to become the dean of the Extraordinary Academy. While shocked, Noel was also pleasantly surprised, as this represented Chen Luo's appreciation and trust in him. "Teacher, I'm afraid I'll let you down." Chen Luo shook his head. "Do you know why I chose you?" Before Nor could speak, Chen Luo smiled and said, "Because elves have long enough lifespans, even if you make a mistake, you will have enough time to make amends. So, there is no need to worry. But what I need you to do is treat elves and other races equally and without any favoritism." Noel was speechless. He felt a little embarrassed. He originally thought that Chen Luo valued his talent, but he didn't expect it was because of his agility and longevity. Noel already knew that Chen Luo was someone who disliked trouble. Choosing him now is probably just because they think he'll live a long life and stay at the Extraordinary Academy indefinitely. Although Noel felt frustrated, did he have any other choice at this point? "Teacher, I promise you." "Very good." Chen Luo nodded slightly, then immediately waved his hand and pulled the wand from Noel's hand. "This wand is a bit too crudely made. I'll modify it. You can send it back to the Moon Forest and give it to Irelia." As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, a blue light burst forth from his hand and quickly flowed onto his staff. Then, to the astonishment of Noel and the others, layers of mysterious runes began to emerge from the bottom of the staff and then disappeared in an instant. The next moment, the blue crystal at the top of the staff burst into brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding world. The light was so dazzling that none of them could open their eyes. Soon, they felt an immense and boundless surge of magical energy emanating from it. This magic was so immense that it sent a shiver down their spines. When Chen Luo placed his hand on the blue crystal, terrifying magic power surged into it. When Chen Luo withdrew his hand, the staff had completely changed its appearance. Its entire body turned grayish-white, while the blue crystal at the top changed from light blue to dark blue, with wisps of blue light floating inside, like a bottomless sea, which was exceptionally magical. Let's call it Deep Blue Aria. Chen Luo glanced at the modified staff and casually handed it to Noel. It comes with a large magical barrier called Deep Blue Guardian that can absorb magic power to maintain the barrier. Remember the spell to activate it. Chen Luo quickly recited a magic incantation. Seeing Noel hurriedly nod to indicate that he had memorized it, he continued, "The Deep Blue Aria is both a staff and the core of a magic circle. The range it protects will adjust according to the user's strength. With Irelia's current strength, it's enough to protect the Tree of Life. Anyone below the 7th rank will never be able to break through this magical barrier." Noel and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time, staring blankly at the deep blue area. Chen Luo casually used it, and the staff underwent a qualitative change, becoming impenetrable even to those below the 7th rank. Noel was stunned for a long time, but quickly came to his senses. After all, he had already witnessed many of Chen Luo's terrifying deeds. For example, the golden dragon Lyras appeared at graduation. At that time, these students had a certain guess in their hearts. Chen Luo must have at least the strength of an 8th-order mythical being to make even a 7th-order epic dragon prostrate at his feet. "Thank you, teacher." After the initial shock, Noel immediately realized that the Deep Blue Aria could definitely solve the Moon Elva's current predicament. Their biggest problem right now is actually those high-level magical beasts that have been trying to seize the Tree of Life. With Deep Blue Aria available, the monsters are no longer a concern, allowing the Moon Elves to focus their efforts on dealing with the trolls and goblins. With their current strength, those ugly trolls are doomed. Send Deep Blue Aria back. The other 6 will stay here for now. Yes, Professor Lofus. Noel bowed excitedly, then immediately used his wind-riding technique to float towards the large ship outside, carrying the Deep Blue Aria. Chen Luo looked at the 6 remaining elves who were staring at him with adoration, and casually said, "There are plenty of rooms here. You can stay wherever you like. There is also fruit to pick on the island. The only place you can't go is my tall tower." After finishing his sentence, Chen Luo ignored the elves' reactions and flew to the top of the tower, returning to his room. He then disappeared from the Western fantasy world and appeared on the sheer cliffs of Mount Everest. Chen Luo paused slightly in mid-air before continuing his rapid descent. The fall lasted a full 5 minutes. Just as he was about to hit a cliff face, Chen Luo disappeared again and returned to the Western fantasy world. After pausing for a moment, Chen Luo made a thought and fell back down from reality. At this moment, Chen Luo was only 5 or 6 meters above the ground when he fell heavily to the ground. Apart from his legs being slightly numb, he felt nothing. After walking around for a while, Chen Luo spotted the location of the Mount Everest base camp and immediately rushed towards it. On his way back to Lhasa, Chen Luo restored the timeline of the Western fantasy world to match that of reality. Otherwise, by the time he arrived, another 100 years would have passed in the Western fantasy world, and he might have missed some things. After driving for more than 10 hours, Chen Luo returned to the original hotel and checked in again. Having learned his lesson from last time, Chen Luo wore sunglasses and a hat this time, covering most of his face. The receptionist didn't even bother to check my ID properly before processing my check-in. Chen Luo arrived at his hotel room and checked the time. There were still 3 hours left before he would be able to enter the Marvel world. Meanwhile, game forums and some live streaming rooms were already bustling with activity. At this time, Lei Chengyang, Shang Tang, Han Fei, and a total of 8 people had already logged into the game interface. But the interface displayed a 3-hour stopwatch countdown. Although they did nothing, each of their 8 live streams attracted more than 5 million viewers. Lei Chengyang and Shang Tang, in particular, benefited from the second epic battle, which further boosted their fame. At this time, the number of viewers in their live broadcast rooms had exceeded 10 million. Soon, bored viewers counted the total number of viewers in the 8 players' live streams, 60 million. The live stream data for Second Life is very authentic, unlike some live streaming platforms that use fake numbers to mislead viewers and create the illusion of high viewership. Second Life has no need to fake anything, because the game's popularity is just that incredible right now. Things related to this game have consistently ranked high on the trending searches, becoming a hot topic of discussion among the public. For example, during the second epic battle, VR devices sold out. Furthermore, the fact that Second Life is set to open up the Marvel universe, which already attracts a lot of attention, immediately sparked a lot of discussion. So even though there are still 3 hours until the Marvel Cinematic Universe opens, tens of millions of viewers have already come in to wait. While waiting, I also browsed the forums to see if anything interesting was happening. Soon, everyone noticed something interesting. That is, the Ant Emperor also received a game reward. Ha ha ha. And Emperor was so confident before that he would ruin this game company, or at least eat it up during the open beta. How come he's back to playing games now? He doesn't just want to ruin the game company. He posts on forums every day, trying to find the company and the boss's address. Go there and burn the company down and even chop off the boss's dog head. Dog head for protection. The Ant Emperor says, "It smells delicious." No, why would Ant Emperor be eligible for customization? The Ant Emperor said it was maintenance compensation. I think the game company is afraid he'll actually come knocking on their door. I think the game company is afraid that he will go and explore the Western fantasy world again. Aren't they afraid that the Ant Emperor will start devouring the Marvel universe right now? How about someone posts a threatening message and see if they can give up an account? Go ahead and boldly charge forward. We support you. Jiang Junhao was also having a blast on the login screen. He had been holding back his anger for the past few days and had actually asked someone to check the address of Second Life and the background of the boss. Of course, nothing was found. Even those major domestic and international forces couldn't find any information and were forced to resort to hacking and dismantling forums. Jiang Junhao was dozens of orders of magnitude less capable than them, making it even more impossible for him. So Jiang Junhao could only keep posting on the forum, desperately attacking the game company. As a result, the game company neither deleted the post nor banned him, leading him to believe that the other party felt guilty and therefore ignored him. He later realized that the other person simply couldn't be bothered with him. At first, some people went in to express their sympathy, but later, almost no one read his posts anymore because they knew the content without even looking. Gradually, Jiang Junhao also became helpless and stopped this meaningless behavior. He gritted his teeth and uninstalled the game, but couldn't help reinstalling it again and again. Just as he was uninstalling the game for the 124th time, his forum account received an official notification. They said they gave him the right to customize his life in the Marvel Universe as compensation for game maintenance. Jiang Junhao immediately forgot all his resentment towards the game company and happily re-downloaded the game. With only 1 day left before the Marvel World was launched, he opened the login screen and excitedly waited. Just as players were chattering about how the Ant Emperor had gained access to the game, another post on the forum was pushed to the top. "Why am I not eligible to play the game?" The huge exclamation mark seemed to represent the poster's angry accusation. The poster's name is, "Whoever gives milk is a wolf." Everyone who saw the forum's name couldn't help but laugh. As a result, the post received tens of thousands of replies in less than a minute. "Brother Kane, you should go back and grow your hair back before you come back. Haha, little brother Kane, you don't know yet, do you?" Game companies have now banned minors from logging into the game. Shh, upstairs, who told you to reveal this secret to him? Kane, I'm 16. GP. You might not even be able to get it into the public beta, yet you expect to enter the Marvel Universe? Do you think game companies are stupid? Do you want you to go in and turn everyone in the world into vampires? Haha. What are you doing at such a young age, not dating? What games are you playing? Kane, I'm 16. JP. Zhao Yi was so frustrated by that meme that he almost vomited blood. His name was now incredibly famous, all because of that damn meme. Zhao Yi originally wanted to reveal his identity, but he lost his temper when he saw that meme. This meme and that phrase have inexplicably become the hottest buzzwords of the year, and now all my classmates are going crazy using it. If Zhao Yi dared to say that he was Kane, his parents would probably beat him up first, and he would spend the rest of his high school years being ridiculed. What frustrated him even more was that he had lost his eligibility to play the game. Why do Lai Chengyang and Shang Tang have it, but he doesn't? Zhao Yi looked at the replies below and became angrier and angrier, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as the countdown in the game world of those 8 people began, and soon it became a 10-second countdown. The forum fell silent at this point, and everyone entered the live stream, watching with the same anticipation as the players as the Marvel Universe began. The instant the countdown ended, all players qualified to enter the Marvel Universe were suddenly transported to the character's selection screen, with a notification popping up automatically. Please create a character. This is quite simple. Just like any other online game, you first select your appearance, gender, and age, then enter your name to create your character. Alternatively, you can choose to enter with your real appearance. Apart from Qi Wenwen, who was a little hesitant about customizing her character's face, the rest of the men didn't hesitate much, quickly set it up, and then entered their names. Lai Chengyang used his real name and appearance directly, since people in the real world already knew his name and appearance, so there was no need to hide it. Apart from him, only Han Fei also chose to reveal his true self. Han Fei is quite famous now, only a step behind Shang Tang and Lai Chengyang, and can be considered a big celebrity. When his viewers saw him choose to use his real appearance in his live stream, someone immediately took a screenshot and posted Han Fei's photo online. In just a short time, his information was exposed online. To everyone's surprise, Han Fei was actually just an ordinary person in real life, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a loser. In every aspect, he was worlds apart from Lai Chengyang. With Han Fei's entire family history now exposed online, an insider has revealed a truly explosive piece of news. That is, the reason why Lai Chengyang knew about the Judgment Divine Sword was because he spent 10 million to buy it from Han Fei. This caused a huge stir, and everyone was stunned. First, they were shocked by Lai Chengyang's immense wealth. Second, they were shocked by the terrifying influence of this game. In the game, it's just a rumor about a powerful artifact, not even a real one, yet it can sell for 10 million. Upon receiving this news, viewers immediately flooded their live stream chat with questions, trying to confirm if it was true. Lei Chengyang was somewhat surprised when he heard the news, because only 3 people knew about this matter. Xu Yaifei would definitely not leak it, so that left only Han Fei. Lei Chengyang couldn't help but laugh. He had been adjusting in real life for the past few days, and had even found a professional psychologist to help him recover. He had overheard Xu Yaifei casually mentioning Han Fei's information. If Han Fei leaked this information and used his true identity, then his purpose is quite obvious. Han Fei wanted to turn his life around and use this method to further expand his reputation. Lei Chengyang didn't care. There was no harm in doing something like helping others achieve their goals. Besides, even if he denied it, it wouldn't matter since the transfer record was still there. So he did him a favor and immediately confirmed the matter in the live stream. This whole thing was originally planned by Han Fei and executed by his best friend Li Shun, so of course he wouldn't deny it and confirmed it in the live stream. As a result, Han Fei's photo and the news of buying the judgment for 10 million yuan simultaneously became trending topics. This is a number that most people would envy. You can easily obtain a huge sum of 10 million without doing anything. The horror of the game Second Life is evident. Suddenly, whether they wanted to become famous or saw it as a chance to make money, everyone began to look forward to the game's public beta even more. At this point, after everyone had finished selecting their roles, another prompt popped up on the system interface. Please select the desired ability, and you can generate it directly using your thoughts. When this point was reached, everyone in the live stream was offering all sorts of suggestions, from Marvel to fantasy worlds and even DC universes. The live stream was quite lively. Lei Chengyang completely ignored what the people on the live stream were saying. He simply used the phrase in his mind, DC Superman. This creature's abilities exceed the limits of power in the Marvel universe and it cannot cross dimensional barriers. Please change your abilities. Lei Chengyang smiled, not particularly surprised. He knew beforehand that arbitrarily setting abilities would likely have limitations. If someone truly possessed all abilities, the Marvel universe might really be ruined. So, Lei Chengyang first tried to create a Superman, but when he learned that it was impossible, he gave up. The Flash, confirm generation? Without a second thought, Lei Chengyang immediately chose to cancel. This was not the ability he wanted. If the Flash's abilities can be generated, then the upper limit of power that the Marvel Universe can withstand should be roughly equivalent to that of the main characters in the Avengers. Lei Chengyang muttered to himself for a while, then quickly made a decision. Rin Sharingan. Confirm generation? Lei Chengyang was overjoyed and immediately confirmed the order. The instant Lei Chengyang made his decision, his eyes instantly transformed into the Rinnegan from Naruto, and a Rin Sharingan sprouted on his forehead. The viewers in the live stream instantly went wild, and they immediately recognized what those eyes were. Holy crap! Naruto has crossed over? You can actually incorporate abilities from anime. That's the Rin Sharingan. It possesses the abilities of both the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. Wow, Mr. Lei, at your age, has actually watched Naruto? In fact, Lei Chengyang had only heard of Naruto, but had never watched it. It was only when Liang Ziyu received the reward that the game company offered the options of Naruto and Hunter x Hunter, so they specifically asked Xu Yaifei to collect information on these two anime. After reviewing all the materials, Lei Chengyang discovered that Naruto contained an ability he needed, so he had already made preparations. If Superman didn't work, he would choose the Rin Sharingan. This eye possesses the abilities of both the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. Strictly speaking, the Rin Sharingan is not a type of dojutsu. It is a bloodline limit that transcends the limits of bloodline limit and the elimination of bloodline limit, and is a special constitution. All the techniques used belong to the bloodline limit, which is a product of the fusion of all matter. Therefore, its power can no longer be described as ninjutsu. It should more accurately be called divine art. Please confirm the abilities of the Rin Sharingan. Without hesitation, Lei Chengyang blurted out, Kotoa Matsukami, Perfect Susanoo, Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Chibaku Tensei. When the viewers in the live stream heard Lei Chengyang recite 6 or 7 abilities in one breath, and he showed no sign of stopping, they all laughed. PF'd, Lei, are you going to use the Rin Sharingan to beat up Marvel heroes? Can you handle so many abilities? These eye techniques are powerful, but they require a terrifying amount of chakra. Brother Lei, you might as well just generate the abilities of Kaguya Otsutsuki or the Sage of Six Paths directly. Instead of making things so complicated, is it really okay to be so greedy? Chen Luo was speechless. What was this monster trying to do? With so many terrifying abilities, it could obliterate the earth. Is this guy planning to cause trouble again? Chen Luo had a vague feeling that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he casually issued a system notification. Just as the viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably, a notification popped up on the system interface. This ability has reached the power threshold allowed in the Marvel Universe. Only 3 eye techniques can be written into it. Please make adjustments. Lei Chengyang was taken aback. He had done a detailed analysis of these abilities and sorted them out according to their priority in the Marvel Universe. He's currently only allowed to possess 3 eye techniques, which is putting him in a bit of a predicament. However, Lei Chengyang knew he had no other choice, so he had no choice but to select the first 3. Right, successful. You can also select a basic capability, 10 Tails Chakra. This ability exceeds the power limits of the Marvel Universe and cannot cross dimensional barriers. Please change your ability. 9 Tails Chakra. This ability exceeds the power limits of the Marvel Universe and cannot cross dimensional barriers. Please change your ability. Lei Chengyang. What the heck? It's understandable that the 10 Tails was rejected, but why not the 9 Tails? It seems that none of the 9 Tails chakra exceeds the limits of the Marvel Universe. Not to mention Captain Marvel. She's probably only on par with Thor. Lei Chengyang was extremely frustrated, but he was unaware that Chen Luo had already set his sights on him and was consciously restricting the abilities he could acquire. 8 Tails Chakra. Confirm generation? Upon hearing this notification, Lei Chengyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he could barely tolerate the 8 Tails Chakra. Ability generated. Please select the time and place to enter the Marvel Universe. Without any hesitation, Lei Chengyang immediately said, "The story of Iron Man 3 begins in 2013 in New York at Stark Industries." Setting successful. Please note that the time ratio between the real world and Marvel is 1 day to 1 year. You will be forced to exit the game upon death. After this prompt appeared, Lei Chengyang disappeared from the character selection screen and appeared below Stark Industries. Holy crap, is Boss Lei going to be friends with Nini? I don't think so. Knowing Lei's personality, he's definitely going to cause trouble. Is he going to steal Iron Man's suit? If you come to the Marvel Universe and don't get an Iron Man suit to play with, wouldn't you be embarrassed? Damn, I really want to know why he broke away from the gods. Wow, I get it now. When the viewers in the live stream saw Lei Chengyang go directly to Stark Industries, they were still speculating about what he was going to do when someone shouted that they had already guessed what he was planning to do. It was at this moment that Lei Chengyang cut off the live stream and quickly created an encrypted live stream channel. When he saw Xu Yaifei enter, he immediately said to the air, "Ready?" In the real world, Xu Yaifei quickly typed a line of text into the live stream. Ready to start anytime. Xu Yaifei is currently in a large laboratory, and behind him are dozens of people in white coats waiting for orders. These people all have at least a doctoral degree, and many of them are professors from 985 and 211 universities. They were experts in physics, biological genetics, and computer science, whom Lei Chengyang had invited at great expense during this period. The laboratory in front of us is the HUST National Laboratory for Optoelectronics, which was borrowed by Lei Chengyang after he donated 100 million RMB to HUST. Both the researchers and the experimental equipment inside have reached the national level. Very good, we'll begin once Tony Stark arrives. When the viewers in the live stream saw Lei Chengyang cut off the broadcast, everyone was stunned, and then they went into an uproar. They then quickly found the official live streaming platform, clicked on it, and swiftly switched to Lei Chengyang's perspective. What did I tell you? Boss Lei is definitely here to cause trouble, otherwise he wouldn't have shut down the live stream. What is he up to now? Continue advertising. The person upstairs is clearly lacking in intelligence. He chose the power of Koto Matsukami. Doesn't he know what he's planning to do? What is Koto Matsukami? Let's start caring for the mentally challenged child upstairs. Let me explain to you. Koto Matsukami is a unique eye technique of Uchiha Shisui from Naruto, also known as the strongest genjutsu. It can forcibly modify the will of the person affected and manipulate their thoughts. However, although Koto Matsukami is unbeatable, it can only be used on a single person, and each time it is used, the cooldown time is more than 10 years. Holy crap, is Boss Lei going to manipulate? Nini, that's terrifying. The boss is indeed a big shot. He can make a fuss no matter where he is. Now everyone knew what Lei Chengyang was up to, and they started spamming the screen like crazy. Amidst the intense attention, a sleek, bright red supercar sped up, and Tony Stark stepped out. Just as he was about to enter Stark Industries, Lei Chengyang, who had been waiting outside, quickly activated Koto Matsukami. Hey Ray, you've been waiting long, haven't you? When Tony saw Lei Chengyang at the door, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he went up to him affectionately and gave him a hug. Lei Chengyang laughed and immediately said, "It's already quite remarkable that you've been on time for so long, considering how unpunctual you usually are." Tony chuckled and patted Lei Chengyang on the back, saying in a relaxed tone, "Besides women, you're the first person who's ever made me this punctual. I am deeply honored." Shall we continue what we were doing before? Yes, of course. Let's go to the lab upstairs. Tony laughed heartily and led Lei Chengyang into Stark Industries. Tony, who is he? Happy Hogan was originally there to greet Tony at the door, but when he saw Lei Chengyang, who looked like an Asian, he couldn't help but be taken aback and turned to ask Tony. Question. Ray, don't you know him? He's my best friend. Tony asked in surprise. Happy looked completely bewildered. Tony did have many friends, but as his bodyguard and driver, he knew very well that Tony didn't have a single Asian friend, and if he did, they would definitely be women. Happy looked puzzled, but didn't ask any questions. Instead, he led the way. Lei Chengyang's eyes flashed, realizing that Happy was starting to suspect him. However, Lai Chengyang was not afraid. He did not control Tony. He only used "Farewell, my God" to make Tony believe that he had saved his life and that the two were close friends who had been through thick and thin together. Lai Chengyang was very interested in the arc reactor and Jarvis artificial intelligence. To repay his life-saving debt, Tony came today to tell Lai Chengyang about these two technologies. He had even forgotten what he originally came for. Lai Chengyang did not want to completely control Tony, but there is still a difference between someone who is completely controlled and a normal person. Moreover, he's already aroused Happy's suspicion just by giving Tony another friend. If he were to gain complete control, it would likely cause a lot of trouble very soon. When the three arrived at the top-floor laboratory of Stark Industries, Tony had Happy stand guard outside while he led Lai Chengyang into the laboratory. "This is my spare small arc reactor." Lai Chengyang's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he picked up the miniature arc reactor that looked exactly like the one in the movie. I finally understand why Lai shut down his live stream. He was after the arc reactor from the very beginning and never intended to play any games. 6666. You're awesome. You're awesome. Is Lai Jun planning to become a real-life Iron Man? Wait a minute. Even if he gets the arc reactor, he might not be able to bring it back, right? Didn't you see that Nini brought him to the lab? She's definitely going to teach him how to build an arc reactor. I don't believe your nonsense. You think you can learn how to build an arc reactor just by Tony teaching you? Do you think you're Einstein? Chen Luo understood Lai Chengyang's purpose. This guy was really ambitious. He actually wanted to take the arc reactor out. No wonder there were so many white coats in his encrypted live broadcast room. Chen Luo could guess, without even thinking, that most of these people were experts in physics. However, Chen Luo had no intention of interfering. He neither intended to help him nor to stop him. If Lai Chengyang can really get this technology out of the country, then he'll be considered capable. Lai Chengyang was indeed after the advanced technology in the Marvel universe from the very beginning, and not just the arc reactor, but also Pym particles, Jarvis's super artificial intelligence, and the augmented reality technology that appeared in the movie. If we can get rid of one, we'll take it all. After all, these cutting-edge technologies don't exist in reality. Even if we can get rid of just one, this is a huge profit. Mr. Lai, please have him explain the principle of this arc reactor. In the live stream, a professor specializing in nuclear physics had his eyes light up and immediately grabbed the keyboard to type a line of text in the chat. If we could actually build the arc reactor, it would be a revolutionary achievement and could even rewrite human history. Not only was the professor excited, but everyone behind him also gathered around, urging Xu Yifei to turn the game live stream volume up to the maximum. They all understood the significance of the arc reactor, but in reality, they couldn't currently possess such technology. This thing must be a small nuclear reactor, and it must be a controlled nuclear fusion reactor, which is why it can provide such a huge amount of energy. Nuclear fusion is not actually difficult. For example, the hydrogen bomb utilizes the principle of nuclear fusion. However, the hydrogen bomb is an uncontrolled nuclear fusion technology, and uncontrolled nuclear fusion can only be used to make weapons, with limited applications for humanity. Therefore, only a controlled nuclear reactor can release clean and enormous energy like the arc reactor. However, the conditions for nuclear fusion reactions are extremely high, and once the conditions for nuclear fusion to form are not met, nuclear fusion will stop. Humanity is still working hard to overcome this challenge, and it will take several decades to 100 years to master this technology. If Tony Stark had personally explained it, the time might have been greatly shortened. Lei Chengyang immediately smiled and asked, "Tony, can you explain the principle behind this thing?" Tony chuckled and said, "Of course. Let me ask you first, you know about nuclear fusion, right?" Lei Chengyang had specifically researched the arc reactor before coming, so he naturally knew its basic principles. He immediately nodded and said, "I know a little. The arc reactor is a nuclear fusion reactor, but conventional reactors require extremely high temperatures and pressures to start, which the human body cannot withstand. Therefore, I conduct nuclear fusion reactions at room temperature, which I call cold fusion. Cold fusion can reduce the cost of nuclear fusion and is safer and more efficient." Just as Tony began his explanation, Chen Luo suddenly closed the official live stream channel, and a notification popped up. "Technical malfunction, currently under maintenance. Please wait. This live stream is public. Anyone can click in, and you can even record it." Chen Luo could guess with his bare hands that there were many foreign spies in the live stream, and they would definitely record the video and send it back to their home countries for research. It's not a big deal that his own country hasn't figured it out yet, but if other countries have, wouldn't Chen Luo be spitting blood? Although his sense of alienation from the real world is getting worse, this is, after all, his homeland, the place where he was born and raised. Even if the technology from the Marvel Universe can be copied, it can only be obtained by China. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, and then they started cursing. "Damn it, are you guys using a super server? How come it always malfunctions at the crucial moment? Those damn officials are probably afraid I'll learn how to build an arc reactor and become the real Iron Man. Clever as I am, I've already seen through your scheme. I think the official authorities definitely don't know how to fabricate the origin of the arc reactor, so they're deliberately making up an excuse to prevent us from seeing it. That's not right. All the other players' streams are on. Why can't I watch the official stream channel?" In a place unseen by Chen Luo, somewhere in an island nation, a secret research institute, countless lab technicians in military uniforms and white lab coats were intently watching the screen, which displayed footage of Lei Chengyang and Tony Stark in the laboratory. There was also a Japanese person fluent in both Mandarin and English providing simultaneous interpretation, ensuring that the high-ranking Japanese military officials and researchers present understand their conversation. When Tony Stark started explaining the principles of the arc reactor, the screen suddenly went black, and nothing could be seen anymore. A commotion immediately broke out among the people present. A middle-aged man immediately shouted at the simultaneous interpreter who was fluent in Mandarin, "What's going on?" The simultaneous interpreter hurriedly replied, "Major Fujiwara, the games. Official announcement says there's a technical glitch and maintenance is underway." Fujiwara slammed his fist on the table in anger, stood up, and roared, "Baka! How could it malfunction at a time like this?" No one could answer his question, and the room fell silent. Major Fujiwara, Lei Chengyang's live stream is still running. They should have recorded it. A cold glint flashed in Fujiwara's eyes, and he said sharply, "Order the people lurking in China to closely monitor Lei Chengyang and Han Fei, and find an opportunity to bring them back to the country. We need to find out what's going on in that world." "Yes, Major." This scene is not only happening in island nations, but also in developed countries such as the United States and Europe, where similar things are happening at the same time. Second Life has attracted a lot of attention since its release and its explosive popularity. Game companies, needless to say, are extremely perceptive and immediately organized professional personnel to watch the live streams and analyze the game videos. To their astonishment, the game was not only 100% realistic, but the flow of time also seemed to be real. The reason I say seems is that, since no one has personally experienced it, no one knows for sure if it's true. However, judging from the development within the game and the players' reactions, the passage of time is indeed palpable. As more and more reports came about, it eventually attracted national-level attention. The Earth's land area is limited, and with the explosive growth of the population, resources are becoming increasingly scarce. Long ago, superpowers began launching rockets and satellites and exploring outer space in hopes of finding new habitats. The continuous development of new energy sources is also aimed at solving resource problems. Now a new solution has emerged, this 100% realistic game. Putting everything else aside, just considering the flow of time alone, one day in reality is equivalent to 100 years in the game world. 1 year is equivalent to 36,500 years for others, and in a lifetime, you could live hundreds of thousands or even millions of years longer than others. This is enough to drive any country, any organization, or any person crazy. Moreover, the realism inside is 100%, and you can even get married and have children. Just like the game's name suggests, it can be regarded as a second world for humanity. In this way, the environmental pressures of overpopulation and resource scarcity in reality can be greatly alleviated. You could also throw all the unsatisfied people at the bottom of society into there, giving them only basic survival resources. This would solve all the class conflicts and instability in society once and for all, and the crime rate would drop dramatically, without a doubt. Therefore, almost every major power with even a little bit of strength is searching for the company that developed Second Life. What shocked all the countries and powers even more was that they couldn't find anything. This is simply impossible. To create a game with such a high degree of realism, the development team alone would probably need hundreds of people. This game company was extremely mysterious. There was no registration information, no company address, no boss, and it bypassed the review of all game platforms to launch the game directly. Even more outrageous is that they couldn't even track the server. In recent days, those major powers have used national-level resources to attack the Second Life game forums. The forum suffers hundreds of thousands of hacker attacks every day, yet it remains as solid as a rock, showing no signs of weakening. Now, all the countries and organizations were dumbfounded, and they all had the same terrifying idea. This thing was really developed by aliens. Therefore, while Chen Luo was finishing the second closed beta test and waiting for the Marvel world to open, many countries and organizations made thorough preparations and studied the game during live streams. As a result, Chen Luo suddenly shut down the live stream, just as Tony Stark was about to explain the principle of the arc reactor, and Lai Chengyang's live stream room was also password protected, so no one else could get in. This has driven all countries and organizations crazy, because they realize that the advanced technology inside might actually be brought out. Viewers who couldn't access Lei Chenyang's live stream flocked to SenseTime's live stream. As soon as they entered, they were astonished to find that Shang Tang was covered in golden light and flying rapidly forward. Those who had just entered the live stream were unaware of what was happening and exclaimed in surprise. No way! What happened to SenseTime again? Did he acquire abilities from a Western fantasy world? Haha! You idiots who just came in, didn't you realize? This is a Super Saiyan. Wow, Emperor Tang of Shang is awesome. He really chose the power of a Super Saiyan. How come there's no restriction on Sun Wukong, who can destroy the earth with a single punch when he transforms into a Super Saiyan? The person upstairs is lying to you. Emperor Shang Tang didn't choose a Super Saiyan, but a 6th-tier rune holy warrior from a Western fantasy world. The light on his body is battle aura. Wow, in a Western fantasy world, you can fly at the 6th level. Emperor Tang of Shang truly lived up to his reputation as a founding emperor. He was indeed far-sighted and insightful. That's not how you flatter someone. How is that considered far-sighted? The person upstairs is an idiot. No explanation needed. Chen Luo was also somewhat surprised. When he learned that Shang Tang had chosen the ability of the 6th Order Rune Holy War, he knew what Shang Tang was thinking. In the Marvel Universe, abilities can be set at will. Sense Time started by selecting from the 8th tier and worked his way down until he was allowed to enter the Marvel Universe at the 6th tier. Shang Tang's choice to participate in the Rune Holy War was clearly intended to allow him to experience firsthand what it felt like to be at the 6th rank. This way, when he later entered the Western fantasy world, he would be able to advance to the 6th rank more easily than anyone else when he reached the 5th rank. This is similar to the difference between a founding monarch and an ordinary person. Ordinary people can never comprehend the mindset and vision of someone who stands at the highest point. Having served as the founding emperor of the Shang dynasty, Tang naturally possessed a vision far beyond that of ordinary people, thus choosing the ability that best suited his interests. Shang Tang had already cultivated to the 2nd level in the Western fantasy world, so even if he started cultivating from scratch again, he could recover his cultivation level in the shortest amount of time. Having experienced the 6th tier Rune Holy War, it's not impossible for him to break through to the 6th tier. Chen Luo was filled with admiration. He couldn't help but regret having prematurely integrated Shang Tang's genes. He had underestimated him. Sense Time chose June 10, 1943, as the date and location New York, just 2 weeks before Captain America Steve Rogers was injected with the Super Soldier Serum. Sense Time's objective was clear. It was heading straight for Abraham Erskine, the inventor of the Super Soldier Serum, and its destination was the U.S. military's secret laboratory. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then instantly realized what Shang Tang wanted to do. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. These guys must have planned this all along. They didn't come in to play games. They were just there for the advanced technology. At this time and place, Sense Time appeared in the U.S. military's secret laboratory. Chen Luo couldn't think of any other possibility besides the Super Soldier Serum. Chen Luo was speechless. Lei Chengyang had a top-notch laboratory and professionals to help him with his research, but Sense Time was planning to learn about biological genetics on its own and then create a super soldier serum. The timing that Sense Time chose is also quite interesting. At this point, Abraham Erskine had already developed the finished serum, and there were only 2 vials in total. One vial was injected into Captain America later, and the other was stolen by a Hydra spy, who then killed Erskine. The vial shattered during the escape, and the Super Soldier Serum became a thing of the past, never to be made again. At this time of year, and in this place, isn't this Captain America 1? Shouldn't the Sense Time boss be invincible at this point in time? What's he doing here? Look at what Boss Lei is doing now. Don't you understand yet? Super Soldier Serum. Holy crap! This isn't right. I don't want to see this. Get your business done. I want to see you guys beat up the Avengers. I want to see Chinese people dominate the Marvel Universe. Exactly. Wouldn't it be better to just steal the Infinity Gauntlet? Snap your fingers, and anyone you glare at will get pregnant. Wouldn't it be better to rule the entire universe? No, I need to go see what Emperor Han is doing. Just as the viewers in the live stream were expressing their dissatisfaction and wanting to see Sense Time become the world's leader, many people curiously went to Han Fei's live stream to see what he was doing. Han Fei appeared on the streets of New York, holding a large bag of blue powder, but he chose the year 2000. At this time, the Marvel Cinematic Universe had not yet begun, and there were still 8 years before the Incredible Hulk and Iron Man appeared. Bruce Banner was still researching gamma rays, and Tony Stark was having affairs everywhere. Aside from the mutants in X-Men starting to cause trouble, the overall environment is still quite safe for ordinary people. Han Fei gave up all his abilities, only wanting this packet of blue powder, and then set himself up as an extremely wealthy second-generation heir, as well as the sole heir of 3 generations. The moment he appeared on the street, a stretched Rolls-Royce appeared in front of him, and a tall, burly black bodyguard opened the car door for him. After Han Fei opened the door and went inside, he quickly opened a packet of blue powder and swallowed it. What the hell? Emperor Han didn't ask for any abilities, he just wanted that little blue pill, Viagra. Don't forget, he's also the sole heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. He can have whatever he wants. Money is his superpower. Has Emperor Han been a loser in real life for too long? And is he preparing to experience the pinnacle of life in the Marvel Universe? That blue powder looks familiar. Could it be drugs? Your head is full of holes, isn't it? People don't want superpowers, they want drugs. The people in the live stream only heard Han Fei state that he was a rich second generation, and then he had a packet of blue powder in his hand, but nothing else, so they didn't know what it was. Just as they were wondering, Han Fei's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils dilated instantly, and he collapsed onto his seat, convulsing. The audience was stunned, not knowing what had happened. The Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped, and 4 bodyguards in black suits jumped out of a Land Rover that was following behind and rushed towards the car. When they opened the car door and saw Han Fei's condition, everyone's expression changed drastically. Young master, what's wrong? Get to the hospital right away. Han Fei waved his hand abruptly and said, I'm fine, let's go home. The white bodyguard in the lead paused for a moment, then asked, hesitantly, are you really all right? Han Fei's body had stopped trembling, and the pained expression on his face had disappeared. Suddenly, 2 terrifying glints flashed in his eyes, and he burst into laughter. What could possibly happen to me? I'm perfectly fine. Back to Norton Manor. The white man was intimidated by the light in Han Fei's eyes, and immediately dared not ask any more questions. He hurriedly and respectfully replied, Yes, young master. After Han Fei recovered, he immediately picked up the packet of blue powder and put it in his mouth again. Soon, the exact same reaction as before occurred again. Han Fei was trembling all over in pain, but he didn't utter a single cry. This time, the pain lasted less than before, and he quickly recovered. Moreover, Han Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter, and when he returned to the manor, his eyes were as bright as stars. The moment the bodyguards met Han Fei's gaze, they all shrank back, their hearts filled with shock, feeling that their young master was a completely different person from before. In the past, Han Fei was gentle and refined, always polite and always maintained the demeanor of a nobleman. Now, his gaze is terrifyingly sharp, almost like the eyes of an eagle, making it hard to breathe. They didn't know what had happened to cause such a dramatic change in a person in just half an hour. What exactly is that blue powder? Yes, the effect is amazing. Emperor Han was instantly filled with an aura of dominance. That look is terrifying. I felt like I was going to pee my pants. Ha ha ha. Is this the legendary ability to kill everything with a single glance? I finally know what that is. Let me show you. Picture. Many viewers in the live stream exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the picture, as it was indeed exactly the same as the package Han Fei had been eating. Some curious people, without waiting for an explanation from the people in the live stream, immediately took the picture and searched it on a search engine. Soon, everyone knew what the packet of blue powder was. CPH4 is a blue crystalline powder in the movie Lucy. The movie explains it as a substance produced by pregnant women to provide energy for the baby's bone growth. Coincidentally, the female lead of Lucy is Scarlett Johansson, who plays Black Widow in the Avengers. The movie is about a woman whose body is forcibly implanted with CPH4, which greatly increases her brain usage and gives her unprecedented superpowers, including telepathy and the ability to instantly absorb knowledge, making her an all-powerful superwoman. Holy crap, CPH4! The legendary drug that can make your brain work at 100% capacity, using 20% of your brain to control yourself, 40% to control others, and 50% to control matter. That's insane. That's nothing. 100% is the most insane. I just searched it up, and the female lead in the movie, after reaching 100% brain usage, can easily hack into any electronic device, can change her body at will, can see through things and understand the essence of how things work, can even transcend the workings of time and space, and has the ability to instantly absorb all knowledge. That's practically a god, isn't it? As expected of Emperor Han, he actually came up with this invincible method. You're overthinking it. Not everyone can do it. The chance of the female lead mutating after consuming CPH4 is 1 in a billion. Emperor Han just gambled with his life. If he loses, he's game over too. This is terrifying. These people are all so monstrous. I can't wait for the open beta. Let me play now. I want to be this monstrous too. When Chen Luo saw Han Fei give up his ability and choose CPH4, he was also somewhat surprised. However, he didn't give him enough. If it had really reached 100%, according to the movie, it would have been enough to make him a god in this world. The CPH4 in Han Fei's possession can only allow him to utilize up to 30% of his brain capacity, which is the amount the female lead inhaled at the beginning of the movie. What Han Fei did next was completely incomprehensible to everyone. Han Fei possessed a fortune of hundreds of billions, but he neither gambled nor squandered his wealth, nor did he do anything bad. He simply stayed at home every day, reading. Moreover, he read voraciously, covering almost all known disciplines, from astronomy and geography to physics, chemistry, medicine, and computer science. He also spent a lot of money to hire professors from all the world's top universities to give him one-on-one lectures. Not satisfied with that, he spent even more money to hire world-renowned scholars, including Nobel laureates, all of whom were showered with money to give him lectures. Following that, Han Fei spent another $100 million to build a library with a collection of 5 million books behind his manor. For the next 3 years, Han Fei stayed indoors, rarely venturing out. He spent his days either taking one-on-one classes with professors and scholars or reading in the library. At this time, Han Fei's brain had been developed to 30%, and his learning ability was extremely abnormal. He could instantly grasp whatever the university professors were talking about, and he could even apply what he learned to other situations and deduce further knowledge, which amazed the scholars. His reading speed at this time was even more frightening. He only needed to quickly flip through a book once, and he could not only understand the knowledge in the book in an instant, but also recite it fluently. At this speed, he can finish reading a book in a maximum of 5 seconds. In just 3 years, Han Fei read all 5 million books in the library. Everyone was completely bewildered, not knowing what Han Fei was doing. Only Chen Luo knew what Han Fei was planning. When this guy finished his first game and returned to reality from the Western fantasy world, he realized that, although he couldn't take the things and strength out of the game, he could take the knowledge and experience with him. Therefore, Han Fei must have made this plan when he received the Marvel World reward. In a parallel world almost identical to Earth, all knowledge and experience are shared, and he can take everything he learns here with him. Therefore, when creating the character, I gave up on abilities, and instead chose CPH4 plus wealth. The time flow rate in the real world is 1 day faster than in the Marvel universe. He has enough time to study, and he has chosen CPH4, which can amplify his learning ability countless times. In addition, he has endless wealth to support him. Han Fei is estimated to soon become the smartest person in the Marvel universe. Surpassing Tony Stark would not be a problem. Omniscience is omnipotence. And this is not a joke. Han Fei truly understood the essence of the game. By constantly learning and gaining knowledge in the Marvel world through different time flow ratios, he made himself stronger in the real world. That was true strength. When Chen Luo saw this, he had a strange feeling. It seemed that he had created a few monsters. However, Han Fei overestimated himself. Even though he has become omniscient here, his current level of brain development is not even comparable to that in reality. The knowledge Han Fei has gained in the Marvel universe, even if he brought it back, would probably blow his mind out of control. General knowledge is fine, but those high-level subjects that ordinary people can't understand, such as quantum mechanics, relativistic astrophysics, and compact objects, etc., even if Han Fei could understand and apply it in the Marvel universe, he probably wouldn't understand it in reality. To truly master the knowledge he was sharing, Han Fei also needed to learn in real life, but this would take a long time. Unless he can be like Chen Luo, who has undergone genetic modification as a descendant of gods, and whose brain development far surpasses that of ordinary people, coupled with the awakening of mental power, he can completely digest any amount of knowledge. Holy crap, is Emperor Han here to study? Something feels off. Why do we have to come to the Marvel universe to study? Emperor Han, let's go out and cause trouble. The Marvel Cinematic Universe hadn't even started in 2000. Where were they going to start anything? I know what's wrong. Didn't that person post on the forum last time? Experience and knowledge gained in the game can be taken out with you. Holy crap. So that's how it is. Emperor Han is planning to learn everything inside and then take it out, becoming an omniscient person? Terrifying. Game company boss, should I hit you? You bunch of dog players, do you never play by the rules? For 3 consecutive days, the audience came in and all they saw was Han Fei reading. Even the slowest person would realize something was wrong. When someone mentioned the post made by a little sparrow, the people in the live stream immediately went wild. No wonder Han Fei stayed home quietly every day, living the life of a handsome man, focusing solely on studying the classics and doing nothing else. Many people admire him greatly. For 3 years, Han Fei only slept a few hours each day, and when he got up, he would read and study. He did not rest for a single day. Even in the gaming world, this level of self-discipline would put most people to shame. However, after watching for 3 consecutive days, many viewers found it boring. The vast majority of them came to see Marvel heroes, hoping to see Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the Avengers. As a result, many people started switching to other people's live streams, and Han Fei's live stream quickly dwindled to less than 1 million viewers. Haha, the big boss of Sense Time and that plant player are up to something. Let's go check it out. Just then, someone posted a message in the live stream, and many people immediately followed along out of curiosity. Upon entering, everyone was stunned, because Shang Tang and Qi Wenwen were fighting on the streets of New York in 1943. Those who had just entered had no idea what was happening. They simply saw two people, one in yellow and one in red, flying in the air and engaging in a fierce battle. Shang Tang was surrounded by golden battle aura, and with a casual wave of his hand, dozens of golden sword energies flew out. A layer of red, mist-like substance appeared on Qi Wenwen's body. Whenever the golden sword energy rushed over, the red mist blocked it, and then the two colors, yellow and red, exploded. A terrifying burst of energy swept out, instantly destroying the surrounding buildings. Those who had no time to escape were either torn to shreds by the energy or crushed to death by the collapsing buildings. Below them, where the battle raged, were crowds of people running and screaming, and the sirens of police cars could be heard. The viewers who had just entered the live stream were confused and stared blankly at what was happening. What a coincidence! They chose the same time and the same place. That looks like Scarlet Witch's power. It's exactly the same as the special effects in the movie. Ha! Plant-based gamers are just plant-based gamers. I don't know what's going on in their heads. The Scarlet Witch in the movie is nowhere near as good as the one in the comics. They chose such a useless ability. By the way, why did they start fighting? Peft! You might not believe it, but they fought over the same man. The story begins after Sense Time flew to a secret laboratory of the US military. Following the clues in the movie, Shang Tang found the exact location in just half an hour, and then forcibly broke in without saying a word. With his current 6th tier strength, his physical body has been tempered to an extremely terrifying level. Ordinary bullets cannot even penetrate his skin, not to mention the golden battle aura protecting his body. The soldiers in the lab were so shocked by what they saw that their jaws dropped. It is now 1943. There are no superheroes or mutants like those of later generations. This is the first time such extraordinary power has appeared, which is beyond their comprehension. As they retreated in terror, they frantically fired their guns, only to find that neither bullets nor grenades could harm Shang Tang in the slightest. With a casual wave of his hand, Shang Tang unleashed a dense barrage of sword energy. These sword energies flew faster than bullets and were incredibly sharp, easily piercing through metal and walls before accurately striking the hearts of each and every one of them. Sense Time fought its way in from the exit to the underground laboratory without losing a single hair. Devil! This must be the power of the devil! Quickly, go and inform the general! Seeing their comrades fall one after another, the remaining American soldiers were terrified. They didn't care about the possible court-martial they might face and made up an excuse to turn around and run for their lives. Shang Tang did not continue to attack the fleeing soldiers. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the building as if taking a leisurely stroll. Along the way, any creatures that dared to attack were mercilessly killed on the spot. As long as these soldiers do not attack him first, or lay down their weapons and surrender, Tang of Shang will spare their lives. Soon, Sense Time found its target, Abraham Erskine. Erskine, carrying a pile of documents and 2 sealed super soldier serums in a box, was preparing to escape through another passage under the protection of several American soldiers. With a swift movement of his feet, Shang Tang dashed forward like lightning, smashing through everything in his path, from experimental equipment to iron gates and walls. In less than 5 seconds, since time had Erskine firmly in its grasp, several other soldiers raised their guns to fire, but Shang Tang didn't even turn his head. His fighting spirit suddenly surged, and the soldiers were sent flying, as if hit by a heavy truck, smashing the wall to pieces. Sense Time grabbed the research data from Erskine's hand and abruptly ended the live stream. Shang Tang killed people as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, and his calm and composed expression caused a group of fans in the live broadcast room to scream and the screen. The viewers in the live stream were engrossed in watching when he suddenly shut it down. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Why did these big shots like to cut off the live stream so often? It's not closed yet. He set a password for the live stream just like Boss Lai. Holy crap, what kind of shady business is the boss of Sense Time up to? These big shots are all the same. They always shut down their live streams at crucial moments. And when will your live streams finally be back up? It's obvious. Erskine is holding the data and serum for the super soldier serum. The big boss of Sense Time wants to copy and paste it out. I don't think it's going to work. The US military has been trying to create one since Captain America, but they haven't succeeded. That's because Erskine was killed. Now, the big boss at Sense Time not only has the finished serum, but also the inventor of the serum. What can't be copied? Holy crap, this game is terrifying. If it were really possible, wouldn't we be seeing super soldiers like Captain America in the real world right away? The audience wasn't stupid. They quickly guessed what Shang Tang wanted to do, and they were all speechless with shock. Meanwhile, at a secret research institute in Asia, China, hundreds of staff members were intently watching a huge electronic screen in front of them. The above footage shows Sense Time capturing Erskine and then shutting down the live stream. Enter the password for the live stream room. The moment Sense Time shut down the live stream, the head of the research institute immediately ordered staff to enter the password for the live stream. Soon, the laboratory footage reappeared on the electronic screen. Shang Tang unfolded Erskine's super soldier serum and held it in the air. He said with a somewhat helpless tone, "Let's begin." All the staff present had their eyes shining, as if they were afraid of missing anything presented. Zoom in on the image and save the entire screenshot. Yes! The staff member in charge of the electronic screen immediately began taking screenshots. After confirming that the content was clearly visible and without any errors, they immediately typed text into the chat box to ask Sense Time to turn to the next page. 10 minutes later, all the data on the super soldier serum was captured and saved as screenshots. Translated immediately. Once translated, give it to academician Liu as soon as possible and ask his team to begin research. Yes, at the institute director's order, someone immediately saved all the data and quickly took it to be translated. What else do you need me to do? Sense Time sighed and said something to the screen. Mr. Shang, we will try to study the serum first, which may require Erskine's assistance, so please protect him during this time. When the head of the research institute said this, someone had already typed out the text. When Sense Time saw what was being typed in the chat box, he was immediately frustrated. The thought of having to do work for the person on the other end of the computer made Shang Tang grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Lei Chengyang, go to hell. Indeed, the reason why Shang Tang is in such a passive situation is entirely due to Lei Chengyang. I understand. Although Shang Tang was angry inside, he did not show any emotion on his face, and simply said a sentence. Shang Tang really wanted to kill Lai Chengyang and force him to quit the game. But when he thought of those people outside, he couldn't help but sigh. The situation was beyond his control, so he could only think about it and give up. The past few days since Sense Time returned to reality have felt like a magical experience. When he left the Western fantasy world, he, like Han Fei, initially felt extremely uncomfortable. Shang Tang lived in the Western fantasy world for over 200 years, twice as long as Han Fei. When he first came out, he couldn't quite distinguish between reality and the game. However, he could clearly feel the changes within himself. First of all, he still maintained the self-centered and opportunistic mentality he had in the Western fantasy world, as if he had traveled back from the Western fantasy world and possessed his real self. Immediately afterwards, Shang Tang felt his energy, or more precisely, his mental strength, surge dramatically, greatly enhancing his memory and thinking abilities, and making him feel completely different. Shang Tang couldn't understand it, but Chen Luo could definitely answer his questions. Shang Tang was a wisp of divine soul that entered the Western fantasy world. He reached the peak of the second tier in the Western fantasy world, and his spiritual power was at least 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. That's why he had the illusion that he had possessed the real world when he returned to it. In reality, Shang Tang didn't have this name. It was just a name he jokingly came up with at the time. His real name was Shang Wenxuan. On the day he returned, Shang Wenxuan had a fierce argument with his family because he had not been home for several days. If an adult male hasn't been home for several days, as long as he explains the reason to his family, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, Shang Wenxuan's status was somewhat awkward because he was a son-in-law who had married into the family. The reason he didn't go home was also awkward. As a son-in-law who moved into his wife's family home, Shang Wenxuan naturally lived with his wife's family. In real life, Shang Wenxuan is a doctor who sometimes has to work night shifts in the emergency room. One day, when he got home from get-off work in the early hours of the morning, he was extremely sleepy and urgently needed to urinate. Without thinking much, he groggily went into the public restroom on the first floor. Unfortunately, my sister-in-law happened to be inside. She had just woken up and, still half asleep, forgot to lock the door. When Shang Wenxuan opened the door and went in, his sister-in-law was still wearing her pajamas and had just taken off her pants. Next, the sister-in-law screamed in fright, fell to the ground in a panic, and then her underwear was exposed. Shang Wenxuan was in a daze at the time. He was already a little confused, and his sister-in-law's scream made him feel like his head was going to explode. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. In the sister-in-law's eyes, this was clearly a deliberate stare, and with a rather wicked look in her eyes. What made Shang Wenxuan even more speechless was that his sister-in-law, who had been holding back her urine, suddenly peed out in fright. In short, she peed herself from fright. The sister-in-law's screams immediately woke up the whole family. The mother-in-law and father-in-law, along with Shang Wenxuan's wife Xu Xuding, rushed over. When they saw their little daughter crying loudly, and then glanced at Shang Wenxuan, who was still standing there in a daze, they seemed to understand something instantly. The mother-in-law and Xu Xuding hurriedly went to comfort the sister-in-law and asked her what had happened, while the father-in-law angrily went to teach Shang Wenxuan that good-for-nothing son-in-law a lesson. Seeing this scene, everyone would naturally think of the worst possible outcome. My brother-in-law went berserk and attempted to take advantage of my sister-in-law. Shang Wenxuan was slapped several times by his father-in-law on the spot, and no matter how he explained, his father-in-law wouldn't listen. After the sister-in-law cleaned up and explained what had happened, the Xu family showed no remorse. Instead, they blamed him for not asking if anyone was home before he found the door closed. Why didn't he leave immediately after seeing his sister-in-law? He scared her so much, and even saw something he shouldn't have. Even his wife, Xu Xiuding, was looking at him with strange eyes. Shang Wenxuan was furious. He already had the lowest status in the family, even lower than his mother-in-law's husky. It was originally a misunderstanding, but not only was he beaten up, he also suffered sarcastic humiliation from his mother-in-law at home. Shang Wenxuan finally let out his years of resentment and slammed the door as he left. Shang Wenxuan became increasingly angry, so he stopped going to work and simply turned off his phone and stayed at a hotel. It was around that time that he stumbled upon an advertisement for Second Life and started playing the game. When he comes out of the fantasy world, he will prepare to readjust to life in the real world. As soon as Shang Wenxuan turned on his phone, he found that it was full of calls and text messages from the hospital. The only person from the Xu family who sent him a WeChat message was Xu Xiuding, asking where he was. After receiving no reply, she didn't ask another question. Shang Wenxuan smiled and didn't care. His mindset was completely different from before, so he naturally wouldn't care about such trivial things. When Shang Wenxuan went home to pack his things, he was once again subjected to sarcastic remarks from his mother-in-law. The mother-in-law originally thought that Shang Wenxuan would show a frustrated look of anger, but not daring to speak out as before, but she did not expect that Shang Wenxuan would not even look at her properly. Even when their eyes occasionally met, it was as if he was looking at a clown. This completely enraged the mother-in-law, who was always arrogant and haughty. "You good for nothing. Everything you eat, drink, and use is from my family. What right do you, a son-in-law who's married into my family, have to act so high and mighty in my house? When Xiuding gets back, we're going to get the divorce papers done today. Then let's get a divorce." After casually uttering those words, Shang Wenxuan packed his things, pulled his suitcase, and walked out. The mother-in-law, enraged, went up and started tearing at the object while scratching and clawing at it. Shang Wenxuan was so annoyed that he couldn't stand it anymore and pushed his mother-in-law away with a bit of force. As a result, the dramatic mother-in-law immediately fell to the ground, pretended to be seriously injured, and even called the police to arrest him. The Xu family was originally a large family in Tonghai City, with deep-rooted influence in the area. The day after Shang Wenxuan left the Xu family, he was fired by the hospital for absenteeism. Then he went out to look for a house, but no matter what kind of house he looked for, the next day there would always be some reason why the other party would not rent it to him. Shang Wenxuan knew what the Xu family was up to, but he wasn't angry. It was as if he was watching a child being naughty. However, on the third day, Shang Wenxuan was kidnapped by a group of people of unknown origin while on his way back to the hotel after looking for a place to stay. When the mother-in-law appeared triumphantly, ready to teach Shang Wenxuan a lesson with a baseball bat, a group of fully armed soldiers rushed in with guns and quickly rescued Shang Wenxuan. Soon, a man dressed in military uniform stepped forward and politely asked Shang Wenxuan whether he had killed the kidnappers on the spot. Even Shang Wenxuan, who had been a founding monarch, was somewhat bewildered by the situation before him, while his mother-in-law and her men were terrified. The guns in the soldiers' hands didn't look fake, and the man in military uniform didn't sound like he was joking. If Shang Wenxuan really gave the order, they might actually be killed. Shang Wenxuan, having been the founding emperor of a nation, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. After inquiring about the officer's background, he immediately realized something was wrong, even ignoring his anger at being kidnapped by his mother-in-law. Shang Wenxuan quickly realized where the problem lay. Apart from the game, Second Life, how could an ordinary doctor have the ability to attract national attention? I could kill them if I really wanted to. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, the officer immediately raised his hand, and all the soldiers began to load their guns, waiting for his order. Shang Wenxuan's mother-in-law was terrified. Anyone who wasn't stupid could see that these soldiers were serious. She was also very perceptive. Although she didn't know what had happened to this useless son-in-law, she knew that only Shang Wenxuan could save her, so she immediately knelt down in front of him and begged for mercy. The thugs, their faces ashen, followed suit and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly until their heads bled. Shang Wenxuan was just saying it casually to test the officer's reaction. When he saw that they were really capable of killing people, he quickly stopped them. Shang Wenxuan wasn't exactly soft-hearted. He had killed countless people in the Western fantasy world, so he naturally wasn't afraid of killing anyone. Ultimately, this is the real world, not a fantasy world. Although the mother-in-law was despicable, she didn't deserve to die. Next, Shang Wenxuan was taken to a military-controlled area, where he met Song Shengxian, the head of the research institute. It was only then that Shang Wenxuan learned that the country had already begun to pay attention to this game, and had even formed a dedicated team be in charge of Second Life. Song Shengxian invited Shang Wenxuan to join the team and offered him amazing treatment and privileges. However, Shang Wenxuan did not refuse immediately, but first asked how the other party found him. Logically speaking, Shang Wenxuan's appearance, personality, and name in the Western fantasy world have no connection with the outside world, and he has never revealed any information about himself in the game. While Song Shengxian smiled without answering, Shang Wenxuan suddenly mentioned Lai Chengyang's name. Song Shengxian's smile vanished abruptly, clearly not expecting Shang Wenxuan to have figured it out so quickly. Shang Wenxuan reacted quickly. He soon recalled that the only possible source of his information in the game was that Lai Chengyang had transferred 2 million yuan to his bank account during the horse race incident. With his bank card and name, it would be a piece of cake for the nation to find him. It's likely that ever since he quit the game, Song Shengxian has been sending people to monitor him, trying to figure out how to contact him. It wasn't until his arrogant and domineering mother-in-law finally took action that Song Shengxian ordered his men to rescue him. Once Shang Wenxuan understood, he immediately felt a burning hatred for Lai Chengyang. It's one thing to outmaneuver him multiple times in the game, but to sell yourself out in real life is just too shameless. Shang Wenxuan thought it through, and still refused outright. No matter how Song Shengxian threatened or tempted him, Shang Wenxuan remained unmoved. Although Song Shengxian had only been in contact with Shang Wenxuan for a few days, he had already truly felt the grand demeanor of Shang Wenxuan in the Western fantasy world, and he was able to completely bring out the essence and spirit of that world. While he was astonished, he also knew that Shang Wenxuan's mind and will were not to be shaken at this moment. In the end, Song Shengxian had to consult his superiors before proposing a cooperation method. Shang Wenxuan helped them study the game and gave him relative freedom. Song Shengxian also explained to Shang Wenxuan that this was to protect his safety, and that Lai Chengyang was now cooperating with them, which was why he revealed his information with the aim of protecting Shang Wenxuan. Because many foreign spies have already appeared around Lai Chengyang, although they have eliminated many of them, there will definitely be more spies coming in the future. Therefore, cooperating with them is also a way to protect oneself. Shang Wenxuan scoffed inwardly. How could Lei Chengyang, that treacherous villain, be so kind? He was probably just trying to divert attention from him. After all, with one more player, he would receive far less attention from the national level, and Han Fei might have already been sold out. Shang Wenxuan had no choice. Lei Chengyang was now known throughout the world, and even those in power wouldn't dare to really do anything to him. But he is different from Han Fei. Even if he disappeared, not many people would know. Shang Wenxuan didn't dare to offend Song Zhengxian too much. After all, the other party still had Lei Chengyang and Han Fei to choose from. Moreover, the game was about to be released for public testing, and his only value at that time would be game experience. Shang Wenxuan understood the situation and agreed to the conditional cooperation. The condition is that Shang Wenxuan needs to help Song Zhengxian with his research and explore the game world. After completing these steps, Shang Wenxuan was free to move around, both in the game world and the real world. At the same time, Song Zhengxian provided Shang Wenxuan with ample assistance. For example, after the public beta of Second Life is released in the future, they can provide support for the Western fantasy world. If Shang Wenxuan needs to rebuild his country, they can provide comprehensive support, including manpower, knowledge, funding, and so on. This also includes real-world scenarios, such as allowing him to inherit the Xu family's assets, or granting him certain privileges, etc. However, when Shang Wenxuan proposed a divorce, Song Zhengxian refused. Moreover, not only can they not get a divorce, but they must also continue to live in the Xu family in order to protect his identity and prevent him from being discovered by spies. Shang Wenxuan was speechless. After all that, it turned out he still had to go back to that home. Shang Wenxuan had no choice but to move it back. When he returned, he found that the Xu family's attitude had completely changed. The father-in-law and mother-in-law looked at Shang Wenxuan with the same caution they would show an ancestor, and even Xu Zhuding and her sister-in-law had strange glints in their eyes. Is it flattering? Shang Wenxuan was very familiar with this kind of gaze. He had seen countless people look at him with the same gaze in the Western fantasy world. Shang Wenxuan didn't feel smug. Instead, he felt very bored and longed to return to the Western fantasy world. So when the Marvel Universe was launched, Shang Wenxuan didn't hesitate much and chose the power system of the Western fantasy world. Then he chose this time and place to help them obtain the Super Soldier Serum. When Sense Time leaked the Super Soldier Serum to Song Zhengxian through a live stream, Chen Luo immediately noticed it and learned from the link they clicked that Song Zhengxian represented national-level power. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, unsure whether letting the formula leak out was a good thing or a bad thing. If the Super Soldier Serum hadn't been developed, that would have been fine. But if Song Zhengxian and his team had actually managed to develop it, it would definitely have triggered a series of chain reactions. For example, espionage, Western countries joining forces to impose sanctions in order to obtain these advanced technologies, or even war. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo immediately copied the formula for the Super Soldier Serum into his mind and returned to reality. Chen Luo turned on his computer and his fingers flew across the screen. Soon, countless interfaces popped up on the screen, each containing information about genes and serums. These materials were not collected online, but are research data from top laboratories and national-level secret laboratories around the world. Chen Luo's pupils scanned rapidly, reading all the data in a single glance, and then began to analyze and compare it with the Super Soldier Serum in his mind. Within minutes, Chen Luo had analyzed and determined that the super soldier serum could not be produced for the time being, because some substances exist in the Marvel universe, but not on Earth. Like vibranium and adamantium, it is unique to the Marvel universe. Several key elements of the super soldier serum do not currently exist on Earth, and even if they had the technology to synthesize them, it would be many years from now. However, this recipe is not entirely useless. Although these key elements are missing, they can be replaced with elements that are available in reality. Even if it doesn't bring about a qualitative change to the body like the super soldier serum, it still has the effect of strengthening the body. After confirming that everything was all right, Chen Luo returned to the Marvel universe and instantly copied the technical principles of the arc reactor and the artificial intelligence Jarvis. He also learned the relevant knowledge he needed before returning to reality. The moment he returned to reality, a massive amount of knowledge flooded into Chen Luo's mind, causing him to momentarily lose focus. However, this was insignificant compared to the memories sealed in his mind by his future self. Chen Luo absorbed them in just a few seconds. Chen Luo's brain, after being genetically modified by the divine offspring, has a utilization rate of at least 20%. If the first-order gene lock is unlocked, the utilization rate will probably be even higher, so there is no problem like Han Fei's. The difference in brain usage between Han Fei in the Marvel universe and in reality is like the difference in intelligence between a doctor and an infant. Can an infant understand the knowledge learned by a doctoral student? That's obviously impossible. Even if it were possible, it would take until the baby grows up, gets into university, and goes on to get a doctorate before they can understand. Therefore, even if Han Fei learned endless knowledge in the Marvel world, if he wanted to integrate it and apply it in reality, he would still need to learn it all over again in reality. Chen Luo copied the relevant information and immediately found all the research data on this topic worldwide and began to analyze and compare them. He quickly reached the same conclusion as the super soldier serum. Even with Tony Stark's personal explanation, creating a cold fusion nuclear reactor in reality would be extremely difficult. First, there are technical difficulties, and then there are the challenges in meeting the material requirements. At most, it can only accelerate research in this area, but it will still be at least several decades away, and real-world applications are estimated to take a century. The Jarvis Super AI was similar. At first, Chen Luo thought that as long as the code was copied out, it could be directly loaded onto the server. Only after he actually mastered Jarvis's core technologies and knowledge did he realize that he had oversimplified things. Jarvis is already an electronic life form, similar to a human brain, possessing the ability to think independently and explore unknown problems, and can survive wherever there are electronic devices. In reality, artificial intelligence is still limited to problems that humans can solve and can only play a supporting role, falling far short of Jarvis. Even if Lei Chengyang manages to get these technologies out there, it can only accelerate progress in this area. It doesn't mean that simply getting the technology out doesn't guarantee product can be made. After confirming that it wouldn't have too much of an impact on reality, Chen Luo immediately returned to the Marvel universe. At this moment, Shang Wenxuan had already left the underground laboratory with Erskine, and a large US military force had appeared outside, completely surrounding the entire block. Shang Wenxuan glanced indifferently at the American soldiers present. To him, these people were no different from ants, and he couldn't even be bothered to step on them. Shang Wenxuan's golden battle aura soared into the sky, and he grabbed Erskine and flew into the air. The American soldiers underground stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. They only knew that the intruder was very powerful and impervious to bullets, but they never expected that the intruder could fly. After Shang Wenxuan led the astonished Erskine out of the sight of the American troops, he randomly found a rooftop and landed there. "Are you a superhuman?" Erskine has been conducting research on superhumans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed the super soldier serum. Upon seeing that Shang Wenxuan could fly and possessed such terrifying strength, he naturally assumed that the person before him was a superhuman, and that Shang Wenxuan clearly possessed strength far greater than that of humans created by the super soldier serum. Erskine, as the inventor of the serum, knew very well that once the super soldiers were created, they would only allow the user's potential to reach its peak, greatly enhancing their physical strength, reaction speed, and muscle power, but they could not possibly be as terrifying as Shang Wenxuan. Shang Wenxuan said calmly, "You can think of it that way." Erskine showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he stared at Shang Wenxuan and said, "Could I study you a bit?" Without a second thought, Shang Wenxuan coldly interrupted Erskine. "You don't seem to understand the current situation. You're here to help me research things, not to research me." Seeing that Erskine still wanted to speak, Shang Wenxuan's gaze turned cold. "Shut up now." Erskine looked dejected. Seeing Shang Wenxuan's indifferent gaze, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He obediently found a place to sit down, and then kept stealing glances at Shang Wenxuan. Shang Wenxuan ignored his reaction and immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The first sword strike, the sword is drawn from its sheath and moves in all directions, is called the sword drawing stance. As soon as the thought crossed Shang Wenxuan's mind, a sword light as tall as a person suddenly appeared around him, and in appearance, it was the same as the Judgment Sword from the Western fantasy world. A soft whistling sound rang out from the golden sword light, and the sound grew louder and louder, rapidly spreading in all directions. Erskine, who was the first to be hit, immediately covered his ears. He looked at Shang Wenxuan in shock and hurriedly stepped back a distance. But the sound from the sword light grew louder and louder, and the glass on the top of the building began to shatter one by one. People within a few kilometers of the building, including Erskine, felt their blood surging and felt extremely uncomfortable, almost fainting. Fortunately, Shang Wenxuan realized something was wrong at that moment, and with a thought, the sword light disappeared. Erskine stared in disbelief at Shang Wenxuan. This mysterious Eastern man was truly terrifying. He could actually condense such a powerful energy body and control it, which was beyond the scope of scientific explanation. At the same time, Chen Luo also sensed the commotion here, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Shang Wenxuan was using his current saint-level cultivation to deduce the remaining sword techniques. Chen Luo immediately copied this sword-drawing stance, but did not rush back to reality to practice. Instead, he continued to observe Shang Wenxuan, because he was still deducing the remaining sword techniques. Chen Luo suddenly felt something was strange. The sword technique that Shang Wenxuan comprehended came from sensing the sword energy in the Judgment Divine Sword. So here's the question. Was that sword energy something he casually added? He thought he did it unintentionally, but now that he thinks about it carefully, it seems that he was guided by some unseen force to do that. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and in an instant he already knew why. That was influenced by his future self's memories. Chen Luo has only unlocked a small portion of the sealed memories in his mind. Most of them are about the Hunyuan brush, and there are no memories of future events or enemies. In other words, the sword techniques that Shang Wenxuan comprehended were something he had already foreseen in his future self, and something he intended for himself to learn. In a sense, These sword techniques were given to Shang Wenxuan by his future self. This creates a paradox. Did these sword techniques come from his future self, or did Shang Wenxuan learn them? Chen Luo thought for a long time and couldn't help but chuckle. This issue is not important at all now. The key is to learn these sword techniques. Shang Wenxuan had already begun to deduce the second sword technique. He closed his eyes, and golden battle aura began to emerge from his body again. The second sword strike, with its blade appearing 3 times, gleaming like a cold star river, is called the star-shattering strike. The third sword is incomparably sharp, with 10,000 swords coming to pay homage, hence the name 10,000 Sword Stance. Dense sword energy appeared around Shang Wenxuan, but its power was completely different from that of the epic battle that day. The golden light moment overshadowed the sun's rays, leaving everyone within a radius of several kilometers with only a golden expanse in their eyes. The sword energy vanished instantly, and everyone's vision returned to normal. The fourth sword, the sword master of heaven and earth, terrifies ghosts and gods, and is named the power of heaven and earth. As Shang Wenxuan deduced, everyone near the building realized something was wrong. The fighting spirit and sword light he exuded were so dazzling, they blotted out the sky, and anyone who wasn't blind could notice them. Not long after, the roar of engines could be heard in the sky as more than a dozen fighter jets flew in, and the people in the building were evacuated. The moment the fighter jets swooped in, more than a dozen machine guns opened fire on Shang Wenxuan. Ding, ding, ding! The bullet struck Shang Wenxuan's fighting spirit, instantly losing its force and falling limply to the ground with a crisp clinking sound. The ninth sword, swift as a startled swan, with a spirit that swallows the heavens, is named the heaven-shattering force. Shang Wenxuan suddenly opened his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Looking at the dozen or so fighter jets in the sky, he coldly uttered his last words. Immediately afterwards, a golden sword light nearly 10 meters long appeared out of thin air above his head. A massive golden sword light shot into the sky, hurtling towards the heavens like thunder. Wherever it passed, all the fighter jets in the sky seemed to have agreed to explode like fireworks. Shang Wenxuan snorted coldly, lightly tapped his foot, and instantly rushed in front of Erskine, grabbed him, and flew into the sky. While Shang Wenxuan was searching for a new hiding place, Chen Luo had already returned to reality. Analyzing the Noel gene. In the past 200 years, Noor has broken through from the second tier to the third tier, becoming the second person in the elf race to do so. The rest are still struggling at the second tier. However, elves have long lifespans. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they generally live for 1,000 years, so even those with poor aptitude always have a chance. Therefore, Chen Luo did not immediately fuse with Norl, but planned to nurture it first, because Norl's aptitude had the potential to break through to the 4th rank. He planned to wait until the other less talented elves broke through to the 3rd tier, then Noel, and finally Irelia and the others. In this way, the talent pool hierarchy from the 3rd to the 5th level is complete. At this point, Chen Luo could not wait any longer. He needed to unlock the 1st tier gene lock to cultivate the sword technique that Shang Wenxuan had named 9 Sword Stance. Analyzing. Primary life form, long-lived race, not yet evolved to the peak of this race. The 3rd stage gene lock has been unlocked. Currently can produce 1.5% divine genes. Fusion has a chance to obtain Elven appearance and longevity genes. Rating, ordinary. Chen Luo was overjoyed. With the original 3.9%, he could unlock the 1st order gene lock in reality. Fuse with the Norl gene. Chen Luo felt a jolt in his body, and a sharp pain shot through various parts of his body. The pain felt like every single cell in my body was bursting. Chen Luo had never felt such pain before. He felt as if he wanted to take a knife and stab himself in the heart to end his life. Moreover, he couldn't move his body at all, and even screaming seemed to be beyond his strength. Chen Luo collapsed onto the bed, curling up into a ball, his forehead covered in cold sweat from the intense pain. Chen Luo felt not worry but joy, for the greater the pain, the greater the transformation of his body by the divine genes. It felt like an eternity had passed, yet also like only a few minutes had gone by. Just as Chen Luo was about to faint from the pain, all the pain disappeared. Immediately afterwards, he smelled a foul stench coming from himself. Chen Luo slowly stood up from the bed. In that instant, he felt as if the world had changed. The world became colorful, and his eyes could see farther. Even the colors in the light. He could hear the faint sound of the wind outside, and the snoring of someone sleeping in the next room. He could smell the air freshener that had faded from the room, recall the sweet taste of his first chocolate as a child melting in his mouth, and clearly remember the faces of his parents that had been largely forgotten. Chen Luo was incredibly excited. This was true extraordinary power, and it meant that he had finally taken the most important first step. His body was covered in black, sticky fluid and emitted a nauseating stench. Chen Luo didn't care about anything else and rushed into the bathroom to wash off the black stuff. With the unlocking of the first-order gene lock, a portion of the sealed memories in his brain were also unlocked. The pain I just experienced was actually the divine genes drastically altering my body. It was a process of eliminating the dross and retaining the essence. This dark substance is the impurities expelled after advancing to the first level and undergoing a complete cleansing and rejuvenation process. As the mucus washed away, Chen Luo discovered that his skin was not only as white and tender as snow, but also as smooth as silk, as if he had shed a layer of outer shell. Chen Luo shook his head and sighed helplessly. He didn't need to think to guess that his looks had probably improved to another level. When Chen Luo washed up, changed his clothes, and went outside, he was stunned when he saw himself in the mirror. Just as he expected, his appearance improved even more. Chen Luo's face is now beautiful and delicate, and her eyes are as bright as star gems, making her look like an angel descended from heaven. If he could still recognize himself from his ID card before, this one is completely different from his original image, leaving Chen Luo unable to find any trace of his past. Staring at himself in the mirror for a moment, Chen Luo couldn't take his eyes off him. He found himself feeling a little flutter in his heart. Holy crap! Chen Luo couldn't help but shudder. It was terrifying. With his current face, if he wants to go out, he'll probably have to wear a mask and sunglasses, otherwise he'll be stared at wherever he goes. There's a good chance that some men might have bad thoughts about her. Chen Luo shook his head, quickly banishing the distracting thoughts from his mind, and began testing his mental strength. After advancing to the first rank, Chen Luo's mental strength increased dramatically. Chen Luo focused his gaze on a glass of water on the table and began to concentrate his mental energy on it. The next moment, the glass began to wobble slightly on the table, then suddenly lurched off the table and shattered on the floor. Chen Luo wasn't discouraged. After all, it was his first time using mental power to control physical objects, so it wasn't surprising that he lost control. Chen Luo became excited and began conducting experiments in the room. He can lift everything from water cups to heavier items like books and teapots, and eventually even chairs and solid wood tables. Moreover, if one fully unleashes their mental power, it can cover a radius of 50 meters, which is more than 5 times larger than the previous range of only about 10 meters. After testing his mental strength, Chen Luo casually released a white sword light. The white sword light was now over a meter long, and it rang out from within the white sword light just like the soft chime Shang Wenxuan had made back then. With a thought, Chen Luo conjured a white sword light that flew around the room. As it flew, the sound emanating from the sword light, resembling the chirping of cicadas, grew stronger and stronger. The light bulbs in the room began to flicker erratically, giving the impression that they were about to go out at any moment. Having comprehended all 9 sword stances, Chen Luo naturally knew that this was because the sword light contained a soul attack. When he sensed the person in the next room start to cover their ears in pain, Chen Luo immediately withdrew his sword-drawing stance. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo waved his hand and launched the second sword strike, shattering star stance. 3 sword beams, each a little over a meter long, appeared outside Chen Luo's body and began to rotate around him. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't put in much effort. He had already fully grasped the operation of the sword technique while copying it. This made Chen Luo even more certain that it was his future self who deliberately left behind that sword energy. Chen Luo was puzzled as to why he didn't simply leave the sword technique in the sealed memory, but instead chose to teach it to him in this way. Chen Luo shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, he decided not to think about it anymore. Chen Luo is currently unable to unleash the remaining 7 swords due to his limited strength. He can only do so after unlocking a higher-level gene lock. After completing the tests, Chen Luo did not continue testing his lightning abilities, but returned to the Marvel Universe. 10 days had passed in the Marvel Universe, and Shang Wenxuan and Erskine had changed positions several times. Whenever he arrived at a new place, he would be surrounded by a large group of American soldiers within a day at most. There's no way around it. East Asians are too conspicuous in a white world. Shang Wenxuan gets reported as soon as he's seen. Shang Wenxuan was speechless, thinking that these people were out of their minds. They knew they were just throwing their lives away, yet they kept sending people to their deaths. Little did Shang Wenxuan know that the US military had invested heavily in developing the super soldier serum, only to have it snatched away by him, along with the personnel, rendering all previous investments futile. Moreover, Shang Wenxuan killed so many American soldiers. Even for the sake of the military's reputation, they wouldn't let it go so easily. The US military at that time was very different from the US military in later generations. Young people were very enthusiastic about joining the military and were eager to go to the army. Even those who did not meet the physical requirements would try to find ways to enter the army to serve. For example, Captain America Steve Rogers tried to sneak in. Even more shockingly, many people have committed suicide because they were unable to join the army due to health or other reasons. Therefore, many American soldiers at that time were not afraid of death. In addition, the propaganda of the US government and military has portrayed Shang Wenxuan as a demon from the island nation, someone sent by the island nation to destroy America. The United States, already filled with intense hatred for islanders due to the attack on Pearl Harbor, was further enraged by this attack, with countless American soldiers rushing to their deaths, only to fall one after another. In just 10 days, Shang Wenxuan clashed with American soldiers more than 10 times. Although he killed and wounded countless soldiers, the enemy continued to launch attack after attack without fear of death. Finally, Shang Wenxuan got annoyed. They were like insects, impossible to kill completely. He had to be on guard against their sneak attacks even when eating, drinking, or sleeping. There was no end in sight to getting entangled with them. Shang Wenxuan wasn't afraid, but he still had Erskine, this burden, by his side. If he isn't protected in time and gets killed, then everything will have been for nothing. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. On the 11th day, Shang Wenxuan finally lost his temper. Looking at the rows of tanks and cannons pointing at him, he decided to let the American military experience what a real demon was. Shang Wenxuan's entire body blazed with golden battle aura like flames. First, a gigantic sword light, 7 or 8 meters long, appeared before him, followed by a second, a third. With his current 6th level strength, the sword energy he released was nearly 10 times that of Chen Luo's 1st level strength. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword energies, accompanied by a violent whooshing sound, shot out from Shang Wenxuan's body as if tearing through the air, whistling as they slashed down towards the surrounding American troops. Meanwhile, the official live stream room had already been opened after Shang Wenxuan revealed the formula for the super soldier serum. The audience had been eagerly flocking in, and by the time Shang Wenxuan launched this move, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached a staggering 30 million. Is the CEO of SenseTime really going to become a sword immortal? Speaking of fighting spirit combined with sword energy, what kind of thing is this? Shang Tang? Holy crap, Shang Tang's sword. Energy is truly unstoppable. It's terrifying. Playing games is definitely the most fun when you're using cheats. This power, is it really something a player can control? I'm so excited. As the audience grew increasingly excited, countless sword energies crashed down. Even before the energies arrived, the sword light was so intense that everyone could not open their eyes. As those terrifying sword energies crashed down, their immense power caused the very energy of this world to be torn apart like a tidal wave in an instant. When those giant sword lights slashed down, they felt as if they were no longer swords, but huge mountains. Boom, boom! A deafening roar, like thunder from a heavenly tribulation, suddenly resounded throughout the land, causing the earth to tremble. The terrifying sword energy exploded at the tip of the blade the instant it made contact, followed by the rest of the blades shattering in succession, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. Anything that comes into contact with this energy, whether it's a tall building, a person, or the ground, is torn to shreds. The whole world began to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. Under such power, not to mention American soldiers, all buildings within a 10-kilometer radius were razed to the ground. At the very center of the sword energy explosion, a huge crater with a diameter of several kilometers appeared. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, terrified by the power of the sword energy as they watched the devastated streets of New York. There wasn't a single living thing on the entire ruins except for Shang Wenxuan, who was holding Erskine and floating in the air. Oh my god! Holy crap! This is as powerful as a missile. No ordinary missile has that much power. This is the power of a small nuclear warhead. Is the power of a saint level being really that exaggerated? Shocked by the immense power, he fell into a state of isolation. I've made up my mind. I'm going to enter the open beta and cultivate to become a saint. I want to possess that kind of power. I want to experience that godlike strength. I agree with the comment above. Let's become gods together. You guys might as well all go crazy. Manual sarcasm. In the Marvel Universe, Erskine stared at Shang Wenxuan with utter astonishment. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that human power could be so terrifying. This is already comparable to the gods, isn't it? Shang Wenxuan's calm voice rang out. This is just a warning. If you still don't know what's good for you, the next target will be the White House. His voice was soft, yet it resonated throughout the entire world, and even those outside the blast radius could hear it clearly. These words not only shocked the Americans around him, turning them pale, but also caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. A lawyer's letter warning. You bunch of Tsai Ing-wen Americans, watch out. Ha ha ha, holy crap, sense time is awesome. Don't wait any longer. Let's go. Boss Shangtang. My greatsword is itching for a fight. Come and mess with me. That's right, Boss Shangtang. Don't wait any longer. Make your move now and teach them. A lesson. Even though it's just a game, I am so excited watching it. Ha ha ha. But no matter how much the chaotic audience shouted, Shang Wenxuan had already grabbed Erskine and turned to fly away. When Shang Wenxuan finally found a place to land again, Song Zhengxian in the live broadcast room finally sent a message. Mr. Shang, we have studied the formula for the super soldier serum. There are several elements that are not currently available on Earth. We need to ask Erskine what other alternatives are available. Shang Wenxuan immediately asked, just tell me the element that needs to be replaced, and I'll ask him. Erskine was already used to it, because Shangtang often talked to himself in Chinese, which Erskine couldn't understand. It looks like it started again. After writing down the elements that needed to be replaced that Song Zhengxian had sent him, Shang Wenxuan turned around and recited them, then asked, are there any substitutes for these materials in the super soldier serum formula? Erskine paused for a moment, and countless questions immediately flooded his mind. When Shang Wenxuan appeared, Erskine knew he was after the super soldier serum. Why would someone as powerful as Shang Wenxuan want something that is clearly of no use to him? What's even stranger is that the things Shang Wenxuan mentioned weren't rare materials. They could be synthesized directly in the lab with just a little effort. Yes, there are some substitutes. In the early days, before the formula was perfected, I used some alternatives. However, the serums made using these substitutes were either far less effective than the current formula, or they would cause the test subjects to explode and die, or they would produce some unknown mutations. Tell them directly what these alternatives are and what effects they will have. Shang Wenxuan interrupted Erskine and asked. Erskine suddenly fell silent, his eyes fixed on Shang Wenxuan. Shang Wenxuan suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck, lifting him off the ground with one hand. To live or to die. As he spoke, Shang Wenxuan's hand gradually tightened, making Erskine breathless and helplessly waving his arms and legs in mid-air. But to everyone's surprise, Erskine's face turned bright red, and he began to cough violently with his mouth wide open in pain, but his eyes showed determination, clearly indicating that he had no intention of giving in. Mr. Shang, that's enough. He can't die yet. Just as Shang Wenxuan was preparing to continue his efforts, Song Zhengxian sent several messages in a row from the live broadcast room. Shang Wenxuan frowned, released Erskine, and said coldly, just tell me what you want. Shang Wenxuan was no ordinary man. He could tell from Erskine's expression that he was definitely up to something. Erskine gasped for breath, finally regaining his composure. His face showed no fear, but instead, his eyes gleamed as he stared at Shang Wenxuan, saying, I want a vial of your blood. Shang Wenxuan's expression immediately darkened. Are all these researchers crazy? Aren't they afraid of death? They're still thinking about studying his genes at a time like this? Shang Wenxuan really wanted to slap this clueless guy to death, but when he saw the message Song Zhengxian sent in the live stream, he sighed helplessly. Sure, but I'll only give it to you after I've verified that what you're saying is true. No problem. Erskine looked delighted and agreed without hesitation, after Erskine provided the alternative element, and after Song Zhengxian's side tested it and confirmed that there was no problem, Shang Wenxuan kept his word and immediately gave him a test tube of blood. Just as Erskine expressed his desire to find a laboratory to study Shang Wenxuan's blood, Qi Wenwen arrived. She set the same time and place as Shang Wenxuan, except that it was 3 days before Captain America was injected with the super soldier serum. Qi Wenwen's purpose in coming here was simple. She was a fan of Captain America, one could say a fanatical fan. Upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, Qi Wenwen, a laid-back gamer and a scenery enthusiast, didn't have any grand ambitions. She didn't want to dominate the world, nor did she want to develop any cutting-edge technology, and she certainly didn't want to be like Han Fei, having to study after entering the country. All she wanted was to meet Captain America. Therefore, when choosing her abilities, Qi Wenwen chose the longevity genes of the elf race and the Scarlet Witch's abilities, preparing to live for 1,000 years, and also to use them to thaw Captain America from his frozen state. Just as Qi Wenwen arrived in New York with great joy, ready to find her idol, she was met with a scene of being bombarded by Shang Wenxuan's ultimate move. Everywhere there were people dead and injured, and ruins everywhere. Moreover, Americans looked at Qi Wenwen, who had an Asian appearance, with hatred on their faces, and some even rushed up to teach her a lesson. When they saw Qi Wenwen frantically use magic to send the person flying, screams erupted from the crowd, shouting "demon," and they fled for their lives in a frenzy. Qi Wenwen looked completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened, but it wasn't long before she realized what was going on. At this point in time, neither mutants nor those with supernatural powers have appeared. There is no other possibility that the players could have caused such a terrifying scene. At this time, people in the live stream were also spamming the chat. She soon learned that it was Sense Time that did it, and that he had kidnapped Erskine and the super soldier serum. Qi Wenwen was furious. Shang Wenxuan had taken away Erskine and the super soldier serum, which meant Captain America would never appear. As a die-hard fan, how could I tolerate such a thing happening? So, Qi Wenwen immediately found Shang Wenxuan and asked him to hand over Erskine and the super soldier serum. Shang Wenxuan wouldn't take Qi Wenwen seriously, and Song Zhengxian was also busy researching the super soldier serum. Before that, he needed Erskine. Even if Shang Wenxuan wanted to hand it over, Song Zhengxian wouldn't allow it. Then, the battle between Qi Wenwen and Shang Wenxuan began. "You're no match for me. If you don't want to quit the game now, get as far away as you can." Shang Wenxuan was a little annoyed by this woman. Why would a perfectly good Chinese person like her idolize Captain America, a fictional comic book character? Although Shang Wenxuan had watched Marvel movies before, and might have liked them in the past, they no longer held any appeal for him. All he can think about now is how to regain his former glory in the Western fantasy world after the open beta. "Hand him over to me and I'll leave." Qi Wenwen glared at Shang Wenxuan. Shang Wenxuan sneered and pointed to Erskine on a rooftop below. "Even if I agree, ask him if he's willing to go with you?" Qi Wenwen was taken aback. In her opinion, Erskine had been kidnapped by Shang Wenxuan, so why wouldn't he want to go with her? "Dr. Erskine, I've come to save you," Qi Wenwen called out from afar. To everyone's surprise, Erskine shook his head repeatedly and shouted, "I'm fine. I don't need anyone to save me. You should leave now and not interfere with my research." Qi Wenwen was stunned. She didn't expect Erskine to be unwilling to leave. What was going on? Shang Wenxuan knew exactly what was going on. Erskine had found a stronger and more powerful target, so he had no interest in researching ordinary super soldier serum. "No, you have to help me inject Captain America with the super soldier serum first." Although Qi Wenwen couldn't understand it, she simply couldn't accept that Captain America wouldn't appear. After Qi Wenwen finished speaking, she excitedly used mind control on Shang Wenxuan and Erskine. While the Scarlet Witch in the movie is far less invincible than in the comics, her magical abilities come from the Mind Stone. The more intense her emotions are, the stronger this ability becomes, which perfectly matches the attributes of the Mind Stone, as it is entirely controlled by willpower and thought. Later, Scarlet Witch gradually learned to use this ability, which allows her to create red energy with her mind. The function of this red energy depends entirely on her mind. It can be a protective shield, an explosion, or control. In her excitement, Qi Wenwen unleashed an extremely powerful energy, instantly striking Erskine, who turned and walked away with a dazed look in his eyes. Shang Wenxuan was caught off guard. He was a warrior, and although his physical defense was extremely high, his magic resistance was relatively low. Moreover, Qi Wenwen was using mental magic that was very difficult to defend against. Shang Wenxuan froze in mid-air, momentarily stunned by the spiritual energy. Then, his fighting spirit vanished, and he plummeted to the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qi Wenwen immediately flew over and grabbed Erskine, then flew into the sky. Bang! Shang Wenxuan plummeted from a height of tens of meters, instantly creating a crater in the ground. But in no time, Shang Wenxuan stood up from the ground. Apart from some dust, he didn't even have a scratch. Shang Wenxuan shook his head, and it took him a while to calm down from the mental shock emanating from Qi Wenwen. "You're asking for it," Shang Wenxuan roared, his fighting spirit surging wildly. He stomped his feet on the ground, which shattered instantly, and he shot into the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for Qi Wenwen. Qi Wenwen was able to fly entirely because of her mental strength, plus the Erskine she was carrying, so her flying speed was far slower than Shang Wenxuan's, who relied on his battle kai. As Shang Wenxuan approached, Qi Wenwen screamed and used mind control again, but Shang Wenxuan was prepared this time, and he immediately drew his sword. The soft whistling sound emanating from the sword light collided with Qi Wenwen's mental attack, and an invisible wave spread out. Shang Wenxuan's eyes showed a moment of distraction for less than a second before he quickly returned to normal. "I was just about to disperse my cultivation, so I'll use you to test what kind of existence a 7th-tier epic truly is." Shang Wenxuan sneered, and his fighting spirit vanished in an instant. Then the world suddenly fell silent. It wasn't the kind of silence that comes from a sudden silence, but rather a silence where even the air seemed to freeze, and all signs of life in the area were brought to a standstill, the viewers in. The live stream all felt something was off. They had clearly heard some sounds and sensed the world's presence just moments before, but as Shang Wenxuan's battle aura suddenly disappeared, they suddenly had a strange feeling. It was an extremely eerie feeling that made them feel as if their breathing had paused for a moment. Holy crap, what's going on? Why is my heart pounding like crazy? Oh no, you've fallen for the CEO of Sense Time. It's love at first sight. No, I have that feeling too. Like the terrifying feeling of having your heart squeezed in someone's hand. Me too. Is Emperor Tang of Shang preparing to unleash another powerful attack? That's terrifying. And this game, why do I feel like I'm actually there when he unleashes his ultimate move? I don't dare to watch anymore, but I can't bear to. What should I do? Waiting for advice online. The next moment, Shang Wenxuan's clothes moved without wind, and an astonishing aura began to gather around him. The golden battle aura transformed into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, instantly spreading out like flames, scattering the clouds, and turning the world into a golden hue. The aurora borealis cascaded down, casting a soft golden glow over the entire city of New York, like a dreamlike illusion. Everyone came out from inside and looked at the scene in the sky. They were all stunned by the sight and couldn't react for a long time. Is this the power of a 7th-tier epic? Shang Wenxuan muttered to himself, his gaze suddenly turning to Qi Wenwen in front of him, and he uttered 2 words softly. Divine Realm. In that instant, Qi Wenwen and Erskine in front of them seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move an inch. With a wave of his hand, Shang Wenxuan sent Erskine flying backward from beside Qi Wenwen, letting out a startled cry. Immediately afterwards, Shang Wenxuan uttered a single word, destroy. Qi Wenwen's entire body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which drifted into the air and slowly disappeared. Qi Wenwen was kicked out of the game by Shang Wenxuan less than an hour after she entered the game. The live stream was completely silent. Shang Wenxuan's power was terrifying. He was practically a god. A divine realm? This must truly be the power of a god. Words become law. A flick of the finger annihilates plant players. Pieft. Plants players must be dying right now. They just got in, and they've already been killed and forced to quit the game. Haha. I think what plant players really want to do is probably chop up Emperor Shang Tang with a knife. I remember. Emperor Tang of Shang just mentioned a 7th-tier epic. This should only be the power of a 7th-tier being, right? Please, official developers, launch the open beta. I won't spend any money. I'll risk my life to cultivate to level 7. Wait a minute, wasn't the Shang Tang boss a 6th-tier boss? How did he suddenly become a 7th-tier boss? You'll never understand the world of the big shots. While the viewers in the live stream were shocked by the terrifying power of the 7th rank, Shang Tang's fighting spirit quickly receded into his body, and then he grabbed Erskine and disappeared in a golden light. The audience couldn't understand it, but Chen Luo did. Shang Wenxuan briefly experienced the power of a 7th-tier epic by burning his own cultivation. That divine domain is a domain power that only 7th-tier epics can comprehend and use. Within the domain of epic-level powerhouses, they can use certain laws of power. The divine realm that Shang Wenxuan comprehended was his absolute domain, which allowed him to make his words become law. Of course, this only applies to people whose strength is much lower than yours. If you encounter someone of the same level, it's impossible to achieve the same effect. However, the consequences of doing so are also obvious. One will fall by at least 2 major realms and almost never be able to advance to the epic realm again for the rest of one's life. Shang Wenxuan wasn't crazy to do this. He now knew what a 6th-order being was, so naturally he wanted to strive for an even higher goal. Anyway, this is the Marvel Universe, and he'll eventually leave the game. His real goal has always been the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo couldn't help but admire Shang Wenxuan. After experiencing more than 200 years of ups and downs in the Western fantasy world, Shang Wenxuan's vision and mind had surpassed that of most people in the world. To Chen Luo's even greater surprise, after Shang Wenxuan transformed into an epic form and dealt with Qi Wenwen, he did not stop. Instead, he allowed his cultivation level to plummet all the way to the peak of the 2nd tier before finally stopping. In that instant, Chen Luo knew Shang Tang's idea. This guy planned to start from the peak of the 2nd tier in the Marvel world and try to break through to the 3rd tier and then cultivate all the way up. Because was already at the peak of the 2nd tier in the Western fantasy world and had been stuck at that level without breaking through, he now clearly intends to start over in the Marvel world. This means that Shang Wenxuan has gained more time and experience than other players. Once the public beta starts, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, leaving the vast majority of players behind. What grand ambitions, what a bold spirit. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Shang Wenxuan might bring him even more surprises in the future. just as Shang Wenxuan took Erskine away. In New York in 2013, Lei Chengyang was completely bewildered because Captain America suddenly disappeared from his sight. Just like in the movie, Thanos snapped his fingers, and he was instantly reduced to ashes. At the same time, everyone in the Marvel Universe, except the players, has lost all memory of Captain America. Seeing the Hulk charging at him, Lei Chengyang hurriedly shouted again, "Shinra Tensei!" Hulk had only charged halfway when he was violently thrown back by an invisible force and crashed into a building. Lei Chengyang watched as Black Widow and Hawkeye charged forward again as if nothing had happened, and he couldn't help but feel speechless. The viewers in the live stream went wild, shouting excitedly, "Wait a minute, how did Captain America just disappear like that?" Yeah, what's even stranger is that neither Black Widow nor Hawkeye reacted at all. Captain America feels like a stranger, as if he has never existed. Has Thanos collected all the Infinity Gauntlets? Haha, I know why. I know that too. What exactly do you know? Speak quickly. Stop beating around the bush. In short, before Captain America was injected with the Super Soldier Serum, Emperor Tang of Shang captured Erskine. Since the Super Soldier Serum was no longer available, Captain America naturally ceased to exist. Holy crap, the players' timelines are continuous. Does that mean the Sense-Time boss can do whatever he wants? He can rewrite the endings of Marvel heroes with just a few simple actions. In the same universe, we naturally share a timeline. PF'd, poor Captain America. He disappeared so innocently without doing anything. I still want to see Thor take on the Avengers one-on-one. Thor and Tony aren't here, so what's the point of a one-on-one fight? Apart from Hulk, the rest of them are trash. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. Lei Chengyang shouted the first sentence, and Black Widow Natasha was knocked away. The second sentence sent Hawkeye flying. The third sentence sent Hulk, who had just roared out, flying away again. Unlike Shang Wenxuan, who was originally a second-tier character in the Western fantasy world and possessed a wealth of combat skills, Lei Chengyang was not. In the Western fantasy world, aside from his fierce appearance, he was actually the one being protected most of the time and had virtually no combat experience. Moreover, since Lei Chengyang chose these three abnormal eye techniques and chakra, he can't learn any other ninjutsu, and he can only use the same move over and over again. However, he only needs this one move, and he doesn't even need to activate the complete Susanoo. Just like the viewers in the live stream said, apart from Hulk, who can barely fight, the others only need one Shinra Tensei. Lei Chengyang was also helpless about the situation. He had originally asked Tony to explain the principles of the arc reactor, but unexpectedly, the explanation took all day. Lei Chengyang had no knowledge in this area, and it sounded like gibberish to him. Although the researchers in the live stream were experts, the technology of cold fusion reactors was extremely complex, and even with Tony personally giving the lecture, they couldn't fully understand it in a short time. So they had to let Lei Chengyang ask questions repeatedly, explaining as he asked. If it were anyone else who still couldn't understand after being told so many times, Tony would probably have given them a look of disdain and walked away. But influenced by Kotoa Matsukami, Tony still patiently talked for a whole day. Meanwhile, Happy came in to bring food, and when he heard them talking about the arc reactor, he felt something was wrong. Happy, who already had suspicions, immediately went to Chili and told her about it. Pepper reacted quickly, having Jarvis investigate Lei Chengyang's identity, but they found nothing. It was as if he had fallen from the sky, and Tony had never had any contact with Lei Chengyang in any of his past actions. Pepper Potts realized something was wrong. She went in first and tricked Tony into leaving, then took him to SHIELD, so Nick Fury could have someone check on him. Next, Little Chili hired the building's bodyguards to arrest Lai Chengyang. Ordinary bodyguards were no match for Lai Chengyang, and it gradually escalated into Captain America, leading the Avengers in a group fight. As a result, Captain America disappeared just minutes after he started, and then everyone else was beaten to a pulp. Just as Lai Chengyang was about to go find Tony, dozens more Iron Man suits appeared in the sky. Lai Chengyang was now at a loss. Shinra Tensei could deflect objects and attacks, but it had a 5-second cooldown. With so many Iron Man suits in the air, if he were to unleash such a wide-range Shinra Tensei, his chakra would be quickly depleted. If Hulk charges at him again, he'll be smashed into a pulp. Lai Chengyang had no choice but to activate the complete Susanoo, and a huge purple figure nearly 500 meters tall quickly occupied the entire street. Everyone present was stunned, and the viewers in the live stream also stared wide-eyed. The Susanoo in the anime is, after all, just an anime, and its realism is almost imperceptible. However, the realism in the Marvel Universe reaches 80%, and the impact is incomparable to that in the animation. The purple energy floating around Susanoo was so tangible that it seemed as if the air itself was being torn apart by this terrifying energy. Its towering structure, comparable to a skyscraper, left both the Marvel Universe's inhabitants and the viewers in the live stream in awe. At this moment, Lai Chengyang's mind stirred slightly, and the huge purple figure drew a long sword, sweeping it across all the Iron Man suits in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Before more than a dozen Iron Man suits could fly away, they were cleaved in mid-air and exploded by the giant longsword. Tony's been taken away, so where did these Iron Man suits come from? What's so strange about that? Jarvis can control the Iron Man suit. Besides obeying Tony, Pepper can also command it. Although Boss Lei only knows 3 tricks, his healing methods are amazing, haha. Believe it or not, he can only be cool for 3 seconds. With the 8 Tails chakra, he released Shinra Tensei so many times and created the complete Susanoo. It would be a miracle if he could keep it up. By then, those Avengers members must have been defeated as well. In fact, the audience was right. Lai Chengyang really couldn't hold on any longer at this point. The consumption of the complete Susanoo is astonishing. Just as it appeared, Lai Chengyang consumed a small portion of his chakra, and when he used it to launch an attack, another small portion was consumed. Lai Chengyang had no choice but to abandon his plan to continue destroying the remaining Iron Man suits. He had Susanoo grow wings, carry him into the sky, and slip away. With Lai Chengyang running away, the audience suddenly lost their chance to watch the show. At this time, Shang Wenxuan found Erskine a laboratory and had him study genes, while he himself spent most of his time in seclusion cultivating, which he found quite boring. Han Fei, on the other hand, was even more boring. He remained the same, reading from morning till night, and never even leaving his house. So the audience's attention naturally shifted to the 4 remaining players. Upon closer inspection, they discovered something extraordinary. While tens of millions of people were watching Shang Wenxuan, Lai Chengyang, and Han Fei's live streams, Jiang Junhao also started stirring things up. He only needed 1 ability and 2 things when he entered the Marvel Universe. The ability is Lelouch's Geese, absolute command from the anime, Code Geese. It is an absolute command that no one can disobey, and it can even distort the ethics, thoughts, and beliefs of the person being commanded. However, it can only be used once on each person. The 2 items are the Infinity Gauntlet from the Avengers and the Time Machine from Dragon Ball. Not to mention Chen Luo, even the viewers watching the live stream outside could tell at a glance what Jiang Junhao was up to. So when Jiang Junhao asked for other abilities, Chen Luo directly refused, saying they exceeded the limits of power in the Marvel Universe. An absolute command is already incredibly powerful. Aside from those with exceptional mental strength and some superheroes, almost no one in the Marvel Universe can resist it. Chen Luo gave it to Jiang Junhao because he simply didn't believe Jiang Junhao could collect all 6 Infinity Stones. Putting aside the difficulty of obtaining the other Infinity Stones, Jiang Junhao would have absolutely no chance of getting his hands on the Mind Stone above Vision's head. The Mind Gem can control other people's thoughts and imaginations, and can increase mental power. Absolute Command is ultimately just a form of mind control, and compared to the Mind Stone, it's insignificant and utterly incapable of controlling Vision. Moreover, Jiang Junhao only has this one ability. Even if he goes in, he'll just be an ordinary person. In the Marvel Universe, ordinary people are actually in great danger. Mutants roam everywhere. Superheroes and supervillains are as common as dogs, and occasionally alien races come to Earth to carry out demolitions. If you're not careful and get caught in the crossfire, an ordinary person can be killed in an instant. Chen Luo didn't think highly of Jiang Junhao, but the audience was very excited. And Emperor gained considerable attention during his battle with the dragon, and his ability to cause trouble is well known, earning him a significant following. Seeing that, Emperor was clearly aiming for the Infinity Gauntlet, he immediately attracted a large number of viewers to his live stream. The moment Jiang Junhao entered the Marvel Universe, he immediately used the time machine to go to 2010, the time of the movie Iron Man 2. Because another player, Liang Ziyu, who created the super electric eel, came here. Like Qi Wenwen, he is a top student and a homebody. Female otaku like tough guys like Captain America, while male otaku naturally like sexy goddesses like Black Widow. But Qi Wenwen is an idol worshipper and has no real intention of getting involved with Captain America. Liang Ziyu, however, was different. He planned to woo Black Widow, so he chose the time when Black Widow first appeared in the movie. Liang Ziyu chose the instant transmission ability from Goku in Dragon Ball, combined with the superpower of controlling lightning, which allows him to control and unleash magical lightning. Just as Black Widow Natasha came out and Liang Ziyu was about to approach her, Jiang Junhao suddenly appeared and immediately recognized him in Mandarin. Liang Ziyu then learned Jiang Junhao's identity. When he learned that Jiang Junhao wanted him to help him find the Infinity Stones, Liang Ziyu thought it was quite fun, but what he really wanted to do was sleep with Natasha. Jiang Junhao immediately offered to help Liang Ziyu with his abilities, but was unexpectedly rejected. Liang Ziyu said that this was not challenging at all, and he would pursue it on his own merits. Jiang Junhao didn't waste any more words and directly used absolute command to brainwash Liang Ziyu. The order was simple. They formed an alliance and went together to collect the 6 Infinity Stones. Apart from those 2 abilities, Liang Ziyu had no resistance to this kind of mind control and was instantly affected. Although he hasn't forgotten about Natasha, he has now made collecting the Infinity Stones his primary goal. Now the audience not only knows that Jiang Junhao has a spy in other players' live streams, but also finally understands why he chose the absolute command ability. Jiang Junhao's primary target is the remaining players, and his secondary target is the people in the Marvel Universe. As for why Liang Ziyu was chosen first, it's simple. Only he has the ability to collect all 6 Infinity Stones. Most of the Infinity Stones are no longer on Earth. By the time they were on Earth, they would already be in the hands of some freaks, like Thanos. If Jiang Junhao had tried to steal the Infinity Stones at that time, it would have been like turning on a light in the toilet. Liang Ziyu's teleportation ability is practically tailor-made for stealing infinity stones. It allows him to sense an opponent's presence, instantly teleport to their side, and even bring people with him. If used properly, it won't take long to collect all the gems. Haha, it looks like the Ant Emperor is about to start being mischievous again. Isn't the Ant Emperor afraid of being punished by the great offline spell? Troublemaking should be left to talents like Ant Emperor. Those big shots are all high-level operators. We can't afford to mess with them. Is the Ant Emperor going to try and destroy the universe like Thanos, leaving the government with nothing? Damn. Your idea upstairs is dangerous. But I think given the Ant Emperor's resentment, it's really possible he could do it. I don't think he has a chance. He's definitely a key target of the government's surveillance now. Putting aside whether he has the ability to collect them, even if he does, the government will definitely kick him offline immediately. At this moment, Jiang Junhao had already taken Liang Ziyu on a time machine and arrived at Wall Street in New York in 2008. Wall Street was in chaos. The US military was urgently evacuating people, and a large number of armored vehicles and tanks were coming in. Armed helicopters were circling overhead, blocking off the entire street. Right in the center of Wall Street, two hulks are engaged in a frenzied brawl. The two hulks look exactly alike. Apart from slight differences in their faces, their body sizes are identical. The viewers in Jiang Junhao and Liang Ziyu's live stream were initially taken aback by the sight of two hulks, but soon someone in the live stream explained why Jiang Junhao had come there. The other one is a player who chose the ability to transform into the Hulk, and then came to challenge the Hulk to a one-on-one fight. What the hell? Is this guy out of his mind? He chose the Hulk's powers and then, out of sheer boredom, came here to challenge the Hulk to a duel? These people really know how to have fun. The Hulk versus the Hulk. I'm really curious who will win. Would the Ant Emperor dare to go up and control the Hulk? Wouldn't he get smashed to pieces in no time? Just as the viewers in the live stream were discussing it, the Hulk, who was transformed into player Wang Zhan, roared and sprang up, leaping up and throwing a punch at the Hulk. Hulk, not to be outdone, roared angrily and met the attack head-on with a punch, neither dodging nor avoiding. Boom! The collision of absolute forces caused the air to vibrate, and an invisible current spread in all directions. The ground beneath their feet could not withstand the force and collapsed with a deafening roar, cracks radiating in all directions, causing many nearby buildings to collapse immediately. In this head-on clash, neither gained the upper hand. Instead, it fueled their ferocity, and they clashed violently together once more. Two violent freaks, wearing only their underwear, were wrestling wildly, destroying most of a city block in a short time and killing thousands of civilians. When the arriving US commander saw this, he knew he could not wait any longer. Although we don't know what these two monsters are, if we let them continue fighting, the whole of New York might be wiped out. Fire! At the officer's command, rockets were launched from the attack helicopter, and tank shells were simultaneously fired at the two monsters. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of rockets and artillery shells was fired simultaneously, followed by a deafening explosion, and screams could be heard from the nearby crowd. Wall Street was already crowded, and after several rounds of rocket attacks, many people were injured by the aftershocks of the explosions. To the astonishment of all the American soldiers present, the bombardment did not harm the two monsters. Instead, it enraged them, and they all turned to look at them. Immediately afterwards, the two Hulks pushed off the ground, almost simultaneously, leaping more than 10 meters high before crashing heavily into the American positions. Upon landing, it trampled and killed several American soldiers. The next moment, Hulk picked up an armored vehicle and smashed it down on the American soldiers who were firing wildly at him. The Hulk, who was Wang Zhan in disguise, followed suit, roaring as he grabbed the tank's cannon barrel and began to spin it violently, turning the tank into a giant windmill. The American soldiers were no match for the attacks of these two monsters, and in the blink of an eye, countless soldiers were killed or wounded, and they began to retreat in a sorry state. After chasing away the troublesome guy, the two Hulks went berserk and started hammering each other again, determined to settle the score. All they could see were the nearby buildings, which looked like they were made of paper. They were either smashed to pieces or dismantled and used as weapons. As the battlefield between the two expanded, an invisible whirlwind seemed to rise around them, stirring up dust that blotted out the sky, and the sky instantly darkened. Hulk, the free demolition office is here. Americans, are you happy? PF'd. If they keep fighting like this, New York City will be completely torn down. Player Hulk. Hulk, how about we go to the White House? The Ant-Emperor is out of options now. Zhang Junhao wasn't indeed having a headache. Although he knew that the player had chosen the Hulk's abilities, no one expected that this guy would be so bored as to directly challenge the Hulk to a one-on-one fight. He and Liang Ziyu were both small and weak. If they went up there, they would just get smashed to pieces and could only watch helplessly from afar. How about we go and get the Space Stone first? Liang Ziyu made a suggestion in a low voice first. The Space Stone is the easiest Infinity Stone to obtain. It first appeared in Captain America, the first Avenger, in Red Skull's hands. Later, it fell into the sea from a plane and was retrieved from the ocean by Howard Stark and SHIELD agents for experimentation. In Avengers Endgame, Tony Stark and Captain America went to the lab and stole the Space Stone. With Zhang Junhao's current abilities, entering the laboratory and taking the gem would be no problem at all. In that era, no one could resist the absolute command. Zhang Junhao shook his head. Of course he knew that the Space Stone was the easiest to obtain, but with the time machine, he could go and get it any time. What he lacks now is a powerful henchman. Liang Ziyu has excellent escape skills, but only has a lightning ability. Once a tank-type warrior gets close, like Hulk, he will be instantly killed. Zhang Junhao chose to control Wang Zhan, not only because he could transform into the Hulk, but more importantly, because he feared that if he left now, someone would tip him off in the live stream and inform Wang Zhan. If Wang Zhan is on guard then, he might turn into the Hulk the moment he sees him, and the Hulk is not afraid of this kind of mind control. By then, it will be too late. The last remaining player, Zhang Xiaomao, was a huge Spider-Man fan. He went in and almost without hesitation chose Spider-Man's ability. Spider-Man's abilities did not exceed the limits of power in the Marvel universe, so he chose the abilities of Quicksilver from the Marvel movies, and finally added Spider-Man's coolest look, which is the Iron Spider suit that Iron Man personally made for Spider-Man. With these combined abilities, Zhang Xiaomao is already considered mid-tier in the Marvel universe, but he's still a bit behind the Hulk. Wait a little longer. Lock onto Wang Zhan's aura. Once he transforms back into human form, we'll teleport there immediately. Good. These two Hulks cannot fight indefinitely. As the damage they cause becomes heavier and heavier, the US government will eventually reach its breaking point and may be forced to resort to nuclear weapons. Zhang Junhao was not wrong. In the end, it was the US military that intervened, using armed helicopters to bomb and lure the two Hulks out of New York City. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a few blocks that were destroyed, but the entire city of New York. The United States can influence the global economy, and the US economy depends on Wall Street, the financial empire. If this place is destroyed by the two Hulks, the stock market will probably crash tomorrow, which is something the US government absolutely cannot afford. The battle finally stopped after the two Hulks were led in different directions, several tens of kilometers apart. Having lost their target, the two Hulks returned to human form after venting their frustrations by smashing things. It was at this moment that Liang Ziyu appeared in front of Wang Zhan with Jiang Junhao, and then used absolute command to control him. Jiang Junhao's order was the same as Liang Ziyu's, to help him collect all the infinity stones. Wang Zhan had just regained his human form and was unable to resist the absolute command, so he took this command as his purpose in playing the game. With a ranged mage and a tank, Jiang Junhao didn't plan to control the remaining players anymore. Besides, he couldn't afford to offend the rest of them. Whether Shang Wenquan's saint-level strength would have any effect on his absolute command is unknown, but if he dared to go and find Shang Wenquan, his fans would probably immediately warn him. An absolute command can only be activated by seeing the other party's eyes. If Shang Wenquan had been prepared beforehand and had made his move before Jiang Junhao got close, all of them combined wouldn't have been enough to defeat him. Although Lai Chengyang's three-pronged attack had already crippled one of Kotoamatsu's kami, Susanoo is immune to all mental control. Even Hulk was beaten into submission by Shinra Tensei, so trying to control him was futile. Han Fei spends all his time reading, which is of no use to Jiang Junhao at the moment. Zhang Xiaomao could also play a significant role, but he was dispensable to Jiang Junhao, so he didn't bother looking for him. After leaving the two of them there, Jiang Junhao used the time machine to go to 1943. When Howard was returning to the laboratory with the space stone, Jiang Junhao used absolute command to control him and make him hand over the space stone. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Junhao traveled in a time machine with Liang Ziyu to 1988, found Star-Lord in his childhood, recorded his aura, and then returned to 2014 when the movie Guardians of the Galaxy Vol. 1 began. Just as Star-Lord took out the Power Stone, Liang Ziyu teleported in front of him and, before Star-Lord could react, released a bolt of lightning that stunned him. Then Liang Ziyu sensed Jiang Junhao's presence again and returned to Earth. After obtaining the two Infinity Stones, Jiang Junhao immediately put on the Infinity Gauntlet and embedded the Space Stone and Power Stone into it. The moment Jiang Junhao put on the gloves, boundless power surged into his body, giving him the feeling that he could shatter the Earth with a single punch. The Infinity Gauntlet that Jiang Junhao wanted was the same as the one Thanos forged. It could use the power of the Infinity Stones. The Power Gem allows the user to grasp and control all power and energy they seek to control. Using this gem, the user can even copy all physical superpowers, making their physical attack and defense capabilities invincible. At the same time, the Space Stone also granted Jiang Junhao spatial abilities, such as spatial teleportation and spatial stillness, making distance in the universe a meaningless concept in his eyes. Turn into the Hulk and try punching me. Jiang Junhao was trembling with excitement. He had never experienced such a sense of power that could destroy the world. In the Western fantasy world, he was always in the form of an ant, so he didn't have any of the five senses of a human. At most, he only had the experience of an ant growing bigger, and he didn't have the realistic feeling he has now. Jiang Junhao truly possessed an omnipotent power, which is why he immediately had Wang Zhan transform into the Hulk to fight. Wang Zhan paused for a moment, looked around at the surroundings, and said, "Let's go somewhere else." Without a second thought, Jiang Junhao clenched his right fist and activated the Space Stones. Power. A blue light emanated from the infinity gauntlet, and he led Wang Zhan to a deserted island in the ocean. Wang Zhan looked at it in surprise and asked, "You can use the power of the space stone too?" Jiang Junhao nodded and said excitedly, "That's right. Although it can only exert a portion of its power, I can feel that the more gems are inlaid, the more fully these energies are exerted. Come on, let's test the power of the power gem first." Without further ado, Wang Zhan immediately began his transformation in front of Jiang Junhao. When Wang Zhan, in his Hulk form, saw Jiang Junhao, he roared and leaped forward, throwing a punch directly at him. However, Jiang Junhao didn't care at all. He clenched his right fist, raised his hand, and decisively threw a punch. The two fists collided, and an invisible shockwave spread out from the point of impact, blowing away stones and sand from the ground. Before Hulk could attack again, Jiang Junhao grabbed his shoulder with his other hand and dragged him, while his knee slammed into Hulk's lower back, sending Hulk flying hundreds of meters. Boom! Hulk flew hundreds of meters backward, smashing through countless rocks and trees before finally embedding himself in the mountain. Jiang Junhao did not pursue further, because it was no longer necessary. Hulk was no match for him at all. Jiang Junhao sighed. No wonder Shang Wengxuan started to pursue power so frantically. The feeling of being omnipotent was indeed captivating. Roar! Hulk let out an extremely angry roar, the huge sound wave almost tearing people's eardrums apart. The next moment, Hulk leaped and stomped, breaking the ground inch by inch, and then flew hundreds of meters away, descending from the sky and smashing his fists down on Jiang Junhao's head. Jiang Junhao laughed, clenched his right fist again, and raised his left arm to block Hulk's crushing blow. Boom! With a thunderous thud, Jiang Junhao felt an immense force strike him, and his body involuntarily sank, half of him sinking into the ground. Although he was able to block the Hulk's power, the ground couldn't withstand it, and a circular crater appeared centered on him. Jiang Junhao grabbed Hulk's arm with his left hand and his thigh with his right, lifting the massive Hulk high into the air and slamming him to the ground. An even louder tremor followed, causing the entire island to shake violently. Then, the landslide began, and the island sank into the sea. This blow knocked Hulk unconscious, and the island itself sank under the terrifying force. Jiang Junhao captured Hulk and, as the island sank, activated the power of the Space Stone, returning to New York. Next up, the Mind Gem. The Mind Stone enhances mental power and increases mental abilities. Even when other stones amplify their power, this stone can simultaneously enter the mind of all things. Even a light touch can alter the user's mind according to their will, making it even more perverse than an absolute command. Jiang Junhao now possesses absolute power. If he obtains the Mind Stone, he will be virtually invincible in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Following the plot of Avengers Endgame, Jiang Junhao arrived at the time after the Battle of New York in Avengers Endgame. At this moment, Hydra's spy within SHIELD was preparing to send away the Mind Stone, making it the easiest time to obtain this Infinity Stone. Upon reaching this point in time, Jiang Junhao first had Liang Ziyu memorize Thor's aura, while he himself went to find the Hydra spies. When Jiang Junhao found the Hydra spy, he immediately activated Absolute Command, instantly taking control of everyone and forcing them to hand over the Infinity Stones. He then immediately embedded the Mind Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Junhao took Liang Ziyu to 2016, the year of Doctor Strange, and they arrived at Kamar Taj in Kathmandu when Strange was still a doctor. This is a training ground for magicians, where many apprentices practice magic and defend against dangers from other dimensions. It also contains a large number of magical artifacts, and ordinary people cannot approach Kamar Taj. However, Jiang Junhao had no such concerns. Now that he possessed 3 infinity stones, the power of each infinity stone he could use had greatly increased. Jiang Junhao swaggered in, and whenever he encountered resistance, he either killed them with a single punch or issued an absolute order to get lost. No one was a match for him. With the Mind Stone's enhancement, even though these mages possessed mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, they were unable to resist his mental control. Even the strongest sorcerer here, the Ancient One, didn't even have time to launch an attack before Jiang Junhao manipulated him to open the Eye of Agamotto and embedded the 4th time stone into it. Jiang Junhao made rapid progress, and when he finally embedded the 4th infinity stone, the viewers in the live stream became increasingly excited. Holy crap, the Ant Emperor is really shrewd. He must have been waiting for others to choose their abilities before finally choosing those 3 things. Only 2 left. So, the question is, what does he intend to do with all of them? No matter what he's going to do with his small frame, he'll be dead after snapping his fingers. It'll be pointless for him to do anything. I suddenly remembered an interesting question. What would happen if he snapped his fingers and made his body withstand the power of the gem? I guess he'll die first, and then he'll be given a powerful body. Manual sarcasm. At this point, Chen Luo also realized Jiang Junhao's progress, and he felt that he had underestimated this mischievous guy's ability to cause trouble. Chen Luo initially thought that even if he used the absolute command and the time machine, he could at most collect 1 or 2 easily obtainable items, such as the Space Stone. In 1943, apart from Shang Wenxuan, almost no one could resist absolute orders. However, the others are either protected by powerful people or are not on Earth, so Jiang Junhao has no way of obtaining these abilities. Especially since Thanos was the first to get the Soul Stone on Vormir, even if Jiang Junhao went there, he would only be a minor character. I never expected this guy would think of controlling the players first, and then using their power to steal the Infinity Stones. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, then decided that he couldn't just leave Jiang Junhao alone. Otherwise, if Jiang Junhao really got all the Infinity Gauntlets and snapped his fingers, destroying the Marvel Universe, Chen Luo would be frustrated again. Now all that's left are the Soul Gem and the Reality Gem. If Jiang Junhao follows the plot of Avengers Endgame, the only difficulty will be in Asgard, where the Aether is in Thor's ex-girlfriend Jane. Given Jiang Junhao's unrestrained and arrogant personality at this moment, coupled with the fact that the live broadcast room has gathered more than 30 million viewers, he certainly won't sneak in like Thor, but will swagger in like Kamartaj. Chen Luo thought about it, and realized that the Asgardians in the Marvel Cinematic Universe were generally weak. Odin, the king of the gods, rarely showed his power, and when he did appear, he was either sickly or in hibernation. The main reason is that Odin is over 5,000 years old and nearing death. Every year, he needs to undergo the Odin sleep to restore his strength and lifespan, so he gives the impression of being a weakling, but in his prime, Odin could easily crush Thanos. To paraphrase Hela from Thor, Ragnarok, Asgard could have conquered the entire universe, but Odin's mercy limited them to the 9 realms. Then let's increase the game's difficulty. Chen Luo smiled and snapped his fingers. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, also known as Asgard, Odin, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Odin got up from his bed and stared in astonishment at his beard, which had turned thick and black, and his aged body, which had instantly regained its youth. Feeling the surging power within his body, Odin was filled with astonishment. He didn't even put on his shoes and rushed barefoot to the mirror to look at himself. Upon closer inspection, He noticed that not only had his beard turned black, but his hair had also turned black, and the frown on his face had disappeared without a trace. His former aged appearance is gone, and he now looks like a middle-aged man. To Odin's even greater astonishment, his previously blind right eye regained its sight. Odin froze on the spot. Although Odin's sleep could restore his lifespan and power, it could never make him return to his youth. Odin's first reaction was not surprise, but fear. As a representative of celestial-level power in Marvel, he simply could not imagine what kind of being could restore his power and youth. This means that the opponent's power is completely superior to his. As the king of the gods, only the 5 primordial gods of Marvel can completely overwhelm him. Just as Odin was filled with doubt and uncertainty, a great thought entered his mind. A powerful enemy is about to invade Asgard. Prepare for battle. Odin was jolted awake, wanting to trace the source of this great will, but found that even with his full power, he could not discern where this great will came from. After his initial shock, Odin realized that this great will was something he could not fathom. Odin quickly came to his senses, recalling the words the other party had just left behind, realized the seriousness of the problem. The Great Will clearly knew that the invaders were extremely powerful, otherwise it would not have restored its strength to its peak. Someone come here! After restoring Odin's strength, Chen Luo was preparing to increase the difficulty of obtaining the soul gem when he suddenly laughed. Looks like I won't have to lift a finger. In 2004, at Norton Manor in New York, Han Fei grabbed Black Widow Natasha by the neck, lifted her off the ground, and then snapped her neck with a sudden burst of strength before tossing the body to the ground. Han Fei picked up a clean white handkerchief from the dining table and wiped his hands repeatedly. The room was originally decorated for a candlelight dinner, and the steaks on the table were still steaming. Han Fei threw the handkerchief on the ground, turned around and walked towards the library, saying indifferently, "Dispose of the body." As soon as Han Fei finished speaking, a group of people in black suits filed in and quickly carried Natasha's body out of the room. Throughout the entire ordeal, the expressions on the faces of this group of people remained unchanged, and no one asked any questions. After dealing with Natasha, Han Fei returned to the library as if nothing had happened and began flipping through books rapidly. At this moment, his viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Although Han Fei was studying hard every day, there were still more than 200,000 people watching the live stream. They stared at the screen in disbelief, unable to react for a long time. Everyone assumed that Han Fei's invitation to Natasha for a candlelight dinner was a ploy to get something going on. Even Black Widow herself thought so. The two chatted and laughed, and soon entered a flirtatious phase, the atmosphere gradually becoming ambiguous, and it looked like they were about to kiss. But at that moment, Han Fei suddenly launched an attack, and killed Natasha. Holy crap! So the reason Emperor Han suddenly contacted SHIELD and said he wanted to join them was to bring Black Widow here to kill her. Holy crap! I finally saw Emperor Han stop reading. Thought he'd finally come to his senses, but this is some kind of cruel act to destroy his potential? Other people get stupid from reading too much, but Emperor Han has gone mad from reading too much? No. Have you ever seen Emperor Han do anything meaningless? He cherishes even a second of his time. How could he possibly waste it to kill a complete stranger like Widow? I know why. Emperor Han must know that Emperor, and has already collected 4 Infinity Stones. What does this have to do with him killing Black Widow? Wait, I think I understand now. The Soul Stone only appeared twice, once in Thanos' possession, and once after Black Widow sacrificed herself and Hawkeye took it. Now that Black Widow is gone, the Ant Emperor has no choice but to steal the stone from Thanos. PF'd, these Avengers superheroes are really unlucky to have encountered this group of players. Captain America disappeared innocently, and Black Widow was also caught in the crossfire. She probably won't understand why she died. A faint smile appeared on Han Fei's lips. As he quickly flipped through a German-language book on genetics, he muttered to himself, "If you want to cause trouble, then you'll have to work even harder." Han Fei knew that Jiang Junhao had collected all 4 Infinity Stones because Lei Shun had told him. Han Fei was certainly familiar with the renowned Ant Emperor, so when Han Fei heard the news, he knew he was in trouble. Given the feud between Ant Emperor and the game company, it would be a miracle if he didn't cause trouble. Jiang Junhao has collected all the Infinity Stones and has really destroyed the world like Thanos, which is definitely not good news for Han Fei. Han Fei's plan was to quietly study here and then gradually apply that knowledge to reality. This requires a safe environment where no one will disturb you. That's why he chose the year 2000, a relatively peaceful year in which technology was not too backward. All players now exist within the same timeline. If the Ant Emperor destroys the world in 2019, then 19 years later, Han Fei will also die. Therefore, Han Fei absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Han Fei quickly analyzed the situation and made the simplest and most effective choice to kill Natasha. Once Han Fei made his decision, he immediately issued orders for his men to contact SHIELD, expressing their willingness to join the agency and provide financial support. In 2004, Han Fei was no ordinary person. He was a well-known figure on Wall Street and even throughout the United States. Because Han Fei did not simply study by rote during his 4 years of study, he learned while simultaneously applying the knowledge he acquired. During this period, he used his acquired financial knowledge, coupled with a 30% brain usage rate and a huge amount of money at his disposal, to begin to wield considerable influence on Wall Street. In just 4 years, the market value of Hunyuan Investment, a company under the Han family, tripled. To give you a better idea, Hunyuan Investment already had a market value of $100 billion when Han Fei took over the company. That's a 3-fold increase, which is 300 billion yuan in market value. And with the Han family holding more than 51% of Hunyuan Investment's absolute controlling stake, it's equivalent to Han Fei having personal assets of up to 150 billion US dollars. While they may not become the richest person in the Marvel universe, they are definitely among the very top of the pyramid. Today, Hunyuan Investment is a company with multiple businesses including hedge funds, stocks, bonds, and insurance, as well as numerous industrial companies under its umbrella, and more than 200,000 employees worldwide. Such enormous wealth is something that not only ordinary people would covet, but even the US government has secretly used many methods to try and seize it. Today, Han Fei's fame on Earth in the Marvel Universe is comparable to that of Tony Stark, making him a representative of young geniuses. When Han Fei expressed his willingness to join SHIELD, Nick Fury felt like he had been given a windfall and sent Natasha over without much thought, just as Han Fei had requested. As for the consequences of killing Natasha, Han Fei wasn't worried at all, not to mention his immense wealth. After 4 years of continuous study, Han Fei's brain utilization rate had reached 40%, resulting in many supernatural abilities, such as basic strength enhancement, as well as abilities like shape-changing, mind control, telepathy, and mental manipulation. While it doesn't possess the godlike power seen in Lucy, it's more than enough to deal with the current state of SHIELD, That's why Natasha was killed instantly by Han Fei without any warning, without even a chance to fight back. It's time to make some preparations. After that night, Han Fei finally stopped reading and left Norton Manor. At this time, Jiang Junhao arrived in 2014, the year Black Widow and Hawkeye went to Vormir to search for the Soul Stone. Jiang Junhao instructed Liang Ziyu to sense the auras of Hawkeye and Black Widow, preparing to instantly teleport over and snatch the soul gem the moment Black Widow's aura disappeared. To Jiang Junhao, at this moment, Hawkeye was no different from an ant, someone he could crush with a single step. Natasha's aura can no longer be sensed. Jiang Junhao's expression changed slightly. Where's Hawkeye? He's on another planet, probably Vormir. No, the time I set should be when they just arrived on Vormir. They couldn't have disappeared so quickly. Jiang Junhao frowned. Immediately reached out and snatched the phone from another passerby who was playing on his phone. The passerby was furious and was about to confront Jiang Junhao when he heard Jiang Junhao speak. Have you ever heard of Natasha, the Black Widow? As he asked the questions, he opened Google and began searching for information about Black Widow Natasha. Google in the US is very powerful. Even an ordinary person can find a lot of information, let alone a celebrity like Natasha. The man paused for a moment, then a look of confusion quickly appeared in his eyes. He then said blankly, I don't know. Even Liang Ziyu's expression changed. Natasha had been a well-known hero in the Marvel Universe since she appeared in 2008, all the way up to Avengers 1. She was a household name in the United States. How could he not know this person? Jiang Junhao also found the relevant information at this time. His expression immediately turned gloomy, and he handed the phone to Liang Ziyu. Liang Ziyu glanced at the phone with a puzzled look, only to find that in addition to Natasha's basic information, there was also an obituary. Natasha had died in an accident while on a mission 10 years ago, was awarded the Purple Heart, and was buried in Arlington National Cemetery. Liang Ziyu's face was filled with disbelief. His main purpose in coming to the game was to find Natasha, but she had died 10 years ago? Just as the two of them were wondering what was going on, people in the live stream started spamming the chat. PF'd. The Ant Emperor was completely dumbfounded. I've already collected 4 Infinity Stones, and I'm about to reach the pinnacle of my life, and you suddenly pulled this on me. Emperor Han's move was truly brilliant. Completely stunning Emperor. Ant. Now he can only try to steal the Soul Stone from Thanos. When Thanos obtained the Soul Stone, he also had the Infinity Gauntlet and 4 Infinity Stones. If the two of them fought, who would win? Haha, I'm actually a little excited just thinking about it. The art style changed so fast. Suddenly it's like the Infinity Gauntlet versus the Infinity Gauntlet. And Emperor, I'll tell you a secret. Black Widow was killed by Emperor Han in 2004. Hurry back and save her. Once you save her, you can go back to 2014 to find the Soul Stone. And Emperor, I'll tell you a secret. Emperor Han knew you were collecting the Infinity Gauntlet, so he deliberately went to kill Black Widow. Remember to give him a good beating when you get back. The viewers in the live stream, always eager for chaos, started tattling and urging Jiang Junhao to cause trouble for Han Fei. Jiang Junhao and the others also saw the content of the live broadcast and finally understood why Natasha had disappeared. Liang Ziyu gritted his teeth and said, if we go back to 2004 and teach Han Fei a lesson, we can definitely get the plot back on track. Getting the Soul Stone from Hawkeye is much easier than getting it from Thanos. No, let's go to Asgard first and get the Reality Stone. Jiang Junhao shook his head and narrowed his eyes. It's not interesting if things go too smoothly. Once we have all 5 Infinity Stones, we'll go find Thanos and get the Soul Stone. Liang Ziyu's expression changed slightly. Have you thought this through? If you can't defeat Thanos with 5 Infinity Stones, then he won't even need to look for the remaining Infinity Stones. He can just collect them all. Whether we can defeat Thanos with the 5 Infinity Stones is unknown, but we're not going to Vormir. We're going to Titan. Liang Ziyu was stunned for a moment. His mind reacted very quickly. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he asked in surprise, "You want to take advantage of the Avengers' battle with Thanos on Titan? In Avengers Infinity War, Mantis had Thanos under control and was about to remove the Infinity Gauntlet when Star-Lord lost control and punched Thanos, causing the removal of the gauntlet to fail. At the end, Star-Lord was angrily criticized by countless fans as a terrible teammate and a piece of shit, to the point that Chris Patton, the actor who plays Star-Lord, issued an apology on Instagram. Wow, the Ant Emperor has some pretty clever ideas. He makes the Avengers heroes work for him, and then he steals the Infinity Gauntlet. Wait a minute, something's not right. If the Ant Emperor had already gotten his hands on the Infinity Stones, Thanos shouldn't have had any later on, right? Perhaps, as the Ancient One said, when the Ant Emperor went back to retrieve the Infinity Stones, different timelines had already formed. Perhaps they were not on the same timeline, or even in different parallel universes. Possibly. Comics and movies often feature parallel universes with different numbering systems, and different universes have different Infinity Stones. That makes sense. We'll find out how many Infinity Stones Thanos has then. While viewers were speculating about how many Infinity Stones Thanos possessed, Jiang Junhao had already brought Liang Ziyu and Wang Zhan to 2013, the year the events of Thor, the Dark World, began. Jiang Junhao did not choose the time when Jane was first possessed by the Aether, but instead chose the time when she was taken to Asgard, which was obviously to satisfy his desire to perform. Even if he fails, he can use the time machine or the time stone to try again, so he is invincible from the start. Asgard, in front of the Golden Palace Square, Jiang Junhao and his 2 companions had just appeared when their expressions suddenly changed. Because countless Asgardian soldiers wielding weapons were already standing in front of them, a middle-aged man in golden armor stepped forward first, followed by Thor with his hammer and a host of Asgardian gods. Jiang Junhao was stunned again. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could see that the people of Asgard were prepared. How did they know they were coming? And what's with Odin? Wasn't he old? How did he suddenly become young again? Jiang Junhao's gaze immediately fell upon the strongest person in the entire arena, Odin, who stood at the very front holding a spear. Did I wander onto the wrong set? Jiang Junhao was speechless. Odin was clearly on the verge of death, but now he had not only returned to his middle-aged appearance, but the powerful aura emanating from him also seemed to indicate that his strength had been restored. Haha, what's going on with Odin? Is it really a different timeline? That doesn't make sense either. It's 2013 now. Even if the timeline is different, Odin's age shouldn't change. No doubt, it must be the government officials who have taken action to punish the Ant Emperor. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. The Ant Emperor looks like he just ate shit. He probably guessed it too. Jiang Junhao did guess that the game company had tampered with things, but he wasn't afraid now. With 4 Infinity Stones in hand, even if Odin regained his strength, he was confident he could sweep through the entire Asgard. The Infinity Gauntlet. As Jiang Junhao sized up the Asgardian army, Odin and the Asgardians were also sizing up the 2 Earthlings before them. Their gazes naturally fell upon the Infinity Gauntlet on Jiang Junhao's right hand, The light of the 4 infinity stones was so dazzling that it was impossible not to notice it. However, ordinary Asgardians did not recognize the infinity gauntlet, but Odin recognized it at a glance, because he had a fake infinity gauntlet in his vault. It's considered fake because it can't unleash the power of the infinity stones. Odin finally understood why the Great Will had reminded him. Having lived for nearly 5,000 years, he certainly knew what the infinity gauntlet and the infinity stones meant. Earthlings, state your purpose, Odin asked Jiang Junhao with a solemn expression. Jiang Junhao suddenly laughed. Someone tricked me, so I'm going to take it out on you guys. Presumptuous! The Asgardians were immediately enraged. Jiang Junhao's contemptuous attitude towards Odin, the God King, was intolerable to the arrogant Asgardians who had ruled the 9 realms for tens of thousands of years. Before Odin could speak, an enraged Thor hurled Mjolnir at Jiang Junhao. Jiang Junhao clenched his right fist, without flinching, extended his left hand, accurately grasping the handle of Thor's hammer. Jiang Junhao waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's not heavy at all." Thor's expression changed slightly. He reached out to try and control Mjolnir, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it out of Jiang Junhao's hand. The people of Asgard also changed their expressions. Mjolnir was a gift from Odin to Thor, who also blessed the hammer, saying that only those with pure hearts and righteous character could wield it. Now, Jiang Junhao can not only wield Thor's hammer at will, but also prevents Thor from breaking free whenever he tries to pull it back. This undoubtedly shows that Jiang Junhao's power surpasses Thor's hammer and is even comparable to Odin in his prime. But what happened next caused their expressions to change drastically in an instant. After swinging it a few times, Jiang Junhao placed his hand on Thor's hammer and said with a smile, "I'll give it a try too." As soon as Jiang Junhao finished speaking, Thor's hammer shattered in his palm, turning into metal fragments that scattered on the ground. Everyone, including Odin, turned extremely pale, realizing just how terrifying the person before them was. Odin's expression turned grave. Seeing Jiang Junhao's posture, it was clear he wasn't going to let things go peacefully. He had no choice but to take action. He immediately shouted, "Kill!" Without any hesitation. All the Asgardian soldiers immediately charged towards Jiang Junhao and his companions with their weapons. Jiang Junhao turned to Liang Ziyu and said, "Go back to Earth, leave this to us." Liang Ziyu's abilities are very important to Jiang Junhao. If he dies here, it will be very difficult for him to find the Infinity Stones again. Liang Ziyu nodded, knowing that his frail little body wouldn't be of much use here, and immediately disappeared from Asgard. Roll! When Jiang Junhao saw Wang Zhan transform into the Hulk and charge into the crowd, he immediately roared at the soldiers who surrounded him. The soldiers who had just attacked were sent flying back the way they came, knocking down a group of people in the process. Jiang Junhao smiled dismissively and said calmly, "Too weak." How dare such weak people call themselves gods? Who gave you the courage? How dare you? Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, was immediately enraged. A golden light appeared in his hand and poured into the greatsword he held, causing the golden sword to gleam. Heimdall leaped forward, slashing his sword straight at Jiang Junhao's head. Overestimating one's abilities, Jiang Junhao chuckled, clenched his fist, and threw a punch upwards at the golden sword. With a crisp crack, the golden sword met the same fate as Thor's hammer, shattered in two by the terrifying force. What angered the Asgardians even more was that Jiang Junhao's punches continued unabated, breaking through Heimdall's protective divine power and striking him squarely in the chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from Heimdall's mouth, and he was instantly sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, unable to move. the Asgardians present were terrified. Heimdall's strength was considered above average in Asgard, but he couldn't even last a single round against Jiang Junhao. How monstrous is this monster? But the Asgardian soldiers did not stop there. They charged forward one after another. At that moment, Odin suddenly snorted angrily, and the sacred mountain beneath the golden palace suddenly burst into light, rapidly expanding outwards. Soon, a golden light enveloped the sacred mountain, and at the same time, all the gods and soldiers of Asgard felt their power multiply. Jiang Junhao let out a soft, and looked with interest at the sky enveloped in golden light. He smiled and said, "This is the divine realm." Jiang Junhao had seen both Marvel movies and comics, so he recognized what it was at a glance. This divine realm is not the same as the divine realm of Shangwengshuan. Asgard's palaces are built atop a massive sacred mountain, the dwelling place of the gods, hence the name Asgard. The barrier that Odin is now releasing can amplify the power of the gods within, allowing them to unleash power several times greater than their own, and can also suppress the power of outsiders. However, in Thor, Ragnarok, only Hela was able to continuously grow stronger in Asgard. It's obvious that the official team has brought Odin's abilities from the comics into the cinematic universe. Offending the gods is a crime deserving of death. Thor was still somewhat unable to accept that Mjolnir had been crushed. He had never imagined that Jiang Junhao possessed such terrifying strength. At this time, Thor had not yet awakened the power of the god of thunder, and most of his strength was in Mjolnir. Once he lost this artifact, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, after Odin set up the divine barrier, Thor's power increased dramatically, which instantly brought him to his senses. He immediately roared, snatched a spear from a soldier, and charged towards Jiang Junhao. At the same time, more than a dozen Asgardian gods, not wanting to be left behind, joined Thor in charging forward. These are the men who follow Thor in his battles throughout the cinematic universe. After receiving the divine blessing, one of them experienced a surge in aura, and their strength increased significantly. Jiang Junhao, however, didn't care at all. To him, who possessed the Infinity Gauntlet, even if ordinary gods and soldiers were enhanced several times over, it would be the same as if they hadn't been enhanced at all. In particular, these Asgardian gods are not on the same level as the gods of Western fantasy worlds. Aside from having a longer lifespan than Earthlings, a stronger body than ordinary people, and the ability to use magic, there's nothing particularly remarkable about them. If Jiang Junhao had the power of a creator god in a Western fantasy world, like the game's creator, he probably would have turned around and run away. Facing the siege of dozens of gods, Jiang Junhao was fearless, killing gods in his way and sending them flying with a single punch. These gods vary in strength, but because they are within the divine realm's barrier, their power is amplified, and even the weakest among them is no less powerful than Thor in his current state. Jiang Junhao was instantly overwhelmed by various spells such as lightning, fire, and ice, and it looked like he was fighting a very exciting and lively battle. However, to the god's surprise, when the magic struck Jiang Junhao, a blue light burst forth from the Infinity Gauntlet, and all the magic entered that blue channel, and then disappeared. Jiang Junhao didn't even flinch. He chuckled and calmly threw another punch. The terrifying power tore through space, directly blasting away several gods in front of it. The power of the Infinity Stones was far beyond what these false gods could compare to. Apart from a goddess wearing silver armor, all the gods, including Thor, were severely injured. This goddess, clad in light silver armor and wielding a golden longsword, radiates brilliance and exudes a heroic and valiant aura. She is none other than Sif, the goddess of land and harvest from the film. Although her strength appears average in the movie, Sif actually possesses incredibly powerful hand-to-hand combat skills and extraordinary swordsmanship. Her fighting ability ranks among the top 3 of the goddesses of Asgard, second only to Valkyrie. Jiang Junho took a step forward and easily grabbed Sif before she could react. He pulled her into his arms and chuckled mischievously. She really is a beauty. Sif was filled with shame and indignation and kept trying to struggle and resist, but she found that Jiang Junho's arm was like an iron clamp, and she could not budge it at all. Odin's eyes flashed with fury. Sif was the fiancée he had chosen for Thor, and the future queen of Asgard. Not only him, but all the gods present were filled with shock and anger. Besides Sif's identity, it was also because Jiang Junho was forcibly abducted in front of them, and the abductor seemed to be about to molest Sif. This was a slap in the face to them. If this got out, Asgard would probably be ridiculed by the races of the 9 realms for thousands of years. P.S. I was wondering why the Ant Emperor only left Sif alone. Was he planning to steal the Infinity Stones and maybe even seduce her while he was at it? An emperor, women are all big pig trotters. Put her down right now, let me gnaw on her. According to the comics, Sif is Thor's wife. Is this Ant Emperor doing this on purpose? Is he trying to cuckold Thor? Damn it, Ant Emperor, get down to business. Women are nowhere near as fun as the Infinity Gauntlet. Pooh! Sif couldn't break free. Seeing Jiang Junho grinning and scanning her up and down, especially her key areas, she was filled with shame and anger. She opened her mouth and spat at him. Jiang Junho dodged it by tilting his head, then chuckled and said, "Pretty hot, huh? But I like conquering girls with personality like you." As Jiang Junho spoke, he leaned down and forcefully kissed Sif on the lips. "How dare you!" Seeing this, Odin could no longer restrain himself. He raised the eternal spear in his hand and hurled it at Jiang Junho. The spear transformed into a golden ray of light, so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to catch it, and in the blink of an eye it rushed to Jiang Junho's forehead. Ah! Jiang Junho let out a miserable scream. His scream wasn't from being shot by the Spear of Eternity, but from being bitten by Sif. Jiang Junho covered his bleeding lip with one hand, and quickly reached out with the other hand to grab the golden light. The golden light did not stop there. Instead, it burst forth with even more dazzling brilliance, gradually advancing towards Jiang Junho's brow. Jiang Junho's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he had felt a threat to his life. Jiang Junho had no choice but to release Sif with his right hand, and then suddenly clenched his right fist. Jiang Junho looked at the long spear in front of him and suddenly realized why the spear was so terrifying. The Eternal Spear's design is quite simple yet powerful. It will always hit its target when thrown, capable of piercing through anything it strikes, and then automatically returns to its owner's hand. Only with the help of the Infinity Stones was Jiang Junho able to barely withstand the power of the spear. Heh, if Odin, this is all the strength you have, then I am very disappointed. Jiang Junho chuckled and casually swung his hand, sending the Eternal Spear flying back. His target was not Odin, but the gods and soldiers present. The next moment, screams rang out one after another, and everyone in the path of the Eternal Spear was easily pierced through. With the attributes of the Eternal Spear, plus the enhancement from the Power Gem, its power has reached an extremely terrifying level. Whether soldiers or gods, they were all cut in two, with blood and entrails spilling all over the ground. With a single strike, hundreds perished under the Eternal Spear, its speed so great that even Odin couldn't retract it in time. Seeing the heavy casualties among the Asgardians, Odin's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he reached out, and the Spear of Eternity returned to his hand. Die! Odin, wielding the eternal spear, soared into the sky more than 10 meters high, then plummeted down with the force of thunder, aiming straight for Jiang Junhao's head. That's more like it. Seeing the eternal spear crackling with electricity and exuding immense power, Jiang Junhao immediately clenched his right fist, then pushed off the ground with both feet. Leaped into the sky, throwing a punch at Odin. After images appeared in the void, as if Jiang Junhao had suddenly multiplied into millions. His speed was so fast that it created an illusion for everyone's eyes. Boom! The dazzling purple light emanating from the infinity gauntlet collided with the golden light of the Spear of Eternity, producing a deafening, thunderous roar. The void shattered piece by piece, cracks appeared, and then instantly returned to normal. The divine mountains below were reduced to dust and vanished into nothingness under the impact of the aftershocks. Even the mountain couldn't withstand this attack, let alone the soldiers below. Under the immense impact of their power, the weaker soldiers vanished before they could even scream. The battle between the human and the god grew increasingly fierce, and as the divine mountain crumbled, even the celestial palace atop it began to collapse. In the sky, every punch Jiang Junhao threw distorted the void, and sonic booms echoed endlessly. Now, no one dared to approach the battle area between Jiang Junhao and Odin. The aftershocks of their battle were enough to tear apart ordinary soldiers, and even the gods avoided them like the plague, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Just then, a red light suddenly burst forth from the celestial palace, breaking through the collapsed palace and flying into the sky. Meanwhile, hundreds of spaceships appeared outside Asgard. Jiang Junhao's expression suddenly changed. At this point in time, it was obvious that the Dark Elves had come to steal the ether particles. He certainly didn't see these spaceships as a threat. He simply knew what that red light was. After Jane Foster encountered danger, the aether particles protected her and flew away, heading towards the Dark Elf's ship. Jiang Junhao sneered. Although he could turn back time and start over, he no longer wanted to play the game. Jiang Junhao landed on the ground, clenched his infinity gauntlet into a fist again, and the blue light of the space gem burst forth instantly. At the same time, a black vortex appeared in the Dark Elf's spaceship fleet, began to spin continuously, and a terrifying attraction emanated from it. Nearby spaceships began to be swept in uncontrollably like willow catkins in the wind, and then exploded one after another inside. Wow, that's incredible! The Ant Emperor could single-handedly destroy an entire interstellar fleet. That's a miniature black hole created by the Space Stone. This is incredibly powerful. It completely overpowers Odin, creates black holes, and possesses endless power. This infinity gauntlet truly has godlike strength. Wow, I want to go to the Marvel Universe too. I want to play with the infinity gauntlet. After the Dark Elf fleet was completely wiped out, Jiang Junhao ignored Odin, who was chasing after him. He suddenly pushed off the ground and shot into the sky like lightning, rushing towards Jane Foster. Odin was slightly taken aback. At this moment, they were unaware that Jane Foster's body contained the reality stone. But seeing Jiang Junhao disregard what was behind him, Odin immediately realized that this was an opportunity. He gripped the eternal spear, leaped into the air, and instantly appeared behind Jiang Junhao, stabbing him in the back. Jiang Junhao seemed oblivious to the gunshot, and without a second thought, reached out and grabbed Jane Foster in his hand. The red light surrounding her suddenly subsided, then emerged from her body and surged towards the infinity gauntlet on Jiang Junhao's right hand. After the liquefied aether particles drilled into the infinity gauntlet, they quickly turned into a red gem. Boom! A dazzling red shockwave emanated from Jiang Junhao and bounced Odin back. When all 5 infinity stones were gathered, Jiang Junhao felt an unparalleled power surge up, and at that moment he truly experienced what godlike power was. Jiang Junhao froze in midair. He clenched his fist tightly, and 5-colored light burst forth, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. "Try taking another punch from me." Jiang Junhao casually tossed the unconscious Jane Foster aside, then shot out and punched Odin. Damn it! Odin's face turned extremely ugly in an instant. He never expected that Jane Foster had the reality stone inside her. Jiang Junhao had obviously come for it from the very beginning. Now that he has collected all 5 infinity stones, his power has likely increased several times over. Jiang Junhao's speed at this moment has confirmed Odin's guess. He is so fast that even Odin cannot catch up with him. In just a breath, he has arrived in front of him from the air. In his haste, Odin had no choice but to channel all his divine power into the Spear of Eternity and thrust it at Jiang Junhao. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, followed by countless bolts of lightning bursting forth from the Spear of Eternity. The Spear of Eternity broke in two in that instant, and Jiang Junhao's fist slammed into Odin. Ah! Odin let out a scream as his chest caved in from the punch, and his body crashed into the sacred mountain behind him like a cannonball, his fate unknown. Jiang Junhao withdrew his fist, not glancing at Odin again, and stepped into the midst of the Asgardian soldiers. He laughed and, before anyone could react, grabbed Sif and held her in his arms, then swaggered over to Hulk, who was wildly punching people in the crowd. Whether soldiers or gods, everyone present was filled with fear, intimidated by Jiang Junhao's ferocity. They dared not make any rash moves, and could only watch helplessly as he activated the power of the Space Stone, teleporting Wang Zhan and Sif out of Asgard. The moment Jiang Junhao left, the live stream chat exploded. 666. He smashed Odin in his prime with one punch. The Infinity Gauntlet is truly awesome. PF'd, the Ant Emperor didn't forget to take a girl with him when he left. He's taking her back to be his bandit queen. Suddenly, something's not right. I did the math, and they've completely ruined the Avengers. Captain America didn't even have a chance to fight. Black Widow was an innocent bystander, dying without any explanation. The Time Stone was stolen, and Doctor Strange's powers are halved. Thor's hammer has been crushed, his strength is halved, and even his future wife has been stolen. Whether he can still be as invincible as in Avengers, Infinity War is still unknown. Only Tony is left. Can the Avengers still hold up? Haha, 2 people with the Infinity Gauntlet suddenly appeared. What are the Avengers superheroes supposed to do now? The Avengers are completely doomed. Emperor Han has become Iron Man. While viewers in the live stream were wondering what Jiang Junhao was going to do next, someone in the live stream had already dropped another bombshell. Many people were curious about what had happened, but when they thought that Jiang Junhao was about to get his hands on 6 Infinity Stones, most people were reluctant to leave, and only a small number of Han Fei's fans went over. After killing Natasha, Han Fei immediately ordered his men to go to Russia to find Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, the villain in Iron Man 2. With Han Fei's current financial and material resources, finding someone with a name, nationality, and place of origin would be a piece of cake. Less than 3 days after he posted a $1 million bounty, Ivan Vanko was brought before Han Fei from Russia. Han Fei's purpose in summoning him was quite simple. It was naturally aimed at the arc reactor. However, unlike Lai Chengyang, Han Fei already possessed this knowledge, even surpassing Tony Stark and Ivan. Given the blueprints and his current knowledge, he could manufacture it in a short time. It's simple that Han Fei didn't pursue Tony. It's still 2004, and Tony is out partying and chasing women every day. He wouldn't be interested in this. Han Fei met Ivan and, without any preamble, immediately offered a staggering $100 million for the blueprints of the arc reactor and asked him to help him produce the finished product. Ivan's father was still alive at this time, but the two of them lived in poverty, and Ivan had been to prison several times because of money. Ivan couldn't refuse the price Han Fei offered, so he handed over the blueprints for the arc reactor without hesitation and helped Han Fei build a small arc reactor. By this time, Han Fei had already spent $10 billion to build a large laboratory behind Norton Estate, with all the world's top-of-the-line equipment. Ivan had already learned how to build an arc reactor under his father's guidance, and with Han Fei using 40% of his brain power at the time, he made a finished small arc reactor in less than a week. Han Fei kept his word. After giving the money to Ivan, he used mind control to erase all of Ivan's memories of that period and then sent him back to Russia. With the arc reactor in place, the next step was the artificial intelligence Jarvis. Han Fei obtained this without much difficulty. While manufacturing the Iron Man suit in the laboratory, he also made contact with Tony Stark. Ordinary people have no chance of easily meeting a top billionaire like Tony Stark, but Han Fei is different. He has just as much money as Tony. After finding Tony, Han Fei used mind control just like Lai Chengyang, except that he only wanted Jarvis's core code. With the core code in hand, Han Fei used the super server group he had prepared beforehand to create a new artificial intelligence in less than half a month, which he named Reeves. Aside from the name being a play on Jarvis, it's also a tribute to Keanu Reeves, the star of The Matrix. The previously stagnant live stream room suddenly became incredibly popular, with the number of viewers increasing dramatically. Holy crap! Emperor Han has spent 4 years honing his skills and transformed into Iron Man through sheer talent. As expected, none of the three who had been emperors were easy to deal with. So, what's the point of Emperor Han becoming Iron Man? He doesn't show off, doesn't chase girls, doesn't do bad things, so what does he do with it? That's stupid. Of course, we should do what Boss Lei did and bring it back to reality. Isn't Emperor Han courting death? Who knows how many people will covet these technologies? Foreign spies might even come. Wow, I have to say, it's actually quite possible. With Han Fei's intelligence, he naturally knew what the consequences of doing this would be, but now he was just as helpless as Shang Wengxuan. On the third day after entering the Marvel Universe, Han Fei received a message from Li Shun, urging him to return to reality immediately, as something big had happened that concerned their future. Han Fei didn't ask any more questions, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to get any answers in the game anyway. He didn't have many friends, but Li Shun, who had grown up with him since childhood, was the person he trusted most. Han Fei immediately logged off. Just as he was about to go find Li Shun, a flood of information rushed into his mind, taking over his entire consciousness. The excruciating pain, as if his head was being torn apart, made Han Fei wish he could just smash his head against the wall and die on the spot. Just as Han Fei was about to faint from the pain, he felt someone injecting something into him with a syringe and someone else performing first aid on him. He could also vaguely hear Li Shun's anxious voice. When Han Fei finally recovered, he discovered that Song Zhengxian and Li Shun had appeared at his house. Song Zhengxian first told him that he had learned too much knowledge, exceeding the limits that the brain could currently contain, which ultimately led to his fainting. If they hadn't anticipated this and specifically called in medical personnel for emergency treatment, he might have died. Then, Song Zhengxian introduced himself and told him his identity. Although Han Fei's mind was still a complete mess at the time, he knew what this meant. Following the same tactics he used against Shang Wenquan, Song Zhengxian began to course and entis, appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him. Han Fei gave the same answer as Shang Wenquan. He refused to join Song Zhengxian's research institute. When Song Zhengxian met Han Fei, he had already guessed that this would be the outcome. Although Han Fei and Shang Wenquan have different personalities, they both have exceptionally firm eyes and cannot be easily swayed. Finally, Song Zhengxian compromised and proposed the same conditional cooperation method as Shang Wenquan. While Han Fei was still hesitating, Song Zhengxian led him to the balcony, gave him a telescope, and pointed out 7 foreign spies. Han Fei now realized that things were serious. No matter how much knowledge he possessed, he couldn't possibly withstand the power of a nation in the current situation. Han Fei acted decisively and immediately agreed to Song Zhengxian's conditions, which led to the actions in the game. In fact, Han Fei's plan was simply to finish his studies peacefully, then leave and use what he learned in the Marvel universe to make money. That's why some people reveal their identities in games to gain fame. However, Han Fei never expected that the game company behind Second Life was so powerful that even national-level authorities couldn't find any information about them. After returning from the Western fantasy world, Han Fei knew that this game was guaranteed to be a hit, and he even went out of curiosity to check out the game company. After finding nothing, Han Fei was very curious but didn't delve into it. After all, the people making this game needed to make money, and they would definitely announce it in due time. Moreover, he underestimated how much those major powers valued this technology, and they actually sent spies to try and kidnap him. After processing this information, Han Fei realized that he needed to adjust his original plan. Immediately afterwards, Han Fei discovered another very serious problem. A large part of the knowledge he learned in the Marvel universe was automatically excluded because his brain couldn't process it, and the knowledge that could be processed is now like a foreign language to him, completely incomprehensible. Han Fei was stunned for a long time, but he quickly found the reason. It was still a matter of brain usage. Han Fei was not discouraged, because even this comprehensible knowledge greatly improved his thinking ability. Next, Song Zhengxian took Han Fei and Li Shun to a safe place, allowing them to return to the Marvel universe and help them obtain the technology of the arc reactor and Jarvis's super artificial intelligence. After obtaining the technical blueprints for the arc reactor, Han Fei temporarily shut down the live stream, allowing Song Zhengxian and others to copy them. Chen Luo was aware of this matter, but since he had already verified it, he didn't take it seriously and casually closed the official live stream. But Chen Luo soon got annoyed. He couldn't keep staring at the Marvel universe all the time, and he had to help block them every time they used some kind of advanced technology. Chen Luo thought for a moment and then added a setting. Any technology that exceeds Earth's current technological level will be censored, and only people in the Marvel universe can see it clearly. Moreover, even if players memorize it by rote, they will have their memories of it taken away once they leave the game. Chen Luo did this not only to prevent problems in the real world, but also because he didn't want Shang Wenquan and others to be controlled and lose their personal freedom. The effect of adding Chen Luo to this setting was very obvious. Lei Chengjiang was the first to notice the problem, because his purpose in entering the game was to replicate the advanced technology within it. After Tony was taken away, the researchers in the outside lab were preparing to watch the recorded video and repeat the research, but the problem was that they couldn't hear what Tony was saying. They were shocked, thinking the video was corrupted, but after carefully checking the video source countless times, they found that there was still no problem. Fortunately, some of them had taken some notes, so they learned a little bit. Soon after, Shang Wengshuan also discovered a problem. The team researching the super soldier serum often consulted Erskine, and they found that they could never understand what Erskine was saying. After realizing something was wrong, Shang Wengshuan memorized Erskine's words and prepared to go offline to tell Song Zhengxian's researchers. As a result, as soon as he logged off, he forgot everything he had just memorized in an instant. Unconvinced, Shang Wengshuan returned to the Marvel Universe and tried again, but with the same result. Song Zhengxian initially thought Shang Wengshuan was playing tricks, but it wasn't until Han Fei and Lai Chengyang sent him the same message that he realized something was wrong. After Han Fei copied the blueprints for the arc reactor and Jarvis's core code, he then followed Song Zhengxian's instructions to control Dr. Pym and force him to hand over the Pym particle. Technology. When the researchers excitedly prepared to copy it, they discovered that the content had been censored. Just as Song Zhengxian and the others were filled with doubt and uncertainty, a line of large, bright red text popped up on the electronic screen. Don't be too greedy. The people at the Research Institute were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. These 4 short characters contain a wealth of information. The first message undoubtedly indicates that the mysterious game developers have become aware of their actions and have proactively issued them a warning. Song Zhengxian immediately ordered his staff to type in the live stream, wanting to communicate with this mysterious game company. They entered several questions in a row, but no reply appeared on the screen. This confused Shang Wengshuan, who thought the questions were directed at him. Song Zhengxian was incredibly excited. The mysterious developers of the game had actually contacted them, and even after knowing that they were copying the game's advanced technology. The second piece of information suggests that the creators of the mysterious game had some goodwill towards them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let them succeed in the first place. They only issued a warning when they wanted to acquire more advanced technology. Song Zhengxian quickly ordered someone to take a screenshot of the interface and submitted a report with a title based on his analysis. The higher authorities responded less than half an hour after receiving the report. While praising Song Zhengxian's achievements, they also asked him to continue to pay attention to the game, Second Life. They said that if the game's developers contacted them again, they could agree to any of their conditions within a certain range, as long as they were willing to communicate. Upon seeing the reply, Song Zhengxian knew how much importance the higher-ups attached to this matter. He then began to invest more manpower and resources in researching the game, while urging the laboratory researchers to speed up their research progress. It was at this moment that Shang Wengshuan and Han Fei received a message from Song Zhengxian that they were free to move around. Shang Wengshuan immediately shook off Erskine and went to find a place to cultivate on his own. Han Fei had learned everything he wanted to learn, and he had also acquired the Iron Man suit and a super artificial intelligence like Reeves. He was determined to experience what it was like to be Iron Man, otherwise his trip would have been in vain. So, after the first successful test flight, Han Fei created the new elements of the arc reactor from Iron Man 2. That thing was actually a theory proposed by Howard Stark when he was researching the Space Stone, which could provide a larger and safer source of energy, but it was ultimately created by Tony. Han Fei possesses far more knowledge and brain power in the Marvel Universe than Tony, and having seen the movie, he created new elements with minimal effort. This change gave Han Fei tremendous energy, enabling him to build an Iron Legion and develop and upgrade more high-tech armor. In just 1 year, Han Fei created more than 200 Iron Man suits in the laboratory behind Norton Manor, turning it into a veritable armory. By 2005, Han Fei had created 600 Iron Man suits. Even in the Marvel Universe, which is full of cutting-edge technology, the Iron Man suit is still the most representative masterpiece. 600 Iron Man suits would be enough to sweep across any country on Earth without the use of nuclear weapons. Han Fei created so many Iron Man suits not to rule the world, but because he needed Marvel Earth to remain stable so he could study and experiment. Moreover, there are no benefits to ruling this place. There are too many superhumans in the Marvel Universe. If you conquer it by force, it will eventually be overthrown by others by force. Han Fei created an army of steel-clad warriors capable of destroying any country on Earth, but he had only one purpose: Wakanda. He plans to use vibranium to create an indestructible legion of steel suits. When Han Fei received Reeves' notification that all the Iron Man suits had been completed, he immediately went to open the underground warehouse of the laboratory. Rows of neat Iron Man suits appeared, creating an extremely spectacular scene. There are more than 600 Iron Man suits, half of which are the classic red and yellow, while the rest are mainly black, blue and silver, and they are all different sizes. These suits come in different colors and sizes, and each has a different function. For example, those that can dive, adapt to flying, withstand extreme loads, and withstand lightning strikes, etc. Like Tony Stark, Han Fei devised several suits to address every possible situation could encounter. When Han Fei put on an Iron Man suit and flew into the sky first, followed by the Iron Man suits below, the live stream chat exploded. At the beginning, Han Fei had Reeves control the mechanical arm to build the suits in the laboratory, and the audience had no idea that he had already created so many Iron Man suits. Should I knock you out? Is Emperor Han planning to rule the entire universe? How many Iron Man suits are there? Ha ha ha, Emperor Han is clearly going to become the Earth's president. Emperor Han is on tour. You bunch of idiots in the US, why aren't you coming out to greet him? This is absolutely spectacular. It's getting my blood pumping. Emperor Han is about to go all out. But where are they going? They've already flown out of the United States. Are they going back to China? Just as the audience was speculating about where Emperor Han was going, a little over an hour later, they saw that he had flown to Africa and was heading east. Therefore, everyone understood what Han Fei wanted to do. Wakanda is located in the East African Rift Valley, among a group of small countries with a total population about 3 million. Wakanda's most unique resource is vibranium, which is worth $10,000 per gram. This has resulted in Wakanda being unlike most poor and backward African countries. Its economy and technology are highly developed, even surpassing some Western European countries, making it seem like a completely different world from other African countries. At this time, T'Chaka was still the king of Wakanda, while Black Panther in the movie was just a kid in his early teens. When Han Fei's Iron Man army flew over Wakanda, Wakanda was still bustling with people and a prosperous scene. The Wakanda Royal Palace is located in the heart of the city. The entire palace blends European palace style with typical African features, creating a unique and exotic atmosphere. The most striking feature is the giant black marble panther statue in front of the palace, which exudes an ancient and majestic aura that inspires awe in all who behold it. Chaka was in the palace discussing matters with members of the Elder Tribe Council. Halfway through the meeting, the door was suddenly kicked open. A panicked figure rushed in, ignoring the surprised and angry looks from the crowd, and hurriedly said to Chaka, "Your Majesty, we have been attacked by an unknown force. Explain what happened." Chaka, a seasoned veteran with the bearing of a monarch, frowned slightly and calmly asked a question. Boom! Before the messenger could speak, the sound of an explosion outside answered for him. Everyone, including Chaka, looked outside in astonishment. Hundreds of flying, red and yellow humanoid armored vehicles appeared in the sky, simultaneously unleashing powerful beams of light from their hands as they attacked the defensive shield surrounding Wakanda. The light emitted by the humanoid armor, of unknown energy, slowly created a small opening in the defensive shield. Although the protective shield can slowly repair itself, the destructive power generated by 600 Iron Man suits firing at the same spot simultaneously is extremely terrifying. The opening widened until it was large enough for an Iron Man suit to pass through. Soon, one Iron Man suit after another crawled in and began flying towards the palace. A large number of Wakanda fighter jets took to the sky to intercept Iron Man's suit. What shocked Chaka and his ministers was that these flying humanoid armors were extremely agile and seemed to be able to predict attacks. They could easily dodge the attacks launched by the fighter jets, and then in an instant find the fighter jets' weaknesses, unleashing an energy shockwave, destroying the fighter jets' engines, or killing the pilots in the cockpit. The deafening roar of those explosions was the sound of Wakanda's fighter jets being destroyed by Iron Man's suit. The fighter jet crashed below, killing and injuring countless civilians. Wakanda had been isolated for centuries, and its people had enjoyed centuries of peace. They had never encountered such a situation before and lacked experience in dealing with it. However, the most basic survival instinct doesn't need to be taught. They naturally fled away from the palace. Han Fei glanced down at the situation below, his emotions remaining completely unchanged. It wasn't that Han Fei was indifferent. To him, Wakanda was like a game instance. He was there to fight the boss and get the vibranium equipment, even though the boss in front of him was a bit weak. Upon seeing at least 500 Iron Man suits enter Wakanda, Han Fei immediately took control of the Iron Man Legion and flew towards the royal palace. Chaka's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. He didn't know where these humanoid armored figures came from, but they were heading straight for the palace, clearly indicating that they had no good intentions. Anti-aircraft guns, prepare. Yes, Your Majesty, the Wakanda King's Palace is not just a palace. It is also a super fortress. The instant Chaka gave the order, hundreds of automatic defense energy cannons extended from the top and side walls of the palace, unleashing beams of blue energy at the Iron Man Legion in sky. Seeing the barrage of energy cannons shooting towards him, Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Reeves automatically began calculating all possible trajectories of the energy cannon, and then quickly manipulated all the Iron Man suits to evade it. For a super AI, operating one Iron Man suit, 600 or even 60,000 makes no difference. It's just a matter of using more computing resources. Reeves calculated the best way to dodge the energy cannon the instant it was fired. Then, in the next moment, hundreds of steel suits flew into the sky, guiding energy cannons to bombard the sky's defensive shield. Boom, boom, boom! The energy shield began to shake, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. At the same time, hands were raised on all the steel suits, aimed at the hundreds of turrets. Another burst of explosions rang out. All the cannons had been blasted to pieces by the palm-shaped cannons fired from the Iron Man suits. Reeves, take control of everyone in the meeting room. Yes, Master. At Han Fei's command, half of the Iron Man suits immediately began to repel the supporting fighter jets in the air, while the other half locked onto the location of the Royal Palace conference room and flew in that direction. When the Iron Man suits flew into the conference room, the first few easily broke through the palace walls and glass, surrounding Chaka and the tribal elders who hadn't had time to evacuate. When the palace guards came up with guns or weapons made of vibranium, energy beams shot out from the Iron Man suits, instantly killing them on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all the guards in the conference room collapsed. At that moment, T'Chaka changed into the Black Panther suit and pounced on the nearest Iron Man suit. T'Chaka was still middle-aged at this time, and his strength was not as great as when he was young, but he was extremely fast because of the power of the Black Panther and the vibranium suit he wore. Could absorb the energy emitted by the palm cannon. He withstood the attacks of several Iron Man suits and slashed at one of them with his claw. Bang! Under the sharp vibranium claws, 5 huge rips were torn from the chest to the abdomen of the Iron Man suit, emitting a burst of blinding sparks. Chaka's left claw swung down with unparalleled speed once again, grabbing the head of the Iron Man's suit. Although the Iron Man suit was made of high-strength titanium alloy, it could not withstand the hardest vibranium, and its head was instantly shredded to pieces. But there was no joy in T'Chaka's eyes. He had thought that someone would be controlling the humanoid armor, but there was nothing inside. At that moment, dozens of Iron Man suits simultaneously raised their palms and pointed them at him. Chaka's expression changed drastically. Even though vibranium has a strong absorption capacity, it is not 100% completely absorbed and will still have some impact on the body. He might be able to absorb 1 or 2, but so many palm cannons coming at once would be enough to kill him. Chaka leaped up suddenly, trying to dodge the lock of the Iron Man suit. But as soon as he had this thought, he found that his body suddenly floated up, and no matter how hard he tried, he could only wave his limbs in place and could not move an inch. At that moment, a suit of steel armor, with flames shooting from its feet, slowly descended from outside. The tribal elders, who were initially delighted to see T'Chaka display his power and destroy an Iron Man suit with a single blow, were surprised to find him inexplicably flying into the air. A suit of steel landed, removed its head mask, and revealed the face of an Asian. The tribal elders were stunned for a moment. Without even asking, they could guess that this person was obviously the controller of these humanoid armors. Although Wakanda is isolated from the world, as the most technologically advanced nation in the Marvel Universe, they are still very aware of information about the outside world. They even have a dedicated intelligence agency, which is used to gather information about the outside world, focusing on what entities or technologies could threaten Wakanda. These flying humanoid armors in front of them were clearly a threat, yet they hadn't been detected by intelligence agencies. They didn't even realize it was Eastern technology. In Asia, Wakanda has never discovered any country or secret organization with a level of technology exceeding their own. What kind of being is this person in front of me? Han Fei waved his hand and summoned Chaka to his front from a distance. Are you Chaka? Since Chen Luo transformed the superheroes into their comic book counterparts, Han Fei couldn't find any likenesses from the cinematic universe, but his identity could still be confirmed by the Black Panther suit he was wearing. Who are you? Chaka waved his arms and legs in the air for a moment, but when he realized it was no use, he knew that struggling was futile. After receiving confirmation, Han Fei didn't bother with any more words and casually tossed Chaka to the ground. Kneel down. Han Fei spoke calmly, uttering 2 words. T'Chaka and the others were filled with anger upon hearing Han Fei's words. They were all high and mighty figures in Wakanda. How could they possibly kneel down to a stranger? But their anger had not yet subsided when a powerful thought suddenly surged into their minds, instantly banishing all their emotions and replacing them with only the thought of submitting to Han Fei. Led by Chaka, all the tribal elders knelt down at Han Fei's feet. Give the order to seize the attack. Chaka's eyes showed respect, and he quickly replied, "Yes, master." After Chaka issued the order, the fighting in Wakanda's capital, Zana, finally ceased. Immediately afterwards, Han Fei controlled Chaka and made him open the vibranium warehouse in the city. 600 Iron Man suits, each carrying a large amount of vibranium, flew back to the laboratory at Norton Estate in New York. The entire nation of Wakanda was baffled as to why the king would allow invaders to take away the precious vibranium, and why even the Council of Elders had agreed to it. Many people began to protest, especially those who lost family members in the Iron Man attacks. No matter how much they protested, the king and tribal elders held supreme authority in Wakanda, and although the soldiers did not understand, they still firmly suppressed those who dared to resist. Within a single day, the Iron Man suit emptied all the inventory in Wakanda's warehouse. Han Fei roughly estimated that there were about 300 tons, but compared to Wakanda's vibranium reserves of up to 10,000 tons, this was just a drop in the ocean. Han Fei didn't go too far. After emptying the inventory, he released control over T'Chaka and the elders and flew directly back to New York. He didn't forget to take a Black Panther suit with him when he left. Several hundred tons of vibranium. That's enough to make a Gundam. What's the use of Gundam? Just make hundreds of vibranium Iron Mans and dominate the entire universe. Emperor Han is invincible. He's wearing a Black Panther suit underneath and a vibranium Iron Man suit on top, plus he has psychic abilities. Who the hell can beat him? The Ant Emperor is invincible now. He's even going to fight Thanos. PF'd. I think Emperor Han is just missing a pair of vibranium underwear. Then he'll be absolutely safe. Vibranium underwear? How about I get you a vibranium condom? I think the Avengers are completely finished. Not only did Han make the Iron Man suit, but he also plundered Wakanda. It's hard to say whether Black Panther will join the Avengers when he grows up, but he will definitely go after Han. After Han Fei plundered Wakanda, he began developing the vibranium steel suit. Vibranium is extremely strong, but it has a fatal flaw. It is vulnerable to ultrasonic waves. Ultrasonic waves can easily penetrate vibranium's defenses, rendering it ineffective. Another point is that vibranium has poor conductivity because it is too stable. For an Iron Man suit equipped with various weapons, conductivity is extremely important. If it cannot transfer energy, the Iron Man suit is like cutting off its own arm, making it difficult to even fly, unless it is changed to use melee weapons like the Black Panther. However, given Han Fei's current brain usage rate, solving these problems didn't take much effort. He used ultrasound to cut vibranium, and then added vibranium to key parts of the Iron Man suit, without using vibranium to build the suit entirely. In this way, the strength of the Iron Man suit was greatly improved without reducing other performance aspects, resulting in a qualitative leap in combat effectiveness. Han Fei conducted tests and found that even without any offensive weapons, the vibranium Iron Man suit could smash through a mountain more than 100 meters thick using only its outer shell. Furthermore, just in case, Han Fei added anti-ultrasonic devices to these vibranium-forged steel suits to prevent targeted attacks by the enemy. 2 more years passed, and Han Fei created another 400 vibranium suits, bringing the Iron Man army to over 1,000. After creating the Iron Man Legion, Han Fei focused all his energy on the research and development of nanotech armor. That is, the coolest Iron Man suit in Avengers: Infinity War. This suit is very offensive and can transform into various shapes and styles, making it very flexible. However, while enhancing its offensive capabilities, its defensive capabilities were greatly reduced. Against an opponent like Thanos, the helmet would shatter with a slight tear. However, now that Han Fei has the Black Panther suit, this problem no longer exists. He could easily wear a layer of nano armor over his Black Panther, as suggested by the viewers in the live stream, which would also ensure his defensive capabilities. While Han Fei was focused on researching the nanotech armor, Jiang Junhao had already reached the timeline of Avengers: Infinity War in 2018. He didn't bring Liang Ziyu and Wang Zhan with him, only the female prisoner he had captured, Sif. Wait for me to come back here. Jiang Junhao found a house in New York, controlled and ousted the original owner, and then issued this order to Sif using an absolute command. Jiang Junhao could actually make Sif fall in love with him, whether by using the absolute command or the power of the Mind Stone. But Jiang Junhao felt that this was meaningless. He planned to embed the last soul gem into it before coming back to slowly train Sif. As a rich second-generation heir, he had extensive experience in picking up girls and was confident that dealing with Sif would be no problem for him. Jiang Junhao abandoned Sif in New York and then activated the Space Stone's power to reach Titan. When Jiang Junhao arrived on Titan, the battle between Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, and others against Thanos on the wasteland battlefield of Titan had reached its final stage. As soon as Jiang Junhao arrived on Titan, he was dumbfounded again, because the situation before him was not what he had expected. The location is right, the people are right, but the timing is just wrong. The current situation is that after a fierce battle, the Avengers were no match for Thanos, who possessed 4 Infinity Stones. They were all defeated, and Tony was stabbed by Thanos with a sword. What Jiang Junhao saw at that moment was Thanos saying the same line from the movie to Tony: "You are a respectable opponent, Stark. After I have done all this, half of life will continue to live. I hope they will remember you." Jiang Junhao was stunned for a moment, then realized what had happened. A nameless anger rose in his heart, and he knew that he had been tricked by the scoundrel planner again. He originally planned to steal it when the Avengers were about to remove the Infinity Gauntlet. To do this, he deliberately arrived a little earlier than usual. It's now clear that the official authorities have pushed the timeline back, delaying it by a bit, just in time for Thanos to wipe out the Avengers. PF'd. The timing I calculated with the Ant Emperor is wrong. Needless to say, it must be the official trolls who did it again. Ha ha ha, the most targeted player in history. But there really are 2 Infinity Gauntlets, and even the Infinity Stones are the same. The lines are the same as in the original movie, and there are no fewer people, so it must be the same. So that means the Ant Emperor really changed the past and created a parallel universe? The Ant Emperor probably doesn't even know which universe he's in anymore. He was probably in the same universe as Han when he went to find Black Widow, but he's obviously not here now. When Chen Luo noticed the commotion, he laughed. Of course, Jiang Junhao's timing was something he had manipulated. The audience wasn't wrong. Because Jiang Junhao randomly traveled through timelines, each time he went to a different timeline and stole an Infinity Stone, a new parallel universe was created. So Chen Luo sent him directly to the original movie universe with the same plot and slightly adjusted the time. If you want to collect the Infinity Stones, you have to confront Thanos head-on. Even if Jiang Junhao really collects all the Infinity Stones, Chen Luo has countless ways to prevent him from snapping his fingers. Jiang Junhao, however, refused to believe it. It wasn't that he was afraid to fight Thanos, but being tricked by the government officials every time made his resentment rise up uncontrollably. Jiang Junhao clenched his fist, about to activate the Time Stone's power, when a prompt suddenly popped up on the interface. We are currently in story mode and cannot use any time or space abilities. Upon seeing this notification, The more than 40 million viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. At this point, anyone who isn't a fool would know that the game company was blatantly, or rather, recklessly, targeting Jiang Junhao. You damn officials, you damn planners. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. You bunch of beasts. Jiang Junhao, enraged, launched into a tirade of curses. This game planner is really pushing himself to the brink. This is Titan. He has nowhere to run. Jiang Junhao now faces two paths. Either steal Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet or be killed by Thanos. Haha, Ant Emperor, don't bother struggling. You can't fight City Hall. No wonder the Ant Emperor harbors such deep resentment towards the corrupt government. If I were in their shoes, I would also swear to be their mortal enemy. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a game. If you die, you can just start over. What a pity we haven't pushed Sif yet. Are you so sure that the Ant Emperor can't defeat Thanos? What does the Ant Emperor use? His butt. Thanos was already incredibly strong without the gauntlet, and now that he has the Infinity Gauntlet, he's even stronger. After his anger subsided, Jiang Junhao had no choice but to face the situation before him. At this moment, Thanos was about to kill Tony when Doctor Strange called out to him, "Stop! Release him, and I'll give you the Time Stone." Seeing that Doctor Strange was about to open the Eye of Agamotto, Jiang Junhao knew he couldn't wait any longer. If Thanos had acquired a fifth Time Stone, he would have had even less of a chance. Jiang Junhao immediately clenched his right fist, activated the Power Stone, and rushed to Thanos like an arrow, then punched him down. Jiang Junhao's appearance surprised everyone. When they saw Jiang Junhao holding an Infinity Gauntlet, they were completely astonished, unable to understand how another Infinity Gauntlet had suddenly appeared. Thanos didn't have time to think about why, because Jiang Junhao's punch felt extremely dangerous to him, and only the Infinity Gauntlet could withstand the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. He immediately clenched his left fist, and threw out a punch with his right hand as well. Boom! The two fists collided, a burst of purple light erupted, followed by a deafening roar and a terrifying shockwave that spread like a spatial storm, shattering the ground into pieces. After everything was over, a vacuum appeared around the two of them. So strong! After the collision, the powerful recoil sent both of them flying hundreds of meters backward. Jiang Junhao couldn't help but sigh. He possessed 5 Infinity Stones, yet he could only manage a draw against Thanos, who had 4. If Thanos had actually been given 5, he probably would have been blown to bits by now. After their tentative attacks, the two kept a distance from each other and sized each other up. Thanos also noticed that Jiang Junhao's Infinity Gauntlet was exactly the same style as his, the only difference being that the right gauntlet had an extra Infinity Stone embedded in it. "You're from another universe." Thanos stared intently at Jiang Junhao, narrowed his eyes, and slowly asked. He saw the problem at a glance. The power of the Infinity Stones is endless, and each universe can only produce one. It is impossible for 2 identical stones to appear at the same time, let alone 6 identical ones. Someone of Thanos' caliber would naturally know about the existence of parallel universes. He couldn't imagine any other possibility besides being from a parallel universe. Jiang Junhao's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. Instead, he stretched out his fist and clenched his right fist. A realism gem red light shone out and quickly enveloped Doctor Strange and the other Avengers heroes. Then they saw that Tony's wounds disappeared in an instant, and even the others who were lying unconscious on the ground woke up completely, staring at them with wide eyes. Thanos snorted coldly, knowing that Jiang Junhao had activated the Reality Stone's power. The Reality Gem can not only create illusions indistinguishable from reality, but it can also completely turn imagination into reality if the user wishes. Jiang Junhao used the power of the Reality Stone to heal the injuries of these Avengers superheroes. While Doctor Strange and Tony were amazed at their recovery, they also noticed what Thanos had just said. Is this Easterner holding the Infinity Gauntlet from a parallel universe? Take him down first. Jiang Junhao nodded slightly to them, then clenched his right fist and charged forward again. Doctor Strange's eyes were filled with astonishment, for he had seen more than 14 million possible endings for the future, but he did not see this person appear. When Doctor Strange saw Tony looking at him with a questioning gaze, he nodded slightly, immediately made a hand seal, and cast a purple magic chain at Thanos. Although Doctor Strange couldn't discern the purpose of the person before him, it was clear that the other party had come to help, and possessing the Infinity Gauntlet was undoubtedly a huge asset. In any case, taking down Thanos was the most important thing. Seeing this, Tony didn't hesitate any longer and immediately took flight, attacking Thanos' direction. Thanos' gaze darkened. He couldn't understand why someone from a parallel universe would suddenly appear and cause trouble, but at this moment, he obviously couldn't care less about that. He had already noticed that Jiang Junhao's glove was only missing one soul gem. If he could just take care of him here, he could collect all 6 infinity gems without having to look for the rest. Thanos snorted angrily, and the Infinity Gauntlet shone brightly. Without dodging or avoiding, he also threw a punch at Jiang Junhao. The two fists collided again. After the initial test, both of them now used all their strength. A powerful shockwave spread out again, sweeping in all directions. The vacuum at the explosion's epicenter collapsed, distorting space-time and forming a massive black hole. Puff! Jiang Junhao's figure flew backward, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. The two direct confrontations with Jiang Junhao were not easy for him. He was just an ordinary person, and all his strength depended on the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos, however, was different. He was already very powerful, and now he possessed 4 Infinity Stones. Although Jiang Junhao's Infinity Gauntlet could neutralize the power of Thanos' Infinity Stones, his physical strength was many levels below Thanos's. When things got serious, Jiang Junhao immediately collapsed. Die! Thanos' reputation was built on bloodshed, and his combat experience was immense. He immediately and keenly sensed this, giving Jiang Junhao no time to catch his breath. The instant Jiang Junhao was sent flying backward, Thanos appeared in front of him in a flash and threw another punch. Purple light emanated from the Infinity Fist. Just as Thanos' fist was about to strike Jiang Junhao's heart, a magical chain suddenly grabbed his fist and forcibly pulled it back. Then another steel gauntlet flew over and quickly slipped onto the Infinity Gauntlet, preventing him from clenching his fist. With Doctor Strange and Tony blocking his way, Jiang Junhao narrowly escaped death, but he crashed into a large rock not far behind him. Jiang Junhao coughed up another mouthful of blood, feeling as if his whole body had fallen apart, with every part of him throbbing with intense pain, almost causing him to faint. Jiang Junhao hurriedly shut down the pain detection system, and only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Thanos was temporarily held back, he immediately clenched his right fist, and the Reality Stone burst out with a dazzling red light, enveloping his body. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Junhao's body was restored. This time he did not act rashly, but stood at a distance to re-observe the situation on the battlefield. At this point, Tony and the others resumed their battle with Thanos, but it was still a one-sided affair. Apart from Doctor Strange and Tony, the others were basically no match for Thanos. Jiang Junhao's eyes flickered a few times. His body was too weak to fight Thanos. He still had to find a way to remove Thanos' gauntlet, just like in the original movie. Jiang Junhao clenched his fist, and a yellow light shone from the Infinity Gauntlet, shooting towards Thanos. Although Thanos was fighting with the Avengers, his eyes were actually fixed on Jiang Junhao. When Jiang Junhao used the Mind Stone, Thanos swung his left arm with great force, breaking free of Doctor Strange's chains. He then stretched out his right hand, tore apart Tony's nanotech hand, and clenched his left fist tightly. A similar yellow light erupted from Thanos' hand, and the two identical beams of light collided, the dazzling light blinding everyone. Jiang Junhao's expression changed. He wanted to use the Mind Stone to control Thanos, but Thanos countered with the same power, resulting in the two forces canceling each other out, and nothing happening. Just then, Jiang Junhao's heart sank as he sensed an extremely dangerous aura approaching. Jiang Junhao was blinded by the light, but without thinking, he immediately clenched his right fist, closed his eyes, and blasted forward. Boom! The two infinity gauntlets collided, flashing with dazzling light, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Doctor Strange and Tony, who were chasing after them, were instantly thrown backward, one crashing into the ground, and the other slamming into the floating warship in the sky. Seeing Tony lose consciousness and plummet downwards, Spider-Man immediately abandoned his attack on Thanos and turned to save Tony. As the remaining Star-Lord and the others prepared to attack Thanos, they were astonished to find that the gems on the two infinity gauntlets were shining brighter and brighter. With a muffled thud, the void, like a mirror, cracked into pieces. As space shattered, everything nearby was frantically swept in and turned to dust. At the same time, Jiang Junhao and Thanos' expressions changed drastically. As the two infinity gauntlets collided, the infinity stones embedded in the infinity gauntlets began to tremble, showing a tendency to detach from the infinity gauntlets. Jiang Junhao felt a sense of unease and immediately reached out to try to retrieve the infinity gauntlet, but his efforts were in vain. The two infinity gauntlets seemed to be stuck together and couldn't be taken back at all. Thanos on the other side was in the same situation. He tried to pull back the infinity gauntlet, but even with his fist clenched and the power of the Power Stone activated, he couldn't break free. The light emanating from the two infinity gauntlets grew stronger and stronger, and then, to everyone's astonishment, all the infinity stones detached from the infinity gauntlets and floated in the air. Even more bizarrely, the eye of Agamotto on Doctor Strange's chest also lit up and shot into the pile of infinity stones. The next moment, apart from the Soul Stone and Mind Stone, which were only present, the remaining 4 infinity stones clashed fiercely, as if they were fighting to determine a winner. Damn, this is a case of 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, unless one is male and the other female. Is this a case of killing the other side first to see who's boss? They're all the same. Gemstones, but I have this feeling like I'm about to devour them. The Infinity Gauntlet War has turned into an Infinity Stones War. What a load of rubbish. Keep making this up, you damn planner. The developer's design is quite reasonable. Each gem represents the ultimate power in its field. If an identical gem suddenly appears, it will naturally merge with the others, becoming even more powerful. As viewers in the live stream were amazed, the 4 identical Infinity Stones began to slowly merge together, instantly becoming one, albeit one much larger than before. Thanos' eyes flashed, and he quickly reached out to grab the purple Power Stone. After the Infinity Stones were removed from the Infinity Gauntlet, the 2 of them separated, and Jiang Junhao was able to move again. He certainly understood how terrifying the Power Stone was, but he didn't dare to fight Thanos for it. Firstly, he knew that without the Infinity Gauntlet, he was now a weakling and had no chance of winning against Thanos. Secondly, the Power Gem is different from other gems. If you try to grab it with your bare hands without a strong physical body, it will be torn to shreds. Without much thought, Jiang Junhao decisively reached out and grabbed the orange mind gem. As the two of them grabbed the gems and reattached them to the Infinity Gauntlet, preparing to grab the remaining gems, two spider webs flew in from the side, caught the two Infinity Gems in mid-air, and then pulled them backward sharply. Jiang Junhao and Thanos were both shocked. Before they could react, a nano glove and a red cape rushed over and took away the remaining two Infinity Stones. Thanos was furious, without any hesitation, decided to seize the Mind Stone first. He immediately gripped his glove and threw a punch at Jiang Junhao in front of him. After the two power gems merged, its power seemed to become even more terrifying. Thanos' punch carried an extremely terrifying howl, shattering the surrounding space and displaying astonishing power. Jiang Junhao was terrified. He was no longer capable of confronting Thanos head-on. Without a second thought, he hurriedly gripped the Infinity Gauntlet tightly. As soon as the Mind Stone shone, he activated Absolute Command, staring directly into Thanos' eyes and shouting, "Give me the Infinity Gauntlet!" Thanos' fist was about to hit Jiang Junhao when it suddenly stopped halfway, and the purple light on the Infinity Gauntlet disappeared. Thanos looked confused, as if he was very perplexed. He wanted to take off the Infinity Gauntlet and hand it to Jiang Junhao, but deep down he was very resistant to the idea. Thanos was caught in a fierce internal struggle. Jiang Junhao was sweating profusely. That was too damn exciting. If that punch had landed, he probably would have quit the game immediately. Seeing Thanos' ever-changing expression, Jiang Junhao understood that even with the Mind Stone, he couldn't control Thanos for long. He quickly reached out his left hand to grab the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos' hand. Tony and the others also noticed Thanos' change. With Star-Lord's experience, no one dared to make any rash moves this time, and they were all waiting for Jiang Junhao to remove the Infinity Gauntlet. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Junhao slowly removed the Infinity Gauntlet. Just as Jiang Junhao was using his Infinity Gauntlet to grab the Power Stone from Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos' eyes suddenly widened. He roared and kicked Jiang Junhao hard, reaching out to grab the Infinity Gauntlet. Even without the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos' power is still beyond what an ordinary person's physical body can withstand. Jiang Junhao heard Thanos' thick calf approaching with a loud whooshing sound, and his expression changed drastically. If he continued to try to retrieve the Power Stone, being kicked would mean certain death. Jiang Junhao gritted his teeth. He had come this far, and he would die anyway if he didn't get the Infinity Gauntlet, just in a different way. He had no choice but to take this gamble. Jiang Junhao took the Power Stone with his right hand and grabbed Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet with his left hand, slamming the Power Stone onto his own Infinity Gauntlet. At that moment, Thanos kicked Jiang Junhao in the stomach. Puff! Jiang Junhao coughed up blood and was sent flying more than 20 meters through the air by the terrifying kick, crashing heavily into the wreckage of a spaceship. Thanos roared, reached out, and grabbed his Infinity Gauntlet again, put it on, and leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters into the air before falling straight down towards Jiang Junhao. Just as he was about to land, Thanos suddenly drew a circle under his feet, and when he fell in, he was teleported more than 100 meters away. Thanos glared angrily at Doctor Strange, who was making hand seals in the distance. He knew it was this ant who was behind it, but he couldn't care less about that now. Thanos moved swiftly and leaped towards Jiang Junhao once again. Tony and the others immediately stood in front of Thanos, with Star-Lord and Nebula being the most furious. Gamora's death made the two of them want to tear Thanos to pieces, so they rushed to the front. The little spider used its silk to bind the two Infinity Stones, then fired silk at the giant rock floating in the air, its body swinging forward swiftly, landing in front of Jiang Junhao with incredible speed. "Sir, Are you all right? Seeing that Jiang Junhao was barely clinging to life, Little Spider anxiously went to check on his condition. Jiang Junhao's gaze remained fixed on the two infinity stones wrapped in spider silk. When he saw the red reality stone inside, his eyes suddenly flashed with light. He tried to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up blood continuously. Jiang Junhao was speechless, so he could only raise his finger with difficulty, pointing to his infinity gauntlet, and then to the two infinity stones. Oh! I understand. Spider-Man seemed to understand Jiang Junhao's meaning and reached out to pull the infinity gauntlet off Jiang Junhao's hand. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I have to screenshot and save the Ant Emperor's expression. Pieft, the Emperor is about to vomit blood and die. No, he will be the first player in history to die of anger. The little spider must have been sent by the dog government to kill the Ant Emperor. Ha ha! Jiang Junhao coughed up another mouthful of blood. This time, he was genuinely vomiting blood from anger. As Spider-Man was about to remove the infinity gauntlet, Jiang Junhao glared angrily. This time, his hand trembled as he first pointed at the infinity stones, and then at his own infinity gauntlet. The little spider paused for a moment before finally realizing what was happening. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'll put it up for you. Spider-Man's tone was full of apology as he carefully used his webs to suspend the Reality Stone and Space Stone and place them on the Infinity Gauntlet. When the two Infinity Stones were reattached to the Infinity Gauntlet, Jiang Junhao finally let out a long breath and he clenched his right fist tightly, his hand trembling. The Reality Stone emitted a red light that quickly enveloped Jiang Junhao. A moment later, Jiang Junhao stood up again, completely unharmed. Jiang Junhao felt the immense power surging through the gloves, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter as he strode out. When Thanos saw Jiang Junhao emerge with a gauntlet inlaid with 4 infinity stones, his expression turned extremely ugly. With 4 infinity stones, including the most powerful one, the Power Stone, it was questionable whether he could suppress Jiang Junhao. Moreover, there was a group of Avengers heroes who were as annoying as flies. Although they were weak, their various strange abilities caused Thanos a lot of trouble. Jiang Junhao stared at Thanos, clenched his right fist, and charged towards him with the force of thunder. With the Power Gem's enhancement, Jiang Junhao's running momentum was astonishing, smashing all obstacles in his path to pieces. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Junhao rushed to Thanos' side and threw a punch. A tremendous whooshing sound, accompanied by the sound of space being torn apart, had already reached Thanos' eyes. Thanos had just knocked Star-Lord and the others away when he saw Jiang Junhao's punch, and he knew he couldn't take it hit head-on. Just as Thanos was about to dodge, 2 magical chains tightly bound his legs, rendering him unable to move. Thanos was shocked and furious. He tried to break free several times with his legs, but he couldn't. Left with no other choice, he hastily threw a punch with all his might. Bang! The 2 fists separated as soon as they touched. Jiang Junhao remained unmoved, while Thanos was blasted nearly 100 meters away, crashing through boulders and starships before being embedded hard in a wall. Jiang Junhao withdrew his fist with a smug look. He ignored Thanos and looked at Tony instead, saying, "Give me the Space Stone." Tony stared intently at him, a scrutinizing glint in his eyes, and seemed to ponder for a moment before asking, "What do you want the Infinity Stones for?" Jiang Junhao laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm not like Thanos. I have no interest in destroying the universe. No, the Infinity Stones are too dangerous. Your current power is enough to defeat Thanos. I will keep this stone safe and send it to a safe place." Jiang Junhao frowned and looked at Dr. Strange. "You think so too?" Dr. Strange nodded slowly. The Infinity Stones are related to the safety of the entire universe. We cannot control such dangerous things based on your words alone. Jiang Junhao was a little annoyed. He patiently said, I am from another universe. If I get the Infinity Stones, I will only return to my own world. There is no possibility that I will pose a threat to you. Dr. Strange shook his head and said, without the Time Stone, we will be unable to resist the invasion from the Dark Dimension. So I'm sorry, we cannot let you take all the Infinity Stones. Fuck you. Jiang Junhao was both angry and amused. He had finally managed to snatch the gauntlet from Thanos, but the Avengers wouldn't give it back to him. Jiang Junhao sneered. He had come this far. There was no way he would stop here. Give me the Infinity Stones. Jiang Junhao clenched his right fist and launched Absolute Command at Tony and Doctor Strange respectively. Tony and Doctor Strange both went into a daze at the same time, but they were not immediately controlled like the others. However, it only struggled for a moment. The Power Stone was already able to amplify the power of other Infinity Stones, and now that the two Power Stones had merged, the power amplification was even greater. Under the combined impact of the Mind Stone and the Absolute Command, the two of them each presented 2 stones to Jiang Junhao. Ha ha ha, aren't the official authorities going to make a move yet? The Ant Emperor has collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Let's guess how the dog-like government will take down the Ant Emperor. Last time it was an emergency maintenance. This time, an ultra-emergency maintenance. Let Thor give him an axe. PF'd. I'm more curious to see what the Ant Emperor is going to do with all 6 Infinity Stones embedded him. Chen Luo had been paying close attention to the battle. When he saw that Doctor Strange and Tony had both handed over the Infinity Stones, he smiled and calmly issued a system announcement. Public beta testing is about to begin. 5 minutes to go. Stay tuned. This announcement not only popped up on the interfaces of several Marvel World players, but was also displayed in the official live stream channel and pinned in bright red on the official forum. The official announcement immediately caused a sensation in the live stream and game forums. Holy crap, holy crap. I just realized it's already the 7th day since the Marvel Cinematic Universe began. The official announcement only said it was open beta today, but didn't say when it would start. I had to check the forums every few seconds and keep logging into the game. I didn't expect it to be now. Ha ha ha, I'm not looking anymore, I'm going to go in and play by myself. Ha ha, finally I can play the game. Girls of the Western fantasy world, prepare to submit to my mighty eagle. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm going to play the real-life PUBG. The announcement of the public beta launch quickly went viral, trending on Chinese social media and becoming international headline news. Game companies both domestically and internationally reacted quickly, and many foreign spies also flocked to the game. This caused a frenzy not only among domestic players, but also among overseas players who frantically tried to log into the game. Within 10 minutes of Chen Luo posting the message, over 100 million players logged into the game, only to find that the interface displayed a queue. While all the players were wailing and angry, they also realized something was wrong. This game was far too popular. The official announcement clearly stated that the server could accommodate 100 million players online simultaneously. How come 100 million people have logged into the game in less than 10 minutes? Domestic players are unaware that, in addition to the game's popularity, some foreign players have also taken their spots. Although Second Life only has servers in China, many overseas players have discovered that they can log in using their own country's passport or ID card. The only problem is that all the prompts on the interface are in Chinese. However, in today's society where translation software is so powerful, none of this is a problem. When Chen Luo noticed this situation, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. He knew that many people would join after the public beta was launched, but he didn't expect that the limit of 100 million people he set would be reached in just 10 minutes. However, the vast majority of these people were eager to play the live-action version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, with only a small portion actually creating their own species. That won't do. Captive animals must be prepared to be captive. Chen Luo muttered something to himself and immediately activated another option. The server has reached its maximum capacity. Players can choose to enter the species pool to evolve their species and gain game access. There is no need to queue to enter the species pool. When the players in the queue saw the 9-digit queue number displayed in front of them, almost none of them hesitated before choosing to enter the species pool. Even if we don't create any valuable life forms, it's still better than idly queuing here. There are nearly 100 million players ahead of us in the queue. Who knows when we'll finally get to see them? It's better to go inside and take a look. At least you can experience what 100% realistic game graphics look like. When Chen Luo saw the number of players with species pools increasing exponentially, he turned his attention back to the Marvel Universe. Upon receiving the system notification, Shang Wenxuan, Lei Chengyang, and Han Fei didn't hesitate for a second before exiting the game and immediately entering the Western fantasy world. Just like single-player games, Marvel Universe allows for saving and reloading. When players leave the game and return, they can choose to start over from the point they left. But for Shang Wenxuan and the other two, whether or not they had this save file didn't really matter. Compared to the Marvel world, they were obviously more concerned about the Western fantasy world. Of the remaining players, apart from Zhang Xiaomao and Jiang Junhao, who were addicted to playing Spider-Man, all the other players have left the Marvel Universe. Jiang Junhao, now trembling with excitement after obtaining the 6 Infinity Stones, completely ignored any system notifications. When he had set all 6 Infinity Stones in, his whole body trembled violently as an immense power surged through him. Ah! Jiang Junhao let out a shout that sounded like both pleasure and pain. Feeling the immense power brought by the 6 Infinity Stones, Jiang Junhao experienced an unprecedented sense of joy, as well as a powerful feeling of having mastered everything and being omnipotent. A terrifying aura emanated from Jiang Junhao, forcing everyone present to retreat until the aura gradually subsided. Jiang Junhao raised his right hand, and all 6 gems lit up simultaneously. He then pointed at Thanos. A purple light shot out and pierced Thanos' body in an instant. Immediately afterwards, to the astonishment of the Avengers, Thanos suddenly disintegrated, turning into dust. Ha ha ha, I'm finally invincible. Having instantly killed Thanos, Jiang Junhao laughed wildly, his face full of smugness and arrogance. Just then, Jiang Junhao realized something was wrong because no one was speaking in the live stream. Based on past experience, viewers should be flooding the screen with comments by now, right? When Jiang Junhao saw that there were 0 viewers in the live stream, he was completely dumbfounded. Alpaca, where are my audience? Jiang Junhao was about to go crazy. He had finally collected all 6 Infinity Stones, and was at the peak of his life, showing off and slapping people in the face. But now, there was no audience at all. Jiang Junhao is stirring up all this trouble for one purpose, to attract attention. For him, life would be meaningless if he didn't show off. Now that there's not a single viewer left, what am I still doing with the Infinity Gauntlet? Should we fight the official dog-related authorities to the bitter end? Snap your fingers and wipe out the entire Marvel Universe. It used to be pretty cool to think about, but now there's not a single audience member left. Sob, sob, sob. Who am I supposed to watch this for? Jiang Junhao became increasingly frustrated, and only then did he notice the system message he had just received. When he saw the content, he realized why there were no viewers in the live stream. They were all playing games. Jiang Junhao suddenly felt utterly bored. He looked at Tony and Doctor Strange, who were crowding around him, trying to snatch the Infinity Gauntlet, and felt extremely frustrated. Since you want it so much, you can have it. Jiang Junhao casually took off the Infinity Gauntlet, threw it on the ground like trash, and then promptly logged off. Doctor Strange and the others were dumbfounded. They had thought it would be very difficult to snatch the Infinity Gauntlet from Jiang Junhao, and they were even prepared to sacrifice themselves. But unexpectedly, Jiang Junhao, who was laughing wildly just moments before because he had obtained 6 Infinity Stones, suddenly looked miserable, threw away his gloves, and then disappeared without a trace. Doctor Strange and the others felt their minds go blank, unable to comprehend what was happening before them. After Jiang Junhao logged off and calmed down, he quickly guessed that the official team must have done it on purpose. They clearly knew they were about to collect all 6 Infinity Stones, so they announced the public beta at that time, attracting all the viewers, who would still be interested in his live stream. No matter how exciting the live stream is, it's not as fun as playing it yourself. Jiang Junhao was seething with anger and wanted to uninstall the game again. But when he saw the Second Life game icon, he was filled with extreme resentment and unwillingness. "You damn government officials! I'll fight you to the bitter end!" Jiang Junhao roared and immediately logged into the game, choosing Western Fantasy World to create a new character. When Chen Luo saw Jiang Junhao log into the Western Fantasy World, a playful smile appeared on his lips, and he immediately returned to the Extraordinary Academy. Chen Luo knew from the beginning that Jiang Junhao had a performative personality, craving attention and hoping to gain recognition from others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have posted review posts so early, and he wouldn't have posted all sorts of eye-catching posts, causing all sorts of trouble to attract players to watch his live stream. Therefore, Chen Luo directly launched the public beta, attracting the audience's attention with this explosive news, and Jiang Junhao naturally lost the motivation to cause trouble. Whether he can cause trouble after re-entering the Western Fantasy World depends on his own abilities. 7 days passed in the real world, and Chen Luo adjusted the different time flow ratios, so another 200 years passed in the Western Fantasy World. The landscape of the Western Fantasy World has undergone significant changes. With their superhuman powers and resources secured, the elves of the Alvan continent have experienced a further population explosion, and the total population of the 4 major elf kingdoms has now reached a staggering 50 million. The elves on the continent all share the same origin and have no major conflicts of interest, so they live in peace with each other. Although the 4 elven kingdoms don't have much conflict, there is still one problem among them. The Moon Elf Kingdom is too powerful. Irelia has now become a 5th-tier mage, and with the epic staff Deep Blue Aria, bestowed upon her by Chen Luo, all the high-tier mages of the other 3 elven kingdoms combined are no match for her alone. The royal families of the other 3 great elven kingdoms were radical opponents back then, and were irreconcilable with Diana, and also didn't get along well with the royal families of the Moon Elves. Although 400 years have passed, compared to the 1,000-year lifespan of elves, it is only equivalent to 40 years for humans. Moreover, apart from Diana, most of the royal families of the 3 elven kingdoms are still alive. Irelia never expressed any dissatisfaction with the other three elven royal families, but Diana's death was more or less related to them. After the elven race split, Diana fell ill due to depression. However, the Moon Elves were facing a severe survival crisis, so she had to continue working hard for their survival despite her illness. After a long and difficult time, Irelia returned from the Academy of the Extraordinary. When Diana saw the extraordinary power and technology they brought back, and knew that the Moon Elves were finally saved, she was so shaken that she passed away. Although they have nothing to do with the other three elven royal families, while they think this way, Irelia may not think the same way. Therefore, the three elven kingdoms have always maintained a wary attitude towards the Moon Elves. What worries them even more is that the current acting dean of the Extraordinary Academy is also Noel, a Moon Elf. The Extraordinary Academy has now become a legend across the three continents of the Western fantasy world, representing a temple of supreme power and knowledge. The first generation of graduates, except for those who died of old age because they couldn't break through their cultivation level, have all become prominent figures on the continent. When the people of the three continents learned that they all came from the Extraordinary Academy, it sparked a longing among countless people for this mysterious academy. Although there are many magic and warrior academies on the continent now, everyone knows that they are not on the same level as the Extraordinary Academy. This has led to a situation where people from all continents and countries, whether powerful or commoners, want to study at the Extraordinary Academy. However, there are currently only two ways to join the academy. The first is through a recommendation from a first-generation student, with each person having only one spot in their lifetime. The second is through an admission notice issued by the Extraordinary Academy. Now that Noel is the acting dean of the Extraordinary Academy, if he shows any favoritism, the gap between them and the Moon Elves will likely widen further. The only thing that reassured them was that, although the Moon Elves were powerful, they also faced many troubles. The threat of trolls and goblins has never been resolved, and with the continuous expansion of the Moon Forest, the ever-increasing number of monsters in the wild has also become a mortal enemy. After sensing the situation of the elves, Chen Luo withdrew his consciousness from the Alvan continent. The elven race's development has been steady and uneventful, without any major events. However, with the influx of players, this situation is unlikely to last long. To Chen Luo's surprise, Irelia broke through to the 5th rank. Although she was still a long way from the Saint rank, her chances of breaking through were greater than those of all the first-generation students. It's not because Irelia has the highest talent, but because elves have the longest lifespan. Starting from the 2nd tier, each tier increases lifespan by 200 years. Once Irelia reaches the 5th rank, her lifespan will be over 1,100 years, but she is only 400 years old now, and she still has plenty of time to advance. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, considering whether or not to help Irelia completely eliminate the threat of monsters and troll goblins, so that she could have the energy to continue cultivating and evolving. However, Chen Luo quickly abandoned this idea, because the reason why Irelia was able to advance so quickly was mainly due to her constant battles with high-level magical beasts, which prompted her to become stronger in order to protect the Moon Elf Kingdom. Chen Luo suddenly had a strange thought. No matter what species it is, when faced with a major crisis, it will always unleash tremendous energy, whether it is an intelligent being or a plant or animal. Since Irelia can continuously grow stronger in the face of crises, why not artificially create some crises to make the dwarves, humans, and orcs grow stronger as well? Chen Luo thought about it and realized that it might not be his turn to take action. With the player known as the fourth calamity entering the world, it would be impossible for the Western fantasy world to be peaceful. Chen Luo suddenly turned to look at the bed. He didn't know when Osiris had woken up. When he saw him, Osiris immediately flapped his wings and flew over. After 400 years of slumber, it is now doubled in size, resembling a calf. Just as it was about to pounce, Chen Luo smiled, casually pointed, and its size returned to that of a small dog. Osiris was startled and froze in midair. It looked itself up and down, wondering how it had shrunk again. Osiris looked at Chen Luo with a face full of grievance in its small eyes. It had slept for 400 years before it grew up, but it never expected to turn into a tiny little thing again. When will it finally grow up? Chen Luo reached out and grabbed it, stroking its head and laughing. What are you complaining about? You didn't shrink. How are you going to go out if you're this big? The tower's windows allowed the newborn Osiris to enter, but now he's too big to get out. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he hugged it to his chest and immediately flew outside. The Extraordinary Academy has also undergone significant changes, the biggest of which is the increase in the number of students. During Noel's tenure as acting dean, Chen Luo was responsible for everything except selecting qualified students. In the beginning, whenever Noel encountered important matters, such as how many students to recruit or how to conduct the teaching, he would seek her advice. But most of the time Chen Luo is not at the Extraordinary Academy. Even if Noel happens to run into Chen Luo, he will just say whatever and then disappear again. Knowing Chen Luo's personality, Noel eventually got used to making his own decisions and began to take full responsibility for the Academy's affairs. 200 years have passed, and the students in the Academy are now in their 4th generation, but the total number of students in the Academy has exceeded 1,000. Of these, only about 300 were students of the Academy, representing all 4 intelligent races, while the rest were faculty and staff, and servants of these students. There was nothing that could be done about the large number of people, nor didn't have Chen Luo's ability to create food out of thin air. However, the trainees still need to eat, and Noel doesn't have the time to cook for them, so he has to recruit staff from outside to handle miscellaneous tasks. With food service management in place, there naturally came the need for staff to purchase food, clean, manage books, and so on. In addition, there were instructors responsible for teaching, and the number of staff quickly grew. Noel is still implementing the same high-pressure teaching method that Chen Luo used to teach, dividing students into a magic academy and a warrior academy, and enforcing a strict entry and exit system. There is a monthly competition within the college, and a college-wide competition every year. Those who consistently rank at the bottom are directly eliminated. But they won't be as drastic as Chen Luo, who simply abandoned the trainees on the island to fend for themselves. But for the students, being eliminated after entering the Extraordinary Academy is worse than death. Moreover, here, background and age are irrelevant. Only ability matters. Even a prince of a country receives no special treatment here. Anyone who comes in last will be ruthlessly eliminated. Therefore, everyone who enters works very hard, which keeps the dropout rate of the Extraordinary Academy at less than 1%. This also became the assessment standard for instructors at the Magic Academy and the Warrior Academy. If the Academy's mentors can keep the dropout rate below 1% for 5 years, they will be qualified to recommend students to the Extraordinary Academy. After gaining a general understanding of the Extraordinary Academy, Chen Luo led Osiris into the Divine Kingdom. The Extraordinary Academy was merely a seed from which Chen Luo spread his extraordinary power throughout the entire Western fantasy world. Now that it has sprouted and grown, he no longer intends to interfere in its affairs and will let it develop freely. After Chen Luo restored Osiris to its original form, he let it roam freely within the divine realm, while he began to set up the identities of the players entering the game. In both the first and second closed beta tests, players who entered the game started by evolving from their respective species. Some people abandoned their original species and chose the identity of humans or beastmen, all starting from ordinary people, such as Shang Wenxuan. One or two wouldn't be a problem, but now there are players coming from PUBG who don't need to create a race. They can directly choose from the 6 known intelligent races. But after choosing a race, the next step is to choose your identity in the Western fantasy world. The Western fantasy world is a realistic world where players will need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves just like in real life. If they have no source of income, they may starve to death as soon as they enter. There are no starting villages here, so they can level up by killing monsters like in traditional online games, and they can get gold coins to buy food and shelter. When they're starving, they might try to rob the natives of the Western fantasy world of their money or food, and that would be quite a show. Therefore, Chen Luo had to give this group of people an identity from a Western fantasy world. Chen Luo sat on the throne, resting his chin on his hand as he began to ponder. Not long after, he suddenly laughed and thought of a very interesting method. Since the players entered in a spirit state, and the game is called Second Life, let them be reincarnated into the bodies of the native inhabitants of the Western fantasy world. This saves the trouble of setting up each person's identity and avoids unnecessary chaos in the Western fantasy world caused by the addition of new people out of nowhere. Chen Luo reached out and summoned the Genesis and Hunyuan brush into his hand. He then began to write the 3 characters reincarnation pool on the crease of the brush. After this new subplane was created in the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo disappeared from the Western fantasy world and appeared in the reincarnation pool plane. The place was empty at first, but with a thought from Chen Luo, the world suddenly became filled with stars, colorful clouds appeared in the sky, and a rainbow stretched across it. The land was covered with exotic flowers and rare herbs, which spread all the way to the distant mountains. Immediately afterwards, a magnificent temple appeared above the clouds. Chen Luo flew into the temple, which was 200 to 300 meters high. With a wave of his hand, he completed the interior setup, and then created a huge pool of water inside the temple. This pool is the reincarnation pool, set up by Chen Luo. After a player wins a chicken dinner in the live-action version of PUBG, they can choose their race and then pass through this reincarnation pool to be reborn into the body of a native in a Western fantasy world. Chen Luo thought for a moment and then casually added another setting. After selecting a race, the native identity of the person transmigrating to a Western fantasy world is randomly determined. Players who pass through this reincarnation pool may be reborn into the body of a prince of a kingdom, becoming the heir to the kingdom, with countless people at their disposal and endless resources available for cultivation. Or perhaps he was just an ordinary civilian, or even a slave, or a petty thief in the slums. All of this is completely random, and no factor can influence it. Of course, this excludes Chen Luo, the creator. Entering the reincarnation pool is like buying a lottery ticket. It all depends on your luck. People with good luck have a much higher starting point and achieve far more than those with bad luck. While Chen Luo was setting things up, 100 million players simultaneously entered the real-life version of the PUBG map and played it to their heart's content. One map for every 10,000 people, 100 times more than the original number of people, but the map remains the same size. The result of such a large number of players was that many were eliminated before they even logged onto the island map. The game world is 100% realistic, completely consistent with reality, which of course includes skydiving. Players all thought it was the same as in the game, where you just need to adjust the angle and direction when parachuting. When they got inside, they found that this wasn't the case at all. Although the parachute was automatically strapped to their bodies, many people didn't know where the parachute was when they jumped, and then they landed in free fall and were smashed to pieces. What's even more terrifying is that when 10,000 people parachute together, some people don't even have time to react before they crash into each other in midair and fall to their deaths. Some people, even though they open their parachutes, either don't know how to control them and get tangled up with other parachutes, then fall to their deaths together. Some who managed to open their parachutes were hit and killed by those who couldn't. There were also cases of people getting hit by someone else's parachute and then being strangled by the parachute straps while sliding down. Players then realized that there were so many ways to die while parachuting, enough to fill a book titled 10,000 Ways to Die While Parachuting. Skydiving is a dangerous sport, and since it takes place in three-dimensional space, it is much more difficult than driving. Learning to drive requires 10 hours of practice at the driving school, and then it takes another period of time to adapt when you're actually on the road. Skydiving is even more difficult. Before you can jump, you need to undergo a period of ground training. This includes physical training and professional skydiving skills training, which require a lot of time and effort to prepare in advance. Most of the players had no parachute training, so of course they died horribly. What frustrated players even more was that after dying repeatedly, when they tried to continue playing, a system message popped up. After death, you will need to wait 7 days before you can re-enter the game. They were immediately dumbfounded. Although the public beta version description mentioned a 7-day respawn period, they never expected that even this real-life version of PUBG would have this restriction. The players are outraged. This outrageous. Game companies are always eager to jump into the game as soon as a player dies, so that players can be more immersed in the game and have a reason to spend money. But it seems like the game company is afraid of having too many players. Even parachuting has a 50% mortality rate, and after kicking them out, there's such a long cooldown period. Are you kidding me? Does your game company not want to make money anymore? The disgruntled players flooded the forums to post, strongly demanding the removal of the time limit. This is the first time I've ever seen such a rip-off game company. Other games have a few minutes to respawn, but yours is 7 days. Does your company even want to stay in business? Is the official team trying to get us to spend money to shorten the rebirth cooldown? I think it's very likely. Damn it, they wouldn't be waiting for this moment to rip us off, would they? Damn it, if that's really the case, you damned officials, hurry up and open the recharge channel. I don't want to wait 7 days. After playing this game, I realized it's fucking hardcore. Is it forcing me to learn how to skydive first? Upstairs, learning just how to parachute isn't enough. Haven't you noticed you also need to learn how to shoot, how to aim, how to load ammunition, how to drive, how to swim, how to use a first aid kit? Wow, now that you mention it, I realize that. Skydiving is just the beginning. Does this game really have to be this hardcore? This is the first time I've realized that playing a game can be so difficult. Bad student like me doesn't deserve to play this game. The forum erupted with heated discussions and complaints, but they soon discovered a problem. Skydiving was really just the beginning. Even if you land safely, you'll still have to fight thousands of people. Without ever handling a gun, your chances of winning are practically zero. However, no matter how much they complained, the official team did not provide any explanation, let alone any recharge channels, or how to reduce the cooldown time of rebirth by spending money. After complaining for a long time without receiving any response, the players realized the official stance. As before, do whatever you want, I will remain unmoved. Do whatever you want, I won't even bother to block your posts that flood the forum. Soon after, the forum's tone shifted dramatically, with posts becoming exclusively about asking for tips on parachuting. Then, skydiving tutorial videos suddenly became popular on major video websites, and once again topped the trending searches. Some skydiving instructors immediately recognized the business opportunity and started making related instructional videos, offering them to people for a fee, thus making a fortune overnight. Seeing this booming learning phenomenon, some education experts have even called for the Second Life game company to develop learning-related game content, allowing players to learn through gameplay. Chen Luo quickly noticed the situation outside, but ignored the players' protests. If you want to play my game, you can't do it without putting in this much effort. However, Chen Luo quickly realized a problem: the use of firearms. A simple parachute jump was enough to stop most players, let alone firearms. Because guns are prohibited in China, and while there are instructors to teach skydiving, where can you find someone to teach you how to use a gun? Moreover, it's not a good thing that so many people have learned how to use guns. While Chen Luo was considering the issue of firearms, many players who had safely landed on the island began a new round of tragic deaths. With a skydiving mortality rate exceeding 50%, the happiest people are actually the players queuing outside. They see their numbers, which were originally over 100 million, suddenly drop by half, quickly reaching the tens of millions, then the millions, and then the hundreds of thousands. Even if some people knew about this beforehand while queuing and watched skydiving instructional videos while waiting, the 50% figure did not decrease much in actual practice. Because ordinary people cannot use a parachute properly through short video training, and the situation in the air is extremely complex, you have to consider not only your own situation, but also the situation of other players. A full 10,000 people. Heaven knows what kind of plane the game company used to carry so many people at once. But the island is only so big, so no matter where you jump, there will be at least 100 people jumping with you. Even if some players are lucky enough to land on the island, an even more serious problem arises. As predicted by players on the forums, even after they landed safely, they had no idea how to use a gun. Seeing someone use a gun on TV or in a movie is one thing, but when you actually hold a real gun, you're dumbfounded. They picked up their guns and started pulling the triggers wildly, only to find that the bullets wouldn't fire, completely unaware that they needed to load the gun first. Some people even got a gun but didn't know what a safety was and ended up accidentally firing it and shooting themselves. The players can't even shoot a pistol properly, let alone shotguns and rifles, because different gun models and calibers require different ways of holding firearms. Generally speaking, the larger the caliber of a firearm, the stronger the recoil. At the same time, the larger the capacity of the bullets used by the firearm, the stronger the recoil will be. A typical example is the AK-47 automatic rifle. Because the barrel is too short, there is a slight vibration at the end of the barrel when the bullet leaves the barrel, resulting in an astonishingly large recoil. When players get their hands on this automatic rifle and pull the trigger, the recoil is so strong that they can't hold it at all. They either drop the gun in fright, fire wildly with their eyes closed, or hit or trap their hands. As for sniper rifles like the 98K and AWM, For players, they're less useful than iron bars. At this moment, everyone realized that the frying pan was truly a magical tool. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. They discovered that all the guns suddenly only required pulling the trigger and did not need to be reloaded. Once the bullets are depleted, the gun will automatically reload, but this will take some time, just like in a game. Of course, the gun's recoil and weight will still be present. However, apart from guns, which they don't need to learn how to use, everything else is the same as in reality. If they don't know how to use motorcycles and cars in real life, they won't know how to use them here either. Soon, once the issue of gun usage was resolved, all sorts of strange and unusual practices began to emerge. Come on, I think we can have sex. I'm already aroused. Inside a house on the island map, a man and a woman are embracing and have started taking off their clothes. No! Turn off the live stream first. A lot of people are watching. What's there to be afraid of? This is what makes it exciting. We're just pinching faces anyway, so who knows us? That won't work either. Ugh! Before the woman could finish speaking, the man kissed her. Baby, your face and body are so hot right now. I just can't resist. These two were originally a couple. Coincidentally, they were on the same island map, and then they found the same spot and decided to exercise in the game, even stopping playing the game altogether. What's even more outrageous is that the male player started a live stream and posted an eye-catching title on the forum. Can you have sex in the game? Come on, I'll tell you the answer. Players who were already in the game and those who had been waiting in line on the forums almost swarmed into the game's live stream upon seeing the title. Everyone was stunned when they saw the man and woman start taking off their clothes. You guys are even more outrageous than Boss Lai. You've shown your faces. You're going to be famous. What's the big deal? Don't forget, the faces in the game are created by sculpting. They're not their real appearances at all. Holy crap! Do you guys really want the game to get banned? Are you doing this live? You shameless couple! Damn it, this game is going to become a place for pimps to make a fortune. Although countless people were cursing the man and woman for being shameless, the number of viewers in the live stream began to surge wildly, quickly surpassing the 1 million mark. Meanwhile, a map of an island appears at the airport. The airport is the most resource-rich and fiercely contested location in the game, making it a place that people fear, and most people dare not jump directly to the airport. However, those who survive to the end here are basically all equipped with top-tier gear, and their skills are unlikely to be lacking. A man named the best in the world was holding a pistol and happily shooting at a player named Boshozozo. The most awesome player in the game had already wiped out all the players at the airport and was now slaughtering the biker gang in front of him. He didn't attack vital organs, but instead aimed his guns at the biker's limbs. Are you fucking crazy? If you're going to kill me, just do it already. I've shut down my pain receptors, so you can hit me and I won't feel any pain. The biker gang member glared angrily at the person in front of him and roared. The most awesome Jetty chuckled. Pain and the 5 senses can be turned off, but memories can't. I'll first pierce your limbs, then carve words on your body with a knife, peel your skin, and so on. There's really no opportunity to do these things in reality, but now there are living people to experiment on. How fun is that? The biker's expression changed drastically. He realized that this most awesome guy in the world wasn't just sick, he was a complete freak. And what the other party said was right. Although pain and the 5 senses can be turned off, the memory of being tortured and killed will not disappear. Once I quit the game, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares every day. The most popular live streamer on PUBG also had thousands of viewers at this time, because he had also posted a bloody and violent title, which attracted many players to come in. When people saw this scene in the live stream, they gasped. Even a lunatic like this had come in. The game was likely to become increasingly chaotic. Many people started cursing this most awesome player in PUBG, but strangely, the more people cursed him, the more viewers there were in the live stream, almost surpassing the number of the two. People who were planning to do something in the game. Chen Luo noticed the unusual fluctuations in popularity here. When he swept his consciousness over and discovered the situation, he was both amused and annoyed. Chen Luo realized he had to make an example of one to warn others, otherwise Second Life would soon become synonymous with pornographic and violent games. To Chen Luo's dismay, when his mind was focused on the 10,000 islands, he discovered that the two cases in the live stream were not isolated incidents. This is a virtual world, yet it is 100% realistic, just like the real world. In such a place without any constraints, people can do whatever they want, and even murder and arson will not violate any laws, which amplifies the dark side of human nature. Besides acts of torture and pornography, there have even been cases of people attempting to rape female gamers. When entering the game and choosing a character, in addition to the age limit, Chen Luo also added that all players can only choose a character of the same gender as themselves in real life. This eliminates the possibility of cross-dressing characters in the game. But this has also created another problem, as some male players have started to have ulterior motives. At this moment, Chen Luo sensed nearly 20 such cases that were in progress, and some had already succeeded. This is only the first day, and there are already so many people messing around. What will it be like later on? Chen Luo sneered, and with a thought, those who were preparing to commit the rape and live stream it discovered that their little brothers had disappeared. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. The couple who were live streaming had already taken off half of their clothes when they suddenly realized that even after taking off one piece of clothing, they still had another piece on. As they continued to take off their clothes with strange expressions, they discovered that they were still wearing the same clothes. No matter how many times you take them off, you can never take them all off. Just then, a huge electric current surged from the point where they made contact. The two of them suddenly started convulsing as if they had a seizure and collapsed to the ground in agony, rolling around. Pieft, the damn government has finally made its move. Accept the punishment. TSK, is that an electric shock? What a realistic reaction? Ha ha ha, electroshock therapy. It makes them devoid of desire. I knew that with the government's temper. How could they let them perform sex acts here? So that means we can only do things secretly from now on? And Emperor vomits blood and dies. PG. Holy crap, when did you post this picture? It's fucking amazing. I remember this ID. This picture, Kane, I'm 16 this year, was made by him. 66666 saved. This picture is so damn vivid. I reckon even if you wanted to do it secretly, you wouldn't be able to. Why don't these two just shut down their pain receptors or quit the game altogether? While the audience was laughing uncontrollably at the two being punished, they were surprised to find that the two were still being electrocuted and twitching in the game. The man and woman didn't want to disable the pain system. They wanted to but couldn't, and the pain percentage displayed on the interface remained at 100%, unmovable. In this game, the sensation of pain and the ability to exit the game are both determined by thought, but now they can't even adjust their sensation of pain, let alone exit the game. Holy shit! The male player screamed, and his body trembled violently in reality as he fell off the chair and onto the ground. He ripped off the VR glasses, only to find that his body was still being electrocuted. He cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Not only him, but a woman next to him also convulsed and collapsed to the ground, rolling around and screaming in agony. It took what felt like an eternity for them to feel the electric current in their bodies disappear. The two of them looked as if they had lost half their lives. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they were filled with fear. Apart from the two of them, all the people on the island map who were preparing to rape, or had already done so, were inexplicably electrocuted and began to lie on the ground, howling and rolling in pain. Moreover, they suffered the same fate as that couple. They couldn't regulate their pain, and quitting the game resulted in the same outcome. After experiencing the excruciating electric current, everyone involuntarily shuddered, followed by boundless fear. This game is so damn weird. You can even get electrocuted outside of the game? Could it be that their equipment is malfunctioning and leaking electricity? Chen Luo sneered. In the divine kingdom, what they entered were souls, and what he had just shocked were souls. Even if they exited the game, in reality, the pain would still be transmitted through their souls. Moreover, this wasn't the only punishment. Chen Luo also placed another instruction in their souls. These men would suffer from psychogenic impotence and would be unable to get an erection for a year. After dealing with these despicable people, Chen Luo immediately issued the first system announcement. We would like to inform all players that Second Life is not a lawless place. Anyone who dares to challenge our bottom line will be punished without mercy, and no one will be exempt. After the system announcement was released, more than a dozen smaller video screens popped up in front of all players watching the live stream. All of them were players who, while preparing to commit crimes, were electrocuted by a powerful electric current, causing their bodies to convulse and collapse to the ground. The players were all dumbfounded, never expecting that so many people would act recklessly in the game. But most players applauded and thought the official team did a good job. Immediately afterwards, another prompt popped up on the system interface. In the game, clothes cannot be removed, no nudity is allowed, and all physiological needs and functions of players will be removed. This caused a sensation among the players. It's all these lust-driven bastards' fault. Now the gaming experience is severely compromised. That's good too. Without these physiological needs, of course they won't do those things. PF'd. The problem is that these corrupt officials have even cut off men's physiological functions, so any man who goes in will only be able to become a eunuch. Haha. Even if you go in, you won't be able to do whatever you want, eliminating any future trouble. Even exposing one's nipples requires electroshock therapy. Who would dare to do that? At that moment, the most awesome player in the game was holding a knife, ready to slash the biker gang members, when he was shocked to find that all his equipment had disappeared. At some point, the biker gang members were dressed in divine gear, and even their injuries were instantly healed. The grotesque smile on the face of the most arrogant guy in the game suddenly froze. He already knew what was going on from the system notification that had just popped up. Immediately afterwards, he saw the biker gang member come to his senses, sneer, pull out a pistol, and fire a shot at his thigh. Ah! The most awful player in the game let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding thigh. Like the other sanctioned players, he wanted to turn off the pain system, but of course, he got the same result. It couldn't be adjusted, and was even amplified to 100%. In other words, No matter how much pain he suffers now, it will be reflected in his nervous system through his soul, causing the same pain as if he were actually injured. The most awesome player in the game had a drastic change in expression and immediately chose to quit the game, but no matter how many times he shouted it in his mind, he was still in the game. Without a second thought, he removed the device in reality. But something even stranger happened. Even after removing the device, he could still feel intense pain in his legs. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the most arrogant Jedi. He tried to stand up, but a piercing pain struck him, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. He hurriedly unzipped his pants to look at his thigh, only to find that there were no marks on it at all. "Ah!" The most awesome guy in the game screamed again. Feeling another intense burning pain in his right leg, he immediately clutched his right leg and screamed again. Just like before, there were no wounds on my right leg, but the pain was unbearable. "Ah!" Soon, the most powerful player in the game felt excruciating pain in both his left and right hands, causing him to shed tears of agony. He began to roll frantically on the ground, trying to relieve the pain in his limbs. Once Chen Luo felt it was about time, he immediately severed the link between the most awesome PUBG app and the game, and simultaneously released a new system announcement. Anyone involved in pornography, gore, or any perverted behavior will not only be punished with electric shocks, but will also be permanently blacklisted from the game, preventing them from logging into the game and forums. Players should not take any chances. All player actions are under the system's monitoring. After Chen Luo used the method of making an example of 1 to 100, eliminating those players with malicious intentions, and then issued this final game announcement, all the players behaved themselves. They couldn't be dishonest even if they wanted to, because they no longer had the means, and they didn't even dare to have lewd thoughts. The images of players being electrocuted and unable to control their pain were terrifying. Just watching them sent chills down my spine. However, many people still couldn't stand it. A player with the forum ID behind the scenes posted a denunciation on the game forum. "What gives you the right to abuse vigilante justice? Haha. Your game company is really funny. No pornography or violence allowed. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a violent game, okay? You guys are the ones who provided the platform for us to use violence and pornography. Now they're acting like prostitutes and trying to maintain a virtuous image. I would like to ask, did those players who killed and set fires in the game violate any laws? Even if they broke the law, why should your game company be the one to punish them? Why does your game company not allow players to turn off pain sensitivity? And why do you increase pain sensitivity to 100%? This is an abuse of vigilante justice. All you players, think about this. If they can shock these players who commit fouls now, they can shock you in the future. I'm going to report you guys. Anyone want to join me?" The post about the mastermind behind the murder caused quite a stir, with many people discussing it on the forum. Limiting the rules in a game is fine, but subjecting players to such painful electric shocks is still unacceptable to some people. Moreover, the mastermind behind the scenes is not wrong. What if one day the game company dislikes someone and forcibly adjusts their pain sensitivity to 100% and then shocks them? As a result, the forum posts were flooded with this topic. However, soon a pinned post in bright red appeared on the forum, titled "Explanation of Penalties in the Game," posted by official customer service Wang Xiaoqi. Hi, dear players. The long-awaited open beta has finally begun, but within just one day, we discovered many problems. So we made some minor adjustments, but we've seen many players express their dissatisfaction and concerns. So our most respected boss asked me to post this to explain to everyone. The boss said the following, and I have tried my best to relay his tone and wording. Please, dear players, interpret it yourselves. If you're not going to play, then get out. Let me translate what the boss meant by that. First, please note that the boss used a period, not an exclamation mark, indicating that he had no extra emotions. It's obvious that our most respected boss doesn't take you seriously at all. Secondly, although the boss only used 4 words, he concisely expressed the second meaning. I'm just that arrogant. Come and bite me if you dare. Go ahead and sue me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Oh, right. I also need to convey the boss's third point. Although I figured it out myself, and the boss didn't specifically instruct me to do so, I think the boss will approve of what I did, and might even give me a bonus. I'm so clever. JPG. The third meaning is as follows. The game accounts and forum accounts of the behind-the-scenes manipulator will be suspended. Starting from this post, anyone who posts any content that questions our greatest boss will have their game account and forum account suspended. Finally, as a humble customer service representative, I'd like to add that I'm concerned about your concerns about us abusing our power. Pshaw, do you really think we're that idle? Do you really think you're something special? You are not worthy. Oh, do you think we're arrogant? That's right, we're that arrogant. Okay, I was just going along with our boss's tone. That's the gist of it. Hope you players get the idea. Dear friends, please be good and don't make our boss angry again. The moment this post was published, the effect was absolutely explosive. Countless people on the forum were furious with this customer service representative, Wang Xiaoqi. After that last incident of spamming the forum, players were absolutely furious with that damned customer service representative, Wang Xiaoqi. Look at this post. Is it even human language? It's ridiculous. However, the fact that they are identified as forum moderators and have official customer service badges indicates that this is indeed the official stance of the game company. Would a forum customer service representative dare to impersonate the company and post this kind of message? It is obviously impossible. This also allowed all players to witness the arrogance of the game company once again, not only preventing people from questioning it, but also banning the accounts of those who did question it. But even though they were unhappy, they still had to play the game. Although Wang Xiaoqi spoke arrogantly, the meaning he conveyed was clear. He wouldn't punish players for no reason unless they broke the rules. As for that so-called mastermind, who is he? What does this have to do with me? Within minutes of Wang Xiaoqi's post appearing, all the posts questioning the issue disappeared completely, and the discussion shifted back to how to land safely and how to win in PUBG. The mastermind behind the scenes was on the verge of tears in front of his computer. That damned game company really meant what they said and banned all his game and forum accounts. I just wanted attention. I'm sorry, give me back my game account. After Chen Luo dealt with the unruly players and the forum issues, a new change occurred in the game. Although the death rate for parachuting exceeds 50%, on average, nearly 5,000 players successfully land on one of the 10,000 island maps. This map is large enough to accommodate 100 players, but it would be very crowded with 5,000. Moreover, the resources on the island are randomly distributed based on the number of players. This has led to a situation where even weapons like machetes and frying pans are scarce resources here. Sometimes, thousands of people go down to a single map, and the last one to land can only wait to die down there, because by the time you land, there are no more resources left. Even in resource-rich places like airports, a group of thousands of people can die in mid-air before even landing. Despite the scarcity of resources, many players quickly rose to prominence. Chen Luo only paid attention to it casually at the time, but he quickly realized that something was wrong because these players were too powerful. Chen Luo specifically reviewed the game history of these players, and after only a few minutes, he knew where the problem lay. These players are exceptionally skilled at skydiving, not only in terms of landing speed and accuracy, but also in their agility. Upon landing, these players immediately found firearms and were able to use them skillfully. At this point, Chen Luo did not simplify the use of firearms. In other words, these people had handled guns before, and judging from their grip, they clearly used them frequently. Chen Luo immediately realized that these people were either soldiers or people who frequently handled firearms, such as assassins or mercenaries. Among them, soldiers make up the largest group. Chen Luo didn't bother to retrieve these people's identity information. He could identify them simply by the aura they exuded. After landing, they searched for basic self-defense weapons and equipment, and then began to gather at a certain location on the island without prior arrangement. Although the meeting point is different for each island, it is definitely the closest place to all of them. When these soldiers gathered together, it turned into a one-sided massacre. With well-trained soldiers and unified command and control, ordinary players are no different from babies compared to them. The soldiers knew how to effectively conceal themselves, were skilled in using grenades, and had specialized snipers. Their roles were very clearly defined. If you can kill someone with one bullet, you should never waste a second one. The game usually lasts about 20 to 30 minutes, because no matter how many people are playing, the safe zone will shrink to the last spot within 30 minutes, and most of the players will be dead by then. However, under the soldiers' organized massacres, all the players on the island were often wiped out in less than 20 minutes. In the end, only one of them remained, and he killed all the other teammates, thus achieving a solo victory. Chen Luo finally understood that this was clearly a premeditated and organized act by the state to send people to the Western fantasy world. In less than half a day, more than 100 soldiers finished playing PUBG, chose different races, and entered the Western fantasy world through the reincarnation pool. If Chen Luo hadn't later allowed ordinary players to use firearms just like in the game, this number would probably have increased considerably. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Even if a couple hundred people went in, they wouldn't cause much of a stir, and besides, they were on different continents. However, seeing the number of soldiers in the game constantly increasing, Chen Luo felt it was necessary to control it. When other countries or other wealthy people start doing the same thing, the game will feel different again. He originally intended to randomly eliminate players, but all those who remained became soldiers and wealthy people, which was not what Chen Luo had expected. With a thought, Chen Luo immediately added a setting to the PUBG map. Whenever someone starts a team, their teammates will be forcibly teleported to another island map to eliminate any possibility of cheating. After Chen Luo felt that it was about time, he prepared to leave the Divine Kingdom and head to the species pool to see if any valuable species had been created. But at that moment, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise and couldn't help but laugh. "Huh, that's interesting. You actually came in." Chen Luo beckoned Osiris, who was still flying around, and then turned him into a mongrel dog before disappearing into the divine realm in an instant. In the year 715 of the Holy Calendar, in the city of Baiba, the kingdom of Chris, Baron Ellis sat in the city lord's mansion with a worried expression, looking at his daughter lying on the bed with her eyes closed, and then at the Baroness who was crying beside her. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Yulia, go back and rest. You haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. How can I sleep when Caroline hasn't woken up? The doctor has already said that she is fine, she just fainted, and will wake up soon. Julia shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. No, how could she have been unconscious for so long? My poor daughter must be possessed by a demon. Perhaps you could ask the Archbishop to come and see Caroline tomorrow. Baron Ellis's expression changed slightly. He smiled wryly and said, "You know the conflict between His Majesty the Emperor and the Church of Light. If I were to go to Bishop Hall, I could be replaced as governor in a single day." Yulia's face darkened, and she said with a sorrowful expression, "Why must your Majesty target the Church of Light? The Goddess of Light is merciful and great. Without the Church of Light, our human race would probably have been enslaved by vampires long ago. The Church of Light has been fighting against vampires for years. Your Majesty is trying to bring our Chris Empire to the same fate as the Great Shang Dynasty." "Shut up!" Ellis's expression was extremely gloomy. He suddenly interrupted Julia and said sternly, "Your Majesty is wise and powerful, and is the only fifth-tier mage on the continent. The unification of the continent by the Chris Empire is just around the corner. How could it end up like the Great Shang Dynasty?" Julia was terrified by Ellis's ferocious appearance. She shuddered involuntarily and couldn't utter a single word. Just as the air in the room felt so cold it was almost freezing, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the butler, with a look of urgency mixed with joy, said, "Your Excellency, someone has accepted the challenge, saying they can cure Miss Caroline's illness." The butler's words immediately broke the tense atmosphere in the room. Yulia's eyes lit up, and she said anxiously, "Really? Quick, let him in." Ellis frowned. In the past 2 days, he had seen many swindlers posing as doctors. Apart from eating and drinking for free and trying to cheat people out of money, they had no real skills. But seeing Julia's hopeful expression, he sighed inwardly and decided to let her be. Before long, the Ellis saw the butler lead in a man who looked to be in his early 30s. He had an ordinary appearance with no special features. If one had to point out any distinctive features, it would be his unshaven beard and weathered look. After he came in, a strange yellow mongrel dog followed him in. What's strange is that this mongrel's eyes are unusually bright and expressive, as if they can speak, constantly looking around curiously. Ellis didn't feel anything special when she first saw Chen Luo, but she couldn't help but frown when she saw the stray dog. What kind of doctor brings a dog to a doctor's appointment? "Madam, this is Dr. Lofus." The butler respectfully introduced Chen Luo to Mr. and Mrs. Ellis, and then turned to introduce the two of them. "Dr. Lofus, do you really have a way to save my Caroline?" Yulia looked anxious and asked before Chen Luo could speak. "Certainly." Chen Luo laughed, without saying a word, walked straight toward Caroline in front of the bed. "Wait, Dr. Lofus, are you planning to save Caroline with your bare hands?" Ellis stepped in front of Chen Luo, blocking his way, his eyes full of suspicion. On the day her daughter fell ill, Ellis brought in the best doctors in town, but they couldn't find any cause for her illness. Left with no other choice, he posted a huge reward of gold coins throughout the city of Baiba to find a doctor who could cure the strange disease. But the people who came these past 2 days were all imposters. They didn't even have basic medical knowledge, and the first thing they asked for was gold coins. There are already 5 or 6 of these reckless fools locked up in the city's jail. This guy in front of me is even more outrageous. If he's going to pretend to be a doctor, he should at least have a first aid kit. He just walked over empty-handed. Who is he insulting? Chen Luo smiled faintly. Did those people who came with both hands full heal Miss Caroline? Ellis was taken aback. Looking at Chen Luo's composed expression, He was momentarily unsure of what to do. If he was a fraud, the other person looked him straight in the eye without flinching, and the light emanating from his gaze made him somewhat hesitant to approach. But if he wasn't a fraud, he had never seen a doctor who could cure diseases and save lives without using any medical tools. While Ellis was still in a daze for a moment, Chen Luo had already walked to the bedside and gently pressed his hand on Caroline's forehead. Osiris's eyes darted around, and he took off running towards Chen Luo's direction. However, its running posture looked very strange, with its 4 legs spread outwards, as if it were crippled. Osiris was also helpless. It was used to flying around, but now Chen Luo had turned it into a mongrel dog that could only walk on 4 legs, which made it very uncomfortable for it. Osiris moved closer to Chen Luo, lifted his 2 front legs and lay down on the bed, staring curiously at Caroline on the bed. Ellis was initially annoyed when he saw Chen Luo touch Caroline without permission, and when he saw Osiris jump onto the bed, he became even more furious. Just as Ellis was about to order the guards to come in and arrest the man and the dog, he suddenly heard Caroline on the bed cry out in surprise, and then she sat up from the bed. Damn, what a terrible game. It takes so long to fuse souls. The first thing Zhao Jiaming said when he opened his eyes was to complain. Chen Luo couldn't but laugh. Zhao Jiaming had spoken in Mandarin, and only he could understand it. Upon seeing this, Ellis and his wife were both surprised and delighted, and immediately gathered around. Thank you, great goddess of light, my poor Caroline, you have finally awakened. Yulia's eyes instantly reddened, and she excitedly rushed forward and hugged Zhao Jiaming tightly. Well, Zhao Jiaming was unsure how to react. Although she had absorbed Caroline's memories and knew that the 2 people in front of her were her parents in this world, she was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. After all, to Zhao Jiaming, the Ellis couple in front of her were actually strangers. Caroline, are you feeling unwell anywhere? When Eliska saw that Zhao Jiaming had woken up, the tense expression on his face finally relaxed. I'm just a little hungry. Zhao Jiaming hadn't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights, so when he woke up, he was naturally hungry. Murphy, have the kitchen prepare Caroline's favorite food and send it over immediately. Yulia released Zhao Jiaming, looked her over, and hurriedly gave instructions to the butler behind her. Yes, madam. Butler Murphy, also beaming with joy, quickly bowed and withdrew. Zhao Jiaming's gaze began to wander as he began to survey his surroundings. The more she looked, the more amazed she became. This second life was indeed as legendary as it had been, with 100% realism. Her sense of smell and touch, and the feeling of hunger emanating from her body, all felt so real. The Ellis couple in front of her didn't look like AI at all. Their eyes clearly showed that they regarded her as their real daughter. In particular, the concern and affection that Yulia revealed were so sincere and passionate that they gave Zhao Jiaming goosebumps all over his body. This game is terrifying. Not only can people and objects be perfectly simulated, but even human emotions can be completely mimicked. Zhao Jiaming looked around in surprise for a moment before noticing a scruffy-bearded, middle-aged man and a bright-eyed mongrel staring at her. The Ellis also noticed Zhao Jiaming's gaze, and only then did they realize that in their excitement they had forgotten that Chen Luo was still there. Dr. Lofus, thank you for curing Caroline. Is she all right now? Yulia looked at Chen Luo with a grateful expression, her eyes also questioning, hoping to get an answer from him. Chen Luo smiled slightly. It's all over now. Miss Caroline was suffering from amnesia. I just healed the wounds in her soul, and this situation will not occur again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiaming scoffed inwardly. She was well aware of her situation, It was just that a slight mishap occurred during the fusion of Caroline's memories, which caused the fusion process to take longer. The man in front of them was clearly a charlatan, probably hired by Ellis and his wife in their desperation. Just then, she woke up after merging with Caroline's soul, and Chen Luo got all the credit for it. He was incredibly lucky. However, Zhao Zhaiming did not expose Chen Luo. She needed a plausible reason anyway. Loss of consciousness seems like a very fashionable disease. Dr. Lofus, what exactly caused this illness? Why did he fall into a coma for 2 days without any apparent reason? Ellis became much more polite at this point, but still couldn't help asking another question. Oh, so she was invaded by a demon from another world who wanted to take over her body, but Miss Caroline has a very strong will and drove away the demon from the other world. Her soul was injured, which is why she fell into a coma. Chen Luo glanced at Zhao Zhaiming with a half-smile and said. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 people in the room changed simultaneously. Zhao Zhaiming's expression was quite strange. What this charlatan was saying was inexplicably similar to how players in Second Life enter the Western fantasy world. The so-called demon invasion from another world trying to take over her body to the original inhabitants of the Western fantasy world aren't the players from Earth demons. The way to merge souls is to fight with the natives of the Western fantasy world for control of the body. Chen Luo's claim that his soul was damaged, which caused him to fall into a coma, was not entirely unfounded. When Zhao Zhaiming was merging with Caroline, things started off quite smoothly. However, for some reason, the little girl seemed to know that she was about to leave this world, and suddenly unleashed an extremely strong will to survive, which almost caused the fusion to fail. During the struggle between souls, Zhao Zhaiming's soul was injured, which is why he fell into a coma. Just when she thought it would be a long time, she suddenly woke up after the fusion was successful. Could it really have been done by this Kunman in front of us? But no matter how you look at it, this guy looks like a seasoned loser, not at all like a powerful figure. Does this guy actually know something? Or is he just making it up? Just as Zhao Zhaiming was scrutinizing Chen Luo with suspicion, Yulia exclaimed, "I knew it!" Her face was full of worry as she looked at Ellis and said urgently, "I told you before, Caroline must have been possessed by a demon. If we had found Bishop Hall sooner, my Caroline wouldn't have suffered so much." Ellis ignored Julia and stared at Chen Luo, asking, "Dr. Lofus, do you have any evidence for what you're saying?" Chen Luo shook his head and shrugged, saying, "The otherworldly demons are nowhere to be found, and I can't produce any evidence. In that case, Dr. Lofus, please keep today's events strictly confidential. And do not divulge a single word to anyone." Ellis's expression gradually turned cold as he spoke, enunciating each word clearly. Chen Luo smiled. He certainly knew what Ellis meant. Today, the Church of Light is the only faith on the mainland. They preach all day long that believing in the goddess of light can protect themselves and their families from demonic possession, and that after death they will be enthroned in the kingdom of God. Enjoy eternal bliss. It should be noted that the Chris Empire and the Church of Light are currently at loggerheads, and war could break out at any time. If Chen Luo were to publicize what happened today, the Church of Light might use it as an excuse to attack Ellis. Whether it's true or not is unimportant. What matters is having a reason to start a war. Of course, I was planning to stay in Beba for a while, so please rest assured, Baron. Ellis stared at Chen Luo for a moment, then suddenly laughed and shouted outside, "Someone! Bring the gold coins here." As soon as Ellis finished speaking, a soldier walked in carrying a bag of gold coins. "This is the reward of 500 gold coins. Please accept it, Dr. Lofus." Chen Luo casually took the gold coin without even glancing at it, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Baron. Now that Miss Caroline is better, I'll take my leave." "Does Dr. Lofus have a residence in the city?" Ellis stepped in front of Chen Luo and asked with a smile. Chen Luo shrugged. "I'm a traveling doctor, with no fixed abode. I just arrived in Biba City, so of course I don't have a place to stay. That's perfect. I have a house in the city that's been vacant for a long time. Dr. Lofus can stay there temporarily. In case anything happens to Caroline, I can contact you immediately." Chen Luo laughed heartily, saying nonchalantly, "Then thank you very much, Baron." Seeing that Chen Luo agreed so readily, Ellis felt a little uneasy. Doesn't this guy know he's being placed under house arrest? Or is it that they have something to rely on and are not afraid at all? Ellis's eyes flashed, and he immediately said to the guard, "Take Dr. Lofus to the mansion on Mark Street." "Yes, yes, sir." Chen Luo nodded slightly to Ellis's family, and then followed the soldier out of the city lord's mansion. Biba's location is very special because it is situated at the intersection of 4 countries. It belongs to the Chris Empire. To the east is the kingdom of the Church of Light. To the north is the kingdom of Anton of the Orcs. And to the west is the kingdom of Adden of the humans. Logically, such a battleground should at least be assigned to a count's domain and be garrisoned by a large number of Chris Empire troops. But here there are only about 3,000 guards to maintain order in the city. The reason for this is simple. Biba City is indefensible, and even if it were captured by other kingdoms, it would be difficult to hold. Moreover, due to its geographical location, the resources needed by the 4 countries were traded and circulated here, gradually making it a very special trading city on the continent. In the city, you can see orcs, monks from the Church of Light, and merchants from the Kingdom of Aden. There were no obstacles to communication between them, because the common language of the continent had become a language that both races on the continent of Yani had to learn. Most of these people have already settled down in Biba and become permanent residents. Here, they are both residents of Biba and loyal subjects of their respective countries, and these 2 identities are not contradictory to them. Biba City has a permanent population of nearly 1 million, with as many as 500,000 residents from 3 other countries, as well as a large number of transient people, such as merchants, adventurers, mercenaries, and laborers from various countries. Biba was a very prosperous trading center, which led to a huge gap between the rich and the poor. The rich could live in luxury every day with many wives and concubines, while the poor were poor and had no clothes to cover their bodies and no food to eat. But here, as long as you're willing to work, you won't starve to death. Chen Luo followed 2 soldiers through the streets and alleys of Biba City, enjoying the city's scenery and observing the diverse crowds. Pedestrians hurried along the way, all seemingly very busy. Upon arriving at the bustling commercial street in the west of the city, one finds shops of all sizes lining the street, which is teeming with activity. Some people are loudly hawking their wares, while others are calling out to their companions, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Chen Luo observed the strange city with great interest. The reason he chose to stay here for a while was that he suddenly discovered that Zhao Xiaoming had logged into the game and was in a state of soul trauma, so he came to take a look. The second reason is that I find Biba City a very interesting place, as it is actually a microcosm of the current situation on the entire continent of Yani. The situation on the continent underwent a dramatic change in less than 100 years after Chris and his first-generation students returned to the continent of Yanid after Tang of Shang died. The Shang dynasty never had a successor with the strength and ability to surpass Pope Alexander I. Moreover, even during the reign of King Tang, the Church of Light was not completely eliminated, so it was even less likely that his successors would have a solution. When Alexander broke through to the third tier, he became the most powerful person on the continent of Yani, without exception. As the power of the Church of Light began to expand rapidly, Alexander I established three core power institutions: the College of Cardinals, the Court of Justice, and the Court of Adjudication. The College of Cardinals is the highest religious body of the Church of Light, directly under Pope Alexander I. Each cardinal must possess not only great power, but also devout faith. They were not only Alexander's most capable assistants and advisors, but also potential future popes. The Inquisition was responsible for investigation, trial, and adjudication. Anyone whom the Church of Light considered an anti-church heretic, or who held heretical ideas, would be arrested, sent to the Inquisition for trial, and publicly executed. The Judgment Division is the Church's armed force, commanding the Judgment Knights and the priesthood, and eliminating all heretics who dare to oppose the Church of Light. After the establishment of these three institutions, the influence of the Church of Light was expanded to its extreme. The faith in other gods and their followers were all condemned as heretics, and they were either forced to convert or ruthlessly eradicated. The Church of Light became the sole faith of humanity, its influence extending throughout the entire human realm, and even beginning to expand towards the Orc kingdoms. 100 years after the death of Tang of Shang, the Church of Light reached its peak of power. Although not everyone in the Shang dynasty believed in the Goddess of Light, at least 70% of them did, and even about 40% of the noble class of the Shang dynasty believed in the Goddess of Light. However, Alexander I always adhered to the constraints of the imperial decree, focusing on spreading his faith and letting the radiance of the Goddess of Light shine upon the continent, without much desire for secular power. However, after Alexander's death, his successor Gregory Tai completely disregarded the decree and began to actively expand the political influence of the Church of Light in the Shang dynasty. The rulers of the Shang dynasty could no longer tolerate this situation. If it were just about spreading their faith, there would still be room for maneuver. However, the church had sharp conflicts with the rulers of the Shang dynasty over issues of law enforcement and taxation. A person deemed guilty by the laws of the Shang dynasty could be recognized as a devout believer and thus pardoned, simply by donating all their property to the Church of Light. Believers in the Church of Light can receive protection and be eligible for tax exemption or reduced taxes by making donations to the church. As church power permeated secular power and gradually became the dominant force in the state, the conflict between Gregory II and the Shang dynasty reached its peak and became irreconcilable. On the one hand, Gregory II believed that he had supreme authority. On the other hand, the king believed that he was the supreme ruler of the country. In the 301st year of the Holy Calendar, King Shangdingwu, the seventh king of the Shang dynasty, announced the expulsion of the Church of Light. However, by this time, the influence of the Church of Light was already deeply rooted. In the hearts of believers, they were first and foremost devout followers of the Goddess of Light, and only secondly subjects of the Shang dynasty. Gregory II declared the war heretical and personally led a powerful order of priests and knights of judgment on a campaign. They set off from the city of St. Galli and encountered no resistance along the way. The people even lined the streets to welcome them. Upon arriving in the capital, the city's garrison officers, who were followers of the Church of Light, surprisingly opened the city gates to welcome Gregory II into the city. Thus, the Church of Light entered the royal city without losing a single soldier. Just when Gregory II thought he would take the capital without bloodshed, the Knights of Glory suddenly appeared, catching the Church of Light off guard. After a fierce street battle within the royal city, the Knights of Glory, seeing that the situation was hopeless, had no choice but to fight their way out and escort Shang Dingwu away from the capital. When the bishop of the tribunal proposed pursuing the enemy, Gregory T refused. The Knights of Glory's faith in glory is no less than our faith in the goddess of light. Such warriors should not disappear in the hands of the Church of Light. Let them go. Gregory T's words made the name of the Knights of Glory, known for their bravery and fearlessness, resound throughout the continent once again. After Shang Dingwu fled, Gregory T abolished his throne and crowned Shang Dingwu's nephew as King Vi. From then on, divine authority began to completely overshadow royal authority, and everyone from royalty and nobility to commoners and slaves had to acknowledge the divine authority of the Church of Light. However, Shang Dingwu was not willing to accept defeat. With the loyal support of the Knights of Glory, he overcame all obstacles and finally regained his footing at the southernmost tip of the Shang dynasty. Immediately afterwards, Shang Dingwu declared the Church of Light a heretical cult and called on all nobles within the Shang dynasty to resist the rule of the heretical cult. Most ordinary people in the Shang dynasty believed in the Church of Light, but it was not widespread among the nobility. For them, gods were not as important as the power in their own hands. In particular, the Church of Light has become increasingly influential in their territory, and those ignorant people talk about the goddess of light all the time, to the point that the words of the diocesan bishop are more effective than those of these noble lords. Now, the Church of Light has even overthrown the king with a flick of its wrist. The nobles are not only shocked by the Church of Light's terrifying power, but also feel a sense of insecurity. They could even expel the king, let alone these nobles. However, at this time, the influence of the Church of Light was at its zenith, and within their sphere of influence, no one dared to make any unusual moves. But in areas far from the influence of the Church of Light, it was different. All the nobles simultaneously declared the expulsion of the Church of Light and forbade the people in their territories from worshipping the goddess of light. These nobles were actually newly emerging nobles who arose during the Great Age of Expansion. As the Great Expansion continued, the footprints of humans and orcs gradually spread across the entire continent of Yani, occupying 80% of its area, while the remaining 20% was the territory of the numerous magical beasts that had spread out. Such a vast area has led to a number of problems. Given the administrative capabilities and ruling technology of the Shang dynasty and the Orc kingdom at that time, they were simply unable to manage such a vast territory and population. Often, an administrative order can take 10 days to half a month to reach people in nearby areas, and even 1 or 2 months to reach people in more distant areas. Therefore, both humans and orcs chose the feudal system during the Great Expansion era. Whoever opened up new territories became the new lord of that land. They possess independent judicial, law enforcement, and taxation powers within their territory, as well as their own military, and only need to pay a certain amount of tax to the state each year. This resulted in them being essentially an independent kingdom, where the king's power had little influence over them. The reason why the emerging nobility dared to openly oppose the Church of Light and expel its bishops and pastors was largely due to their high degree of autonomy. In addition, being far from the core diocese of the Church of Light, the newly arrived bishops and priests were expelled before they could even establish themselves. In fact, the Church of Light had 70% of the people in the Shang dynasty worshipping the goddess of light, and the remaining 30% came from the territories of these newly emerging nobles. These newly emerging nobles not only announced the expulsion of the Church of Light, but also united to form a new noble alliance to jointly resist the Church of Light. Gregory II was not worried, but rather pleased. He had always wanted to spread Christianity in the territories of these emerging nobles, and now this gave him a reason to start a war. In the year 305 of the Holy Calendar, Gregory II ordered Archbishop Leon of the Inquisition to lead 5,000 priests and 150,000 knights of the Inquisition on a 5-year expedition against these emerging nobles, known in history as the Expedition of Light. At that time, half of the human race's extraordinary power was concentrated in the hands of the Church of Light. They had priests who could use divine magic of light, as well as a large number of first- and second-tier knights. The other half, although under the command of the Shang dynasty and various nobles, were scattered in different places and could not be organized into a unified and effective command. However, the Church of Light is different. They are united by the same faith, and their cohesion is extremely strong, far beyond what those newly emerging nobles can handle. The Knights of Judgment defeated the Noble Alliance's army 3 times in succession, and all the newly emerging nobles who led the rebellion were captured alive and taken to the city of St. Garris. However, Gregory II did not execute them. Instead, he made them repent sincerely under the statue of the Goddess of Light in the Basilica of St. Lofus and baptized them to convert to the Goddess of Light. In order to survive, the newly emerging nobles had no choice but to submit to the powerful strength of the Church of Light. After forcing the nobles to convert to Christianity, Gregory II did not immediately allow them to return to their territories. Instead, he made them declare independence, with larger territories becoming kingdoms and smaller ones becoming duchies. The nobles were stunned. What they feared most about the Church of Light was its terrifying influence, which would ultimately lead them to the same fate as the Shang dynasty royal family to become puppets. However, Gregory made them all kings, and they also gained the approval of the Goddess of Light, possessing legitimate ruling power. In return, they would receive the blessing and coronation of the Church of Light, the right to station troops and exercise oversight within the country by the order of judgment, and the right of the Church to collect religious taxes within the country. This was so tempting to the nobles that they all agreed after just one night of consideration. Gregory II's move was extremely clever. These newly emerging nobles were originally located in areas that were difficult for the Church of Light to influence and control. Even if they were all killed, there was no guarantee that the successor would obey. It might even provoke a collective rebellion from the people in their territories. Releasing them would not only demonstrate the Church of Light's benevolence, but would also cause their alliance to crumble automatically, and they would become subservient to the Church of Light, allowing the Church to preach in their territory. This would be far more beneficial than killing them. In 310 AD, Pope Gregory III crowned 46 kings simultaneously at the Basilica of St. Lofus, an event known as the Pleasement of St. Galli. From then on, the Shang dynasty officially split into dozens of large and small countries, and the succession and removal of kings had to be carried out through the ceremonies of the Church of Light. Every king had to travel to St. Galli and be crowned by the Pope at the Cathedral of St. Lofus in order to gain legitimacy to rule. The Church of Light can appoint and dismiss the king and officials of all countries. The Church has the right to preach and conduct activities anywhere in the country, and the king may not refuse for any reason. From then on, the Church of Light's power and prestige reached unparalleled heights in the human realm, and the entire human realm was under the Church of Light's control. Everyone trembled under the rule of the Church of Light. No one, whether king, noble, or supernatural, could resist the rule of the Church of Light. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. This famous quote is also applicable in the world of Western fantasy. The Church of Light at this time possessed absolute power, and of course, it could not avoid corruption. When Lion Tree succeeded to the papacy, his power expanded to its extreme, and no one in the human realm could defy him. The church leadership began to lead a very decadent life, indulging in a life of extravagance and debauchery every day. They demanded high standards from lower-ranking clergy and ordinary people, while they themselves were corrupt and decadent, exploiting people from various countries. In order to seize the people's wealth, they used all sorts of tricks and methods to plunder the little gold coins and grain that ordinary people had accumulated. Even the kings and nobles of various countries were made miserable by the Church of Light. At that very moment, 27 human students from the Extraordinary Academy returned to the continent of Yani. Under Chen Luo's tutelage, Chris and the others learned how the world works, gaining a perspective that surpasses that of most people in the world. Now that they have returned after completing their studies, they are all arrogant and proud. They don't even care about the Church of Light. Even if the goddess of light really exists, they might not have much respect for her. When Chris and his companions witnessed the evil deeds of the Church of Light, their hatred for them intensified. They decided to return to their respective hometowns first, and then agree to meet in Badeberg a year later to discuss how to deal with the Church of Light. In the year 325 of the Holy Calendar, of the original 27 students, some were unable to arrive for various reasons, and only 17 ultimately made it. These 17 people formed the Mage Alliance in Badeberg and built the first magic tower on the continent of Yani there, where they began to recruit students and teach magic and warrior skills. The magic tower caused a sensation as soon as it appeared in Badeberg, because it was the first time the world had witnessed the wonder of magic. Mages can fly into the sky and control powerful abilities such as fire, ice, and lightning, which makes them the object of countless people's longing. Moreover, although this place is called the Magic Tower, there are also instructors inside who teach warrior skills. Compared to mages who must awaken their talents to cultivate, warriors do not have such high barriers to entry. As long as they undergo rigorous training and study, even if they cannot master the basics, they can still become strong and healthy. As a result, in less than a year, the Magic Tower became a sensation throughout the continent, and even the Orc Kingdom knew about it. But it was precisely at this moment that trouble struck the Magic Tower. Although King Lion Sui lived a life of extravagance and debauchery, he was very clear-headed. When he learned of the reputation of the Magic Tower Academy, he keenly realized that this academy was very likely to threaten the rule of the Church of Light. The Magic Tower Academy teaches extraordinary power, and once this power spreads, the extraordinary power that the Church of Light relies on will lose its advantage. In the year 326 of the Holy Calendar, King Lion Tsui declared the Magic Tower Academy a heretical institution and dispatched the Order of the Judgment Knights to Badeberg to capture 17 instructors from the Magic Tower Academy, led by Chris. Unexpectedly, after receiving the news, Chris and the others did not flee. Instead, they calmly waited outside the city for the arrival of the 5,000 Judgment Knights. The people of Badeberg thought they were crazy for taking on 5,000 men with only 17, and even the students of the academy advised them to temporarily avoid the attack of the Church of Light. At this time, the kings and nobles of various countries on the continent were even willing to offend the Church of Light and secretly extended invitations to them, offering to provide Chris and others with protection and allowing them to teach extraordinary powers within their own countries. However, Chris and his group not only rejected everyone's advice, but also the invitations from these countries. When the Knights of Judgment arrived at Battenberg, the results shocked the entire continent. In 327 AD, the people of Battenberg saw a sight on the city walls that they would never forget. Just as the Judgment Knights arrived, they triggered the magic array that Chris and the others had set up outside. The 5,000 Judgment Knights had no idea what a magic circle was. As soon as they entered, they were engulfed by flames. The terrifying flames exploded, and in an instant, nearly 1,000 people were killed or burned by the flames. At this moment, 8 warrior instructors from the Magic Tower Academy stormed into the ranks of the Judgment Knights. Each of them possessed incredible speed and physical strength. The terrifying power could easily tear through the defenses of the Judgment Knights. Whether it was arrows or swords, they could sense them in advance and dodge them with ease. Even if they couldn't dodge, their skin could withstand the sharp blades of the Judgment Knights without any protection, leaving them completely unharmed. One of the warriors, in particular, was radiating a blue light, making him seem like a god. Later, everyone realized that it was the fighting spirit cultivated by warriors. When cultivated to its peak, it could give a person the power to destroy the world and was in no way inferior to a powerful mage. In an instant, these 8 warriors moved through the Judgment Knights as if they were nothing, and nearly 1,000 more died at their hands. But the one who played the biggest role in this war was Chris. He could use his wind manipulation technique to fly into the sky and unleash extremely powerful fire spells to strike the enemy from a high vantage point, while others could not harm him at all. A single fireball he casually unleashed could kill 7 or 8 Judgment Knights. When he later unleashed an even more terrifying fire serpent spell, everyone was stunned. A giant fire serpent, more than 10 meters long, roared within the Judgment Knights, devouring one Judgment Knight after another, who screamed in agony as they turned to ashes in the flames. After its rampage, the entire order of the Judgment collapsed. They had never seen such terrifying power before, and even with the strongest faith, they could not withstand it. However, when the Judgment Knights collapsed, they triggered another fire magic array set up by Chris, and were instantly engulfed by flames. Those watching from the city walls were terrified. Could such godlike power truly be possessed by humans? 17 men against 5,000 elite Judgment Knights, and the entire Judgment Knight Order was wiped out. They couldn't believe their eyes, but they had no choice but to accept the fact, because it was all happening right before their eyes. The outcome of the battle quickly spread throughout the continent, shocking the world and making everyone realize that the continent was likely to be in turmoil once again. Chris and his companions rose to fame in one battle, becoming shining stars on the continent and making mages and warriors synonymous with extraordinary power. Before this, apart from the light magic system of the Church of Light, other extraordinary powers of the human race were not systematic, which led to the Church of Light being able to suppress all nations. Now that Chris and his companions have demonstrated extraordinary power capable of confronting the Church of Light, those who have long been dissatisfied with the Church of Light are beginning to stir. The major kingdoms and duchies within the human realm began to openly send envoys to Battenberg to invite Chris and his companions to join their respective countries. Over the years, the major kingdoms have been living at the mercy of the Church of Light, and these people have almost become puppets. In recent years, the Church of Light has been exploiting them more and more severely. If they don't take action soon, they may not even be qualified to be puppets anymore. If it were just these people, they would see no hope of resisting the powerful Church of Light. Especially when their kingdom's people soldiers, and ministers were all members of the Church of Light. The deep despair made them restless and unable to eat or sleep, and they had nightmares every night. The fact that Chris and his companions annihilated the 5,000 Judgment Knights not only signifies that someone dared to stand up against power, but also means that the Church of Light is no longer invincible in the world. After this battle, Chris and the others, just as they had seen when they received their acceptance letters from the Extraordinary Academy, began their legendary lives. In the year 328 of the Holy Calendar, Pope Lyon III was furious and ordered the bishop of the tribunal to lead 100,000 knights of the tribunal and the order of priests to suppress the Magic Tower Academy. This time, the archbishop of the tribunal brought along priests who were proficient in using the divine magic of light, so even if they encountered Chris and his group of mages again, they would have the ability to resist. But by the time they arrived at Badeberg, the Magic Tower Academy had already broken up into smaller units and set up academies in various kingdoms to teach extraordinary powers. In the year 330 of the Holy Calendar, the future Magic Emperor, Chris married Princess Betsy Clive of the Kingdom of Copa. He was granted the title of Earl, and also became the Dean of the Magic Academy of the Kingdom of Copa and the Lord of the North, becoming a pivotal figure in the kingdom. However, all of this was done in secret, since Chris was still a wanted criminal by the Church of Light at the time. At the same time, King Lyon Tsui declared that sorcerers were apostles of demons, wielding demonic power, and imposed a complete ban on the study and use of magic throughout all kingdoms. Anyone who dares to disobey, whether king or commoner, will be burned at the stake. However, his decree did not have much deterrent effect. Under the long-term oppression of the Church of Light, not only the king and nobles were dissatisfied, but even the common people at the bottom of society began to voice their opposition. Moreover, people on the mainland have witnessed the power of mages and warriors. The Magic Tower Academy recruits students regardless of their background or gender, only looking at their aptitude. Even ordinary people with the necessary qualifications can immediately enter the academy and learn extraordinary powers. In the year 342 of the Holy Calendar, the 27 students of the Extraordinary Academy established magic academies, or warrior academies in different countries. Under the protection of the king and nobles, they have secretly developed over more than a decade, cultivating tens of thousands of beings with extraordinary powers. After graduating, these students returned to their respective kingdoms and hometowns to teach their extraordinary powers to more people. In the year 351 of the Holy Calendar, Chris became the first person on the continent to break through to the 4th rank, astonishing the world. In the same year, the king of the Kingdom of Copa died, and with the support of the country's major nobles, Chris's wife, Betsy Clive, succeeded him as queen without being crowned by the Church of Light. Betsy Clive, as queen, crowned Chris king and relinquished power over the Kingdom of Copa. On the same day that Chris was crowned king, he personally killed the Archbishop of the Church of Light in the Copa diocese, and then the Kingdom of Copa began to quickly purge the Church of Light's influence throughout the entire Kingdom of Copa. Immediately afterwards, without any warning, Chris led an army of 200,000 men toward the city of St. Galli. At the same time, the major kingdoms also began to purge all forces of the Church of Light within their borders. After completing the purge, the dozens of kingdoms and duchies mobilized their entire armies, forming a coalition of over 2 million men, and marched toward the city of St. Garris. Over several decades, the powers that the various kingdoms had secretly accumulated were unleashed all at once. With Chris and his group of first-generation students from the Extraordinary Academy at the core, they openly raised the banner of rebellion. With the army pressing in, King Lion Tsui hastily mobilized the Order of the Judgment Knights and the Order of the Priests, and at the same time conscripted all the troops within the territory of the Great Shang Dynasty, totaling nearly 3 million men to jointly confront the coalition forces led by Chris. Nearly 5 million people from both sides met on the plain of Amodo, and after the first round of fighting, both sides suffered losses of more than 500,000. Although both sides suffered heavy losses, Chris' side was greatly encouraged because everyone on the battlefield witnessed the terror of a fourth-tier powerhouse for the first time. Instead of sitting in the camp to command, Chris, as king, went to the front line. He flew high into the sky above the battlefield and began to cast fireballs, and he was casting the most common kind of fireballs. Not only were the accompanying mages stunned, but even the students from the Extraordinary Academy, who knew Chris very well, couldn't understand it. On a battlefield with millions of players, the effect of a single fireball is extremely limited. But then they saw the fireball, which was the size of a fist, continue to expand and rise until it was nearly 100 meters in the air. The fireball transformed into a massive sphere over 30 meters in diameter, hanging in the sky like the sun. The fiery red sphere blocked out the sky, emitting a blinding light that illuminated the heavens and the entire battlefield. The fighting on the battlefield stopped as everyone stared in shock at the enormous fireball in the sky. This object, condensed into extreme heat and controlled by Chris, traced an arc through the air and crashed down towards the rear of the Church of Light. A fireball, as if struck by a meteorite, fell from the sky, scorching the air. The crackling and popping sounds of the fireball, like thunder, struck the hearts of everyone present. Seeing the situation was dire, the Church of Light's priests reacted swiftly, unleashing white divine magic to try and stop the massive fireball. However, their hasty reaction only held off the fireball for a moment before it crashed into the ground. A burst of intense light exploded, plunging everything within dozens of meters into daylight. The ground began to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck, shaking violently. Immediately afterwards, the deafening explosions caused a ringing in the ears of millions of people on the battlefield. After the explosion and the ground tremors stopped, a huge crater hundreds of meters in diameter had appeared on the ground, and everything, including people, had been burned to a crisp. On the battlefield, both sides were stunned and unable to move by this magic, which was later named Fire Meteor. They felt their hands and feet were cold, and it took them a long time to realize where they were. Both sides suffered heavy losses in this great battle, but Chris's strength left a deep shadow on the army of the Church of Light. At this time, the strongest member of the Church of Light was Victor, the leader of the Judgment Knights, but he was only at the peak of the third rank and was no match for Chris at all. The morale of the allied forces of the kingdom soared after this battle, and they began to press their advantage, while the Church of Light suffered repeated defeats and lost a large amount of territory of the Great Shang Dynasty. However, as the coalition forces conquered more and more territory, internal conflicts began to emerge. Chris wanted to press his advantage and march straight to St. Gallipolis. However, the other kings did not have this idea. They only wanted to eliminate the Church of Light's influence within their own countries and force it to shrink back. Because they knew that the Church of Light had a foundation of hundreds of years, with more than 300 million believers in the Great Shang Dynasty alone. If they really attacked St. Garris City, these believers would probably come to fight desperately. Of course, the most important reason was that they occupied too much territory, and these kings were arguing over how to divide the land. The combined territories of these dozens of kingdoms were actually less than half the size of the present-day Shang dynasty. Seeing that they had conquered so many rich territories, the other kings had no intention of continuing their advance. They only wanted to divide these places among themselves and then force the Church of Light to hold a peace conference. Chris was somewhat disappointed, but at this point, he was outnumbered, and even the nobles within the kingdom of Copa were unwilling to continue. Chris had no choice but to agree to hold a coalition meeting to divide the territory first. There's nothing he can do even if he disagrees. He's only at the 4th level, not a god, and can't fight against 1,000,000 enemies single-handedly. In the year 353 of the Holy Calendar, the Church of Light and the Allied forces fought 2 more major battles, each ending in a crushing defeat for the Church of Light. However, at this time, the Allied forces were isolated deep in the enemy territory, lacked sufficient food and supplies, and suffered heavy losses, causing their morale to turn back. Ultimately, Chris, representing the Allied forces, signed a ceasefire agreement with Pope Lyon III in Sussex. The agreement stipulated that the Church of Light would relinquish its religious authority in all the Allied kingdoms, refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of these kingdoms, and that the territories of the Great Shang dynasty occupied by the Allied forces would also belong to the various kingdoms. The agreement of South City clearly favored the kingdom's Allied forces, but for the Church of Light, it was a disgrace. After the war, Lyon III was deposed for signing the agreement and placed under house arrest by his successor, Pope Innocent V, in the Inquisition, where he eventually died in despair following the signing of the South Cyprus Agreement. The 2 sides entered a brief period of peaceful development. The reason it is described as short-lived is that a few years after the war ended, the Kingdom Alliance forces began fighting amongst themselves over territory. Some of these kingdoms were very close to the Shang dynasty, while others were very far away, with several other countries in between. However, the territory they divided was within the Shang dynasty, which made it impossible for the 2 territories to be connected. Chris had initially acted as a mediator, trying to ensure that the territories of these countries were as contiguous as possible by exchanging land. However, the result was disappointing, because the cities within the Shang dynasty were prosperous and the land was fertile, while the newly developed territories were just beginning to take shape. This resulted in no king being willing to exchange the territory they had acquired within the Shang dynasty for the territory they had expanded. Seeing that no amount of mediation would work, Chris exchanged the territory he had received for 3 provinces of a neighboring country before returning home. This situation was not a problem at first, but it started to cause problems less than 3 years after the war ended. These isolated territories were divided up by several surrounding countries, and the countries that possessed these territories were separated from them by several other countries. Even if they swallowed this territory, those kingdoms would have no way to stop it. If they want to reclaim the territory, they first need to lead their troops across several countries. Not to mention whether the countries along the way agree. Even if they do, they won't be able to fight for long in a foreign land when they arrive. But what they didn't expect was that the countries that had been annexed united to fight against those who had taken their territory. The kingdom's allied forces had just ended their war with the Church of Light when they were plunged into a decade-long territorial war. While the kingdom was embroiled in conflict, Chris remained inactive, focusing instead on developing commerce, encouraging agriculture, and allowing the people to recuperate. As a result, the strength of the kingdom of Copa steadily increased, and it gradually grew more powerful. In the 10th year of the kingdom's civil war, Chris personally led the Magic Legion on an expedition and in just 6 months, he destroyed 9 kingdoms, more than doubling the territory of the Kingdom of Kopa. Seeing Chris continue his advance with unstoppable momentum, the remaining kingdoms sensed the crisis and immediately put aside their hatred for each other, beginning to organize a coalition to deal with Chris. The pressure from the 4th-tier powerhouse was too great. No one dared to underestimate Chris's magic legion. However, after 10 years of fighting, the people's livelihood in the country was in ruins, and the soldiers and civilians were tired of war. When their army encountered Chris's powerful magic legion again, they had no fighting spirit at all and collapsed at the first touch on the battlefield. Chris defeated the Allied forces with almost no effort, and then advanced triumphantly, conquering 23 countries within 2 years, expanding the territory of the Kingdom of Kopa tenfold. In the year 370 of the Holy Calendar, Chris returned in triumph after 3 years of campaigning abroad. The entire Kingdom of Kopa was in an uproar, with the people of the royal city traveling 100 miles to welcome their king. In the same year, Chris changed the Kingdom of Kopa to the Chris Empire, establishing a vast empire with numerous ruling ethnic groups and a powerful monarchical system. The current territory of the Chris Empire exceeds 10 million square kilometers, which is larger than the area of the real-world China, but is still less than a quarter of the size of the Shang dynasty at its peak. While the Chris Empire swept across the major kingdoms of the human race in the central region, the Church of Light also completed its own purification. The Church of Light was greatly affected by the shame of Nansai. From the Pope to the lowest-ranking clergy, everyone was deeply affected. Under the iron-fisted rule of the newly enthroned Innocent V, a large-scale internal purge was initiated. Those who had previously curried favor with Lion Tsuri, as well as the corrupt bishops in the upper echelons, were sent to the Inquisition, convicted, and burned at the stake. After Innocent V eliminated these people, he began to return the lands and properties that had been seized by the upper clergy to the believers, and even distributed the lands of the Church of Light itself to the believers. Innocent V's wisdom was praised by all believers, and the corrupt and chaotic Church of Light was suddenly cleansed of all evils. The previously wavering believers began to return to the radiance of the Goddess of Light. In fact, many of the lower and middle-ranking clergy in the Church of Light have a devout faith. However, they believed that the Pope's orders were God's will, so they faithfully and fearlessly carried them out, which led to the Church of Light's current disastrous defeat. In 373 AD, after completing his internal purification, Innocent V convened the annual pilgrimage ceremony. This pilgrimage differed from previous ones. Innocent V was to lead all the high-ranking members of the church in repentance to the Goddess of Light, because their actions had caused Her Majesty, the Goddess of Light, to lose many devout believers, preventing her glory from shining upon those lost sheep. Innocent V not only prayed to Her Majesty the Goddess of Light for forgiveness, but also wanted to hear a divine oracle. After this news was released, 2 months before the pilgrimage ceremony, cars and people flocked to St. Galli, the city of the Church of Light. Large numbers of believers of the Church of Light set off from their hometowns, prostrating themselves at every step, and spent several months making their way to the holy city of St. Galli. Believers could be seen setting off for the city of St. Garlis from all the provinces within the great Shang dynasty, and believers of the Church of Light could be seen everywhere along the way. At this moment, inside the Temple of Light in the city of St. Garris, from the main hall all the way to the steps outside and the square outside the hall, devout believers were kneeling. The pilgrimage began 2 weeks ago. Not only the clergy of the church, but also believers from all over the city of St. Gall's come here to pray. The number of people is so large that you can't see the end of the line when you look down from the top of the temple. At this moment, not only the Temple of Light, but every corner of St. Garris was filled with devout believers kneeling, so densely packed that it could trigger trypophobia. Strangely, none of the many people made a sound, as if a mysterious aura permeated the entire city of St. Gals. Outside the holy city, a large number of believers were blocked from entering. They were unwilling to leave and even prayed in the direction of the Temple of Light outside the city. Pope Innocent V, along with all the cardinals and other high-ranking church officials, knelt at the feet of the statue, followed by numerous clergy members who knelt at a distance. Those who travel from afar to Singali are the most devout believers of the Church of Light, and the power of their faith generated by their prayers together is terrifying. Even those who do not believe in the Goddess of Light would be awestruck by this immense power of faith and dare not harbor the slightest thought of blasphemy. An immense power of faith converged and soared into the heavens, causing the statue of Lophus outside the temple square to suddenly burst forth with holy light and tremble slightly. At that moment, Chen Luo, who was in the Marvel world, immediately sensed the anomaly in the divine kingdom. He quickly returned to the divine kingdom to see what was going on. When Chen Luo returned to the divine kingdom and saw the statue of the angel of Lophus trembling incessantly, he knew what had happened. There are now far too many believers in the Church of Light. The human population has now exceeded 500 million. After Gregory Tsai's granting of the title of St. Garris, almost the entire population worships the Goddess of Light. Even after suffering the humiliation of Nansai City, when a large number of commoners were forced to change their faith, there were still at least 300 million followers of the Goddess of Light, most of whom came from the Great Shang dynasty. Such immense power of faith went unreceived by any deity, thus triggering the divine status of the Goddess of Light that Chen Luo had originally set up. Those statues outside are actually deities, and the Lophus statue is the Goddess of Light that Chen Luo prepared for the Church of Light. He was waiting for the Church of Light to produce a demigod, so that he could unite the faith of all people and call for the descent of the deity. Chen Luo himself didn't need any power of faith, but seeing this situation, he knew that he had to choose a Goddess of Light as soon as possible. Chen Luo thought for a moment, but he couldn't think of a candidate for the Goddess of Light, which made him feel somewhat amused and bewildered. He originally only wanted to solve the vampire problem, and casually made up a Goddess of Light. He never expected Alexander to work so hard and turn the Church of Light into the world's #1 faith. In that case, let's choose a Goddess of Light for you. Chen Luo's thoughts enveloped the continent of Yani, beginning to select female believers of the Church of Light with pure faith. Since she is a goddess, she naturally cannot choose from among men. In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo selected 3 female believers whose faith and hearts were extremely pure. As for who would ultimately gain divine recognition and become the Goddess of Light, that would depend on their individual fates. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Light, Innocent V and others, who were praying for divine forgiveness, suddenly raised their heads and looked at the statue of the Goddess of Light. It was dusk, the sun had already set, and servants were preparing to light the candles in the temple. Suddenly, a sliver of light appeared in the sky, growing brighter and brighter until it instantly dispelled all the dark clouds. A beam of light shone down vertically from the sky, enveloping the entire Temple of Light. The holy light spread rapidly, first outside the Temple of Light, then throughout the entire city of St. Garris, illuminating the whole world at that moment. The warm, sun-like holy light shone upon every believer in the city of St. Galli. Everyone stood up in amazement, feeling a surge of warmth in their hearts, like a baby returning to its mother's embrace, bringing a sense of happiness and peace. This is holy light. Her Majesty, the Goddess of Light, has heard our prayers. No one knows who shouted first, but everyone's heart trembled. What they were seeing was something that only a god could do. Your Majesty, the great Goddess of Light, have you accepted our repentance? Praise be to you, omnipotent Goddess of Light. May your kingdom be on earth as it is in heaven. All the believers present could not control their emotions at all. This was the second time a miracle had occurred since Alexander the Great summoned the Goddess of Light more than 300 years ago. The holy light on the statue of the Goddess of Light surged, and a figure as tall as the statue suddenly emerged from it, looking down at Innocent V kneeling below. It is Her Majesty, the Goddess of Light, who has descended. The believers were deeply shocked and began to weep. They knelt on the ground and made the most devout prayer gestures. King Innocent V trembled and immediately bowed his head respectfully. Your Majesty, the great Goddess of Light, your most devout subjects beg for your forgiveness. You have done well. I have heard your prayers. As a reward for your devout faith, I will bless you. The Goddess of Light's voice was melodious and gentle, like the sound of jade, yet it also carried immense majesty, causing all the believers present to tremble with excitement. As soon as the Goddess of Light finished speaking, more than 20 points of light flew out from the enormous light and shadow, merging into the bodies of the high-ranking church officials, led by Pope Innocent V. The 20-odd people all shuddered, and then they felt a dramatic change in their bodies. Their strength began to increase rapidly in a short instant. The lowest cultivation level among those present was second rank, while even the higher-ranking figures like the Pope and Victor, the leader of the Judgment Knights, were only third rank. The moment the light merged into their bodies, everyone's cultivation level increased by 1 rank, from the original second rank to the third rank, while Innocent V and Victor directly became the fourth rank. The moment their cultivation levels increased, they all began to regain their youth. Innocent V, who was originally over 70 years old, had his white hair turn jet black, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. In the short span of time, he transformed into a robust man who was nearly 40 years old. The same was true for the others. They regained their youth the moment their strength increased. The presence of many nobles and clergy members was deeply shocking. Although they did not know what had happened, they saw the aura emanating from the high-ranking church officials, led by Innocent V, suddenly increase, and their bodies seemed to become younger as if they had been rejuvenated. They knew that Her Majesty the Goddess of Light had bestowed great benefits upon them. These people wanted to be jealous, but they knew they couldn't be. This was a blessing from the gods, and not everyone could enjoy it. King Innocent V wept with joy. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. He wanted to say something but couldn't utter a single word. He could only keep crying. Other church leaders reacted in the same way, kneeling deeply on the ground in excitement and kissing the ground beneath the feet of the Goddess of Light. The 3 of them have the purest faith and are conferred the title of Saints of the Church of Light. The one who has made the greatest contribution to the Church of Light will be honored as an archangel and ascend to the kingdom of God within 100 years. The Goddess of Light, condensed from Holy Light, waved her hand, and 3 full-body images of young women immediately appeared before the Pope and others. Their appearances and clothing were clearly visible, like holographic projections. King Innocent V and others were excited again. The Goddess of Light had personally chosen their servants and even allowed them to ascend to the kingdom of God as angels. This was the supreme grace bestowed upon the Church of Light by the gods. We obey your divine decree, your majesty, goddess of light. At the same time, the goddess of light, formed from holy light, vanished. After doing all this, Chen Luo casually suppressed the goddess of light's divine essence and returned to the Marvel universe. Wait, something's not right. More than 300 years have passed. Why hasn't the goddess of light been chosen yet? After Chen Luo arrived at Ellis's mansion in the city, he suddenly remembered the monks of the Church of Light he had seen on the street. He then remembered that he had set a 100-year period to choose the goddess of light. Chen Luo leisurely poured himself a cup of tea in the mansion, walked to the window and looked around the surroundings, quickly recalling the events that had occurred after the pilgrimage ceremony. A moment later, Chen Luo found out the reason, and then a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. After the pilgrimage ceremony, the Church of Light spread the news of the goddess of light's descent and blessing. At the same time, Her Majesty the Goddess of Light designated 3 saints as candidates for archangels who could ascend to the kingdom of God and serve Her Majesty the Goddess of Light. The moment this news spread, it caused an uproar among all the believers of the Goddess of Light on the continent, and the entire continent was shaken. The believers present witnessed it with their own eyes and naturally had no doubt. Even those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand knew that Innocent V and Victor had both been promoted to the 4th rank by divine intervention, and all the high-ranking officials had been promoted by 1 rank, leaving them with no reason to doubt. Aside from gods, who else could possess such terrifying power to directly enhance the strength of superhumans? After Chen Luo forcibly elevated the power of the Church's leadership, the Church of Light once again became the strongest on the continent. Taking advantage of the goddess's blessing, Innocent V directly deposed the 9th king of the Shang dynasty and declared the establishment of the Church of Light. The existing territory of the Shang dynasty became the territory of the Church of Light. The Pope is the supreme leader of the state and religion, holding both political and religious power. The laws of the state are based on the doctrines of the Church of Light, which serve as the guidelines for handling all civil affairs. After Shang Dingwu fled, the Great Shang dynasty was already a puppet of the Church of Light, and its territory was full of believers of the Church of Light. With the arrival of the Goddess of Light, the coup did not cause any ripples, not even a splash. Thus, the Shang dynasty, established by Tang of Shang, completely disappeared from the stage of history, leaving only a small kingdom established by Dingwu of Shang at the southernmost tip of the continent. Chris had by this time integrated the newly conquered territories and incorporated them completely into the Chris Empire system. Just as he was preparing to continue annihilating the remaining dozen or so kingdoms in the surrounding area, he received news of the blessing from the Goddess of Light at the pilgrimage ceremony, and the goddess also designated a saintess of the Church of Light. Chris made a decisive decision to abandon the expedition and, together with the first generation of students from the Extraordinary Academy, went to the kingdom of the Church of Light. They found the first saintess before the Church of Light could reach her, and then killed her. Enraged, Innocent V realized that there must be spies within the Church of Light, otherwise Chris and the others would not have known what the 3 saints looked like. Innocent used brutal interrogation methods to uncover the traitors within the organization, and then burned them and their families at the stake. Then, he personally led Victor and other high-ranking church officials to intercept and kill Chris. When Chris and his companions found the second saintess, King Innocent V arrived, having sped along at breakneck speed. After a fierce battle, 5 members of the first generation of the Extraordinary Academy died, and the remaining members, including Chris, fled with serious injuries. The Church of Light fared no better. Chris held off Innocent V and Victor in a 2-on-1 battle, while the remaining high-ranking members of the church, who were not disciples of the first generation of students from the Extraordinary Academy, also lost 10 high-ranking members in this epic battle. But the Church of Light was fighting on home ground, and what it had in abundance was its people, especially its fearless and devout believers. Chris and his companions had no choice but to flee back to the Chris Empire in a sorry state. But before they escaped, they killed the second saint chosen by the Goddess of Light. Chris held an extremely grand state funeral for the 5 first-generation students who died in battle, and was about to send troops to avenge them when he unexpectedly received news that the third saintess had also died unexpectedly. It turns out that while the church's higher-ups were busy besieging Chris, Lilith, the second-generation progenitor of vampires who had been dormant for a long time, suddenly led her followers to attack the third saintess, draining her of her life force and turning her into a dried-up corpse. After Cain exited the game, Chen Luo put him into a sleeping state. Strictly speaking, Cain was neither eliminated nor dead. It's just that Chen Luo didn't want him to cause trouble, and since he was still a minor, he kicked him out first. If Zhao Ye comes of age in the future, he can still play the character Cain after logging into the game. Seeing that Cain had fallen into a deep sleep and could not be awakened, no matter what they did, Lilith and her group of second-generation progenitors had no choice but to hide his body. Over the years, their lives have been very difficult. The stronger the Church of Light becomes, the worse their situation becomes. Although they secretly amassed quite a few descendants, it was insignificant compared to the terrifying power of the Church of Light today. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Lilith broke through to the 3rd rank. Just when she thought she could turn her life around, the Goddess of Light blessed her, which greatly frustrated these second-generation ancestors. To prevent the Church of Light from growing further, they took advantage of Innocent and others going to besiege Chris to gather all the power of the vampires and attack the third saintess, who was already being protected by 10,000 Judgment Knights. After paying an extremely heavy price, the target was finally eliminated. So when Chen Luo retraced his steps back to this point, he was both amused and exasperated. The student he personally trained killed the Goddess of Light he had chosen, whose fault it. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head, quickly putting aside useless emotions. The Goddess of Light still needed to be chosen as soon as possible. Chen Luo sat down, patted Osiris's head, and asked as if talking to it, "Looks like I'll have to raise another Goddess of Light myself." "Who should I choose?" Osiris tilted his head, seemingly pondering Chen Luo's words. A moment later, its eyes darted around, and it suddenly stretched out its paw and pointed in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Chen Luo chuckled. Of course, he understood what Osiris meant. The little guy was referring to Zhao Zhaiming. "Little one, it seems you really like her." Osiris tilted its head and stared at Chen Luo, a smile even appearing on its dog face, nodding repeatedly. Chen Luo laughed heartily, vigorously rubbing its head, and this time he seriously considered it. It's fine to have Zhao Zhaiming play the Goddess of Light, but she is, after all, a player who may log off at any time, or even encounter some unforeseen circumstances in real life that might prevent her from logging back into the game. That would put Chen Luo in an awkward position. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo first excluded players from the list of candidates for Goddess of Light and began to consider the natives of the Western fantasy world. Before long, Chen Luo came up with a candidate. The direction Osiris pointed in towards the city lord's mansion not only reminded Chen Luo of Zhao Zhaiming, but also of another woman, or rather, a girl. Chen Luo waved his hand casually, and a girl in spirit form appeared in the room. When Osiris saw the girl's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, and then he called out to her in a rather cheerful voice. The image of this girl is that of Caroline, the current owner of Zhao Zhaiming's body. Chen Luoning was able to sense that Zhao Zhaiming was in trouble immediately, because Caroline's soul and Zhao Zhaiming were locked in a fierce battle. According to his design, merging souls is not difficult at all. All players need to do is merge with the memories of the natives of the Western fantasy world. However, Caroline refused to be merged with Zhao Zhaiming's soul and even tried to expel it. So Chen Luo specifically checked the souls of the two people and their information, only to find out that the player was Zhao Zhaiming. The reason Caroline was able to resist Zhao Zhaiming's soul fusion was because her soul had mutated, making it more than 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. This is quite normal. After all, the Western fantasy world has a population of over 500 million, so it's not surprising that 1 or 2 people would mutate, especially now supernatural powers have spread throughout the world. If the two continue to fight, Zhao Zhaiming is likely to lose. In fact, Chen Luo extracted Caroline's soul from the city lord's mansion and then merged her memories with Zhao Zhaiming's. As compensation, Chen Luo originally intended to send Caroline's soul to be reincarnated, but now he might as well let her become the goddess of light. She has powerful spiritual strength, making her perfect for learning the magic of the god of light. Who are you? Caroline looked at her soul's state with surprise and uncertainty, then looked at Chen Luo with a panicked expression and asked. Chen Luo smiled but did not answer. Instead, he waved his hand, and Caroline began to transform from a spirit into a physical body. Only her appearance was adjusted. Caroline was originally very beautiful, but Chen Luo changed her appearance to a very ordinary face, neither ugly nor beautiful, looking just like an ordinary person. At this moment, her eyes were lifeless, and she was staring blankly ahead, without making any movement, like a walking corpse. Elizabeth Lively, 10 years old, niece of Dr. Lofus, orphaned and wandering with Lofus since childhood. After Chen Luo finished setting Elizabeth's memories, he saw Caroline's figure rapidly shrink to the appearance of a 10-year-old. Then, her face suddenly came to life, and her bright eyes stared at Chen Luo for a moment before looking at Osiris. "Uncle, where is this?" Elizabeth looked around at her surroundings and asked with a strange expression. "The trading city of Biba." Chen Luo glanced at it with a smile, and seeing that Elizabeth showed no sign of distress, continued, "Want to go out and take a look? Okay. In Elizabeth's memory, she wandered around with Chen Luo, and what she liked most was to see the scenery of different places and the local food. Upon hearing Chen Luo's suggestion, she immediately nodded excitedly, grabbed Chen Luo's arm, and rushed outside. Seeing this, Osiris also took off running and shouted as he chased after her. When the two reached the door, the 2 guards that Baron Ellis had arranged to keep an eye on Chen Luo seemed to be blind and let Chen Luo and his companion leave the mansion. Because of the large number of residents from 4 countries, Biba City has a very distinctive architectural style. Some buildings are in the refined and elegant style of humans, some are in the rugged and grand style of orcs, and some are a perfect blend of 2 completely opposite architectural styles. Of course, there is also the Church of Light. Elizabeth's eyes were full of excitement as she stared at the surrounding buildings and the diverse crowd. "Wow, Uncle, are those orcs?" Elizabeth held a skewer of roasted meat in her hand, her mouth dripping with oil as she ate, and stared at the 2 tigermen orcs opposite her with shining eyes, shouting loudly. Elizabeth had never seen the legendary ferocious orcs before, but upon seeing them, she immediately jumped up like a curious child. Before Chen Luo could speak, the two Tigerman men glared at him angrily. Elizabeth was startled by the glares from the two men and immediately shrank behind Chen Luo. But when they saw that it was just a little girl, they couldn't make a scene. They just glared at Chen Luo, snorted angrily, and quickened their pace to leave. "Uncle, why are they so fierce? Would you feel comfortable if others looked at you like you were some kind of exotic animal?" Although Chen Luo forcibly altered Elizabeth's memories, she is still like a newborn baby, only knowing the memories implanted in her, and not yet having formed a basic understanding of the world. That's why Chen Luo brought her out to let her experience what the world is like and gradually build her worldview. "I don't think so." Elizabeth thought for a moment and said uncertainly. "Then you should understand now that you shouldn't impose on others what you yourself are unwilling to bear." "Oh, I understand." Elizabeth nodded seriously, then suddenly tossed the roast meat in. Her hand to Osiris, pointed to a snack shop in front of her, and shouted, "Uncle, I want to eat that." "I want to eat that." Osiris opened his mouth and caught the remaining half of the roast meat in one bite, then wolfed it down, meat and stick alike, with a look of great enjoyment on his face. Like Elizabeth, Osiris was like a newborn baby, and this was the first time he had come out of his slumber to see the outside world. When it is asleep, it does not need to eat and has never tasted food. The first time it tasted grilled meat, it immediately became obsessed with the flavor. After finishing a piece of roast meat, Osiris saw that Elizabeth was running towards a direction filled with fragrant food. Its eyes lit up, and it immediately took off after her. Chen Luo chuckled. They were indeed just little kids. They had been so scared that they had huddled behind him just now, but as soon as they saw the food, they completely forgot about it. The next day, Chen Luo took Elizabeth around most of Biba City, buying her not only food, but also a lot of clothes. After dark, Elizabeth reluctantly followed Chen Luo toward Mark Street. Elizabeth linked arms with Chen Luo, holding a candy skewer in one hand and licking it a few times. The sweet taste immediately brought a happy smile to her face. When Elizabeth saw Osiris wagging its tail and staring at her expectantly, she hesitated for a moment, then looked at it seriously and said, "You can only have one bite." Osiris nodded repeatedly, giving him a reassuring look, before Elizabeth finally held the candy skewer to his mouth. But then Elizabeth was dumbfounded, because Osiris took a bite out of the whole candy skewer, crunched it up, and swallowed it in no time. Elizabeth was stunned, her face full of grievance. She had agreed to only have one bite. "Osiris, you wicked dog!" Elizabeth was so upset when she saw her candy skewers being eaten that tears welled up in her eyes. Osiris looked completely bewildered. "I really only ate one bite. Why is she so sad?" Chen Luo shook his head helplessly. He really felt like he was taking care of two little children. Chen Luo put his hands behind his back, and two candy skewers immediately appeared in his hands. He then took one out and handed it to Elizabeth and put the other into Osiris's mouth. Elizabeth was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chen Luo to have candy skewers in his hand, but she didn't think too much about it. Her tearful expression immediately disappeared, and she happily accepted the candy skewer. Osiris's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the candy skewer, and he opened his mouth and bit off the candy skewer in one bite, making a crunching sound. But as soon as it finished eating, it discovered that another candy skewer had appeared out of nowhere on the wooden stick that Chen Luo had extended. Osiris paused for a moment, then immediately took another bite without any hesitation. As a result, every time it ate one, a new one would appear, making it extremely happy. Since Chen Luo was standing behind her with his hands behind his back, Elizabeth was busy licking the candy skewer in her hand and didn't notice him at all. Just as they were approaching Mark Street, in a very harmonious manner, they suddenly heard a low sobbing sound coming from a nearby alley. The sound was mournful and desolate. Upon hearing the voice, Elizabeth instinctively let go of Chen Luo's arm and walked over. Chen Luo smiled and followed her into the alley. Under the dim lights of the houses on both sides, a dirty stray dog was curled up on the ground, covered in blood, its belly heaving violently as it tried its best to breathe. The stray dog exuded a strong aura of death, already on its last breath. Its dim eyes held a deep longing, clearly indicating that it did not want to die like this. Elizabeth's pretty face turned pale, and she didn't know what to do at this sight. Osiris glanced at it, then continued munching on the candy skewer. To it, the life of a stray dog was far less important than the candy skewer in front of it. "Uncle, can you save it? Why do you want to save it?" Elizabeth paused, seemingly having not considered this question. The light in its eyes made me feel very sad. It seemed that it didn't want to leave this world like this. Chen Luo nodded, walked to the stray dog, squatted down, and checked its condition. It had wounds all over its body, large and small, especially a huge gash on its abdomen from which blood was gushing out, and it looked like it was about to die. "Liz, I can save it, but I won't do it myself." Liz is Elizabeth's nickname, similar to a Chinese nickname, which in the Western fantasy world can only be used by the closest people. Elizabeth looked anxious and asked, "Uncle, why won't you save it? Please, save it! Whether it's a human or an animal, everyone has their destiny. If you want to change other people's fate, you must be prepared to bear the consequences of changing their fate. Uncle, I don't understand what you mean, but you are a doctor, isn't treating patients and saving lives your duty?" Chen Luo laughed. "You know I'm a doctor, not a veterinarian. Saving a dog isn't my specialty." Seeing Elizabeth's increasingly anxious expression, Chen Luo continued, "But you can save it. Would you like to try?" Elizabeth's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Uncle, please teach me how to save it. Come here." Chen Luo took Elizabeth's hand and placed it on the stray dog's wound. "Close your eyes, concentrate, and feel the energy around you." Elizabeth did as Chen Luo said, and soon she was surprised to find that even with her eyes closed, she could feel many white light spots suddenly appearing around her. Try to guide them with your mind and gather them in your hands. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth immediately tried to guide the white light spots with her mind. Soon, she felt the white light spots move and quickly converge towards her right hand. A dazzling white light burst forth, and Elizabeth opened her eyes in surprise to see her hands glowing, with a warm sensation emanating from them. The stray dog's wounds began to heal at a visible speed, and its dim eyes suddenly brightened, showing signs of regaining much of its vitality. As the light in Elizabeth's hands grew brighter, the other bite wounds on the stray dog healed rapidly. After a while, the stray dog jumped up from the ground, its eyes full of fawning, as if it knew who had saved it. It wagged its tail vigorously at Elizabeth and even stuck out its tongue to lick her palm. Elizabeth's palms itched from being licked by the stray dog, and she couldn't help but giggle. "Uncle, did I save it?" Looking at the happy smile on Elizabeth's face, Chen Luo smiled and nodded seriously. Of course. Chen Luo was also somewhat surprised. He had thought that Elizabeth would need multiple attempts to sense the light element before she could learn the healing spell. Unexpectedly, she sensed the element of light on her first meditation and was able to quickly cast a healing spell under his guidance, which was comparable to the magical talent of people like Irelia. It's a pity that Elizabeth's physical body was created by herself. Otherwise, we could have looked forward to her evolution. All right, let's go back. Chen Luo snapped out of his thoughts, took Elizabeth's hand, and started walking back. Elizabeth smiled, turned around, and waved to the stray dog. Then, she asked curiously, "Uncle, what was that just now?" "It healed the dog in no time." The Church of Light's low-level healing spells can heal some minor injuries. Low-level healing spells. Are there any higher-level ones? Of course. Do you want to learn? I want to. If I learn it, I can help my uncle treat illnesses and save lives. Haha. Once you've learned how, Liz will be in charge of treating patients and earning money. Your uncle will be relying on you for the rest of his life. Great, great. When I earn gold coins, I'll buy Uncle lots and lots of delicious food. Elizabeth smiled broadly, not finding anything wrong with what she said. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw that the stray dog had followed her. Upon seeing Elizabeth looking over, the stray dog immediately barked a few times and then approached her feet. "Hey, why are you still following us?" The stray dog clearly didn't understand Elizabeth's words. Its eyes showed affection, and it wagged its tail vigorously, its ingratiating intent obvious.